Chapter 1. Where am I? A rather handsome young man, exuding an air of nobility, sat in a quaint restaurant nestled in the outskirts of an English town, surrounded by the cacophony of conversations in English. He found himself grappling with the bewildering nature of his current predicament. As he pondered his situation, a waitress approached him, shyly placing a tray before him. On the tray lay a note inscribed with nothing but a phone number. Observing the waitress as she gestured a phone symbol before departing, he shook his head slightly, displaying no inclination to engage. While consuming his fish and chips, he continued to reflect on his circumstances, utterly unimpressed by the signature dish of this culinary wasteland. With his right hand, he absent-mindedly shoved a ketchup-coated fry into his mouth, yet his gaze remained fixated on an object held in his left hand. What was he looking at? He was staring at a slender stick, though it was more appropriately termed a wand in this realm, the wand of Regulus Arcturus Black, now belonging to him. Indeed, it was a wand, and nothing else. This was unequivocally the world of Harry Potter, and his current identity was that of Sirius Orion Black's younger brother. He was the very same Regulus Arcturus Black who had once collaborated with the house elf creature to pilfer a Horcrux from Voldemort's concealed cave, only to meet his demise at the hands of the inferi. In this moment, he felt a profound sense of disorientation, unable to comprehend how a simple return to play a private server could result in such an extraordinary turn of events. Hadn't he merely indulged in a bit of nostalgia? Why had he been thrust into this world without warning? A world that was a vivid recollection of his childhood, the magical realm of Harry Potter. Though these thoughts plagued him, now was not the time for such musings. He needed to contemplate what actions to take next. This reflection led him to recall the cave he had just vacated, a cave entirely composed of crystal, shrouded in impenetrable darkness. When he regained consciousness at the lake's bottom, he was indeed terrified, for he was surrounded by countless corpses, a sight that was indescribably haunting. Before he could dwell further, he felt a sense of suffocation. Snapping him back to reality, was still submerged at the lake's bottom and promptly swam toward the surface. As he emerged from the depths, every corpse that lay strewn across the lake bed opened its eyes and gazed in his direction. Yet they made no further movement and once again lapsed into silence. The surface of the water rippled as his head broke through, gasping for the foul air of the cave, which at last signaled his return to life. Clinging to the nearest crystal, he hoisted himself out of the water, expelling lake water with each labored breath. Initially, upon witnessing the crystal-laden cave, he had fancied he had arrived at the isolated fortress of the great Albus Dumbledore in Antarctica. But as he continued to observe, he realized he had merely let his imagination run wild. For this place bore no resemblance to the fortress he envisioned. Confounded, he could only scrutinize his surroundings, illuminated by the faint glow emanating from the crystals. His scrutiny soon led him to a nearby pillar, entirely composed of crystal, topped with a basin beside which lay a shell-shaped small bowl. This distinctive scene made him instantly aware of his location. He was indeed in the magical world of Harry Potter, and this was the hallowed resting place of the unsung hero, Regulus. While he now understood the world around him, his current identity remained elusive. After regaining some strength, he returned to the water's edge, peering into the dim reflection on the surface. A handsome face imbued with nobility stared back at him, prompting him to glance down and examine his attire. He was clad in an expansive, predominantly black wizarding robe, adorned with splashes of green, upon which the family crest was embroidered over his left breast. Upon closer inspection, he discerned a mountain-shaped emblem at the center, flanked by 2 stars and a short sword that formed a shield, with 2 leaping black dogs on either side, emblems of the House of Black. A thorough search of his robes revealed the initials RAB intricately stitched within, and at that moment, he grasped his current identity, accompanied by the wand every wizard possessed. However, as his fingers brushed against the wand, an excruciating pain suddenly surged through his head, an agonizing throb that felt as though his very brain might burst. This torment rendered him powerless, leaving him to endure the agony in silence. Gritting his teeth through the unbearable pain, he emitted low growls. Time lost all meaning in that instant. The pain eclipsed his awareness of its passage. After an indeterminate duration, he finally emerged from the suffocating haze, his voice silenced. Panting heavily, he regained his composure, realizing that he was no longer engulfed in confusion. For in that fleeting moment, he had absorbed all of Regulus' memories, which had contributed to the intense pain he had experienced. After all, the memories of 19 years condensed into such a brief span would overwhelm anyone. Now fully acquainted with Regulus' memories, he rose once more to survey the cave, before extracting the wand without a trace of longing. As he did so, the once tranquil surface of the lake began to ripple. With the emergence of these ripples, A small white boat surfaced from below, steadily gliding toward him. Pushing the boat to the cave's entrance, he brandished his wand and conjured a small slicing wind against his palm, allowing blood to drip onto the stone door, which magically swung open. Clutching the wand tightly, Regulus stepped out of the cave, inhaling the briny scent of the sea. With a soft pop, the figure of Regulus, who had been standing atop the rocks, vanished, having disapparated from that location. Not far from there, in a concealed corner of a town, an unexpected figure materialized. The newly arrived individual was none other than Regulus, having just arrived via apparition. Once he acclimated to his new reality, he set off toward the nearby restaurant, employing a confundus charm to place his order, and thus arrived at the present moment, contemplating his next steps. Chapter 2. The Scream. As Regulus pondered his forthcoming actions, he remained oblivious to the commotion occurring just 20 minutes away on foot from King's Cross Station in London, within the confines of a house known as Number 12, Grimmauld Place. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the silence, its source not being a human, but rather a house-elf creature of subhuman origin. Clad in a garment fashioned from a pillowcase, with bat-like ears drooping from its head, the elf's visage appeared aged, yet its expression was one of sheer excitement. Previously engaged in dusting the black family tree on the second floor, the elf had been meticulously polishing the names and portraits of the family's young masters. At first, he had not noticed the anomaly, but upon completing his task, he discovered that the date of death 1961, October 22, 1979, previously inscribed beneath the portrait of his young master had vanished. What did this phenomenon signify? The absence of a death date indicated that the name's owner, Regulus Arcturus Black, was still alive, or rather, that the Regulus who had been dead for a decade had returned. Creature, having just uncovered this revelation while tending to the Black family tree and intricate tapestry, imbued with advanced bloodline and name magic, was capable of sensing each member of the Black lineage and recording their birth and death dates. The family tree, akin to Hogwarts' Book of Admittance and the Acceptance Pen, was an infallible magical artifact, and the disappearance of the death date unequivocally implied that Regulus was not dead. The house elf's discovery prompted his exuberant scream to echo through the otherwise empty house. Creature's shriek resonated throughout the structure, disrupting other inhabitants of the building. No, not inhabitants, but rather a portrait painting belonging to Regulus' mother, Walburga Black. Downstairs, Walburga, upon hearing Creature's thunderous wail from above, retaliated with an equally fierce tirade, her voice surpassing the volume of Creature's earlier scream. "Foolish creature, you wretched little creature. I should have severed your head before I died, just like I did with your insipid mother and sister, hanging you on the wall for all to see. Get yourself before me at once, you imbecilic house elf." The invectives of Walburga were utterly intolerable, revealing her rather dismal state of mind. Standing in front of the family tree on the second floor, Creature, upon hearing the mistress' vituperations and summons from below, quickly regained his composure and with a flicker of apparition, arrived before the portrait, attentively absorbing its teachings. "Master, Creature is here. To be decapitated and turned into a specimen would be Creature's honor. Might I inquire what commands a master has?" "You insufferably foolish house elf. Tell me what you are wailing about. You have disturbed my peace," Walburga demanded, directing her ire at Creature. In response to Walburga's rebuke, Creature became increasingly agitated, exhibiting behavior reminiscent of a deranged individual. "The young master is not dead, my lady. The young master is alive." Upon hearing Creature's proclamation, Walburga's demeanor shifted to one even more frenzied than Creature's. She oscillated between tears and laughter, uttering incomprehensible exclamations. As chaos ensued within the house, in a colossal and indescribable castle perched upon the Scottish Highlands, the walls of the headmaster's office on the 8th floor were adorned with portraits of former headmasters, of all ages and genders, engaged in nostalgic discourse. Yet, one portrait remained conspicuously absent from the conversation. Not only was it absent, but the frame itself was devoid of any figure, leaving one to ponder its whereabouts. This vacant portrait belonged to Phineas Nigellus Black, the great-great-grandfather of Regulus, once the head of Slytherin House, the headmaster of Hogwarts, and historically the least popular headmaster. Where had he gone? Of course, he had ventured to the ancestral home of the Black family, Number 12, Grimmauld Place. In the corridor on the 3rd floor, a frame specifically designated for him had remained since he learned that his last descendant had been imprisoned in Azkaban while another had long since perished. He would often return to this old abode to reminisce about past glories. On this particular day, as he sought to revisit the familiar surroundings, he was first interrupted by the shrill cries of a house elf, followed by the exclamations of his great-granddaughter-in-law. The cacophony grated on his nerves, And just as he contemplated departing the old home to return to the portrait in the Hogwarts headmaster's office, the tumultuous noise from below captured his attention, revealing a significant piece of information. Not dead. Who is not dead? This question sparked immense curiosity within him, compelling him to remain and closely observe the discourse unfolding below. Meanwhile, in a restaurant in a small border town in England, Regulus pondered his uncertain future, having deliberated for an extended period yet remaining indecisive. After much contemplation, the overwhelming confusion about his future prompted him to relinquish his worries. After all, an old adage states that where there is a will, there is a way. Swallowing a mouthful of fries, he suddenly recalled a crucial detail. Prior to his demise, he had been a Death Eater, a devoted follower of the Dark Lord, bearing the dark mark upon his arm. Yet, this very mark had rendered him virtually incapacitated within the magical world. Contemplating the existence of the mark, Regulus hastily rolled up his sleeve to inspect his arm. However, upon doing so, his eyes widened in disbelief. It was no wonder he reacted thus. What he beheld was utterly astonishing. The dark mark, which had once occupied his arm, had vanished entirely, replaced instead by the logo of a legendary realm. A crimson dragon formed the backdrop, with the words "Legendary World" elegantly emblazoned in front. What is this? Is this some sort of divine intervention or a strange twist of fate? Could this be my golden opportunity? As he mused, memories of his previous life surged forth. As a member of the post-90s generation, now in his 30s and yet unmarried, he had drifted through life at the construction bureau, enjoying his sense of freedom. After work, he indulged in whatever he pleased. Just before his transmigration, having returned home from work, he had booted up his computer, with his favorite HP movie playing on the secondary screen, while the primary screen displayed the private server of the online game he had cherished since childhood. Yet, it was not the official game he accessed, but rather a private server he had long played. Chapter 3: The Whispering Shadows. Upon logging into the private server, everything around him faded to black, leaving him in utter oblivion. When he next opened his eyes, he found himself submerged in a lake filled with ghastly remnants. Had he not known how to swim, he would have met his end once more. Returning to the present, Regulus felt a twinge of anxiety as his right hand cautiously approached the tattoo of the legendary world. As his fingers brushed against the tattoo, an unexpected luminescent screen materialized in his mind, visible only to him and imperceptible to those around him. As the screen appeared, Regulus immediately fixated upon it. The display revealed the private server he had played for ages, showcasing his own account, with a wizard character standing at the center, flanked by a priest and a warrior. However, only the central wizard shimmered in vibrant color, while the other two remained shrouded in gray. Gazing at the familiar characters that mirrored his own gaming experience, Regulus, almost involuntarily, directed his thoughts towards logging in as the wizard. Yet, no immediate transformation occurred. He remained on the character selection screen. However, to claim there was no change would be misleading, for at the feet of the wizard character, icons for the inventory, equipment, skills, warehouse, and shop materialized. Seeing these icons, Regulus was overwhelmed with elation. He had indeed not misjudged the situation. This was undeniably his own golden opportunity. With a surge of excitement, he opened the inventory. As the inventory revealed itself, Regulus anxiously shut his eyes, only daring to crack them open after a considerable duration. When he finally beheld the opened inventory, he could hardly contain his exhilaration, for it confirmed his suspicion. The private server of Legendary World had indeed traversed with him. The sight of a fully stocked inventory, brimming with exquisite gear gifted upon logging in, filled Regulus with immense joy. Though he reveled in this newfound fortune, he remained grounded, acutely aware that amidst the presence of mundane patrons in the restaurant, this was not the opportune moment to delve into the intricacies of his golden opportunity. Uncertain of his current circumstances, he nonetheless could not suppress his joy, burying the thrill deep within. He turned towards the restaurant's entrance. His exuberance did not go unnoticed by the restaurant's proprietor, who promptly pursued him, for he had yet to settle his bill. However, for Regulus, who intended to enjoy a free meal, the approaching proprietor and all the patrons within the restaurant were about to become victims of his forgetfulness charm. In an instant, all memories would be erased. With his wand firmly in hand, he twirled it above his head, unleashing a broad forgetfulness spell. The proprietor, who had been pursuing him, halted in confusion. Meanwhile, Regulus' figure vanished from the memories of everyone present in the restaurant. No one would recall what transpired on this tranquil afternoon. As for the restaurant owner, he too would forget that someone had dined without paying. After casting the forgetfulness charm, Regulus leisurely stepped out of the restaurant. At that moment, in number 12, Grimmauld Place, The aged house elf creature was speaking reverently, yet excitedly, to the portrait of Walburga Black before him. Master, just as foolish creature was thinking of the young master. He went upstairs to the tapestry depicting the family tree and cleaned it once more. Before creature could finish his sentence, Walburga's portrait interrupted him. Clearly, she was uninterested in such trivial matters and sought clarity on creature's previous statement. Fool, do not share your feelings. Get to the point. Yes, master, creature replied. While cleaning, I suddenly discovered that the young master's portrait on the family tree is no longer gray, but has turned colorful. Furthermore, the previously displayed date of death has vanished. Now, only the young master's birth date remains, with no date of death. Creature could not contain his excitement, exclaiming that his young master was still alive. As creature sobbed out his revelations to Walburga, she erupted into a fit of manic laughter. Unbeknownst to them, their conversation was overheard by Phineas Nigellus, whose portrait hung on the 3rd floor. Once believing his lineage was about to be extinguished, Phineas became equally exhilarated upon hearing the exchange between the master and servant below. Realizing that his bloodline still existed, he promptly vanished from number 12, Grimmauld Place. While the echoes of Walburga's laughter continued to resonate throughout the house, in the ancient Hogwarts castle in Scotland, the former headmasters were engaged in animated conversation within the 8th floor headmaster's office. However, this lively atmosphere was short-lived. With Phineas's return, the commotion ceased, replaced by his shouts. Dumbledore! Dumbledore! Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, where are you? I, Phineas Nigellus Black, have urgent matters to discuss with you. The previously chatty headmasters stared in astonishment at the frenzied Phineas in the adjacent portrait, momentarily forgetting to speak. Phineas's cries echoed far and wide, reaching Dumbledore, who was happily munching on a pile of cockroaches in the staff lounge. His brow furrowed in annoyance. With a resigned shake of his head, he rose from his seat, his purple velvet robe trailing behind him as he approached Phineas. Phineas, interrupting a centenarian is hardly courteous. Do you wish to see this old body transformed into a mere portrait upon the wall? Typically, when Dumbledore issued such a warning, all portraits would fall silent, yet today, Phineas was undeterred, urgently addressing Dumbledore. Albus, I truly have something important to discuss. Today, I received news from Grimmauld Place that my youngest great-grandson, Regulus Black, is still alive. I implore you to assist me in retrieving him. The Black family lineage must not be severed. After Phineas finished speaking, Dumbledore fell into contemplation. For within Phineas's words lay undisclosed information. Phineas, your statement reveals that you previously believed Regulus to be deceased. Dumbledore's gaze remained fixed on the portrait of Phineas, awaiting an explanation for his earlier assertions. Chapter 4. Action regarding Regulus, your youngest great-grandson. We investigated him during our time in the Order of the Phoenix. The information I gathered indicated he was merely missing, with no evidence of his death. I am curious as to how you came by this knowledge, and why you now assert that he is alive. I believe you owe me a reasonable explanation. Noticing that Phineas remained silent, Dumbledore pressed on. Under Dumbledore's scrutinizing gaze, Phineas ultimately succumbed to the pressure, resembling a defeated rooster, and began to explain. Had my wayward great-grandson not been expelled from the house by my great-granddaughter-in-law, you would have received this news sooner. Your family, the Dumbledores, is also an ancient lineage. Surely, you possess knowledge of blood magic, name magic, or similar genealogical matters. We discovered this information through the tapestry of the Black family tree. Upon hearing Phineas's response, Dumbledore nodded in understanding. I see. Newt once told me that he encountered the family tree of the Lestrange family at Père Lachaise Cemetery in France. It seems the Black family possesses a similar magical artifact. This clarifies much. Phineas, eager, continued to address Dumbledore. Albus, now that you grasp the situation, I once again beseech you to assist this old fool who wishes to preserve the family legacy. Help me bring Regulus back, even if he must be strictly monitored. As long as he can ensure the continuation of the Black bloodline, it will suffice. Dumbledore, however, did not immediately respond to Phineas's plea, remaining lost in thought. Phineas, I am uncertain whether I should assist you in this matter, as I cannot conceive of a valid reason for seeking the whereabouts of a Death Eater. After a lengthy silence, Dumbledore spoke again. Upon hearing this, Phineas grew anxious. Albus, Regulus was barely 20 at the time. He was just a youth. You are aware of how persuasive your former student Tom was. It is hardly fair to blame my great-grandson. The circumstances were against him. Albus, as Phineas finished, the headmaster's office fell into silence. Not only did Dumbledore refrain from speaking, but all the portraits in the room were also silent, their gazes fixed upon Dumbledore, eager to witness his ultimate decision. Time passed, and the stillness was eventually broken by Dumbledore. Phineas, I agree. What? As if he had not clearly heard Dumbledore's words. Phineas sought confirmation, though he had indeed comprehended the response. He simply wished to hear it again. I said, I will honor your request. I will help you find Regulus. However, there is one condition you must understand. Even if I were to assist you in locating him, the fact that he once served as a Death Eater is widely known. Even if I were to bring him back, it is inevitable that he would have to make a trip to Azkaban. The prospect of continuing the Black family lineage seems increasingly dim. After hearing Dumbledore's words, Phineas was filled with regret. Given the current circumstances, it would have been better not to seek Dumbledore's help at all, as that would have left a glimmer of hope for the Black family's bloodline to endure. Albus, I must confess that my earlier words were mere folly. Regulus is not alive, and I wonder if you would even believe me. Phineas gazed at Dumbledore with a glimmer of hope, yet Dumbledore, met with his gaze, remained silent and continued to look at him. Very well, I concede. I knew I could not deceive you. Since it has come to this, I must trouble you to help me find him. In truth, it is not entirely impossible. Even someone like Lucius has managed to bribe the Ministry of Magic to evade justice. I refuse to believe that the Black family cannot do the same, for our family vault holds a considerable fortune. With this realization, Phineas transformed, shedding the weight of anxiety as if a burden had been lifted from his heart. Dumbledore, having agreed to Phineas's request, did not immediately take action but instead contemplated how to unearth Regulus amidst the vast magical realm. Attempting to locate someone without any information is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, even for someone as esteemed as Dumbledore. While the old headmaster pondered how to find Regulus, the latter found himself in a secluded alley of a small border town in England. Clad in an elegant, yet somewhat antiquated noble attire, Regulus called softly into the air before him. Creature. After his summons, Regulus stood patiently, for he knew from the original text that his loyal house elf Creature was still very much alive. As his master, Regulus was certain that his call would summon Creature, regardless of the distance. It is essential to understand that a master is everything to a house elf, particularly one like Creature, who has served the Black family for generations. The bond between wizard and servant is unbreakably strong. With this bond in place, Regulus had no fear that Creature would not heed his summons. At the moment Regulus called for Creature, the house elf, currently reporting to Walburga at number 12, Grimmauld Place, was suddenly jolted. He murmured, "My master is calling me." Then, regaining his composure, Creature disregarded his old master Walburga, vanishing from the room with a resounding pop amidst her furious tirade. "You filthy house elf. To leave without a word to your master is utterly outrageous. When my dear son returns, I shall have his head mounted as a trophy." Walburga's curses continued unabated after Creature's departure. As Creature left Grimmauld Place, he began to use apparition, following his instincts toward the location of Regulus. Regulus found himself in a rather remote location, far removed from London, and given his unfamiliarity with the current state of affairs in England, he hesitated to attempt apparition. Just as Regulus called out for Creature, nearly 10 minutes had elapsed. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, a figure emerged from the previously desolate space before him, resembling the size of a 7- or 8-year-old child. Chapter 5. Returning home, this unexpected figure was less than 2 meters away from Regulus, and at that moment, he recognized who it was. It was none other than Creature, the house elf, who appeared even more aged and weary than Regulus remembered. Just as he was about to speak to Creature, the elf rushed towards him with great excitement, repeatedly exclaiming, "Master, Master, it is truly wonderful to see you again. Creature should have remained in that cave. It is all Creature's fault. Creature is to blame." Upon reaching Regulus's feet, Creature abruptly stopped and prostrated himself upon the ground, his head beginning to repeatedly strike the surface. Thud, thud, thud. Hearing the sound of Creature's head colliding with the ground, Regulus hurriedly intervened to prevent further self-harm. "I command you to cease, Creature. From now on, without my permission, you must not punish yourself in such a manner. You belong to the Black family, and as the heir to the Black legacy, I bear the responsibility to safeguard our family's assets." Upon hearing this, the aged Creature immediately halted, standing silently as he gazed up at Regulus with his large, watery eyes. "Take a moment to rest, Creature. Shortly, you shall use apparition to take me home. After all these years, I have lost my sense of direction." Creature nodded vigorously, his face still alight with excitement. as he silently reflected on how gracious his master was to allow him a moment of respite. Regulus drew his wand and cast a transfiguration spell, transforming the stones scattered throughout the alley into an exquisitely comfortable sofa. He threw himself into the sofa, waved his wand again, and turned another stone into a carpet. Pointing his wand at the carpet, he turned to Creature and said, "Rest on the carpet for a while, and during this time, recount to me what has transpired over the years. Also, what is the current date?" "Thank you, master. You are truly kind to Creature," replied Creature, as he settled onto the carpet and began narrating to Regulus. "Master, I have not shared what transpired in that cave with anyone, not even with the former master. After you remained in the cave, the former master soon discovered the date of death inscribed beneath your portrait in the family tree. Due to your demise, the former master's health deteriorated day by day, and he passed away shortly thereafter. After his death, young Master Sirius returned to attend the funeral but had a disagreement with the mistress. She wanted the eldest son to return home, but they ended up quarreling and parted ways in anger. Shortly after the fall of the Dark Lord in 1981, the Ministry of Magic identified the eldest son as a loyal follower of the Dark Lord, with rumors suggesting he had murdered an entire street of muggles and a half-blood wizard, leading to his imprisonment in Azkaban. Subsequently, the mistress's mental state began to deteriorate, as the deaths of the former and young masters, coupled with the rebellion of the eldest son, took a toll on her health, and she passed away in 1985. As Creature recounted the events of those years, tears welled in his eyes. "Master, the current date is July 9th, 1991. Listening to Creature's account, Regulus began to compare it with the narrative he was familiar with. Except for some unknown details, there was no divergence from what he had known. His reckless elder brother was indeed at Hogwarts for his 5th year, and Voldemort had fallen, having been severely weakened by his own killing curse, hiding away somewhere unknown. The storyline aligned with his knowledge, allowing him to formulate his subsequent plans. As for his future, it was merely a matter of lying low at home for a while. Once Harry reached his 5th year in 1995 and Voldemort resurrected, he would leave Europe to evade the ensuing turmoil. Once peace was restored in Britain, especially after the passing of old Dumbledore, that would be the moment he could begin to relish a life infused with magic. Of course, before that, he needed to acquire funds to bribe the Ministry of Magic to cleanse his past as a Death Eater. While he was contemplating these matters, Creature, sitting on the carpet, had regained his color after the long-distance apparition. "Master, Creature is rested." His voice pulled Regulus back to the present. He turned to see Creature looking revitalized and nodded in acknowledgement. "Since you are recovered, then take me home." Creature, feeling quite exhilarated, carefully grasped Regulus's hand. And with a swift apparition, their figures vanished from the alley of the secluded town. The two disappeared as if they had never been there, the only evidence of their prior presence being the unchanged sofa and carpet. Following the path he had discovered earlier, Creature guided Regulus back with a series of apparitions. In the clearing before Grimmauld Place, two figures suddenly materialized, revealing Regulus and his loyal servant. Regulus was in fine condition, yet his companion Creature appeared less so, his complexion pale. Regulus, however, showed little concern for Creature's malaise and instead fixated on the structure before him. After a mere glance, he grasped his wand once more, and as he waved it toward the building, it began to transform before his eyes. The area connecting numbers 11 and 13 stirred to life, expanding outward on either side, reminiscent of the moment Harry first beheld the emergence of Diagon Alley. This transformation, however, failed to affect the other pedestrians on the street. Muggles remained oblivious to the unfolding events, and even Regulus and Creature seemed unaware of the enchantment at play. The presence of magic was evident. Otherwise, the Muggles would have reacted differently. Observing the manifestation of number 12, Grimmauld Place, Regulus stepped forward, followed closely by Creature. "We are home," he declared. As they stood before the door, Regulus pushed it open, leading Creature inside. The moment they crossed the threshold, an array of profanities echoed throughout the house. "Foolish, filthy creature. When you return, I shall make you bow before me until your death, daring to disregard your master in such a manner." Regulus listened to the incessant stream of curses flooding into his ears, understanding that it must be the portrait of his mother, while Berga, berating him. Indeed, she was his mother even now. "I have returned." Chapter 6, Memories. Regulus's words, though softly spoken as if in solitary whisper, carried an undeniable weight. Upon their utterance, the previously raucous atmosphere of the house transformed into an immediate stillness. This silence enveloped the space as if the entire world had ceased to make a sound. with not even the faintest rustle or chirp to be heard. This profound quietude lingered for an extended period, only to be ultimately shattered by the voice emanating from the portrait of Walburga hanging upon the wall leading to the staircase on the second floor. "Regulus, is that you? Have you returned? My son." Regulus made his way towards the source of the voice, with Creature hurrying alongside him. "Master, it is the portrait of our mistress speaking. In her declining health, her deep concern for you and her lingering attachment to the world led her to choose the creation of her own likeness, which hangs at the staircase." "I know, Creature," Regulus replied while walking. Although the Black family manor was vast and had been subjected to the undetectable extension charm, there would inevitably come a time when they would reach their destination. Regulus slowly approached the frame of Walburga, standing silently before it. At that moment, within the confines of the frame, Walburga extended her hands towards him, resembling one who yearns to embrace the approaching Regulus. She waited patiently until he came to a standstill before the portrait. "My son has finally returned. Allow me to gaze upon you once more, my dear." As Walburga's eyes remained fixed upon him, Regulus too was captivated by her image. "Mother, I have returned." With that declaration, he disregarded the unclean floor beneath him and simply sat down in front of the frame. Just as he settled onto the ground, Walburga became anxious. "Rise, Regulus. We, the Black family, are one of the Sacred 28, the most ancient lineage in the wizarding world. Always remember this. You are a noble, and you must perpetually uphold the dignity of your aristocratic heritage." Regulus did not anticipate that his simple desire to sit down and allow this grieving mother, who had lost 2 sons, to gaze upon her resurrected child would lead Walburga to utter such words to him. At this moment, Regulus felt a tinge of disappointment, his previous admiration for Walburga having dissipated. Initially, he had harbored intentions of showcasing his worth on behalf of his predecessor, but now that notion had extinguished. "Mother, I have not returned in over a decade. I shall retire to my chamber to rest." Regulus rose from the floor and spoke politely to the portrait. "My dear son, do take your rest. Do not overexert yourself, for you are now the sole hope of the Black family." Long after Regulus departed from the frame, Walburga within it continued to prattle incessantly. By the time he ascended to the second floor, only the echoes of hearty laughter lingered throughout the house. Regulus ascended the staircase, making his way to his room on the 5th floor. As he passed the 3rd floor, he could not shake the sensation that he was being observed. Indeed, his intuition was not misguided. There was someone, rather, a portrait, gazing at him. However, at that moment, Regulus had no desire to investigate further. For him, the priority was to return to his room, prepare himself adequately, and subsequently delve into the study of the extraordinary artifact he had brought along the legendary world. As he continued past the 3rd floor, the portrait of Phineas hung upon the wall, its lips curving into a grin. Just moments ago, his youngest great-grandson had walked by, and the prospect of hope for the Black family filled him with elation. "It seems there's no need to call upon Albus for assistance. My little great-grandson has found his way home. How delightful." Phineas mused to himself, before surveying the Black ancestral home one last time, and then vanishing from sight. As Phineas departed the Black residence to return to the headmaster's office at Hogwarts, Regulus arrived at the 5th floor. Upon gazing at the 3 doors before him, a rush of memories flooded back. His own room lay here, adjacent to Sirius's chamber, while the largest and sunniest room belonged to Orion Black and Walburga Black. Regulus ambled to the door marked R.A.B., casting a glance at the nameplate before pushing the door open and stepping inside. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of an aged bed. Approaching it, he reached out to touch the surface, finding it devoid of dust. In stark contrast to the other scenes he had witnessed, the various furnishings in the room were both alien, yet oddly familiar, adorned with abundant greenery and the ubiquitous emblem of the Black family. On the nightstand beside the bed lay several photographs, each featuring him without exception. Some were group shots of the Quidditch team, others captured moments with Sirius, and one particularly stood out, a picture of Sirius pulling him alongside James Potter and another friend in a trio. In the image, Sirius occupied the center, with Regulus on the left and James Potter on the right, while he remained tethered to Sirius's grasp, his expression mirroring a mutual disdain with James. The trio appeared youthful, no older than 13, and Regulus seemed even younger. After examining the photographs, his gaze shifted to the wall adorned with 5 flying broomsticks, which summoned a torrent of memories. Each broomstick held its own recollection. This one was a gift from Sirius, that one was presented to celebrate his selection for the Quidditch team. In total, 3 of the 5 broomsticks had been bestowed upon him by Sirius, including a child-sized model. Once he had revisited these memories, he approached a cluttered desk by the window. A cursory glance revealed a collection of yellowed newspapers, and he casually picked one up, discovering it was filled with articles related to Voldemort. The revelation filled him with nausea, yet it illuminated how deeply the former Regulus had embraced Voldemort's ideology. Otherwise, such newspapers would not have existed in this space. With a flick of his wand, he made all items associated with Voldemort levitate, gathering them into a cohesive mass before casting a fire spell. As the remnants were reduced to ashes, the room appeared considerably more inviting. With another flourish of his wand, he conjured a comfortable space for himself to sit. Regulus settled down and rolled up his sleeves, revealing a tattoo reminiscent of the legendary world logo on his arm. With his other hand, he reached towards the logo. Chapter 7. Exploration. Just as his hand was about to make contact with the logo, a vision that had previously appeared in his mind materialized before him. As before, the login interface of the legendary world emerged, with a radiant wizard character positioned between 2 gray figures. Surrounding the wizard were the inventory, equipment, and skill bars, forming a complete circle. Previously, due to the lack of a secure environment, he had only stolen a glance at it. Now that the circumstances permitted, he could finally delve into the exploration of his extraordinary abilities. Regulus first opened the equipment interface, or rather, the character attribute panel. The attributes of the mage he created unfolded before his eyes. Although it bore an uncanny resemblance to the interface of a legendary world, it was not entirely identical. The attribute panel beside the character was distinctly different. The expected character attributes had all vanished, leaving only the mana value displayed, 3066. This mana value was evidently peculiar. Regulus deduced that it corresponded to his current mana in the real world, signifying that his blue bar totaled 3066. Upon observing the blue bar, Regulus calculated that, based on his status as an elite wizard in this magical realm, this figure represented a quantification of his power. Typically, an adult wizard possesses around 1,000 mana, qualifying them as an ordinary adult wizard. Reaching 2,000 elevates one to the rank of elite wizard, while those with 3,000 mana might be akin to exceptional wizards like Snape. As for the pinnacle, Dumbledore's mana would surely surpass 4,000, perhaps even 5,000 or more. With just over 3,000 in mana, Regulus found himself in a commendable position, outstripping the majority of adult wizards and surpassing the elite wizards, placing him within the second tier of power. Though he sensed a gap between himself and the stalwarts of the second tier, such as Snape and McGonagall, he recognized that he was not far behind. Yet, all of this was merely conjecture. Only future encounters with real individuals would provide clarity. This quantification of his strength filled him with a sense of elation, offering a reference for monitoring his magical prowess on his journey ahead. However, he was acutely aware that this mana value was merely a reference, as mana does not directly equate to combat strength. With this promising beginning, his anticipation for what his golden finger might reveal next grew immensely. He did not linger on the mana attribute for long, swiftly directing his gaze to the character's visage itself. Surrounding the mage's character, there should have been various equipment slots. Yet only 2 remained, a necklace and a bracelet, along with the weapon held in his hand and the robe adorning his body. He grasped a soul-devouring staff, draped in a robe that, while ethereal, lacked the solidity of the staff. Based on his earlier conjecture regarding the mana value, Regulus felt that the tangible soul-devouring staff could likely be materialized in reality, given that his real-world mana was reflected on this panel. It was conceivable that the equipment within this interface could also be manifested. As for the other less substantial gear, Regulus speculated that, at this stage, he could only equip the staff, rendering the use of other equipment unattainable. Regulus continued to explore within the luminous confines of his mind, while Phineas, returning from Grimmauld Place, radiated an unusual joy. As the least favored headmaster among students, Phineas was well known for his notoriously foul temper, making his current demeanor all the more perplexing. A smile gracing his lips was a sight never before witnessed, and such an anomaly did not escape the notice of the other former headmasters depicted in their frames. Dolores Devante, the former chief healer of St. Mungo's and a woman of exceptional perceptiveness, quickly discerned Phineas's unusual behavior. "Phineas, something is amiss. Not long ago, you were fretting over the affairs of the Black family. Yet now, your smile stretches almost ear to ear, suggesting something fortuitous has transpired, perhaps even regarding that very matter. Why not share with us what has happened in such a brief span of time?" Initially, Phineas dismissed Dolores's inquiries, but her astute observations sent a chill down his spine. How could this witch, who had served as headmaster a century prior, see through him with such clarity? Anger flared in Phineas's eyes as he gazed at Dolores. He felt an overwhelming urge to leap into her frame and challenge her to a duel, wishing to silence her probing questions. As Dolores spoke, the other portraits of former headmasters also turned their attention to Phineas, eager for gossip. Meanwhile, not far away, Dumbledore sat at his desk, engrossed in what was undoubtedly his busiest time of year. He meticulously inscribed the names of the new students in the Book of Admission, preparing them for the forthcoming term. While his keen ears picked up on the commotion among the portraits, Dumbledore, ever the strategist, had already taken note of the unusual exchange and pondered what could have caused such a dramatic shift in Phineas's demeanor. Suddenly, his glasses glinted with realization, reminiscent of a detective's epiphany, and he lifted his gaze towards Phineas. As Phineas contemplated how to deflect the inquiries and had prepared his excuses, he inadvertently caught Dumbledore's eye. He quickly recognized that any attempt to deceive the cunning old fox would be futile. Resolute, Phineas decided to remain silent, understanding that a little ridicule from his fellow portraits was a small price to pay for the secrecy surrounding Regulus' whereabouts and the legacy of the Black family. However, he had overlooked Dumbledore's formidable influence over Hogwarts, particularly regarding the portraits. Chapter 8, An Accidental Betrayal. As the portraits observed Phineas's prolonged silence, it was Almander Dippet who could no longer contain himself, pressing Phineas for answers. Phineas, do share. Surely, at this juncture, you cannot simply choose to remain silent? Despite Almander's insistence, Phineas remained steadfast in his resolve not to divulge any information. Dumbledore, having been attentively monitoring the situation, now turned his full attention to them. He understood that the other portraits would not elicit any revelations from Phineas. It would fall to him to inquire directly, to uncover the truth. Phineas, I believe you ought to elucidate why your demeanor today stands in such stark contrast to your earlier distress. Just as Phineas was determined to remain obstinately mute, Dumbledore's question pierced through his defenses. Instinctively, he considered fleeing to the Black family estate to evade the scrutiny, but Dumbledore was no novice. He would not allow such an escape. As Phineas attempted to move, Hogwarts' magic thwarted his efforts, and he found himself unable even to exit his frame, let alone leave the castle. Dumbledore remained seated at his desk, silently observing Phineas's predicament. After a moment of silence, Dumbledore, sensing Phineas's reluctance to respond, invoked his authority as headmaster to press further. I believe it is imperative that I understand what has transpired, Phineas. With the weight of Hogwarts' magical authority bearing down upon him, Phineas could no longer hold back. Regulus has returned, right here at the Black Estate. The words escaped him uncontrollably, and the moment he spoke, he slapped himself in disbelief. The room fell silent, the portraits and Dumbledore alike taken aback. The expressions of the portraits revealed a mix of embarrassment and sympathy, finally comprehending Phineas's previous behavior. Dumbledore, however, was momentarily stunned. He had just promised Phineas to locate Regulus, and before he could devise a plan, the objective had presented itself. Dumbledore's curiosity regarding the events surrounding Regulus intensified, and he declared, "It seems I must pay a visit to the Black Estate. Phineas, I trust you will remain here in Hogwarts until my return." Without awaiting Phineas's reaction, he rose and made his way toward Fawkes. As he stood, the enchanted quill that had been transcribing the names ceased its movement, and the Book of Admission along with the quill levitated from the desk, ascending until they vanished within Hogwarts. Fawkes, the phoenix, seemed to understand Dumbledore's intentions, gracefully soaring to perch upon his shoulder. "Fawkes, take me to Grimmauld Place." With that command, Fawkes let out a melodic cry, and in a burst of flames, both he and Dumbledore vanished from the office. Once Dumbledore departed, Dolores Devante, who had initially posed the questions, felt a pang of remorse and turned to Phineas. "I apologize. Phineas, I should not have pressed you so." Humph. Everything that transpired in the principal's office remained unbeknownst to Regulus, who was engrossed in his exploration of the peculiar abilities he possessed. After much deliberation, he finally began to grasp the primary functions of his unique powers. Firstly, there was the quantification of his own strength. Next, he discovered a plethora of items stored within his overflowing inventory, alongside various goods available in the legendary world's ingot marketplace. Most crucially, he unearthed the skill panel. Upon activating the skill panel, it radiated a kaleidoscope of colors. Once the luminescence subsided, he discerned the contents within. Unlike the original skill panel, the one before him was bifurcated into two segments. The left section displayed the innate skills from the legendary world, albeit most were rendered in a gray hue. Conversely, the right half exhibited all the spells he currently commanded in reality. Spells such as the Lumos Charm, Fire Charm, Levitation Charm, and Summoning Charm were all prominently displayed. Even various dark arts were represented within this skill panel, each accompanied by experience bars and levels. For instance, Soul Snare, LV2, Heart-Piercing Curse, LV1, Life-Claiming Curse, LV1, Fiery Wrath, LV3, Dark Mark Curse, LV2, Explosion Curse, LV4. After surveying all the spells he had mastered, he gained a clearer understanding of his own capabilities. Most of the spell levels hovered around levels 2 and 3, while his most formidable spell, the Explosion Curse, had reached level 4 alongside the Disarming Charm. Regarding his former identity as a Death Eater, it was evident that they employed the 3 unforgivable curses. Yet his levels in these were merely 1 or 2, with the highest being the Soul Snare Curse. Although the Soul Snare was also an unforgivable curse, its purpose was solely to control others, compelling them to heed his command. The life-claiming and heart-piercing curses, resting at level 1, indicated that his previous self seldom utilized them. Despite being a Death Eater and a follower of Voldemort, it was clear that the curses he frequently wielded were predominantly malevolent incantations, which explained the current levels reflected in his skill panel. After reviewing the spells on the right, he then shifted his gaze to the left side, where the original skills of the legendary world resided. A significant portion of these skills was now displayed in gray, lacking the vibrant status indicative of usability. Regulus meticulously examined each one: Fireball, LV3, Hellfire, LV2, Flameblade, LV2, Light of Temptation, LV2, Holy Word, LV2, Soul Magic, LV2, Apparition, LV3. Only these 7 skills shone brightly, signifying their availability, while others, such as the Raging Dragon's Thunder and Meteor Shower, remained enveloped in a gray seal. Regulus chose to disregard the skills that remained in a state of confinement, instead directing his focus towards those skills that were available for his utilization. Among these 7 skills, the ones that captured his interest the most were none other than the Soul Magic of the Soul Manipulation and the Sacred Word technique aimed at undead beings, along with the tantalizingly uncertain direction of the Light of Temptation. Chapter 9, Potent Skills. Regulus found himself pondering whether the legendary skills he had acquired would be applicable in the realm of reality. Despite this uncertainty, he yearned to comprehend any potential discrepancies between these abilities and their original forms. His gaze first settled upon the Soul Magic, and he soon received a comprehensive description of this skill. Soul Magic LV2, a defensive spell of the soul, an active skill capable of thwarting soul attacks from adversaries, also known as the Soul Armor spell. Indeed, this skill had undergone a transformation, experiencing a radical shift in its properties. How remarkable the Soul Armor spell is. Subsequently, he noticed a line of small print at the conclusion of the description, nestled within parentheses. A wizard's absorption magic. Upon slaying a creature, there exists a certain probability of absorbing MP equivalent to the level of the deceased monster. Soul Extinction and Unyielding Combat Spirit. No longer suited for this world, Regulus was currently brimming with excitement. This newfound ability seemed to render the 3 unforgivable curses utterly obsolete. He now possessed a counterspell specifically designed to combat the Killing Curse, which made him feel as though he were in a dream. This was merely one of his skills. He hastily turned his gaze towards the Word of Command, and soon received a comprehensive description of it. Word of Command LV2, a mental type attack, healing, magic, and active skill. Whether to attack or heal is entirely at your discretion, capable of inflicting mental damage upon foes. An advanced mental attack against undead creatures, with the potential for a single strike to annihilate them. It still retains effectiveness against undead beings. Upon reading this description, his elation knew no bounds. The skills he had acquired were truly formidable. With these abilities at his disposal, it seemed that as long as he could enhance his magical energy, dealing with that village-level terror, Voldemort, would not be an insurmountable challenge. His previous plan to retreat seemed in need of revision. Next, he turned his attention to the Light of Temptation, and its skill description materialized before his eyes. Light of Temptation LV2, a supportive magic, a passive skill that enhances the affinity between wizards and other beings, allowing seamless communication between wizards and magical creatures. A spell used by wizards to tame monsters. This was indeed remarkably comprehensive. The emergence of such a skill could very well enable him to become a figure akin to Newt Scamander. After perusing the descriptions of these skills, Regulus withdrew from his reverie. It was not yet the time for celebration, despite the impressive nature of these abilities. Their efficacy was contingent upon their applicability in the real world. If, perchance, these skills proved ineffective in this realm, his joy would be for naught. His previously unfocused gaze regained clarity as he grasped his wand once more, and he commenced his experimentation. As his thoughts took flight, he invoked a magical soul technique, manifesting a translucent blue-white barrier around him. The appearance of this barrier confirmed that his recent spell had been successfully cast, signifying that the golden finger accompanying him was indeed authentic. The successful execution of the soul technique filled Regulus with immense joy. He then began a series of fervent experiments within his room, which soon echoed with a cacophony of explosive sounds. Just prior to this, he had fortified his room with numerous protective enchantments. Otherwise, the noise might have drawn unwanted attention from Creature, his house elf. Meanwhile, in the small park across from Grimmauld Place, with a resounding pop, appeared the figures of a man and a bird, none other than Dumbledore, who had been transported by Fawkes using disillusionment. Dumbledore stabilized his form, pushed open the gate to the park, and walked towards the hidden number 12 of Grimmauld Place. After crossing the street, he raised a hand to point at the building before him, which began to expand outward, revealing the concealed Grimmauld Place number 12. He approached calmly, gently rapping on the door, and then stood patiently awaiting a response. Shortly after the knock, the door swung open, revealing Creature, the house elf. Initially engaged in tidying up, Creature had intended to ascend the stairs to summon his master upon hearing the knock. However, considering that Regulus had just returned and would likely be fatigued, he refrained from disturbing him. Opening the door was part of his duty as a house elf, so he proceeded to welcome the visitor. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the sight of Dumbledore standing there. Dumbledore's countenance was well known throughout the magical community, especially in the British wizarding world. Even Creature, as a house elf, recognized him. Realizing who had arrived, Creature quickly closed the door once more. The arrival of Dumbledore, widely regarded as the greatest wizard of the age, at the Black Residence could only signify an important matter. Regardless of its nature, one could be certain that Dumbledore's visit would not bode well. Thus, Creature hastily closed the door and rushed up to the 5th floor to inform Regulus. In a flurry, he ascended the stairs, arriving at Regulus's door, where he took a moment to compose himself before gently rapping on the door. Inside, Regulus, engrossed in his magical experiments, sensed the activation of the protective enchantments he had set up earlier, indicating that someone was knocking at his door. Regulus cast a glance at the chaotic room, a result of his experimental spell. It was too late to tidy up, so he chose to disregard the disarray. With a gentle wave of his wand, he dispelled the protective enchantments he had set and opened the door. "Master, Dumbledore is here, right at the doorstep. Creature is at a loss for how to handle this and has come to seek your guidance." As soon as the door swung open, Creature hurriedly relayed the news to Regulus. "Dumbledore has arrived? What brings the White Lord here?" Regulus pondered, realizing that it was rather coincidental for Dumbledore to show up right after his own return home. Surely, old Dumbledore must be here for me. At that moment, Regulus was overwhelmed with thoughts, unsure of how to confront the unexpected visit from Dumbledore. After all, he had been absent from the wizarding world for over a decade, and he had vanished under the guise of a Death Eater. He was uncertain whether Dumbledore was aware of the news regarding his previous demise. To him, everything was shrouded in uncertainty, and the situation was fraught with peril, leaving him in the dark about Dumbledore's intentions for this visit. Regulus was in a state of deep distress, yet it did not take long for him to gain clarity. Regardless of the visitor's intentions or how they had learned of his return, he understood that certain matters must be confronted. He straightened his attire and lightly tapped his wand against himself, transforming his casual clothing into a well-fitted suit that exuded quintessential British elegance. With his emotions in check, he ambled toward his front door. Chapter 10. A visitor with an air of uncertainty, Regulus arrived at his doorstep, his hesitation non-existent as he boldly swung the door open. To his astonishment, he found Albus Dumbledore standing there. Regulus had contemplated numerous scenarios prior to opening the door, ranging from lingering Death Eaters loyal to Voldemort, to his cousin Narcissa Malfoy, and even an Auror from the Ministry of Magic. However, he had never anticipated that the visitor would be Dumbledore. Upon seeing Dumbledore, Regulus momentarily froze, only snapping back to reality when the venerable wizard gestured towards the interior of the house. It was impossible for him to deny the nerves swirling within him, partly due to his admiration for Dumbledore's character and partly stemming from the complexities of his own identity. He felt a profound sense of inner conflict. "Good afternoon, Professor. It seems your beard has grown quite a bit since we last met." Regulus managed to greet Dumbledore as he stepped aside, allowing the esteemed wizard to enter his home. "In order to maintain my beard, I have enlisted Severus to brew potions for me," Dumbledore replied, stroking his beard as he made his way inside. As he passed by Regulus, he playfully winked, embodying the spirit of a jovial old man rather than that of the most renowned wizard of the age. He appeared more like a kindly neighbor than a celebrated headmaster of the magical community. Regulus evidently failed to grasp Dumbledore's point, feeling a twinge of awkwardness regarding Dumbledore's reaction. As Dumbledore entered, his eyes meticulously surveyed the dilapidated abode. Upon his arrival, Regulus promptly shut the door and followed in Dumbledore's footsteps. "Mr. Black, my visit today may seem somewhat presumptuous, yet I felt compelled to come, for you possess something that piques my curiosity, something I am eager to understand. I wonder if you might enlighten this old man." After touring the once resplendent, now tragically decayed residence, Dumbledore stood by the window and inquired of Regulus. "Professor, I would prefer you simply call me Regulus. As for your question, I can certainly provide an answer. However, I hope you might also alleviate the confusion that resides within me." "Of course, Regulus." Upon hearing Dumbledore's response, Regulus slowly drew his wand, waving it towards the vacant space by the window. A gentle breeze began to stir, gathering the surrounding dust, which Regulus skillfully divided into 3 distinct portions. In an instant, 2 exquisite sofas materialized in the formerly empty area, accompanied by a small wooden circular table. Having completed this, Regulus gestured towards the sofas and said to Dumbledore, "Professor, I believe we should sit and converse rather than remain standing. The state of my home is quite disheveled, so I apologize for any inconvenience." Dumbledore waved his hand dismissively and made his way to one of the sofas, seating himself with grace. A splendid levitation charm and transfiguration spell. "It appears Regulus has not squandered his talents," he mused, though he regarded it as merely a trivial display. He then called out to the air, "Creature, bring us something. I believe Headmaster Dumbledore would appreciate some afternoon tea." Dumbledore fell silent, patiently awaiting the arrival of their refreshments. The two lapsed into a tranquil stillness, as if time had momentarily frozen, neither willing to break the silence first. On the small circular table between them, an antiquated yet splendid tea set materialized, its design exuding an air of elegance. With the appearance of the items, Dumbledore finally spoke, his curiosity regarding Regulus's miraculous return overwhelming. If he could perfectly replicate the events that transpired with Regulus, perhaps he could restore his sister, whom he had felt guilty for throughout his life. "Well, it seems my resolve as an old man is lacking. I shall speak first." Dumbledore lifted the teacup from the table, his silver spoon gently stirring within. "Might I inquire, Regulus, how is it that you have returned to life after your death?" Upon posing this question, Dumbledore ceased stirring, his gaze fixed intently upon Regulus. Regulus, upon hearing the inquiry posed by the venerable Professor Dumbledore, found his mind racing, extracting several pertinent pieces of information. Firstly, it was evident that Dumbledore was aware of his prior demise. Secondly, despite his calm demeanor, there was a palpable concern regarding the circumstances of his resurrection. As he pondered this, Regulus swiftly deduced the source of Dumbledore's keen interest. It must stem from his desire to acquire detailed knowledge of the resurrection process in order to experiment with reviving his sister, Ariana. Having come to this realization, Regulus chose not to respond directly to Dumbledore's question. Instead, he posed a counter-inquiry, one that was crucial to the direction of their conversation. "Before I address your question, Professor, might you first clarify my own? How did you come to know of my previous death?" Dumbledore, upon hearing this, began to respond, recognizing that Regulus's query could not be easily concealed. While he could confine Phineas to Hogwarts temporarily, he could not do so indefinitely. "I learned this information from your great-great-grandfather, Phineas, just this morning," Dumbledore replied, gesturing towards the staircase. He continued, "You are familiar with your family's genealogy, I presume?" After Dumbledore's explanation, Regulus momentarily exhaled in relief, understanding that even the esteemed professor had obtained this information solely from Phineas. Thus, it became clear that Dumbledore could not ascertain with absolute certainty whether Regulus had truly died or merely gone missing. This realization brought him solace. "Ah, Professor, allow me to clarify," Regulus stated. "I have not perished over these years. Rather, I have been ensnared by dark magic in a certain location. One fortified by extraordinarily powerful protective enchantments. Consequently, this has led to inaccuracies in our family tree. To be precise, I should be regarded as sealed rather than deceased. For the magic there has directly severed my existence, resulting in the erroneous timestamp of my death in the genealogy. Regulus presented his meticulously crafted argument to Dumbledore, uncertain of the headmaster's thoughts. Nevertheless, he felt a profound confidence in the logical coherence of his reasoning. In contrast, Dumbledore, after listening attentively, fell into a deep contemplation, remaining silent for an extended period. Despite being known for his astute perception, Dumbledore did not fully embrace Regulus's assertions. He leaned toward the notion that Regulus had indeed perished once and that the individual before him was a resurrection of that former self. Chapter 11. Horcrux's Regulus gazed at the figure opposite him, who remained lost in contemplation, although he could not discern any change in the expression of the venerable Dumbledore. He understood that the old wizard evidently did not fully believe the words he had just uttered. Regulus, while your assertions are logically sound, I am not convinced that you have spoken the entire truth. Regulus listened intently to Dumbledore's words, secretly acknowledging that he had indeed failed to sway the old fox. However, everything unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. Moreover, Dumbledore's remarks conveniently provided him with the opportunity to advance further. With this in mind, Regulus cast a glance at Dumbledore, deliberately exhibiting an expression that suggested he had not been deceived. Very well, Professor, it is true that my previous statements were somewhat misleading. Rather, I failed to disclose the entirety of the facts. Upon hearing this, Dumbledore felt a surge of joy, as if he had taken a step closer to the resurrection of Ariana, though he did not reveal his emotions outwardly. Regulus, it is worth noting that dishonesty is not a commendable habit. Regulus appeared defeated, as if the other party still regarded him as an inexperienced young wizard. Faced with his former headmaster, what could he do? He simply shrugged helplessly at the old man. Nevertheless, I shall continue my tale, but before I proceed, I kindly ask for your patience. Regulus, having spoken, once again summoned Creature before Dumbledore. Creature, bring me the item I had you retrieve and destroy years ago. Shortly after his words, a pendant box materialized unexpectedly on the small round table between them, specifically on Regulus's side. The moment the box appeared, an overwhelmingly malevolent and tempting aura of dark magic pervaded the room, causing even the typically composed Dumbledore to be taken aback by the aura emanating from the box. Regulus gazed at Dumbledore, pointing to the locket box, and said, Professor, allow me to introduce this box. It is the locket of Slytherin, once possessed by the Dark Lord. It is, of course, a treasured heirloom of his family, and this box was crafted into a Horcrux. The place that ensnares me is where the Dark Lord chose to conceal this very Horcrux before us. Regulus spoke fervently, pouring forth his thoughts before fixing his gaze intently on Dumbledore. The atmosphere grew increasingly solemn. Just as Dumbledore contemplated taking action, Regulus, as if recalling something forgotten, quickly added, Surely, the professor understands what a Horcrux is? Indeed, Dumbledore replied succinctly, his complete focus now directed toward the locket before him. He reached out to take the locket from Regulus, scrutinizing it with a sense of profound astonishment. In that moment, old Dumbledore comprehended why he had sensed that Voldemort was not truly dead and would inevitably return. The origins of it all lay within this very Horcrux. Dumbledore then resolved to destroy the locket immediately, for it was the essence of Voldemort's potential resurrection. Gripping the Elder Wand firmly in his hand, he aimed its tip at the locket, prepared to act. Yet, at that instant, Regulus rose from his seat and grasped Dumbledore's hand, halting his intentions. Professor, you cannot possibly intend to destroy this Horcrux, Regulus exclaimed. Of course, what else would I do? Shall I protect it instead? Dumbledore retorted. Regulus listened to Dumbledore's retort, feeling a twinge of melancholy. He had never realized that Dumbledore could exhibit such impulsive behavior. However, recalling that Dumbledore was once a student of Gryffindor, he felt less surprised by the professor's reaction. You truly embody the essence of Gryffindor, Professor. I never intended to hinder your destruction of this Horcrux, but before you proceed, I hope you will lend me your ear. From what I understand, the Dark Lord did not create merely this one Horcrux. I am uncertain of the exact number, but I believe it must be no fewer than 3. In the past, to encourage Lucius, my cousin by marriage, the Dark Lord provided him with a notebook that bears a striking resemblance to this locket. I suspect that it may very well be another Horcrux. Furthermore, my cousin, Bellatrix Lestrange, the Dark Lord's most devoted follower, likely possesses a Horcrux bestowed upon her by him as well. The Horcrux before us was the one I was led to by Creature after I discerned the true nature of the Dark Lord. I obtained the Horcrux and instructed Creature to take it away, while I became sealed within. Thus, it is evident that there are more Horcruxes than this one. If you were to destroy it now, I believe the Dark Lord, though not entirely dead, would undoubtedly sense it, despite his current state of half-life. Who can predict what extreme reactions he may evoke? Initially, the tip of Dumbledore's Elder Wand had begun to emit a faint blue light, yet as Regulus recounted his tale, that light gradually faded. The Elder Wand remained pointed at the locket for an extended duration before Dumbledore ultimately stowed it away, with the wand concealed. Dumbledore's expression was grave. You were correct, Regulus. Now is not the opportune moment to destroy this Horcrux. To do so now would merely alert the snake. However, your current demeanor has taken me by surprise. If I understand correctly, the very place that once imprisoned you is where Tom concealed this Horcrux? It appears I have grasped why you were trapped there for over a decade. It seems you were not deceiving me after all. Listening as Dumbledore redirected the conversation back to him, Regulus felt a sense of astonishment and could not help but admire the professor's fortitude. Of course, I did not deceive you, Professor. I was confined in that place for over a decade, and now that I have emerged, I merely wish to save her life. As for the Dark Lord and pure-blood ideology, I wish to have no part in them. My only desire now is to learn from my distant cousin, Arthur Weasley, and ensure the continuation of the Black family legacy. Regulus's aimless words caught Dumbledore's attention, prompting a moment of reflection. Yet, considering his past, a time when he harbored ambitious aspirations, only to be seduced by the Dark Lord and subsequently trapped for over a decade, it is not difficult to comprehend the profound transformation in Regulus's mindset. Nevertheless, the calculating Dumbledore remained skeptical of Regulus's declaration, fearing that his recent statements were mere subterfuge. Regulus, young man, you must embody some vigor. How can you allow yourself to be so despondent? The mere fact that you were able to present me with Tom's Horcrux indicates that you once strayed from your path. I hold a deep admiration for your audacious act of having Creature retrieve the Horcrux while you remained ensnared. Even if you wish to keep Tom's survival a secret, you should not live like a mouse, as you do now. Chapter 12, Dumbledore's Proposal. A mouse? As Dumbledore suggested. Does he truly envision his future as that of a mouse? Upon careful reflection, Regulus realized that Dumbledore's words held a profound truth. In a certain light, his existence bore a striking resemblance to that of a mouse. Although he was the heir of the Black family and undoubtedly lacked for nothing in terms of finances, the crux of his contemplation lay not in the absence of wealth, but rather in the ability to spend that wealth and to truly revel in the magical realm. After all, one must not forget that he bore the notorious mark of a Death Eater, a fact well known among wizards of his era. Anyone acquainted with the lore would recognize that the youngest scion of the Black family was indeed a Death Eater. When Voldemort fell from grace, his followers scattered, with many evading the law of the Ministry of Magic, yet Regulus was not among them. Given this premise, he found himself compelled to live in the shadows, akin to a mouse, unable to openly embrace life within the magical community. Professor, it is only through your words that I have come to see the truth in your observation. However, the Black family is not lacking in wealth. If Lucius Malfoy could evade punishment, then surely I can as well. After all, isn't it merely a matter of bribing the ministry with money? Although Regulus concurred with Dumbledore's sentiments, it did not imply that he lacked the means to reclaim his identity within Gringotts, not to mention the vault of the Black family. Even his own treasury brimmed with sufficient galleons to bribe the Ministry of Magic. As for Dumbledore, who imparted these thoughts to him, what were his true intentions? Undoubtedly, he remained somewhat apprehensive about Regulus. Thus, he contemplated keeping Regulus close at hand, believing that with his vigilant oversight, any potential subterfuge on Regulus's part would ultimately prove futile against absolute power. It was precisely this rationale that motivated Dumbledore to communicate those ideas to Regulus, with the intention of bringing him to Hogwarts. One must acknowledge the formidable strength of Hogwarts, even in Dumbledore's absence. He trusted that the numerous professors within the institution could maintain Regulus within a manageable sphere. Regarding the prospect of integrating him into Hogwarts, Dumbledore harbored faith that Snape would adeptly monitor Regulus, ensuring the safety of the young witches and wizards in attendance. Regulus, to express intentions of bribing the Ministry of Magic in my presence is rather unwise. I have a suggestion that I believe would suit you well. May I share it? Regulus gazed at Dumbledore, skeptical that this masterful schemer would genuinely extend a helping hand. Nevertheless, having heard his words, he could only gesture politely towards the venerable headmaster. Hogwarts can offer you a position. Come teach at Hogwarts. With the title of professor, coupled with my endorsement as the president of the International Confederation of Wizards. I believe reintegrating you into the magical community would pose no difficulty. Regulus, upon hearing Dumbledore's proposal, immediately shook his head vigorously, reminiscent of a rattledrum. What affliction could possibly compel him to forsake a carefree existence in favor of serving the old headmaster? Regaining his identity was not a task solely achievable through Dumbledore's assistance. Moreover, being well-versed in the original narrative, Regulus was acutely aware that Hogwarts was on the brink of tumultuous events, as troubles invariably arose wherever Harry Potter was present. Most significantly, during the forthcoming term, the sinister Voldemort would also be at Hogwarts. Professor, I believe this is quite inappropriate. My abilities are far too limited to shoulder the responsibilities of a professor. I shall pursue my own method of reclaiming my identity, which merely involves a bit of financial expenditure. As you are aware, the Black family is not lacking in wealth. We possess numerous properties in Diagon Alley, including several shops like the Elops Al Emporium, which are rightfully mine. I surmise that the rent collected at Gringotts during my absence over the past decade would sufficiently cover the costs of my identity restoration. Regulus wore an expression of resolute determination as he spoke to Dumbledore. However, upon hearing his words, Dumbledore did not divert his gaze. He continued to regard him with the same solemnity as before. At this moment, under the watchful gaze of Professor Dumbledore, Regulus began to sense something amiss. With a hint of uncertainty, he inquired, "Professor, do you agree with my decision to decline this invitation?" Upon hearing his words, Dumbledore immediately shook his head, asserting, "Of course. I do not agree, Regulus." The professor's tone was particularly resolute, imbued with an unmistakable air of finality. "Let me be candid with you. I harbor reservations about your intentions. Your sudden reappearance strikes me as rather unusual. The last time I felt such apprehension was when I rejected Tom's application for the position of Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. I suggest you consider my previous proposal. In truth, Hogwarts is quite a splendid institution." Upon listening to Dumbledore's remarks, Regulus comprehended the underlying motive for the professor's stance. Based on his understanding of Dumbledore, it was likely that the latter sought to ascertain whether he had indeed returned from the dead. The temptation to resurrect Ariana was Dumbledore's most profound weakness throughout his life. After Dumbledore finished speaking, a palpable silence enveloped them, and Regulus sensed an undercurrent of danger in the air, realizing that he might soon face the formidable wrath of Dumbledore, the greatest wizard of the modern age. Regulus was ever poised to take action, his magical energy fully mobilized. The tension in the air was palpable. A single misplaced word during their upcoming conversation could ignite a fierce conflict. Faced with this precarious situation, Regulus found himself at a loss. For he had no desire to confront Dumbledore. He did not consider himself invincible merely because of his unique abilities. However, the thought of those abilities sparked a glimmer of hope within him, for in the realm of legendary games, there existed a function to ascertain the strength of one's opponent, though he remained uncertain if such a feature was available in this world. He longed to comprehend Dumbledore's true power, as this knowledge was pivotal to determining his subsequent actions. If Dumbledore's strength were not overwhelmingly superior, he might entertain the notion of engaging in a duel with the venerable wizard. With this thought in mind, Regulus divided his focus, delving into his own mind to search through various menus. His efforts soon bore fruit. Nestled within the character attributes section was an inconspicuous icon resembling an eye, representing the reconnaissance ability bestowed upon him. Regulus was momentarily taken aback, recognizing that this was not a feature native to the legendary world, indicating that his unique abilities harbored much yet to be discovered. Having uncovered the reconnaissance function, he could at least glean some insight into Dumbledore's capabilities. Without hesitation, Regulus directed the reconnaissance towards the venerable wizard, who was still gazing intently at him. As the reconnaissance function activated, fragments of information about Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore unfurled in Regulus's mind. Magic power, 6429. Skills, Lumos LV6, Incendio LV6, Transfiguration LV6. While he perused the details of Dumbledore's formidable prowess, the expression in Dumbledore's eyes shifted subtly. The targeted Dumbledore sensed an invisible gaze scrutinizing him as Regulus conducted his reconnaissance. Yet he could not discern the identity of the observer. This mysterious probing heightened the already taut nerves of the esteemed wizard. Meanwhile, Regulus remained oblivious to Dumbledore's change in demeanor, engrossed in the information he had uncovered. However, as he continued to absorb the details, his initial curiosity waned into despair. He was starkly confronted with the magnitude of Dumbledore's strength and the vast chasm between their abilities. Not only was Dumbledore's mastery of spells significantly superior, but his magic power was nearly 6,500, more than double Regulus's own 3066. The disparity was staggering, leaving Regulus with no viable means to contend with the illustrious wizard. With such a glaring difference in their capabilities, a confrontation would yield him less than a 1% chance of victory, unless Dumbledore refrained from defending himself. There was no conceivable way to oppose him. After absorbing this information, Regulus extinguished any lingering thoughts of confrontation. It appeared prudent to heed Dumbledore's earlier suggestion. "Professor," he began, "after careful consideration of your proposal, I have decided to accept it. Teaching students at Hogwarts sounds rather appealing, indeed." Regulus accepted the reality and promptly responded to Dumbledore. As he finished speaking, the previously tense atmosphere dissipated, and Dumbledore could not help but relax. "A wise choice, Regulus," he remarked. Regulus offered a few awkward chuckles in response. Given the vast disparity in their abilities, what else could he do? Having come to terms with the situation, there were still matters to discuss with the old headmaster regarding his potential teaching position at Hogwarts. "I wonder how you intend to arrange my role. Let me be clear, I will not be teaching defense against the dark arts. I believe you are aware that this subject has been cursed by the Dark Lord himself. I am still quite young and do not wish to embark on another grand adventure just yet." Initially delighted by Regulus's acceptance of his invitation, Dumbledore had envisioned assigning him to teach defense against the dark arts. The fact that Quirinus Quirrell was already the current professor for this subject posed no issue. Dumbledore had even planned for them to teach separately, one for 1st to 3rd years, the other for 4th to 7th. This arrangement would alleviate the considerable teaching burden at Hogwarts. However, he was unprepared for Regulus's outright refusal to take on this course. This left Dumbledore somewhat at a loss and gave him a new perspective on Regulus, who was proving to be quite astute. "Regulus, perhaps you might reconsider? This course is not as sinister as the rumors suggest. Many have taught it before." Dumbledore continued to persuade, but Regulus widened his eyes, feeling immensely fortunate to have spoken up early. The old headmaster truly intended to appoint him as the defense against the dark arts professor, which simply would not do. He felt he had not yet lived enough. "Professor, do you genuinely believe that? You mentioned many have taught this course. Do you not have a sense of why so many have come and gone?" Regulus's retort prompted Dumbledore to reflect on the fact that this young man was indeed not easily swayed. If only all were as agreeable as Quirinus, who had simply acquiesced when asked. Though he fondly remembered the traveling Quirrell, he still needed to navigate the current situation. "Regulus, I have already secured a professor for this course this year, Quirinus Quirrell, who was 6 years your junior and was a commendable student in Ravenclaw. I wonder if you remember this younger colleague of yours. My intention is for you both to co-teach the subject, dividing the years between you. Together, you will share the burden of Tom's curse, which I believe will be mitigated. Furthermore, I do not plan on keeping you under my watch indefinitely. A year should suffice. What do you think of this arrangement?" Regulus's expression shifted dramatically. Indeed, he had correctly surmised that old Dumbledore harbored no benevolent intentions. Surely, he could not be contemplating a curse that might lead to his own demise. Furthermore, he expected Regulus to co-instruct the defense against the dark arts class alongside Quirrell. This was utterly unacceptable. Did the old man not realize the implications? Quirrell, with his peculiar appearance, bore the very essence of Voldemort upon the back of his head. Was this not tantamount to confronting the Dark Lord directly? No, this simply could not be allowed. "Professor, this is genuinely out of the question. I am unaware of who currently teaches potions. Is it still Professor Slughorn? If not, I could serve as his assistant. Alternatively, I might lend a hand to Filch, assuming he still remains at the school. You see, managing the vast expanse of Hogwarts must be an exhausting task for someone as mute as Filch." Dumbledore was taken aback. He had not anticipated such words would escape Regulus's lips. To avoid teaching defense against the dark arts, he was even willing to assist the mute caretaker. What a brazen display, indeed. "Regulus, I regret to inform you that Horace has retired, and the potions class is currently under the tutelage of Severus Snape. I presume you would not wish to collaborate with him. As for assisting Filch, I appreciate your offer on his behalf, yet I cannot acquiesce to that. I suggest you adhere to my plans. I assure you, you will only be tasked with teaching defense against the dark arts for 1 year." Regulus's expression was utterly foul. Even in the presence of Dumbledore, he wore a scowl. Yet, Dumbledore had spoken, and as a mere wizard, how could he possibly oppose the formidable White Lord before him? Alas, fate, survival. Why must one endure such suffering? Regulus now yearned to sing a song. The lyrics penned by second-hand Rose resonated profoundly with him. Chapter 14. The Working Class. It seems I must acquiesce to your arrangement and assume the role of professor for the Defense Against the Dark Arts course? Regulus, still somewhat reluctant, posed the question to Dumbledore once more. Indeed, Regulus, Dumbledore replied, showing no sign of annoyance, his answer as clear as ever. Upon hearing Dumbledore's confirmation again, Regulus slumped in his seat, a sense of resignation washing over him. Very well. It appears I must indeed take on the position of professor for Defense Against the Dark Arts. That being said, let us agree that I shall serve for 1 year. Beyond that, I shall not continue. Dumbledore, upon hearing this, nodded enthusiastically, a smile returning to his face. Of course, just for 1 year. You will co-manage the Defense Against the Dark Arts with queerness. Given your lack of teaching experience, you will handle the courses for 1st to 3rd years. I believe that. As a former elite Death Eater, you will manage the lower grade classes quite well. All right, then it is settled. After all, what can a mere little wizard like me accomplish? His words prompted an eye roll from Dumbledore, who found himself at a loss for words. Although he had never directly faced Regulus, he could sense from their recent confrontation that Regulus possessed formidable strength, nearly rivaling Severus. Very well, the matter is settled. You and Deputy Headmistress McGonagall may discuss the subsequent details. As for your remuneration, it will be in accordance with the standard for ordinary Hogwarts teachers. Approximately 120 galleons, with an additional 30 galleons for the Defense Against the Dark Arts course as a supplementary payment. Thus, your total salary will amount to 150 galleons, which should suffice for a comfortable living. Regulus gently nodded, acknowledging that from this moment forth, he would also be considered a worker, with Dumbledore as his employer. In truth, this position was quite commendable. One might even equate it to that of a university professor in the Muggle world. Thus, it was settled that he would take up a teaching role at Hogwarts. Following this agreement, he engaged in further conversation with Dumbledore, who shared insights regarding recent developments in the magical realm and various matters requiring Regulus's attention. Dumbledore also broached the subject of Regulus's identity, stating, "Regulus, regarding your identity, I believe a visit to the Wisingamot is in order, and someone will come to seek you out." With that, their discussion came to a close, and Dumbledore took his leave. As he approached the door, he turned to Regulus and offered a final piece of advice. Regulus, during our previous conversation, I noted that you referred to Tom as the Dark Lord. What are your thoughts on this designation? After Regulus listened, he merely brushed it off, replying casually, "The title of Dark Lord? It's merely a name I've given him. Otherwise, how would I refer to him? You are aware his name is infused with powerful magic, although he is currently in a state of near demise. I certainly wish to avoid unnecessary trouble, do I not?" Upon hearing his explanation, Dumbledore nodded, bade him farewell, and departed, taking the locket box with him. Once Dumbledore had left, Regulus collapsed onto the sofa that had just been transfigured. He felt utterly exhausted, not in a physical sense, but mentally drained. Engaging in conversation with the old fox required one to be entirely alert, for one could never predict when a probing remark might spring forth. Such behavior was far from the Gryffindor spirit. Regulus reclined on the sofa for a while before finally rising to return to his room. Once inside, he fortified the space with layers of protective enchantments. After ensuring everything was secure, he once again delved into the study of his extraordinary abilities. He was soon to depart for Hogwarts, a place that was far from safe. Thus, it was imperative for him to explore whether his unique talents could be of use in the challenges that lay ahead. Regulus had gathered a full pack of equipment for his research. Meanwhile, Dumbledore, having departed from him, had already returned to Hogwarts. Upon his arrival, he was met with an anxious and urgent inquiry emanating from the painting hanging on the wall. "Dumbledore, what news? Have you seen my little great-grandson? You haven't harmed him, have you? I must remind you, he is the last scion of the Black family." At this moment, Dumbledore took a seat without acknowledging the incessantly questioning Phineas. Instead, he drew his wand and summoned his Phoenix Patronus. The Patronus soared out of the window before he finally lifted his gaze towards Phineas. "Quiet, Phineas. I have met with Regulus, and our conversation was quite fruitful. He has accepted my invitation to teach Defense Against the Dark Arts to 1st through 3rd years in the upcoming academic year. I shall assist him with his identity. I hope this arrangement meets your approval, Phineas." Phineas was silenced by Dumbledore's words, yet he listened intently, excitement bubbling within him. "I am immensely grateful, Albus." Phineas, known for his irascibility in life, was now showering Dumbledore with compliments, revealing his profound regard for the Black family. Meanwhile, Dumbledore's Patronus, upon its emergence from the window, sped towards number 19, Spinner's End. At the end of Spinner's End stood a 2-story brick house, antiquated in appearance yet dilapidated, resembling an ordinary dwelling. Unbeknownst to those around, it housed a contemporary master of potions. In the dimly lit basement of the house, Severus Snape stood before a silver cauldron, intently observing the potion within. Just then, an unfamiliar silvery light pierced through the gloom of the basement, accompanied by the sound of a bird's call. This intrusion caused Snape's brow to furrow, clearly disturbed by the interruption. The bird's call persisted as the light remained, revealing a phoenix Patronus belonging to Dumbledore standing not far from Snape. Unperturbed, Snape continued his work, his wand deftly controlling the potion's stirring, showing no inclination to acknowledge the guardian creature. As time passed, the potion within the cauldron emitted a faint golden glow, prompting Snape to finally cease his efforts. "I wonder what great Dumbledore seeks from me at such a late hour?" he remarked, casting a sideways glance at the Phoenix Patronus with a hint of sarcasm. Chapter 15. A new card in the hand. At this moment, the once poised Patronus, upon hearing Snape's words, began to speak. "Severus, I have a matter to discuss with you. I will be waiting for you in the headmaster's office." After delivering this message, the Phoenix Patronus vanished without allowing Snape a moment to respond. Snape's expression soured. Dumbledore remained as insistent as ever. Cursing under his breath, he proceeded to tidy his workspace, carefully transferring the potion into files. After adjusting his attire and donning his robes, he activated a disapparition charm. Meanwhile, Dumbledore, having communicated with Snape through the Patronus, sat in contemplation, holding an object in his hand. His unfocused gaze lingered on it, lost in thought. The object was the locket box that Regulus had entrusted to him, a Horcrux belonging to Voldemort. Just as he was deep in reflection, a cacophony erupted in his office, snapping him from his reverie. Upon regaining his focus, he discerned that the noise was emanating from the painting. "Albus, Albus, you have lifted the school's restrictions. Now that you have met Regulus, there is no need for me to serve as your informant. Lift the barriers and allow me to return to the old home." Listening to Phineas, Dumbledore waved his hand, lifting the previous restrictions. "Phineas, the barriers are lifted. You may return." "Thank you, Albus," Phineas exclaimed before his figure vanished from the frame. Once Phineas had departed, Dumbledore cast protective enchantments around the space near his desk, isolating it with layers of magic. After completing this task, he slowly raised his left hand, gripping the chain of the Slytherin locket box, which dangled before his eyes. His gaze fixated on the locket box as he whispered softly, "Tom, I wonder how many Horcruxes you have created. It must have been painful to tear your soul. I never expected you to possess such audacity. Yet, despite your bravery, you lack the courage to embark on another grand adventure. You truly are a source of surprise." Meanwhile, Phineas, having left the headmaster's office, found himself at the Black family residence, still at the third-floor painting. "Regulus, Regulus, where are you, my youngest great-grandson?" Upon arrival, Phineas could hardly contain himself, loudly calling out Regulus's name. Downstairs, Creature, busy with cleaning, heard the commotion and hurried towards the source of the noise, knowing his master had just returned and wishing to avoid disturbing him. As Phineas continued his loud proclamations, Walburga, at the corner of the stairway, began to curse. Creature first calmed Walburga before racing up to the third floor, creating a ruckus throughout Grimmauld Place. Despite the commotion, Regulus remained undisturbed, having anticipated such interruptions and prepared accordingly. He sat by the window, whimsically conjuring a wand that appeared and vanished at his leisure, thoroughly enjoying himself. This was due to the fact that after Dumbledore's departure, he had resumed studying his newfound abilities. The one he wielded was none other than the fabled Elder Wand. Undoubtedly, this staff is the very one he extracted from the legendary realm. He has made attempts, and among the myriad of items in his overflowing backpack, only this staff could be retrieved. Aside from this particular piece of equipment, there exist other items that can be taken out, albeit they hold little utility at this moment. For instance, beast fodder, spirit beast elixirs, red potions, blue potions, and divine solar waters can all be accessed, yet their current usefulness is negligible. Nevertheless, these items will undoubtedly prove invaluable in his future magical endeavors. Once again grasping the soul-devouring staff, Regulus's gaze remained fixated upon the staff in his hand. This staff, once wielded by his character, is adorned in a deep brown wood hue, yet it emanates a barely perceptible red glow from its core. At the pinnacle of the staff, a resplendent red gemstone is embedded, enhancing its exquisite beauty. Regulus grasped the wand, and it instilled within him a sense of empowerment, an impression that his abilities had been significantly enhanced. Generally speaking, a wizard's intuition is remarkably precise, and at that moment, Regulus was eager to ascertain the extent of augmentation that this legendary wand would provide him. With his left hand, he held his own wand, while his right hand firmly gripped the Soul Reaver. The wand was sufficiently long to rest upon the ground. He waved his left hand and cast a Lumos charm. The Lumos charm produced by his wand bore no discernible difference from his previous experiences. It remained the same as before, a familiar glow, which he subsequently extinguished with another flick of his wand. However, Regulus then shifted his focus to his right hand, or more specifically, to the Soul Reaver that he held. Extending the wand, he once again cast the Lumos charm, and this time, the outcome was markedly different, revealing a dramatic transformation. What should have been a faint glimmer now radiated forth, amplified by the wand, transforming the Lumos into a solar charm. The light emitted from the wand resembled a miniature sun, suspended from the ceiling of the room. This Lumos charm illuminated the previously dim chamber, rivaling the brilliance of an LED streetlight in a public square. If one were unaware, they could easily be led to believe that it was still daylight outside. Is this one truly so formidable? It appears to possess extraordinary power. With the same amount of magical energy, the disparity in effect is astonishing, I must admit. I am rather taken aback. Regulus couldn't help but ponder the implications of such an effect. His curiosity piqued. If a Lumos spell could yield such results, what might be the consequences of an offensive charm? With this intrigue in mind, he extended his wand forward and unleashed an offensive spell. A silent explosion erupted from the tip of his wand, hurtling directly towards his door, and without a hint of hesitation. Everything in the vicinity of the door was reduced to mere fragments. The architect of this chaos stood there, astonished, gazing at the gaping hole he had created. Chapter 16. The unruly Severus Regulus could scarcely fathom that his controlled explosion spell, designed to minimize magical force, would yield such significant results. It is essential to remember that this explosion did not merely create a large hole in the door, it occurred within the ancestral home of the Black family, specifically in a room that Regulus had meticulously fortified. In terms of magical defense, this room had reached the pinnacle of Regulus's protective capabilities. If an ordinary house could be likened to a compact car, then the fortified chamber was akin to a heavily armored tank. The explosion, even when restrained to its minimal power, had effectively breached what was comparable to the frontal armor of a tank, resulting in a considerable gap. Faced with such tremendous force, Regulus was genuinely apprehensive about continuing his experiments at home. He feared that if this continued, the Black family would no longer possess their ancestral residence. However, despite the gaping hole in the door, he had inadvertently enhanced his own combat prowess. The thunderous sound of the explosion had startled Creature, who was conversing with Phineas on the third floor. Most anxious of all was Phineas, who, having finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope for the continuation of the Black family, was desperate to avoid any further mishaps. Following the explosion, Creature was momentarily stunned but quickly dashed up to the 5th floor. Upon arrival, he was met with an enormous breach, radiating powerful magical waves. The sheer force capable of overcoming the protective barriers of the Black ancestral home was evident, prompting concerns for Regulus's safety. Seeing the sizable hole, Creature's anxiety surged, and disregarding the potential dangers within the room, he rushed into Regulus's chamber. Once inside, Creature beheld the scene. His master, Regulus, sat by the window, wide-eyed, with items clasped in both hands. "Master, are you unharmed?" The dazed Regulus only regained his composure upon hearing Creature's inquiry. Waving his hand dismissively, he replied, "I am fine, Creature. You may return downstairs. Do not come up unless summoned. I was merely experimenting with magic. There is no need for concern on my behalf." Reassured by his master's words, Creature complied and began to descend. Just as he was about to step onto the staircase, he paused to inform Regulus about Phineas's recent visit. Once Creature departed, Regulus turned his attention to the gaping hole and waved his wand. Unfortunately, contrary to his hopes, the mending spell he cast failed to restore the breach to its previous state, leaving it unchanged. Regulus contemplated momentarily and swiftly deduced that the inadequacy of his wand compared to a staff was the reason for his inability to effectuate the repair. The staff extended forward once more, and the restoration spell emanated from the ruby atop its tip, soaring directly toward the gaping chasm. Subsequently, the vast void he had created began to mend as if time were reversing. Fragments soared towards the breach, continuously filling it in. Once the chasm was fully restored, Regulus exhaled a quiet sigh of relief. Approaching to inspect the door he had just repaired, he was momentarily taken aback. The door now bore no resemblance to one steeped in a century of history. Instead, it appeared strikingly akin to a brand new entrance. He ran his fingers along the surface of the door, then lifted his right hand, wand in tow, regarding it with a wry smile. "Haha. It seems my wand should remain untouched until absolutely necessary. Yet, perhaps it is for the best. I can utilize it as my hidden advantage." Regulus contemplated quietly. And only after these thoughts did he recall the last words spoken by Creature before his descent. Phineas? Was he not the ancestor who had betrayed his own kin? Was he searching for him? As his memory stirred, he also remembered a portrait of himself hanging on a wall on the 3rd floor. Regulus, filled with indignation, stormed towards the 3rd floor, reflecting on how, without his great-great-grandfather, he would never have been conscripted by Dumbledore. As he descended to confront Phineas, Severus Snape stood before the stone statue outside the headmaster's office on the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle, awaiting its release. With the sound of stone grinding, the passage to the headmaster's office opened, and Snape stepped inside. Albus Dumbledore, engrossed in examining the Horcrux in his possession, acknowledged Snape without lifting his gaze. "Ah, Severus. You've arrived. Come, take a seat. I have matters of import to discuss." With a stern expression, Snape sat opposite Dumbledore, immediately drawn to the pendant box in the headmaster's grasp. Instinctively, he sensed the significance of the object, though he could not discern its nature. And it stirred an unsettling feeling within him. Just as he was about to inquire, a long-dormant sensation from the dark mark on his left arm surged forth. Ignoring Dumbledore's presence, he rolled up his sleeve, his eyes fixated on the mark. At that moment, the once-dull dark mark deepened, the skull and serpent appearing as though they were attempting to awaken. "Dumbledore, the Dark Lord, he is not dead. For some inexplicable reason, my dark mark has suddenly become active. This signifies that the Dark Lord still lives. Can you please cease your fixation on that wretched pendant? Are you even listening to me?" Though Snape's voice resonated with urgency, Dumbledore remained composed. "Calm yourself, Severus. I understand the cause of your dark mark's resurgence. You must remain tranquil." Trusting Dumbledore implicitly, Snape focused intently on his mental occlusion techniques, regaining his composure. Observing Snape's return to his usual demeanor, Dumbledore nodded appreciatively. "An admirable display of mental occlusion, Severus. Thank you for the compliment. I hope you paid heed to my earlier words. We must address this matter seriously." Having regained his calm, Snape responded with icy restraint. "I am well aware of the Black family's deeds. They remain etched in my memory. I would relish the opportunity to deal with both brothers using the killing curse. It was that vicious dog that led Lily to her demise at the hands of the Dark Lord." "Severus, you are losing control again," Dumbledore interjected, observing Snape's emotional turmoil with concern. The years had not eased Snape's anguish, and Dumbledore surmised that it might never wane. "Your reminder is duly noted, and I apologize for my previous shortcomings. The deceased are beyond our reach. We must look forward. Severus," Dumbledore continued, urging Snape to refocus. "We shall revisit these events later. Let us return to our prior discussion. Since you recall Regulus, I shall proceed, but I implore you to maintain your composure." With a final reminder, Dumbledore continued. "I encountered Regulus not long before your arrival, and he imparted crucial information regarding Tom. Indeed, your instincts were correct. Tom is not dead, he merely lies in wait, preparing for his return. I can assert this because I have uncovered the secret to his immortality." As Dumbledore raised his left hand, revealing the pendant box to Snape, he urged, "Examine this pendant box closely, Severus." Realizing the significance of the box, Snape's focus sharpened, recognizing it as a potential key to avenging Lily. The ornate box bore the mark of Slytherin, prompting him to recall the founder of his own house. However, he pondered the connection between Salazar Slytherin and Voldemort, sensing an overwhelming aura of dark magic emanating from the box. With Dumbledore's guidance, Snape articulated his suspicions. Is this Slytherin's pendant box? Or perhaps a Horcrux created by the Dark Lord? Dumbledore affirmed with a nod. Determined, Snape withdrew his wand, ready to cast a spell upon the pendant box. Yet, at that moment, Dumbledore grasped the box and stowed it away. "Severus, it seems you comprehend the nature of Horcruxes, but now is not the time for destruction. Please, remain calm and allow me to finish." Dumbledore rose and approached Fawkes, directly binding Voldemort's Horcrux, the locket of Slytherin, to the Phoenix's talon. Entrusting this Horcrux to Fawkes was, in Dumbledore's estimation, the most prudent course of action. Fawkes, being a Phoenix, possessed a sacred essence capable of suppressing the Horcrux's malevolence. With the Horcrux secured, Dumbledore returned to his seat, yet Snape, seated opposite him, remained fixated on the object. "Severus, allow me to recount the origins of this Horcrux. In 1979, Regulus, at great peril to his life, had it extracted from the place where Tom concealed it, using his house elf as an intermediary. I only learned of this today. Throughout these 12 years, Regulus' house elf has been relentlessly devising ways to destroy it, yet fate thwarted his endeavors. After relinquishing the Horcrux to the house elf, Regulus himself became ensnared in that hidden lair, only emerging yesterday. In our conversation today, he entrusted the Horcrux to me and imparted a most crucial piece of information. Tom did not create merely this one Horcrux. He is aware of 3. Thus, we remain uncertain whether he fashioned any others beyond these 3. If we were to destroy the Horcrux in our possession now, we would inevitably alert him. Therefore, we must locate all Horcruxes before undertaking their destruction. Only then can we hope to eradicate Tom entirely, bringing true peace to the magical realm. As Dumbledore spoke, Snape finally grasped the entirety of the situation. Dumbledore elucidated all that Regulus had revealed regarding the Horcruxes. I shall seek the one in Lucius's possession, Snape declared anxiously, already rising from his seat and heading toward the door. However, Dumbledore interrupted him before he could finish. Severus Snape, do not be hasty. Impatience leads to folly. The matter of collecting Horcruxes cannot be rushed. We must proceed with caution. Now that we are aware of the Horcrux's existence, we need only keep a vigilant watch, and we shall hold the advantage. Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, Snape indeed calmed himself. Today, he had appeared almost like an impetuous youth, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. Yet Dumbledore understood that this was the true Severus Snape, shaped by his past and his connection to Lily Evans. With newfound composure, Snape resumed his seat, awaiting Dumbledore's continuation, mindful of the fact that he had just encountered the pivotal figure in the discovery of the Horcrux. Regulus Arcturus Black. Chapter 18. A Windfall Indeed. Snape did not have to wait long before he heard what he wished to hear. We shall take our time regarding the matter of Horcruxes, but for now, we must discuss the individual who discovered this Horcrux, Regulus. His emergence was too coincidental, coinciding almost perfectly with Harry's return to the magical realm, leaving me unable to fathom his intentions. Thus, I directly invited him to become the professor of defense against the dark arts at the school, placing him under my watchful gaze for better oversight. The purpose of bringing you here today is to request that you keep an eye on him as well. Should you uncover any telltale signs, seize him immediately. Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, a sardonic smile crept across Snape's face. Do you not trust him? Do you doubt the veracity of his actions? Or is there something else troubling you? Dumbledore, you are not being entirely forthright with me. You are aware that Lily's child is soon to arrive at school. Do you not fear for the safety of the students by introducing such an uncertain variable? Calm yourself. Severus, you are still quite astute. He quickly discerned that there was more to Dumbledore's words. In his mind, the Regulus who had emerged from the seal, regardless of his intentions, having entrusted Voldemort's Horcrux to Dumbledore, indicated that Regulus could not possibly be an ally of Voldemort. As for Snape's final remark, it was merely a rhetorical question aimed at Dumbledore. He did not genuinely believe that Regulus would harm students under Dumbledore's watchful eye. If such a thing were to occur, it could only imply one thing. Regulus would be courting death. Dumbledore, upon hearing Snape's sardonic tone, felt a sense of helplessness. However, could he disclose the thought concealed within his heart to Snape? The answer was, of course, no. Severus, I merely find his reappearance too coincidental and am somewhat uneasy. There is nothing more to it. As I mentioned earlier, how do you feel about assisting me in observing him? Dumbledore's words were devoid of pretense, simply vague. He understood that Snape would not pursue the matter further. For Snape, it sufficed to keep a vigilant eye on the soon-to-be teacher, Regulus. After hearing Dumbledore's dismissive response, Snape indeed refrained from pressing further, at which point Dumbledore had concluded all he intended to say. I must remind you, Dumbledore, that your plan to use the Philosopher's Stone to lure out the serpent is already quite perilous. Now, to introduce an additional unstable factor, I believe you should prepare accordingly. Furthermore, regarding Lily's son, you must ensure that no further complications arise. He is the sole testament that Lily left in this world. For reasons unknown, upon hearing Snape's words, even the seasoned Dumbledore felt a pang of sorrow within. I will make the necessary preparations. Besides, that plan may not necessarily come to fruition. I merely intend to attempt it. Nicholas has informed me that he has prepared sufficient potions to sustain him until he resolves the final matters. Therefore, if that plan is not set into motion by the end of this academic year, I shall destroy the Philosopher's Stone, thus rendering it useless. After hearing this, Snape strode towards the door, and once he exited the headmaster's office, Dumbledore heard Snape's distant voice echoing back. As long as you are aware, that is sufficient. Having left the headmaster's office, Snape walked out of the school grounds, and upon exiting the boundaries of the apparition restrictions, he vanished near the Forbidden Forest. Once Snape had departed, Dumbledore, now alone, could not help but remove the locket from Fawkes Talon once more. Meanwhile, Regulus, who had arrived on the third floor to converse with Phineas, remained blissfully unaware of Dumbledore's lingering unease and his instructions to Snape to monitor him. However, Even if he were cognizant of Dumbledore's arrangements, it would matter little. He had no intention of entangling himself in Dumbledore's schemes. Thus, he paid it no mind. Now aware of why he had been revealed, he was engaged in a childish staring contest with Phineas on the wall. This exceedingly juvenile behavior had reddened his eyes, as he simply desired to vent his frustration. "Little Regulus, cease your glaring at me, and I shall share with you an exclusive secret from my living days. One that I have never disclosed to anyone." How does that sound? Regulus was not genuinely angry. He merely felt a sense of ennui, desiring to quickly acclimate to this world, despite possessing all the memories of his former life. "Well, go ahead. Let me see if it's worth it. If not, I might just burn your portrait," he declared. "The deceased ought to reside in their rightful place, even someone like you. Such an impolite great-great-grandson." "Very well. I shall be direct," Phineas replied with a hint of pride. "During my tenure as headmaster at Hogwarts, I deposited all my salary in Gringotts. This fortune was not merged with the Black family estate. It is my private reserve, stored in Vault 519, the key to which I have hidden within Hogwarts. Once you arrive, I shall guide you to it. If memory serves, my monthly salary was 269 galleons. I served as headmaster for 40 years starting in 1886, which should amount to over 100,000 galleons. Quite a unique secret, wouldn't you say?" Phineas's demeanor was almost jubilant as he spoke to Regulus, leaving the latter momentarily speechless. However, this revelation was indeed fortuitous for him. A sum exceeding 100,000 galleons could easily translate to over 50,000 pounds. Considering the current state of the Muggle housing market, one could purchase a new townhouse for around 50,000 pounds. Such a windfall was indeed substantial, akin to an unexpected fortune. Regulus felt a wave of exhilaration. Being a scion of wealth had its undeniable perks, especially for someone from a lineage of affluence. "All right. My great-great-grandfather, thank you for your generous gift. This sum is truly splendid," he exclaimed, his earlier defiance dissipating. Observing Regulus's change in demeanor, Phineas couldn't contain his delight. "Little Leo, the funds are now yours. You must consider the continuation of the Black family lineage. You ought to seek out a woman indeed." "Several. I was quite alarmed at the prospect of our family line extinguishing." "Oh, wait. Don't rush off. Let me finish." Regulus, however, found the conversation absurd. The notion of seeking multiple partners was ludicrous. If he could find a woman, would he have spent his time before arriving here watching movies and playing games? Ridiculous. Chapter 19. The eve of the hearing, how splendid it was to be unencumbered. He was a wizard, after all, and most wizards lived well over a century. Starting from this moment, he could expect to enjoy at least another 80 years of freedom to pursue whatever he desired. Surely, that was preferable to anything else. As for the continuation of the Black family, he was not the sole heir. Once he extracted his foolish brother from his predicament, the family lineage would be secure. Having concluded these trifles, Regulus returned to his chamber, genuinely ready to rest. The day had been tumultuous, far more eventful than the 30 years of his previous life. The excitement, however, left him feeling exceedingly fatigued. Upon entering his room, he summoned his wand and cast a restoration charm, transforming the once decrepit space back into its pristine glory. Satisfied with his work, he lay down and soon drifted into slumber. The following morning, within the majestic confines of Hogwarts in the Scottish Highlands, Dumbledore rose early. His purpose for the early hour was to visit the Ministry of Magic to vouch for Regulus and resolve his identity issues. With Dumbledore's involvement, news of Regulus's return spread like wildfire throughout the magical community. Almost every newspaper took note of this event, and the air was thick with intrigue due to Dumbledore's intervention. As the excitement surrounding his return intensified, the date for Regulus's hearing at Wisingamot was set. On July 12, 1991, the proceedings would commence at the Ministry of Magic. The fervor surrounding this news escalated, capturing the attention of nearly every wizard in the British magical community. The strangeness of the event, particularly for those who had lived through Voldemort's reign, made this long-awaited hearing a subject of immense interest. Within just 2 days, Regulus's name became well known among all wizards in Britain. His standing in the magical realm was akin to that of a rising star in the entertainment industry. News about him was met with eager ears. Amidst this atmosphere, the largest newspaper in Britain began to cover his story, especially the Daily Prophet, with its leading journalist renowned for sensationalism. Ordinary wizards, however, did not concern themselves with the veracity of these reports. They merely served as light-hearted conversation fodder. During these 2 days, Regulus remained at home, seizing the opportunity to undertake a thorough cleaning of 12 Grimmauld Place. With the assistance of his wand, he rejuvenated the entire residence in just 2 days, transforming it into an even more splendid version of its original state. The house, once again opulent, was rid of its unwelcome inhabitants, such as ghouls, goblins, and boggarts. As for the timing of his hearing, Phineas had ensured he was well informed. Tidying up the house lifted his spirits, and all that remained was to await the following day as proceedings. Once he secured his identity and freedom, a world of enchantment awaited him, a world he had long yearned to explore. Meanwhile, within the Ministry of Magic, the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, was in a tizzy. Having been in office for only a year, he was desperate to make a mark and did not wish to be seen as merely a puppet under Dumbledore's influence. This hearing represented a rare opportunity to undermine Dumbledore's authority. After all, it was Dumbledore who had initiated the hearing and pledged to support Regulus. Thus, for Fudge, nothing could be more satisfying than to leverage Dumbledore's backing to send Regulus to Azkaban. On the 12th of July, early in the morning, Regulus had already risen from his slumber. He donned an entire ensemble of pristine and fashionable attire, topped with a trench coat, and fashioned his hair into a bun at the nape of his neck, preparing himself for his journey to Wizengamot. At that moment, Regulus appeared more like a muggle than a wizard. As he stood before the mirror, admiring his own exquisite visage, the sound of his front door echoed through the house. Anticipating this moment, Regulus strode directly to the door and opened it. Upon pulling it ajar, he beheld a tall figure standing at his threshold. This individual was a towering black wizard, adorned with a hat and clad in a fitting blue robe, complemented by a striking golden earring on one ear. Observing the gentleman's attire, Regulus immediately discerned his identity. It was Kingsley Shacklebolt, an Auror from the Ministry of Magic and a member of the Order of the Phoenix, who had ascended to the position of Minister for Magic after the final battle. "Good day, Mr. Black. I am here to escort you to the Ministry of Magic, and I shall accompany you during this time," Kingsley stated. "You may call me Kingsley. Additionally, Professor Dumbledore asked me to convey a message. He is ready for you." At the conclusion of his remarks, he winked, a gesture that signified their camaraderie and assurance that he was indeed an ally. Regulus was certainly aware that Kingsley was an ally. However, he had not anticipated that the latter had already allied himself with old Dumbledore at this juncture. This led him to exclaim in awe at Dumbledore's extensive connections, a testament to his century-long existence. Regulus couldn't help but feel a twinge of sorrow for Cornelius Fudge, as it appeared from Kingsley, the Auror's perspective, that Fudge had been rendered somewhat powerless. The Aurors, being the Ministry of Magic's most formidable force, would undoubtedly complicate Fudge's endeavors if they covertly sided with Dumbledore amidst the prevailing political climate. "Shackleton, I visited your home over a decade ago, under the pretense of being a spokesperson for the Dark Lord. I recall being received by Charles Shackleton, who bore a striking resemblance to you. I even encountered a photograph of you during my visit. I never expected Mr. Black to have graced my home. However, given your identity at the time, I can only surmise that the reception was less than cordial. Charles Shackleton is my father." Chapter 20. The Trial. "Well, time is of the essence, Mr. Black. We must be on our way. If there is anything you wish to discuss, let us converse as we walk, so as not to delay the commencement of the trial." Regulus nodded gently, following the footsteps of Kingsley Shacklebolt as they emerged from his residence. Upon reaching a small garden across the street, Kingsley surveyed the surroundings and found an unoccupied corner to halt. "Mr. Black ought to be aware of the entrance to the Ministry of Magic. Let us commence our apparition from here. Of course, if the location of the ministry has not changed, I am indeed familiar with it. Then, we shall meet at the entrance of the ministry." Regulus, having responded to Kingsley, swiftly cast the disapparition spell, vanishing from his companion's sight in an instant. His departure was remarkably swift, leaving no room for hesitation. Kingsley silently muttered a few words of discontent before following suit, activating the same spell and disappearing from the spot. Regulus materialized on a bustling street in London, surrounded by a throng of passers-by who appeared utterly unfazed by his sudden appearance. As he surveyed his surroundings, a figure emerged beside him, none other than Kingsley Shacklebolt, who had followed him through the use of apparition. The sudden manifestations of two individuals elicited no reaction from the crowd, leading Regulus to deduce that a confundish charm had likely been cast in the vicinity. Not far from them stood a red, somewhat dilapidated telephone booth. At this moment, Kingsley gave Regulus a gentle nudge. "Let us proceed, Mr. Black," he declared, striding towards the booth and promptly stepping inside. Regulus followed suit. From an external perspective, the booth appeared rather cramped. Typically, two adults would find themselves in close quarters. However, within the confines of this particular booth, Regulus felt no sense of overcrowding. Upon closer inspection, he quickly discerned the traces of a stretching spell permeating the area. Guided by Kingsley, Regulus spoke into the telephone. articulating the purpose of their visit and his name. Instantly, a silver badge was dispensed from the device. Once Regulus took the badge in hand, the telephone booth began to descend rapidly. As for Kingsley, there was no need for him to communicate with the booth. He was, after all, an employee of the Ministry of Magic. The booth descended swiftly from the street, coming to a halt as the two emerged into a hallway adorned with numerous fireplaces, each intermittently emitting a greenish glow. Wizards and witches traversed through these fireplaces, creating a lively atmosphere filled with variously attired individuals coming and going. These fireplaces constituted the Floo network, the most frequently utilized means of transportation among wizards. Not every adult wizard possesses the proficiency to apparate, and this, combined with the safety of the Floo network, contributes to its popularity. Recently, the potion market had been inundated with a plethora of Felix Felicis, crafted by master brewers, leaving Regulus disheartened as none were purchasing his own concoctions. Like you, I've noticed the potion market is quite tumultuous lately. It must be some potion master in dire need of funds. I suspect it could very well be Slughorn, two wizards remarked as they passed by. Discussing the recent upheavals in the potion market, Regulus found everything before him particularly fascinating, even though he had memories of visiting the ministry in the past. This experience was uniquely his own, distinctly separate from the memories that had once felt foreign to him. Upon reaching the security checkpoint alongside Kingsley, a lethargic wizard wielding a metallic rod scanned Regulus from head to toe. The security wizard then lowered the rod and informed Regulus, "I shall need to register your wand." The wand was placed upon an odd brass contraption, which soon vibrated slightly, ejecting a sheet of parchment from its base. Regulus curiously gazed at the parchment, discovering that it bore the details of his wand, 9¾ inches, crafted from vine wood, with a dragon heartstring core, and having been in use for 2 decades. The parchment was affixed to a nail, while the wand had been returned to him. After registering the wand's information, Kingsley led him into an elevator. The lift descended directly to the 9th underground level. Upon exiting the elevator, Regulus, under Kingsley's guidance, walked down to the 10th underground level. As this floor housed the specialized courtroom, which the elevator could not access directly, one could only exit the elevator at the 9th level of the Department of Mysteries and proceed on foot. As Regulus descended further, he could not help but feel as though he had been cast into the depths of the infernal abyss. Upon reaching the 10th level, Kingsley, who had been guiding him, ceased to accompany him, leaving him to navigate the impending challenges alone. He was ushered into the 7th Chamber of Judgment, a space strikingly reminiscent of the parliamentary halls of England. Surrounding him, the elevated platforms were now filled with wizards, all clad in identical attire, deep crimson robes adorned with the emblem of Wisnigammer, a silver one blazoned upon their chests. Regulus was guided to a chair positioned at the center of the room, where he attentively surveyed his surroundings. However, what should have been a particularly solemn occasion struck him as rather comical and amusing. The scene resembled a gathering of 50 grand judges collectively interrogating a single case. Regulus did not perceive these individuals as a jury, despite their functions being quite similar. While he was surveying the surroundings, he also spotted Dumbledore seated among the numerous wizards. Although Dumbledore held the esteemed position of Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, he had to relinquish the role of presiding judge due to his submission of the current trial. With a resounding thud, the gavel was struck by the individual at the podium, capturing the attention of all present. Regulus also lifted his gaze towards the podium, where the individual presiding over the inquiry was none other than the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge. The trial on July 12 concerned the case of Regulus Arcturus Black, who was accused of numerous legal violations. Fudge's voice resonated powerfully, and he bore a rather self-satisfied expression. The interrogators included Minister of Magic Cornelius Oswald Fudge, Director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement Amelia Susan Bones, and Senior Undersecretary Dolores Jane Umbridge. The accused, Regulus, faced charges of having participated in the extremist organization known as the Death Eaters from 1977 to 1979, during which he allegedly contravened the British Magical Security Act and the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy, endangering the safety of numerous wizards and engaging in various acts of terrorism. Chapter 21. Fudge's Maneuvering. Regulus listened to Fudge's account with remarkable composure, exhibiting no signs of anxiety. Throughout the discourse, he keenly observed the expressions of each wizard present. When his gaze met Dumbledore's, a silent exchange transpired between them. "Black, do you acknowledge all the aforementioned accusations? Simply respond with yes or no." Fudge, anxious to avoid any complications, was eager to steer him towards a confession. "No." "Very well, since you deny all these allegations, I hereby declare that all charges against Regulus are substantiated, and I sentence Regulus to Azkaban." Regulus found himself at a loss for words regarding Fudge, despite his clear response. It was astonishing that the latter could misinterpret it so profoundly. After Fudge concluded his remarks, several wizards in the vicinity grasped Regulus's answer and instinctively turned their gazes toward Fudge. Their expressions conveyed a sense of viewing him as a jester, though most remained silent, merely observing his clumsy performance. Among these wizards were also some aligned with Fudge, their faces betraying a hint of embarrassment as they inwardly derided him. Meanwhile, creatures like Umbridge, akin to a repugnant toad, appeared to accept Fudge's words without question. Regulus hastily interjected, for if he remained silent any longer, he would surely find himself imprisoned in Azkaban. He employed a resonant voice and adeptly utilized the art of silent wandless magic. Minister Fudge, permit me to interrupt. What I just articulated was not yes, but rather no. I trust this distinction is clear to you. I have not conceded to your allegations. It appears that perhaps the burdens of your duties have overwhelmed you, leading to a lapse in your auditory perception. Regulus, empowered by magic, transmitted his words into the ears of every wizard present, prompting some to involuntarily emit soft chuckles. Esteemed members of the Wisingamot, I beseech you to grant me the opportunity to defend myself against the recent accusations made by Minister Fudge. Surely, the Wisingamot would not deprive one of the fundamental right to speak. Regulus observed the reactions of those present, who did not spare a glance at Fudge, bypassing him entirely to address everyone at the Wisingamot instead. As soon as he finished speaking, whispers filled the air. Most of the wizards exchanged glances, their expressions a blend of curiosity and anticipation as they shifted their attention between Fudge and Dumbledore. At that moment, Umbridge, a staunch supporter of Fudge, hastily interjected as if to assert her loyalty. How dare you, a subject of inquiry, presume to offer opinions to Minister Fudge? Before she could finish her sentence, the usually reticent Dumbledore finally spoke up. Silence. His voice resonated with authority throughout the assembly, causing Umbridge, who had been so vocal moments ago, to swallow her words. I, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, as the chief wizard of the Wisingamot, express my agreement with Regulus's reasonable request. Now, I ask all present to raise their hands and vote. Those in favor of allowing Regulus to present his case, please raise your hands. Upon Dumbledore's declaration, the majority of the Wisingamot members raised their hands. They genuinely feared allowing Fudge to continue. If he were to preside over the proceedings any longer, the authority of the Wisingamot would be irrevocably undermined. Dumbledore glanced around, noting that nearly everyone had raised their hands. Very well, since there is unanimous consent, Regulus, please proceed with your defense. With that, Dumbledore resumed a posture of indifference, settling comfortably into his seat. Meanwhile, Fudge's expression had turned ashen. His initial intent to swiftly convict had now dissipated into nothingness. Regulus seized the opportunity to speak. Rising from his seat with determination, he rolled up the sleeves of his arms, raising them for all present to see. His arms bore no markings whatsoever. Apart from the skin itself, there was nothing else to behold. The legendary logo that was supposed to replace the dark mark on his arm remained, albeit invisible to others. Surely, everyone is aware of what adorns the arms of Death Eaters? Indeed, each Death Eater bears the dark mark, a brand sanctioned by the Dark Lord himself. Yet, I invite you to examine my arm. Can anyone see the dark mark? His words ignited a stir among the assembled wizards, for in their minds, Regulus was undoubtedly a Death Eater. It was common knowledge that he had been one during the Dark Lord's reign of terror over a decade ago. However, they suddenly realized that the situation was not as they had perceived it to be. Fudge, who already wore a grim expression, appeared even more disconcerted, as if he had consumed something distasteful. This splash of cold water on what he believed would enhance his political standing had instead turned into a source of humiliation. Fudge hurried down from the podium, his wand gripped firmly in his hand. He approached Regulus and began to cast spells upon the exposed arms. Reveal your true form. Manifest urgently, cleanse as a spring, renew completely, sweep away the tempest. Each incantation was uttered, yet Regulus's arms remained unchanged. At that moment, Fudge's heart sank. Despite employing cleansing magic, nothing transpired. Have you perhaps missed something, Minister? Regulus inquired with a smile, observing Fudge's comical demeanor. I suspect that Minister Fudge wishes to assert that the mark may not be entirely inscribed here. However, I must emphasize that according to the Dark Lord's principles, he would not alter the location of this mark. Surely, no one believes that the Dark Lord would make such a concession for my sake. Regulus spoke as if jesting, eliciting laughter from the crowd. However, this mirth was painfully discordant to Fudge, who had just returned to the podium. Let us not dwell on trivial matters any longer. Regulus, Please enlighten us as to why, in years past, you were perceived as a Death Eater. How did this misconception come to be? Kindly elaborate. At this moment, Fudge's patience was wearing thin, yet he remained fixated on Regulus regarding the Death Eater matter, persistently questioning him. Regulus observed the now stabilized situation before returning to his seat. I must confess, I once indeed participated in the Death Eaters. Chapter 22, The Guarantor, Old Dumbledore. As soon as these words escaped his lips, the entire assembly erupted once more. At the head table sat Fudge, whose delight was unmistakable upon hearing this declaration, just as the crowd was still processing the revelation. Fudge seized the moment to speak. Ha ha ha. I knew it. I told you I was right. You even had him prove it, and now look. P.S. Let it slip. The surrounding cacophony fell silent once again with Fudge's proclamation. However, the momentary elation he felt soon waned as he became aware of an unsettling shift. All the wizards present were now fixated on him, their expressions akin to those one might reserve for a fool. They had never anticipated that their minister of magic could indeed be somewhat dim-witted. Regulus chose to disregard what Fudge had said, and after settling into silence once more, he resumed his discourse. The revelation of my past association with the Death Eaters did not seem to astonish anyone present. In truth, those who had lived through that tumultuous era could largely comprehend my actions. My involvement with the Death Eaters was not driven by ulterior motives, rather, it stemmed from a simple desire to survive and to ensure the continuation of the Black family. Everyone is likely familiar with Sirius Black, who once openly opposed the Dark Lord shortly after graduating from Hogwarts. His relentless defiance ultimately forced our family into a precarious position regarding the Dark Lord's allegiance. At that juncture, we had no choice but to take a stand, and it is well known that our family subsequently declared support for the Dark Lord. Following my graduation, I found myself working for the Dark Lord, engaged in menial tasks. Aside from acting as his emissary, my responsibilities were quite limited. I believe many of the families I visited during that time could corroborate this. As for the reasons behind Sirius's betrayal of James Potter and his subsequent allegiance to the Dark Lord, I cannot speak to that, as I was already ensnared at that point. Upon completing his narrative, the assembled wizards collectively unearthed memories of that turbulent time. Even after more than a decade, those who had endured that period recalled it vividly. The chaos of those days instilled a constant sense of dread in everyone, as they feared the sudden intrusion of the Dark Lord and his followers into their homes, leading to untold suffering for themselves and their families. In such an environment, even pure-blood wizards were apprehensive about what might unfold. Although the Dark Lord espoused a doctrine of pure-blood supremacy, to genuinely believe in such a notion would be tantamount to folly. If pure-blood wizards lived in fear, one can only imagine the trepidation felt by half-bloods and muggle-born wizards. Consequently, many wizards of that era succumbed to the Dark Lord's influence in a bid to safeguard themselves and their families, whether out of genuine allegiance or mere pretense. Regulus's words evoked empathy among the seasoned wizards present, who began to understand his motives for joining the Death Eaters. Meanwhile, Fudge, seated at the dais, found himself in a dismal state. Not being blind, he could perceive the expressions of all the wizards present. He could only watch helplessly as this opportunity for political gain slipped away from him. Suddenly, the previously hushed atmosphere was shattered by a series of clapping sounds, which seemed utterly out of place. Regulus could not help but admire the absurdity of the situation, even if what you had said previously held truth. I must inquire, where exactly were you confined during those lost years? The crowd turned towards the source of the voice, revealing it to be Umbridge, that insufferable pink toad, posing the question. Prior to this, Fudge had been at a loss, but upon hearing her inquiries, he seized upon them like a lifeline, fixating his gaze intently on Regulus. Thank you for your question, dear lady with the most unpleasant voice. Had you not asked, I might have almost forgotten, he retorted. Before I continue, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. One should embrace their age and not pretend to be a little girl at such an advanced stage in life. A few could not contain their laughter in such a serious setting, further contorting Umbridge's already unattractive visage, making her resemble a pink toad even more. Regulus, having uttered his words, gazed at Umbridge, who was on the verge of exploding with anger, and offered her no opportunity to respond. Just moments ago, an unfamiliar old woman had inquired as to where I had been trapped all these years. I had been ensnared in a place known solely to the Dark Lord, accessible only to him. As soon as these words left his lips, Fudge's smile broadened. He secretly believed he had finally found a flaw in Regulus's defense, relishing the prospect of how he would wriggle out of this predicament without any evidence. This implied that he could not reveal the location of his confinement. At this moment, Dumbledore, seated at the back of the tribunal, rose and approached Regulus. He understood perfectly why Regulus refrained from disclosing that place. The reason was simple. It housed Voldemort's Horcruxes. Until the matter of the Horcruxes was resolved, it was unwise to expose its existence. Dumbledore's intervention was prompted by the realization that Regulus could not provide a convincing answer for Fudge, leaving him no choice but to step in. "I trust one am not a stranger to you all, though my presence here may raise many questions," Dumbledore stated, calmly positioning himself behind Regulus. Resting his hands on the back of the chair. "The reason I have descended from my position is that I do not stand here as the chief warlock of the Wisengamot, but rather as a guarantor for Regulus. I, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, am willing to vouch for Regulus and promise that if sufficient evidence is found to prove his guilt thereafter, I will personally ensure his transfer to Azkaban and subsequently resign from my position at the Wisengamot. I trust you are familiar with the adage, innocent until proven guilty, which implies that in the absence of evidence to the contrary, a person is deemed innocent." With Dumbledore's guarantee, Fudge's previously hopeful prospects evaporated entirely. He turned to Umbridge, hoping that she, as the deputy minister, could unearth some incriminating evidence. Unfortunately, Umbridge had lost her composure in the wake of Regulus's scorn and was fixated solely on his mention of the old woman, oblivious to Fudge's unspoken plea. Chapter 23, Qualification for Advanced Studies at the Fifth Academy denied Fudge's already grim countenance deepened into a hue reminiscent of liver, a blend of indignation and helplessness. For Fudge, who had just assumed office a year prior, this moment was critical for proving his worth and establishing his presence in the eyes of the wizarding community. Rather than being ignored as he currently was, he had intended to use this opportunity to undermine Dumbledore, but alas, events had spiraled beyond his control. And with Dumbledore and Regulus collaborating, his authority had been diminished. The situation had deteriorated to the point where no wizard present could offer him assistance. The proceedings were veering toward an outcome he dreaded. He felt an acute sense of anxiety, rendered powerless. At that moment, Amelia Bones, the director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, finally broke the impasse. "All in favor of Minister Fudge's accusations against Regulus, please raise your hands." As she spoke, the stalemate was shattered, propelling the hearing toward its conclusion. Fudge, with no other recourse, reluctantly raised his hand in a show of support for his own stance. He lifted his right hand, spectacles in place, casting a glance at the other wizards. A few allies raised their hands, but their number was meager, particularly in light of Dumbledore's endorsement, which dissuaded the undecided from joining Fudge's side. 7 votes, Amelia announced as time trickled away. The tally of raised hands revealing just how few supported Fudge. He had never anticipated such scant backing. He had expected at least a majority to rally behind him. Scanning the room, he noted that those who raised their hands were primarily those already aligned with him, and most disheartening of all was that even Umbridge, his staunch supporter, did not lift her hand. "Those in favor of rescinding all charges against Regulus, please raise your hands," Amelia declared, raising her own hand first. Following her lead, others began to lift their hands as well. Some did so immediately, while others pondered the implications, weighing Dumbledore's influence before deciding to join in. The responses varied, yet the majority ultimately raised their hands in support. 38 votes. The remaining votes are considered abstentions due to lack of support. Fudge's expression turned ashen. The outcome was sealed. And even as Minister of Magic, he found himself powerless to alter the course of events. The hearing reached its climax. Any further delay would only deepen his humiliation. With great effort, he raised his gavel, striking it down with an intensity that reverberated through the chamber. "I hereby announce the dismissal of all charges against Regulus Arcturus Black. This hearing is concluded. Court is adjourned." With these words, Fudge completed his role as presiding officer, his face a mask of despair as he hastened from the courtroom. In stark contrast, Regulus, seated in the center, exhibited no urgency to depart. Having been estranged from the wizarding world for so long, opportunities to converse with fellow wizards were rare, and he intended to seize this moment to reconnect with some families and individuals. With the hearing concluded, wizards approached him without hesitation, eager to engage in conversation. However, the number of those choosing to speak with him remained limited, as many simply exchanged pleasantries with Dumbledore before exiting the courtroom. The 7 who had supported Fudge departed the quickest. Umbridge, previously incensed by Regulus's taunts, regained her composure after the court's conclusion, realizing the gravity of the situation. She hurried after Fudge, eager to salvage her image in his eyes after her earlier misstep. Dumbledore watched quietly as Regulus sought to expand his network, waiting until all others had departed before approaching him. "Regulus, it is time to leave. This is, after all, the venue of your recent trial." Regulus wore a continuous smile upon his face, presenting a standard grin to Dumbledore, revealing 8 remarkably white teeth. Haha, Professor. I have triumphed, have I not? Dumbledore nodded in response, his expression remaining unchanged. Indeed, you have prevailed. But I must remind you that it is still I who has provided the guarantee, Regulus. I believe we ought to find a suitable place to converse. There are matters I wish to discuss with you. Very well, Regulus replied, his smile fading as he answered with a serious demeanor. Where shall we go? Dumbledore did not answer his inquiry, but instead walked directly out of the courtroom. Regulus, observing the aged headmaster ahead, hurriedly followed suit. Once outside, Dumbledore spoke to Regulus as they walked, saying, I possess a private office on the 2nd floor of the Ministry of Magic within the Wisengamot administration. Do not forget that I am still the head of the Wisengamot. With a playful turn of his head, Dumbledore winked at Regulus, resembling a mischievous child. Regulus felt rather unwell, utterly failing to grasp Dumbledore's point. After exiting the courtroom, he walked to the 9th floor and then took the lift to the 2nd floor. With Dumbledore leading the way, following the venerable headmaster, his eyes wandered about the surroundings, where he glimpsed numerous departments that were quite familiar. The Department for the Regulation of Magical Creatures, the Office for the Protection of Muggle Artifacts, the Auror Office, and finally, the Ministry of Magic's governing body, Wisengamot. Soon, he found himself alongside Dumbledore, entering a spacious office. As he took a seat across from Dumbledore, Regulus's gaze incessantly roamed the room. Professor, this office is indeed quite expansive. Aren't you concerned about the waste of resources? Dumbledore waved his hand, and from a nearby cabinet, a plate of cockroach-shaped sweets floated down before them. Not at all. The untraceable expansion charm is quite useful. Would you care to try one of these sweets? I find them rather intriguing. Dumbledore picked one up and popped it into his mouth, the sweet wriggling as it entered, previously appearing quite menacing. Chapter 24. A Conversation with Leadership. A wave of revulsion washed over him, making merely observing it feel unbearable. No thank you, Professor. I am not fond of sweets. I am curious about what you wish to discuss. Regulus averted his gaze, fearful that he might succumb to temptation, perplexed as to why wizards would concoct such inhumane confections. Dumbledore, with deliberate calmness, chewed the candy a few times before swallowing it, and with a gesture, he returned the mound of cockroaches that had been placed before them to its original position, all in consideration of Regulus. It was not of great consequence. He merely wished to convey a message. Your identity issue has now been resolved, and I shall send you the official appointment letter after today. As my appointed professor, I believe it is time for you to report to the school. Regulus initially believed that Dumbledore had something significant to discuss with him. It turned out to be merely about his impending position at Hogwarts. However, he found himself puzzled as to why the venerable headmaster was so eager for him to commence his duties. Was he apprehensive about Regulus absconding? Or was he concerned about a potential change of heart? Professor, is there truly such urgency? It is only July 12th, and there remains approximately a month and a half until September 1st. Regulus, clearly reluctant to arrive at Hogwarts so soon, yearned to explore the enchanting world of magic he had long admired but had yet to truly experience. Now that his identity issues had been resolved and financial concerns were no longer a burden, he wished to wander and immerse himself in this captivating magical realm. However, Regulus, you must not entertain such thoughts. You must recognize that you are no longer the young wizard you once were. You are now a professor at Hogwarts. While young wizards may delay their arrival until the school year begins, professors do not have that luxury. Do you understand my point? I hope that upon receiving your appointment letter, you will promptly reach out to Minerva. Regulus gazed at Dumbledore with an expression of utter disillusionment, clearly reluctant to commence his duties at that moment. However, given that the venerable headmaster had made such a declaration, and even vouched for him in front of the wizards of Wisengamot, he felt an obligation to acquiesce. Ultimately, it was important to maintain Dumbledore's dignity. Although he could have resolved the matter independently with his own funds, should the need arise. Yet, spending money was an option he preferred to avoid, despite being financially comfortable. Well, it seems I must hasten to communicate with Professor McGonagall. Indeed, Mr. Black, and I believe it is imperative that you do so promptly. The young wizards of the new academic year will receive their acceptance letters to Hogwarts by July 31st, accompanied by the requisite textbooks for their respective subjects. As the professor of defense against the dark arts for 1st to 3rd years, it is essential that you finalize the curriculum materials without delay. Dumbledore observed him and elucidated the rationale behind this necessity. Upon hearing this, Regulus began to undergo a transformation regarding his impending role as a professor. Previously, whenever Hogwarts was mentioned, he could only recall his identity as a student, while students could report for duty on September 1st. The path of a professor was evidently quite different. Regulus could only nod resignedly, clearly having accepted his fate after Dumbledore's explanation. Very well, I comprehend, Professor. I shall endeavor to contact Professor McGonagall as soon as I return today. However, I do harbor a slight concern. Upon hearing Regulus's words, a smile blossomed on Dumbledore's face. Yet it also sparked a flicker of curiosity within him. He could not fathom what doubts Regulus might possess at this moment. Doubts? What concerns do you have? Pray, share them with me. Perhaps I might possess a means to assist you in resolving them. Regulus raised his hand, pointing to his own face, and inquired of Dumbledore. I wonder if you have noticed my visage? This face has remained unchanged for over a decade. Even if I donned the robes of a seventh-year student, one would scarcely discern whether I am a student or a professor. Do you truly believe that my youthful appearance is suitable for returning to Hogwarts as a professor? Dumbledore, upon hearing his concerns, regarded them as trifling. Regulus, in truth, age is not the issue. It is your abilities that matter. Therefore, I do not perceive your youthful countenance as an impediment to your teaching journey. Should you genuinely feel that this face is inappropriate, I could arrange for Severus to concoct an aging potion for you once we return. Would such a response alleviate your concerns? At this moment, Regulus found himself at a loss for words. However, given that Dumbledore had articulated such a statement, how could he possibly refuse further? As for requesting Snape's assistance in brewing potions, that was out of the question. He harbored no desire to consume any concoction prepared by the old bat. Who could say if Snape might add some unsavory ingredient? It seemed best to spare Snape the trouble. He felt he could adapt to this youthful visage after all. Very well, he resolved. As long as he himself did not feel awkward, the discomfort would rest with others. Just as he was firmly resolved, Dumbledore posed a question that left him momentarily speechless. However, prompted by your reminder, I find myself curious. Why is it that over the past decade or so, you have not aged in the slightest? He had long wished to inquire, but had never found an opportune moment. Now, Dumbledore had finally broached the subject. Regulus felt a surge of panic within himself. Could it be that old Dumbledore had uncovered something, or perhaps had guessed at the truth? He swiftly turned over possibilities in his mind, contemplating how to respond to Dumbledore's inquiry. Yet, despite his utmost efforts to devise a suitable rationale, he could not conjure a fitting explanation. At this moment, Regulus came to a realization, rather than fabricating illogical excuses. It would be far more prudent to candidly inform Dumbledore of his ignorance. This way, without resorting to deceiving the venerable professor, he believed Dumbledore would discern the veracity of his words. Professor, to be frank, I am quite uncertain about your question. In any case, I am indeed ensnared by the Dark Lord, and this face has not aged. Dumbledore gazed intently at Regulus, meticulously assessing the veracity of his statement. Unfortunately, he could detect no signs of deceit. Dumbledore extended his hand toward him, and, looking directly into Regulus's eyes, inquired, Might I have the privilege of examining your physical condition? Regulus was suddenly struck by an intense chill, as his thoughts drifted to the fact that the old headmaster across from him had once crossed paths with the first Dark Lord. This realization made Regulus instinctively lean back, until he had thoroughly pressed a dent into the cushioned chair. Observing his demeanor, Dumbledore's expression had turned decidedly unfriendly. Black, do not engage in such malevolent speculation about me. It is an exceedingly rude behavior. I merely wish to ascertain whether there is anything amiss with your health. Chapter 25, The Most Lethal of Unseen Assumptions. At this moment, Regulus finally comprehended Dumbledore's intention, a hint of embarrassment flickering across his face. Straightening himself, he addressed Dumbledore with a serious demeanor, entirely unlike the earlier display of his emotions. Well then, please proceed. How should I cooperate? With that, Regulus intended to rise from the sofa, envisioning a process akin to a military enlistment examination. His hands instinctively moved towards the buttons of his clothing. However, upon witnessing his reaction, Dumbledore's expression darkened once again. Regulus Black, all you need to do is remain seated. Sitting properly is the most effective way for you to cooperate. Regulus was engulfed in a wave of awkwardness, as the ingrained thought patterns from his past life proved utterly incompatible with the present magical realm. Dumbledore, wielding his ancient wand, directed an unknown spell emanating a golden glow at Regulus, invoking an overwhelming sensation of vulnerability as though every facet of his being was laid bare. Meanwhile, Dumbledore immersed himself in contemplation, having gleaned the entirety of Regulus's physical condition. Firstly, Regulus's bone age did not align with the expectations of a 17-year-old wizard. Furthermore, physiologically, his body bore no significant divergence from that of an average wizard, save for a heightened degree of magical enhancement relative to his peers. His youthful visage belied the reality that he conformed to the physique of a wizard in his 30s. The sole enigma that eluded Dumbledore's comprehension was the appearance of Regulus's face. In pondering Regulus's peculiar state, Dumbledore began to explore potential explanations in the recesses of his mind. Soon, a name surfaced: Nymphadoritonks, a natural metamorphagus. Sharing the bloodline of the Black family, it was plausible that Regulus, being a distant nephew, might also exhibit similar genetic anomalies. Dumbledore could not suppress the instinctive narrative forming in his mind, a testament to the perils of unfounded speculation. After a considerable interval, Dumbledore emerged from his reverie. His expression transformed from its previous perplexity. "I believe I have grasped something significant. It appears to be a natural talent inherited through your lineage. I wonder if you recall your cousin, Andromeda Black? She has a daughter blessed with the innate gift of metamorphagus. When you were ensnared, your distant niece had yet to experience her magical surge, and her talent remained dormant. By the time it awakened, you were already trapped. Do you comprehend what I am conveying?" Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, Regulus found himself utterly bewildered. He had not anticipated Dumbledore would provide such a fitting rationale. Yet, as he gazed at Dumbledore, a flicker of skepticism lingered in his eyes. He remained uncertain whether Dumbledore's insight or his own conjecture held truth. His hypothesis revolved around the notion that his temporal displacement had caused him to retain the visage of a 17-year-old. Or perhaps that some arcane force had restored Regulus's former body, leading to his revival. Regardless, these musings eluded his understanding. While Dumbledore's explanation resonated with an unsettling sense of logic, Regulus appeared suddenly enlightened as he replied to Dumbledore. "Ah, so that is how it is. I truly had not anticipated that I possessed such a talent." At that moment, both individuals had obtained the answers they sought. However, Regulus felt a greater sense of disillusionment. Once a quintessential wizard of unparalleled wealth, lacking for nothing and destined to revel in the magical realm, he found himself conscripted by the venerable Dumbledore, reduced to the status of an employee under a superior. Contemplating this reality, Regulus often struggled to muster any enthusiasm. "Well then, let us conclude our conversation for today. I believe it is time for me to return to Hogwarts, as I must once again verify the list of new students. Do you have any other matters to discuss?" "Regulus?" Regulus mechanically shook his head, still contemplating the work life that awaited him. "Since the professor has matters to attend to, I shall take my leave as well. I must prepare a letter for Professor McGonagall." Regulus was unwilling to spend even a moment longer in the company of old Dumbledore. The sensation of being observed by him was truly unbearable. After bidding farewell to Dumbledore, he made his way directly back to the first floor of the Ministry of Magic. Returning to the corridor outside the main hall, there, he casually sought out an unoccupied fireplace, handing 10 sickles to the attendant beside it in exchange for a handful of flue powder and the right to use the fireplace. Without hesitation, Regulus stepped into the hearth and scattered the flue powder in his grasp. "The leaky cauldron," he declared clearly, and with a burst of emerald flames, he vanished from the ministry corridor. After a brief sensation of spinning, Regulus materialized before the fireplace in the leaky cauldron. The discomfort associated with the flue network was far less than that of apparition, so he appeared quite composed. However, the fireplace at the leaky cauldron seemed to have gone uncleaned for some time, leaving his clothes slightly dusted with ash. He brushed off the soot and, without a moment's hesitation, strode straight towards the pub's rear yard. With his arrival, the patrons of the leaky cauldron, whether engaged in drinking, animated conversation, or clandestine dealings, fell silent. All eyes fixed upon him. This collective gaze was entirely due to the copies of the Daily Prophet they clutched in their hands. Regulus was well acquainted with the Hog's Head Inn, disregarding the reactions of those around him, even as they gazed upon him with curiosity. In a certain sense, even without Dumbledore's employment, he belonged to the upper echelons of the wizarding world, a status unattainable by the wizards frequenting the pub. Regulus approached the bar, addressing the ever-busy old Tom behind it. "Old Tom, the fireplace in the pub needs a thorough cleaning. Just look at how filthy it is. It's left me covered in soot. Moreover, I suggest a renovation for the bar. The ambience is utterly dismal. Welcome back, Mr. Blake. You are absolutely right. The fireplace indeed requires attention. What would you like to drink today? I still have a case of 1801 Chivas Regal whiskey set aside for you in the cellar. Allow me to retrieve it." Chapter 26. Money is the courage of heroes. No need to fetch it, old Tom. Let the whiskey remain here for now. I did not come by today for a drink. I have matters to attend to in Diagon Alley. Regulus, confronted by the innkeeper of the Broken Cauldron who intended to fetch him a drink, candidly articulated his intentions. Old Tom immediately halted in his tracks. "Of course, sir. Upon your return, you must certainly come by for a drink. Regulus merely nodded, subsequently remaining silent as he made his way toward the rear courtyard of the Leaky Cauldron. Upon his arrival in the secluded garden, which had previously exuded an atmosphere so quiet that one could hear a pin drop, it immediately transformed into a cacophony of chatter. The noise was even more pronounced than before Regulus's arrival, as everyone engaged in fervent discussions revolving around him, with various tabloid rumors published in newspapers serving as fodder for the wizard's conversations. Notably, the most prominent publication in the wizarding world, the Daily Prophet, featured a headline on its front page dedicated to him. The article began with a photograph from his student days, extracted from a Quidditch match group photo. A colossal headline dominated nearly a fifth of the page: The Death Eater Who Escaped Legal Repercussions. How to Interpret the Death Eaters and Dumbledore's Behind-the-Scenes Dealings. Rita Skeeter. Such matters had no discernible impact on Regulus. He neither noticed them nor would he have deemed them worthy of consideration, even had he seen them. Regulus made his way to the backyard, striding towards the wall adorned with garbage bins. As he approached, the wall began to morph before his very eyes. In a matter of moments, a passageway leading to Diagon Alley unfolded before him. With his destination already in mind, he stepped through the entrance into the bustling alley. Within Diagon Alley, a multitude of wizards thronged the narrow streets, their attire an eclectic mix. Some resembled wanderers, while others appeared as though they belonged to the aristocracy. Regardless of their garb, Regulus had a singular purpose for his visit: to send a letter to Professor McGonagall. The means of dispatch, of course, would be through the owl post. However, he found himself without an owl, for his home had been bereft of one for over a decade. Even if he had once owned an owl, the passage of time had rendered its fate uncertain, whether it had perished or simply fled. Before making his way to the owl post, he needed to visit Gringotts. Having returned home just a couple of days prior, he had not ventured out, leaving him without funds. The scant change he had used to travel from the Ministry of Magic to Diagon Alley was all he had managed to unearth while tidying his home. Thus, it was imperative that he first stop by Gringotts to withdraw some money. After all, currency was essential for whatever lay ahead. As he stepped into Diagon Alley, Regulus made a beeline for Gringotts. Passing through the silver entrance, he entered a grand hall, where a flurry of activity surrounded him. Goblins busily attended to their tasks at various counters. Some weighed gemstones, while others facilitated transactions for deposits and withdrawals, each engrossed in their respective duties. Regulus discerned a vacant counter and made his way directly towards it. "I would like to withdraw some galleons. Could you assist me with that?" At that moment, a nearby fairy, having heard his words, merely glanced up at him before promptly lowering its head once more. "Have you brought the vault key?" Regulus placed a bronze key directly upon the counter, and the fairy before him merely cast a fleeting glance before finally making a move. The fairy took the bronze key into his hands, scrutinizing it with diligence until he confirmed its authenticity, at which point he returned the key to Regulus. "Follow me." The fairy reluctantly leaped down from his high stool, limping as he guided Regulus toward the subterranean vault. From the perspective of the fairy, all currency within the wizarding world belonged to them, for coins such as galleons were crafted by their own hands. According to their theory of ownership based on creation, they felt entitled to the wizarding currency. As for the coins held by wizards, they were merely a manifestation of the fairy's benevolence, lent to the wizards for their use. Conveniently forgetting the numerous treaties signed after the fairy rebellion when wizards had vanquished them, it was, in essence, a triumph of psychological manipulation executed to perfection by these fairies. As the saying goes, as long as I am not embarrassed, it is others who should feel awkward. Upon boarding the small mine cart that would take him underground, Regulus felt the discomfort of the rough seat beneath him. He promptly cast a transformation spell, converting the seat into a plush little sofa. The cart descended swiftly, carrying him and the fairy attended downward, traversing multiple layers of protective enchantments until they finally arrived at the location of his vault. Turning to face vault number 712. A wave of memories washed over Regulus. Adjacent to this vault was Sirius's vault, number 711, belonging to his foolish brother, Sirius Black. He recalled that both he and Sirius had opened their vaults together, with Sirius being a mere 11 years old at the time and Regulus just 9. The joy they shared upon acquiring their respective vaults was immeasurable. Yet, as he lingered in his reverie, the accompanying fairy sharply pulled him back to the present. "Sir, please hand me the vault key, and I shall unlock the vault for you." Regulus finally regained his senses as the key was seized by the fairy. After thoroughly verifying the compatibility of the key with the vault, he proceeded to unlock the grand entrance. As the vault door swung open, he was immediately enveloped by a dazzling sea of gold. The modest space was nearly overwhelmed by the sheer abundance of galleons. The coins were heaped into small mountains, consisting solely of galleons, without a single sickles or nuts in sight. "Mr. Black, The attendant continued. The proprietors of the shops you rent out each month have dutifully deposited their rent at Gringotts. Throughout your absence, not a single penny has been overlooked. Every bit has been securely placed within this vault. Regulus, upon hearing the words of the fairy beside him, suddenly recalled that he had several shops available for rent in Diagon Alley. Regulus remained silent, having no intention of acknowledging the fairy beside him. He entered the vault and extracted 2,000 galleons from the mound composed of the gold coins, which he levitated into his pocket using a floating charm. Reminded by Dumbledore's office, which had been enchanted with an undetectable extension charm, he also applied the same charm to his own pocket, to prevent it from becoming too heavy. He additionally employed a weight-reducing charm along with the levitation spell. With the money secured, Regulus deemed his visit to Gringotts a success. With newfound financial means, Regulus felt a surge of confidence as he strolled down the most bustling wizarding street in England. Soon, he arrived at the Owl post office, clutching a letter in his hand. Chapter 27, Strolling. In truth, this letter had been penned long ago, during his previous conversation with old Dumbledore, when he was asked to teach at Hogwarts. However, he had hesitated to send it due to a lingering sense of hope, even without an owl at the time. He could have dispatched it simply by entrusting it to Creature. Yet, after the hearing concluded today, he understood the urgency of sending it out. After all, he could not escape the fate of a worker. Entering the Owl post office, he spent 20 nuts to send a robust owl carrying his letter to Professor McGonagall at Hogwarts. Having originally been laden with galleons, he emerged from the post office considerably lighter in weight. With the letter dispatched, Regulus had accomplished a significant portion of his objective for visiting Diagon Alley. Subsequently, with nothing pressing to do, he began to wander aimlessly through the alley. Before long, he ambled from one end of Diagon Alley to the other, comparing it to his memories. Upon reflection, aside from a few shops that had closed down, the layout of Diagon Alley remained largely unchanged from what he remembered. For instance, next to the second-hand shop, there used to be a potions shop specializing in shampoos, which was now shuttered. This was understandable as that shop belonged to the Potters, the family of Harry Potter. However, following James Potter's demise, the business gradually fell into decline. After gaining a general understanding of the current state of Diagon Alley, Regulus meandered to the entrance of the Elops Emporium. As he sought to integrate himself into the wizarding community, it was inevitable that he would need to communicate with other witches and wizards, rendering a messenger indispensable. He could not possibly visit the post office every time he wished to send a letter. That would be far too cumbersome and costly. Thus, he decided to purchase an owl for his convenience in future correspondence. Elops offered a wider variety of owls than the magical menagerie. Furthermore, another reason for his visit was that the shop's property belonged to the Black family. In a sense, Regulus could consider himself a landlord. The Black family, being one of the Sacred 28, boasted a rich heritage, firmly establishing them among the elite. Stepping into the owl shop, he noticed a bustling crowd of wizards. Despite the flurry of activity, he refrained from interrupting and simply wandered around the store. The demand for owls among wizards was not particularly high. While these creatures served as essential messengers, one owl was typically sufficient for a wizarding household. Additionally, magical owls generally had a lifespan of 35 to 55 years, compared to the mere 3 to 11 years of ordinary owls. Thus, possessing a single owl could suffice for a lifetime. Of course, the actual lifespan depended on the conditions in which the owl was raised. Those living in favorable circumstances could become invaluable companions. In the shop, numerous wizards came and went, most of whom were young witches and wizards. This period marked one of the busiest times of the year, as Hogwarts students were on holiday and needed to procure their supplies for the upcoming school year. Furthermore, young witches and wizards were accompanied by their wizarding parents. Although the peak busyness would occur once the Muggle-born students received their acceptance letters. After perusing the shop, Regulus finally caught the attention of the shopkeeper. Initially, the proprietor had not paid him much mind, as Regulus's appearance did not suggest he was a potential customer for an owl. However, after sending off another wizarding family, the shopkeeper took a closer look at Regulus and immediately regretted not noticing him sooner. He lamented that had he recognized Regulus earlier, he might have avoided the risk of Regulus feeling neglected and retaliating with a rent increase. With a hint of trepidation, the shopkeeper approached Regulus. "Welcome, Mr. Black. I wonder what brings you here today?" Regulus observed the anxious expression of the shopkeeper and surmised the reason for his unease. He was undoubtedly apprehensive about a potential increase in rent. "Ah, I'm also in search of a messenger, which is why I've come to see you. As you know, I just returned a couple of days ago." Upon hearing this, the proprietor of the owl shop felt a wave of relief wash over him. with the concern of a rent hike alleviated. He was quite eager to engage with Regulus. It turned out that Mr. Black was in need of a messenger. "I'm sure the owls in our shop will meet your expectations. Please, follow me. I shall show you the newly arrived and well-trained owls." The shopkeeper enthusiastically led him to a collection of owls, each housed in individual cages. The variety was impressive, showcasing an array of sizes and temperaments. Some were adorable, while others exuded a fierce demeanor. Pointing to one of the owls in a cage, the shopkeeper began his introduction. "Behold this one, a long-eared owl. A medium-sized raptor with a rounded head and elegant form, hailing from Bulgaria. And look at this one, a barn owl, small in stature and from Italy. Should your delivery range be limited to Europe, this would be an excellent choice." As the shopkeeper continued to prattle on about the various owls, Regulus felt his mind nearing a state of overload. "Let us pause for a moment. I would like to specify my requirements. I am seeking the largest owl you have. If you possess such a specimen, please introduce me to it. If not, I may venture to the nearby magical menagerie for a chance," he stated directly to the shopkeeper, who finally ceased his aimless recommendations. He then proceeded to the innermost part of the shop and emerged with an enormous cage. "Mr. Black, I believe this will meet your needs. This is a Eurasian eagle owl, sourced from the depths of the Albanian forests. It is the largest species of owl in the world, possessing extraordinarily acute hearing and remarkable vision. This particular specimen has only been with me for a short while, and at less than 2 years old, it has one notable characteristic: it has a rather fierce temperament and has not yet been fully tamed." Regulus gazed into the cage. And as the shopkeeper had mentioned, the owl indeed possessed an impressive size, its feathers lush and predominantly a delicate shade of pale brown tinged with white. Its appearance was strikingly beautiful. He instantly favored this particular owl, which exuded an aura akin to that of a Schwarzenegger among its avian kind, remarkably robust. "All right. This one it shall be. How much?" Chapter 28. Caesar the shopkeeper appeared momentarily taken aback, not anticipating Regulus's prompt decision. He had yet to fully elaborate on the owl's shortcomings. Despite Regulus's unwavering desire to purchase, certain matters warranted clarification. "Mr. Black," he began earnestly, "I feel compelled to inform you that, within our wizarding community, the use of the eagle owl as a messenger is quite rare. The primary reason for this is its notoriously difficult temperament. Most wizards struggle to tame such an owl. However, if one manages to successfully train this breed, it can become a valuable assistant for a wizard. My eagle owl is only just beginning its training, and thus far, I have not achieved success. Therefore, even though you may be interested, I am hesitant to sell it to you, as I fear potential complications in the future." The shopkeeper spoke sincerely to Regulus, laying bare all the merits and drawbacks of the owl. Were this a typical wizard, the shopkeeper would certainly not have been so candid. Even a non-flying owl would have been extolled to the heavens. Yet, in the case of Regulus, he dared not take such liberties. Even if he were to persuade him to buy it now, should Regulus later discover the truth, he could easily raise the rent to recoup his earnings from this transaction. All while the shopkeeper continued to bear the costs. Regulus exhibited no concern over the words spoken, nor did he pay heed to the shopkeeper. Instead, he continued to draw closer to the large, bewildered bird before him. This majestic owl perched upon the horizontal bar of its cage, tilting its head in an endearing manner, exuding a sense of both grandeur and adorableness. In truth, Regulus possessed an innate passive ability known as the light of temptation, which was perpetually activated. Consequently, the owl appeared unusually affectionate towards him as it gazed in his direction. The proprietor of the Illyra Owl Emporium also observed this remarkable bond. It was evident that the owl harbored an extraordinary fondness for Regulus. As Regulus scrutinized the owl, the shopkeeper made a silent resolution, his face adorned with a beaming smile as he addressed Regulus. "Mr. Black, it seems that this owl and you are truly destined for one another. It has been with me for quite some time, yet it has never displayed such docility before," he exclaimed. "Since there appears to be a connection between you, I shall take the liberty of gifting it to you." Though the shopkeeper's words were wrapped in politeness, his heart ached at the thought. A well-trained owl was worth a staggering 150 galleons. Even an untrained one would fetch around 70 to 80 galleons, a significant sum indeed. It is worth noting that the expenses for a newly enrolled young wizard typically amount to approximately 150 galleons, assuming one opts for all new supplies. This simply cannot be. Our Black family has never engaged in such practices. If you find it too burdensome, then please calculate the price it cost. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper felt a wave of relief wash over him, his previously tormented expression easing into one of calm. "Then you may pay 85 galleons. I assure you, I am not profiting from this. It is the exact price I acquired it for." Regulus, having listened attentively, spoke not a word as his hand gracefully hovered above the pocket of his suit. With a flick of a spell, 100 galleons levitated within his pocket, ceaselessly soaring into his palm. In no time, a neatly arranged stack of 100 galleons materialized in his grasp. 85 of these were designated for the purchase of the owl, while the remaining 15 were to be considered his well-deserved fee. As he completed his statement, the golden galleons floated from his hand towards the counter, while he deftly grasped the cage that contained the owl. His affection for this magnificent creature was genuine. As a devoted Harry Potter enthusiast, how could he possibly resist the allure of owning his very own owl? Just as he stepped out of the owl shop, the proprietor emerged in pursuit, a bag in hand. "Mr. Black, please wait. Kindly accept these mouse treats. They are a favorite delicacy for this owl. Additionally, welcome back to the wizarding world." Regulus exhibited a faint smile as the pouch of kangaroo jerky in the proprietor's hand inexplicably levitated. His footsteps remained unceasing as he departed. "In light of your honesty, in the presence of this pouch of owl feed, let the rent remain unchanged." Only after he had distanced himself did his words finally reach the ears of the owner. Paying no mind to the proprietor's reaction, Regulus continued onward. Releasing the owl from its cage, he cast an ironclad charm upon his arm, resting the owl upon it, while simultaneously shrinking the now empty cage and tucking it away into his pocket. Regulus fixed his gaze upon the newly acquired owl, pondering what name to bestow upon it. "Given your majestic demeanor, perhaps I shall call you Caesar. I hope you will ascend to become the king of owls, just as Caesar did." The owl tilted its head, as if it comprehended his words, and gently nodded in agreement. "Ah, it seems you favor that name." Regulus, filled with delight, caressed the feathers of Caesar. "You may soar in the skies for now. I shall return home after my shopping." With that, Regulus raised his arm, and Caesar took flight, hovering gracefully above Diagon Alley, awaiting Regulus's return. Having completed this, Regulus resumed his exploration and, before long, found himself at the southern end of Diagon Alley, where he discovered an upscale ready-to-wear boutique, Tailored Elegance. Reflecting on the contents of his wardrobe, he suddenly realized a lack of more sophisticated attire. His closet was predominantly filled with school uniforms from his academic days, along with several outdated robes of inferior quality. As he prepared to assume his new role, he felt a genuine need for appropriate clothing. With this thought in mind, Regulus stepped into Tailored Elegance. This establishment specialized in bespoke, high-end garments and boasted a rich history. He recalled that Wilburga often brought him here to purchase clothing. In contrast, the Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions had only emerged in the past decade, lacking the title of Madame during his school years, when it was still under the management of old Malkin. As Regulus stepped inside, he discovered a golden-haired young boy being deftly maneuvered by an individual. A measuring tape flitted around the boy, who wore an expression of evident impatience. Beside him stood a remarkably graceful witch, who gazed at the boy with a kind and nurturing demeanor. Observing the silhouette of the witch, Regulus felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, his eyes fixated upon her figure. It seemed the witch sensed something as well, for she turned and looked directly at Regulus. Upon recognizing his features, she approached him with an air of nonchalance. Chapter 29. A long-awaited reunion. As the witch stood before him, engaging in an unwavering gaze, Regulus was about to extend a greeting when she enveloped him in a warm embrace. The golden-haired boy, who had been standing by, was taken aback by the scene unfolding before him. In his recollection, his mother had never exhibited such a display of affection, though she was generally loving. She always exuded an air of nobility. After a brief embrace, the witch released Regulus and stood quietly opposite him. "Leo, it is truly wonderful to see you again." "Indeed. It has been over a decade since our last encounter, but you seem to have aged somewhat." Regulus chuckled as he spoke to the witch. Yet scarcely had he finished his sentence when she twisted his ear with a firm grip, showing no intention of letting go. "Oh, Leo. Your audacity remains as bold as ever. You intend to provoke my ire the moment we meet, do you?" Regulus felt a sharp pain in his ears and quickly pleaded. "Please let go, sister. I was mistaken. You possess greater grace, not age." Eventually, the witch released her grip on his ears. Regulus rubbed them, yet his smile remained unwavering. Meanwhile, the bewildered blond boy, who had been observing, finally regained his composure and curiously looked up at the middle-aged blond man standing beside him, asking, "Father, who is this? Why are they so familiar with Mother?" However, the blond man appeared to have not heard the boy's inquiry and showed no inclination to respond. At that moment, Regulus heard a commotion nearby and turned to investigate, catching sight of a small boy. He was genuinely surprised. He had merely come to Diagon Alley for a leisurely stroll and unexpectedly encountered a familiar face, his dear cousin, Narcissa Black. In his memories, Narcissa had also grown up at Grimmauld Place, as the Black family residence was not solely theirs. Whenever Narcissa visited Diagon Alley, she would invariably bring him along, often treating him to delightful trinkets. Not only had he reunited with Narcissa, but he also found himself in the presence of Harry's lifelong adversary, Draco Malfoy. Intriguingly, Regulus was now Draco's distant uncle. Although not a direct uncle, given the close relationship between him and Narcissa, it could certainly be considered as such. "Isn't that your son beside you? He is quite adorable," Regulus remarked to Narcissa, who then guided him toward the Malfoy duo. As they approached, Lucius's expression soured considerably, yet the young boy beside him radiated curiosity, as a Death Eater who had yet to renounce his allegiance. Lucius was keen to avoid any association with Regulus. Whether it pertained to Regulus's former identity as a Death Eater or his suspicion of Regulus's betrayal of the Dark Lord, Lucius was resolutely uninterested in encountering him. He feared the possibility of attracting the Ministry of Magic's scrutiny once more, and even more so, the repercussions from the Dark Lord upon his anticipated return. "Regulus, what a surprise to see you again," he exclaimed. "Indeed, your astonishment at my presence brings me great joy." As soon as Regulus and Lucius encountered each other, an immediate sense of disdain was palpable between them. Ignoring the presence of others, they began to clash verbally. "Lucius, Leo," Narcissa observed her husband and cousin. Their words laced with impoliteness, and promptly intervened to quell the rising tension. Regulus subsequently ceased his conversation with Lucius, instead crouching down to maintain eye level with Draco. "Child, allow me to introduce myself. I am Regulus Black, your mother's most cherished cousin. You may simply call me Uncle." Draco appeared bewildered, unable to comprehend why this individual exhibited a demeanor so starkly contrasting to that of his parents, leaving him uncertain of how to respond. "Son, address him as Uncle," Narcissa urged, observing her son's stunned silence. "Uncle." Prompted by Narcissa, Draco finally turned away from Lucius and timidly uttered the term. Regulus chuckled upon hearing the word uncle, his right hand already ruffling Draco's meticulously styled hair. What was once a perfectly slicked-back hairstyle was now in disarray, thanks to Regulus's playful antics. As he tousled Draco's hair, Regulus couldn't help but internally grumble about the stubbornness of the locks beneath his fingers. It took considerable effort to dishevel it. One could only wonder how much hair gel had been applied, almost akin to the strength of welding. At that moment, Draco's discomfort was palpable. The hairstyle he had painstakingly perfected was now undone by an uncle he had just met. Observing the expression on Draco's face brought immense joy to Regulus, eliciting a barely contained laughter from Narcissa, who stood nearby. Regulus had no intention of merely tousling his hair. He then turned to Narcissa beside him and remarked, "Sissy, in the future, please refrain from allowing the children to apply such an excessive amount of hairspray on their heads. It is detrimental to their hair health. We wouldn't want them to be balding at such a tender age." As soon as Regulus finished speaking, Narcissa reached out to pat him on the head. Yet a smile lingered on her face that she could not suppress. Regulus, however, was already prepared and deftly evaded her playful swat. "Ha, missed me, didn't you? This is why one should strike their younger sibling early." Regulus retreated to the doorway, smiling at Narcissa as he said, "Please wait for me a moment. I shall procure a little something for my newly met nephew." Before they could respond, Regulus had already exited the Muggle clothing store. Through the glass window, he glimpsed Narcissa waving at him persistently. Soon, Regulus arrived at the Quidditch boutique. His intent clear, he wished to bestow upon Draco a broomstick as a token of their first encounter. A broomstick was the most fitting gift, for no young wizard could resist the allure of Quidditch, nor could any young wizard decline the offer of a broomstick. He made his way directly to the counter and requested the staff to wrap up the latest model, the Nimbus 2000. Which had recently been launched and could reach speeds of up to 200 kilometers per hour. Naturally, such a newly released broomstick came at a considerable price, costing Regulus a total of 2,000 galleons. Regulus had just withdrawn a sum of money from Gringotts, which he promptly spent in its entirety, leaving him indebted to the Quidditch boutique for an additional 100. Strictly speaking, there was no compelling reason to procure such a luxurious broomstick, especially considering Draco was merely 11 years old, and the broom's impressive speed posed certain safety concerns. However, given Draco's lineage as the son of Narcissa, gifting him a Nimbus 2000 did not seem out of place at all. Chapter 30. The Temptation of Wealth for both the Black and Malfoy families. The foundational accumulation of wealth had already been accomplished. The broomstick, with its considerable value, could be likened to a luxury vehicle within the realm of private transportation. While this category of automobile might be deemed extravagant by ordinary households, to the affluent, It merely serves as a means of conveyance. Thus, Regulus's choice of the Nimbus 2000 as a greeting gift for Draco was indeed quite appropriate. Regulus emerged from the Quidditch boutique, clutching his Firebolt 2000, and returned to the Muggle clothing store. At that moment, the Malfoy family had concluded their shopping within the establishment. Had they not been awaiting Regulus's return, they would have already taken their leave. Regulus walked straight up to Draco and handed him the beautifully wrapped Nimbus 2000. As Draco's uncle, this was their first meeting, and uncertain of what to gift him, Regulus hoped that this broom would delight him. Upon receiving the elegantly packaged broom, Draco found himself momentarily at a loss, glancing over to his mother for guidance. Yet, in his eyes sparkled a glimmer of hope. He yearned to accept the broom, though his upbringing restrained his desires. Narcissa, noticing the broom in Regulus's hands and her son's hopeful gaze, finally spoke. "Take it, Draco. This is a gift from your uncle, a token of our kinship. He is not an outsider." Upon hearing his mother's words, Draco was filled with elation as he accepted the broom from Regulus. "Let's unwrap it and see if you like it." "Thank you for the gift, uncle," he exclaimed, his excitement evident as he hastily began to unbox the present, revealing the Nimbus 2000 within. Narcissa, observing the broom's magnificent appearance, could not help but be taken aback, although she refrained from voicing any objections. Instead, she turned to Regulus with a playful complaint. "Reggie, this broom is rather extravagant. You truly have a penchant for lavish spending. At this rate, the Black family's fortune will be depleted." Despite Narcissa's jest, Regulus felt a warmth in his heart, as it was the first time he sensed genuine concern for himself in this world. It's not like I've squandered it on others. This is merely a gift for my nephew. Besides, I am employed now. Being a professor at Hogwarts pays quite well." Initially, Narcissa was unfazed, but soon she perceived the significance of his words. "Hogwarts? Employed? What do you mean?" "It's nothing much, really. Dumbledore has invited me to teach at Hogwarts, primarily because he is somewhat wary of my sudden return and intends to keep me close for observation for a year." Regulus succinctly conveyed the matter, and an appropriate expression of anger towards Dumbledore surfaced on Narcissa's face. "That old fool." Narcissa silently cursed, then turned to Lucius with a disapproving look. "Are you aware of this, Lucius?" Lucius, recognizing the futility of beating around the bush while Narcissa was irate, shot a glare at Regulus instead. "I am indeed aware. The Board of Governors only passed this resolution yesterday." Narcissa cast an annoyed glance at Lucius before turning her attention back to Regulus. "Since the matter is settled, I shall refrain from further comment. Lucius currently presides over the board. Should you encounter any issues at school, do remember to write to me. What could possibly arise? It's merely a position at Hogwarts. Let us not forget that the Black family holds a seat on the Hogwarts board as well." "Oh, I forgot to ask. Who previously occupied the Black family's seat?" "It was held by someone appointed by the Ministry of Magic. Rest assured, I will have Lucius retrieve that seat for you." The sibling duo exchanged words, while Lucius remained silently listening, inwardly cursing as his wife assigned him a task. As for Draco, he paid no heed to the adults' conversations, being wholly engrossed in maneuvering his newly acquired Nimbus 2000. Regulus engaged in conversation with Narcissa for a while longer, but Lucius, unable to contain his impatience, urged her to conclude their discussion. Faced with Lucius's insistence, Narcissa could not afford to disregard his sentiments, thus bringing their exchange to an end. "Rio, do visit my sister's home when you have the time. My culinary skills have certainly flourished over the years." Upon uttering this, a shiver ran through the three men present, as the image of her notoriously dark and unappetizing dishes loomed large in their minds. I shall certainly make time for it," Regulus replied. The Malfoy family departed, each harboring their own sentiments, and only then did Regulus turn his attention to the proprietor of the tailor shop. He soon adopted Draco's earlier demeanor, allowing the shopkeeper to direct him as a myriad of measurements were meticulously recorded. Regulus had finalized his choice of clothing, and as he exited the tailor shop, his finances had diminished by nearly 1,000 galleons once again. At the very moment he was customizing his garments, an owl from the owl post finally arrived at its destination, bearing his letter addressed to Professor McGonagall. While Professor McGonagall was engrossed in managing school affairs within her office, she was suddenly interrupted by a tapping sound against the window. Turning her head, she discovered an owl persistently rapping at the glass. Setting down her quill, she approached the window and allowed the owl to enter. The owl gently placed the letter it had clutched in its beak before Professor McGonagall and hooted twice. In gratitude, she offered the owl a small bowl of water and a handful of nuts before finally picking up the letter. A sense of curiosity enveloped her as she pondered who could have sent her a letter, especially since the young witches and wizards had yet to receive their acceptance letters for the upcoming school year. With a furrowed brow, Professor McGonagall examined the envelope, which bore the address to the esteemed Professor Minerva McGonagall, and noted that the signature merely indicated the position of Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts. Assuming it to be correspondence from Quirinus Quirrell, she flipped the envelope over without further thought. However, upon inspecting the wax seal on the back, she noticed the family crest embossed upon it, which indicated that this was indeed not a letter from Quirrell. Professor McGonagall recognized the family crest all too well. It was a symbol renowned within the wizarding community, known by nearly every witch and wizard. Recently, this long-silent crest had resurfaced in the public eye, sparking a flurry of gossip regarding its bearer. Contemplating the title inscribed on the envelope, she felt a sense of bewilderment and, driven by curiosity, she broke the wax seal and extracted the parchment. Chapter 31. The lioness with the parchment now in her hands. Professor McGonagall unfolded the letter and began to read. Dear Professor McGonagall, it has been many years since we last corresponded. I hope this message finds you well. I have recently accepted an invitation from Headmaster Albus Dumbledore to teach the Defense Against the Dark Arts course for 1st to 3rd years in the upcoming academic year. We will continue to utilize the textbook Dark Forces, a guide to self-protection, which is quite suitable for introducing young witches and wizards to the subject. So there is no need for a change. It will be my honor to work alongside you in the coming endeavors. Yours sincerely, your long-ago student, Regulus Arcturus Black. July 9th, 1991. Professor McGonagall returned the letter to its envelope, feeling uncertain about her emotions after reading it. In truth, Regulus had left a positive impression on her, especially during their time at school, embodying the quintessential traits of a Slytherin. However, subsequent events led her to feel disenchanted with this young wizard, and his eventual disappearance allowed her to gradually forget him. The name resurfaced in her mind recently through the newspapers. Just then, a knock echoed at her office door. "Come in," she called, and as her words hung in the air, the door swung open. An unkempt old man entered, carrying an oil lamp, accompanied by a gaunt cat. Meow. Upon hearing the feline's call, McGonagall immediately recognized the visitor. "Mr. Filch, is there something you need?" Filch, lamp in hand, placed a newspaper on her desk. "Professor, this was delivered to the dining hall by the post owl tonight, since you were absent. The headmaster took it upon himself to have me bring it to you during my rounds." He handed her the newspaper, stating, "My task is complete, and I shall continue my patrol." As he turned to leave, McGonagall observed the stooped figure of Filch and the emaciated cat by his side, sighing softly. "Argus, now that the holidays have begun, you should take some time to relax. And as for Mrs. Norris, perhaps you should take her to see Snape. She appears rather unwell." Filch halted at her words, then turned back defiantly. "Norris is perfectly healthy, Professor. There's no need for your concern. Patrolling is my duty, and as long as I hold the position of caretaker at Hogwarts, it shall not cease." With that, Filch stubbornly exited, his cat trailing behind. Once he departed, McGonagall stood, holding the letter from Regulus. Yet as she rose, her gaze fell upon the newspaper Filch had delivered, particularly a photograph contained within. The image featured Regulus, encircled by others, his face beaming with a radiant smile. This sight prompted McGonagall to reminisce about a thrilling Quidditch match between Regulus and James Potter, two exceptionally talented seekers. Intrigued, she picked up the newspaper to read the special edition of the Daily Prophet, which revealed Regulus's recent situation. However, despite her newfound understanding, she felt compelled to consult Dumbledore. Not solely for this matter, but also to inquire about the upcoming admission list for the new school year. With the letter in hand, she briskly made her way to the headmaster's office on the 8th floor. Even the stone statue at the entrance seemed to sense her determination and graciously stepped aside. Unimpeded, she entered the office. Dumbledore, clad in a purple velvet robe, sat at his desk, as though awaiting her arrival. "Ah, Minerva, I anticipated your visit. It seems you have received Regulus's letter," he remarked without surprise as she approached the desk. McGonagall had intended to take the initiative, but Dumbledore had laid his cards on the table, leaving her without a strategy. This revelation only intensified her frustration. "Dumbledore, I demand an explanation. We already have Quirinus. I see no need for an additional professor for Defense Against the Dark Arts. Even if Quirinus has primarily taught Muggle studies, I believe he is more than capable of handling this subject." Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully as she spoke, remaining silent until she had expressed all her concerns. Only then did he respond. "Minerva, I have no doubt that Quirinus will be a competent professor, as evidenced by his previous teaching. However, the defense against the dark arts class is fundamentally different from the risk-free Muggle studies. Quirinus lacks experience in this area. In contrast, Regulus has a distinct advantage. You are aware he was once in Tom's circle and possesses considerable expertise in dark arts. To effectively teach this subject, one must have an understanding of dark magic. And I believe Regulus is more than qualified for this role. Moreover, I have arranged for him to teach only first to third-year students, while Quirinus will continue with the 4th to 7th years. This should alleviate your concerns regarding the 5th year O, W, L, and 7th year N, E, W, T examinations. Dumbledore's analysis prompted McGonagall to reflect deeply. However, the issues she had raised were not the primary reason for her visit. Albus, you must understand. My concern is not about teaching methods. I am worried whether Regulus's past and identity render him suitable for a professorship at Hogwarts. Seeing McGonagall's unwavering determination, Dumbledore sighed. Recognizing that some matters were best kept from her, not out of distrust, but to avoid complications, he recalled the locket that had been transformed into a Horcrux, which the house elf had brought back during Regulus's entrapment, knowledge he could not share with McGonagall. He understood her well. Despite her maturity, she remained a remarkable Gryffindor, passionate about Quidditch. Minerva, I comprehend your apprehensions. However, before we proceed, let us reflect on your memories of Regulus. What kind of person do you recall him to be? The words of Dumbledore prompted McGonagall to fall into deep contemplation. Chapter 32, The Resigned Old Cat Lady. Subsequently, memories of Regulus flooded McGonagall's mind. Beginning with his performance during his school years, he exhibited outstanding academic achievements and possessed a pleasant demeanor, characterized by kindness. Although he shared the prideful nature of most members of the Black family, at his core, he embodied the qualities that initially defined Slytherin. During his time at school, he did not engage in any particularly outrageous behavior, though he ultimately fell prey to the Dark Lord's ideology and became one of his followers. Upon learning of Regulus's trajectory, she had felt a sense of regret for this exceptionally talented Quidditch player. Upon further reflection, McGonagall could not recall any wrongful acts committed by him. Even after his allegiance to Voldemort, as no malevolent deeds had surfaced in relation to him. This recollection left McGonagall in a state of perplexity, until she was reminded of the newspaper she had just perused. The publication had fully reported Regulus's statements at the hearing, allowing McGonagall to comprehend him more deeply. Minerva, it seems you have realized that Regulus is not akin to the Death Eaters we know. If you were willing to give Severus a chance, why not extend the same opportunity to Regulus? Dumbledore observed McGonagall's expression and fanned the flames of his argument. This brought to mind Severus Snape of yore. Indeed, Regulus's situation bore striking similarities to that of Snape at the time. Minerva, everyone makes mistakes, as long as they are not unforgivable. We should afford our youth a greater measure of leniency. As Dumbledore articulated this, McGonagall found herself gradually acquiescing to his perspective, though a sense of reluctance lingered within her. But shouldn't we consider the safety of the Hogwarts students? What if something unfortunate were to occur? Dumbledore replied, I do not believe he can stir up much trouble under my watch, and I have instructed Severus to keep an eye on Regulus. Moreover, with you and the formidable professors at the school, there is nothing to fear. McGonagall was ultimately persuaded by Dumbledore's reasoning, albeit still displaying a hint of reluctance. Very well, Albus, we shall proceed according to your plan, but I will remain vigilant, she declared. Having settled the matter concerning Regulus, she intended to leave, wishing to reply to him. Just as she was about to exit the office, an idea struck her, and she turned back to face Dumbledore. Excuse me, sir. I wonder if you have concluded your tasks. Could you assist with some school matters? Up to this point, I have yet to receive the list of this year's new students. Even if you, as the headmaster, are unable to help, you should not hinder the process. Dumbledore, who had been relieved to see McGonagall about to leave, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him upon hearing her words. Minerva, I must trouble you with the matter of the new students. You know my responsibilities are numerous, and I have a meeting in Liechtenstein soon. Therefore, I entrust the management of school affairs to you, Deputy Headmistress. Dumbledore spoke without daring to raise his gaze, his eyes avoiding McGonagall's, as he awkwardly continued to speak. But, sir, the workload is simply too great. Surely you can spare some time to help me with it. Dumbledore, reluctant to undertake the labor, promptly devised a response. While I may lack time, I believe I can assist you in finding an assistant. You see, the letter you are holding is from that newly appointed Black, who would serve as excellent labor. I'm sure he would not refuse the request of the deputy headmistress. McGonagall exited the office holding the letter, having ultimately failed to convince Dumbledore to assist her with the workload. However, she did not leave empty-handed. At the very least, she had acquired a free helper, thus alleviating her burden. Upon returning to her office, McGonagall set aside Regulus's letter and placed the list she had obtained from Dumbledore on her desk for processing. She then took out a sheet of parchment and, with a quill in hand, began to compose a reply to Regulus. Once she finished the letter and glanced at the time, she realized how late it had become. It was no longer feasible to deliver the letter to the Orrery. So she set it aside and resumed her work. McGonagall toiled late into the night, only pausing when the magical clock on the wall chimed, prompting her to conclude her duties and retreat to the common room for rest. Meanwhile, Regulus, having returned home with Caesar after a lengthy day in Diagon Alley, found that it was already quite late, with dinner having been hastily resolved at the Leaky Cauldron. His afternoon shopping spree had significantly depleted his finances by nearly 3,000 galleons, much of which had gone toward gifts, but even the remaining expenses were considerable. Among these was a sum of 500 galleons spent on tailored clothing, which was undoubtedly costly, as he prepared to take up his position at Hogwarts. Regulus also procured gifts for the many professors who would soon be his colleagues. After all, it is said that one can never be too generous. After organizing his purchases, Regulus retired to his room to rest. While he indulged in his shopping spree, the Malfoy family, having exited the Muggle clothing store, returned to Malfoy Manor via the Floo network. The trio emerged from the fireplace, each bearing their own distinct mood. Most notably, Lucius Malfoy was engulfed in inner turmoil, uncertain of how to navigate the unexpected presence of his new brother-in-law. Pondering this, Lucius absently rubbed his left forearm, where a mark known to any Death Eater resided. In stark contrast, the 11-year-old Draco was elated, having received an unimaginable gift today, a brand new Nimbus 2000. As for who was most delighted at the prospect of seeing Regulus, it was none other than Narcissa. Although she had long since married into the Malfoy family, adopting their surname, her middle name remained Black, and she never forgot her roots. With Regulus's return, the once fading Black family name could potentially be revitalized. Moreover, her relationship with Regulus was far better than with her elder cousin. In their youth, they had shared a bond akin to that of siblings. Each family member harbored their own sentiments, yet only Lucius bore a negative disposition. He could not fathom how the Malfoy family would coexist with the Black family in the future, especially with the obligations foisted upon him by his wife to assist the Blacks in reclaiming their seat on the board. Lucius now resembled a beleaguered soul, his expression a portrait of discontent. Chapter 33. Taking office that evening, in 3 different locations, many were profoundly affected by the reappearance of Regulus. The night passed in silence, and while Regulus slumbered soundly, Professor McGonagall had already risen, commencing her busy day within the walls of Hogwarts Castle. After awakening, she first visited the Orrery, dispatching the letter she had penned to Regulus the previous day. She then lingered for a moment in the Orrery, replenishing water and food for the owls before taking her leave. It is worth noting that these owls would soon play a significant role, as they were tasked with delivering the acceptance letters to all the newly admitted young wizards. On the 5th floor of Grimmauld Place, Regulus remained blissfully asleep, when suddenly a faint sound echoed through the room. Lost in his dreams, Regulus remained oblivious to the noise. However, he was not alone in the house, for Creature and the newly acquired Caesar were also present. In a corner of Regulus's chamber stood a sizable cage, its door ajar, while Caesar perched atop the cage's frame. Upon hearing a sound, Caesar turned his head to gaze outside the window, where he spotted a fellow owl tapping insistently at the glass. His lively eyes darted about, tilting his head in contemplation. After observing Regulus for a moment, and noting his lack of intention to rise, he let out a loud hoot. The persistent calls of the owl finally stirred Regulus from his slumber, his sleepy eyes glancing toward Caesar. He also became aware of the continuous tap-tap of the window being struck. Upon seeing the unfamiliar owl persistently knocking at the window, Regulus reluctantly roused himself from his stupor. With great effort, he climbed out of bed and approached the window, opening it to allow the owl entry. The owl, striding in, fixed Regulus with an accusatory glare, clearly expressing its displeasure, before finally releasing the letter it had been holding in its beak. Regulus gazed at the letter, yearning to reach out and grasp it. Just as his hand stretched forth, the owl pecked at his hand with its beak. Clearly, the owl was irked. After delivering its swift reprimand, it did not linger and promptly soared out through the window. Caesar, who had been observing intently, could hardly tolerate this unfamiliar owl assaulting his source of sustenance. With wings unfurled, he prepared to give chase. Caesar, do not pursue. Regulus, feeling the sting on the back of his hand, shook his head with a faint smile, soothing the agitated Caesar who wished to regain his honor. Regulus gazed at the letter in his hand, which bore an uncanny resemblance to the acceptance letter he had received previously, sealed with the same distinctive wax emblem of Hogwarts. Yet, the contents within were entirely disparate. Although it was yet another missive from Hogwarts, he dismissed any further contemplation and proceeded to open the letter to unveil its secrets. Dear Mr. Regulus Black, greetings. After many years, it brings me great joy to receive your letter once more. Concerning the matter of the defense against the dark arts textbook, I am already aware and have made the necessary arrangements. As the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, I extend a warm welcome on behalf of Hogwarts to your esteemed presence. I sincerely hope that we can enjoy a harmonious collaboration in our future endeavors. Lastly, I would like to inform you that it is imperative for you, Mr. Black, to arrive at the school by July 13th, 1991, to assist with this year's incoming students. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall. Night of July 12th, 1991. Regulus, upon perusing the contents of the letter, was beset by a myriad of emotions, yet astonishment prevailed. While he was not at all surprised by Professor McGonagall's invitation to join the faculty, what truly took him aback was the mention at the end of the letter, instructing him to arrive at the school on the 13th. What day could the 13th possibly refer to, if not today? This meant he was to embark on his journey to Hogwarts at once. Moreover, he was tasked with assisting Professor McGonagall in the orientation of the new students, which was utterly unexpected. Initially, he had presumed he would have at least a month before commencing his teaching duties at Hogwarts. Yet not only was he called to come earlier, but he was also assigned immediate responsibilities. The insidious nature of capitalism vexed him. His desire to indulge in another month of leisure was dashed. With the leadership having delineated his tasks, he found himself with no alternative. Furthermore, in light of Professor McGonagall's current role as deputy headmistress, coupled with her former position as his instructor, he felt a deeper respect for her. His aspirations of lounging at home had been thwarted, and having already acquiesced to Dumbledore's request to assume the role of professor, he resolved to comply and set forth. Regulus approached his desk and withdrew a sheet of paper to compose a reply to Professor McGonagall. He then made his way to Caesar and entrusted him with the letter. Caesar, please deliver this to Professor McGonagall. Once you've done so, do not return. Await me at Hogwarts, for I shall arrive shortly. After conveying his message to Caesar, the creature soared out of the window and vanished from Regulus's sight within seconds. With the matter of the letter settled, Regulus strode directly into his wardrobe, where a trunk floated out and opened automatically, and his various garments began to fly into it. He had changed out of his nightwear and donned the suit he had worn the previous day, as the custom outfit he had ordered was not yet ready. This was the only attire available to him. Once he had gathered his belongings, he summoned Creature to ensure that household affairs were in order, thus preparing for his departure. He shrank the suitcase with a shrinking charm and tucked it into his clothing, feeling light as he stepped out of his home. Upon exiting, he crossed the street in front of his house without a moment's hesitation. A swirling vortex appeared at his center, and as his body twisted and revolved, Regulus vanished from his original location. On the streets of Hogsmeade, a resounding bang heralded his arrival, and Regulus's figure materialized. How familiar yet strange this place feels. It has been ages since I last visited, and it seems the surroundings remain largely unchanged. Regulus continuously scanned his surroundings, while thoughts began to swirl in his mind. He did not linger in Hogsmeade. After discerning his location, he gradually made his way toward Hogwarts. According to his recollections, it was too long before a colossal and majestic castle came into view. He walked until he reached the grand entrance, where he paused, drawing his wand to tap gently upon the door. Having done so, he stood there, awaiting a response. Regulus did not wait long. A towering figure soon emerged from within the wrought iron gates, steadily approaching. Recognizing the familiar silhouette, Regulus raised his hand in greeting. The figure was none other than Rubeus Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, a half-giant standing over 3 meters tall. Long time no see, Hagrid. Chapter 34. Arrival. Regulus was quite familiar with Hagrid. Though he belonged to Slytherin, his association with Sirius had fostered a cordial relationship with Hagrid. Just as he knocked on the door, Hagrid was busy in his cottage beside the Forbidden Forest, crafting something by hand. He grasped a massive spear-like stick, binding strands of unicorn hair to it, gradually forming what resembled a cleaning brush. However, the enchantment triggered by the door compelled him to set aside his task and stride towards the entrance, pondering who might visit Hogwarts at this hour. It was still summer break, with students having departed just over 10 days ago, and professors who had homes to return to were also away. He could not fathom who would come at such a time. Upon reaching the entrance and hearing a greeting from outside, he discerned the identity of the visitor. Regulus? You haven't changed at all, still as tall as ever. And you look just the same. Have I not changed? I feel as if I'm getting on in years, Hagrid replied, scratching his face and grinning foolishly at Regulus as he opened the door. Come in, let us talk inside. Hagrid's large hand extended from within the doorway, resting on Regulus's shoulder as he pulled him inside. There has been quite a bit of news about you lately, but now that you've returned, what brings you to Hogwarts today? Regulus candidly explained the reason for his visit. Oh, I didn't wish to come, but Professor McGonagall asked me to help her. So here I am a bit early. Oh, I forgot to mention, Dumbledore has given me a position. I'll be teaching defense against the dark arts for 1st to 3rd years in the upcoming academic year. Hagrid paused in surprise. Then his face brightened with joy as he draped an arm around Regulus's shoulders, guiding him toward the castle. Oh, what delightful news. Now I have someone to share a drink with. I still remember that bottle of whiskey we polished off together. You spent the whole weekend at my place, sleeping for 2 days. You were only in your 3rd year back then, if I recall correctly. As Hagrid reminisced about the past, his spirits lifted, while Regulus felt a flicker of embarrassment as memories resurfaced. Hagrid, your memory is remarkable. That was my first experience with intoxication, but I must first seek out Professor McGonagall. I'll come find you when I have a moment. Ah, right? Come, I'll lead you to Professor McGonagall. Hagrid closed the grand doors of Hogwarts before escorting Regulus toward the castle, chatting about their shared history along the way. Hagrid accompanied him to the 2nd floor. Halting outside McGonagall's office, where he whispered, The professor is inside. I want to go in with you. She seems quite busy and perhaps not in the best of moods. She rarely is at this time of year. I'll head back to my cottage and wait for you. We must share a drink together. Though he attempted to speak softly, Hagrid's booming voice rendered even his quietest utterance akin to a thunderclap. Observing Hagrid's endearing demeanor, Regulus couldn't help but smile, certain that Professor McGonagall had overheard. Just hold on a moment. I bought a barrel of red currant rum for you at the Leaky Cauldron yesterday, and it's right in my pocket. Let me fetch it for you. With that, a finely crafted small barrel emerged from Regulus's pocket, expanding rapidly under the influence of magic until it returned to its full size. Regulus pointed at the large barrel and smiled at Hagrid. Hagrid gazed at the enormous oak cask, nearly unable to contain his laughter. The two imbibers shared a silent understanding and refrained from further conversation. Hagrid hoisted the sizable barrel onto his shoulder and departed from the castle, making his way towards his humble abode. As he watched Hagrid recede into the distance, Regulus turned and knocked on Professor McGonagall's office door. Shortly after, a woman's voice emanated from within, slightly aged yet imbued with a sense of authority. Enter. The door is unlocked. Upon hearing this, Regulus pushed the door open and stepped inside. As soon as he entered, he observed Professor McGonagall bent over her desk, engrossed in writing something. A substantial stack of parchment lay before her, indicative of the considerable time she had already dedicated to her work. Indeed, as he had surmised, Professor McGonagall had risen early that morning, delivered his letter, and commenced her preparations for the impending academic year. Strictly speaking, this segment of work ought to have been a collaborative effort with Dumbledore. However, given Dumbledore's propensity for procrastination, he consistently found excuses to evade his responsibilities. Nonetheless, the work must continue, and thus, all these duties fell squarely upon Professor McGonagall's shoulders, with Dumbledore's contribution likely limited to providing her with the list of young wizards. Upon Regulus's entrance, Professor McGonagall lifted her gaze to regard him, subsequently setting her quill down. I did not anticipate your arrival so soon, Regulus. It has been over a decade since we last met, yet you appear unchanged. It has indeed been more than 10 years, and while I may not have altered much, you have certainly acquired a greater air of distinction. Professor, Regulus replied, offering a compliment before continuing, after receiving your response. I promptly gathered my belongings and did not tarry on the way here. Professor McGonagall gestured for him to take a seat and poured him a cup of hot cocoa. Ah, you have transformed, Regulus. You have become quite the eloquent speaker. Their conversation began with pleasantries, but due to the weight of her responsibilities, Professor McGonagall soon shifted to more serious matters. Firstly, I extend a warm welcome to you as you join the ranks of Hogwarts faculty. However, there are certain matters I hope you will leave behind. Now that you have finally embarked on the right path, I urge you not to stray from it again. Once more, welcome aboard, Professor Black. Listening to Professor McGonagall's admonitions, Regulus noted that she remained as stern as ever. I understand, Professor. The past is behind me, and it cannot be encapsulated in mere words. My future actions will speak for themselves. Regulus could only respond in this manner, as his association with the Death Eaters was an undeniable part of his history. although he now regarded the terrifying organization with disdain. It remained an integral aspect of his past. Professor McGonagall expressed her satisfaction with his answer, nodding gently in agreement. Let us not dwell on the past. Instead, let us discuss matters pertaining to your work. Upon the commencement of the school year, your responsibility will be to instruct young witches and wizards in defense against the dark arts for grades 1 through 3. This course has suffered from instability in teaching and has languished for some time. I trust that you will inject new vitality into it. Should you have any uncertainties in your work, do not hesitate to seek my guidance. Chapter 35. The Hidden Truths of the List. I understand, Professor. I do have my own ideas regarding this subject. I believe I am capable of establishing a solid foundation for the young witches and wizards. Regulus responded to Professor McGonagall with unwavering confidence. His words were not mere bravado, for who could claim ignorance of the world without having encountered its creatures? Moreover, he had undergone 9 years of compulsory education, and despite the whimsical nature of wizarding education, he was well equipped to handle the challenges it presented. As he contemplated this, he listened intently to Professor McGonagall imparting her pedagogical wisdom. Just as their conversation unfolded, an owl swooped through the open window of the office, making a beeline straight for Regulus. Regulus was momentarily taken aback until the owl descended upon his shoulder, revealing that it was none other than Caesar, the very creature he had dispatched to deliver a message to Professor McGonagall. At that moment, Caesar clutched a letter in its beak, which it promptly dropped onto McGonagall's desk. Following this, it pecked Regulus lightly on the head and continued to call out incessantly. The seductive light of Regulus allowed him to comprehend these cries in their entirety. And they were indeed filled with the most vulgar insults, overflowing with maternal profanity. Regulus was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he spoke. This is my owl, Caesar, whom I sent to deliver your letter. I truly forgot that an owl's speed cannot compare to that of apparition. Professor McGonagall observed the scene before her, unable to suppress the smile that graced her lips. Aside from this minor interlude, the two continued their discussion on matters of pedagogy. Once their conversation had reached a comfortable pause, Regulus finally inquired about the reason for Professor McGonagall's summons that day. Professor, I am confident in my ability to manage the teaching responsibilities. However, was there a specific reason you required my presence today? Upon hearing his question, Professor McGonagall wasted no time with pleasantries. She directly retrieved a piece of parchment from her desk and placed it before Regulus. Professor Black, please take a look at this list. All the names circled in red are the Muggle-born wizards who will be enrolling next academic year. And it is imperative that you guide them. This will be our shared endeavor moving forward. As Professor McGonagall's words resonated, Regulus's gaze fell upon the parchment before him. Upon his initial glance, he was immediately struck by a sense of overwhelm. It was no exaggeration. The parchment was densely filled with names, and by his estimation, there were no fewer than 150 names listed. Regulus had yet to enumerate the details when Professor McGonagall continued, Let us divide the labor. I shall proceed from the beginning, while you advance from the end. We shall meet in the middle of the list. As she spoke, McGonagall drew her wand and pointed it at the list, which promptly transformed into 2 copies. The writing was interconnected, thus, any inscription made on one list would simultaneously appear on the other. Observing McGonagall's current demeanor, it was evident she intended for him to immerse himself in the task at hand. However, Regulus was beset with numerous unanswered questions, prompting him to interject. Professor, please hold on. Before I commence these duties, may I request clarification on a few matters? McGonagall paused, took a seat again, and gestured for him to proceed with his inquiries. First, how many individuals are on this list? The total number of new students this year is 196, among which Muggle-born wizards constitute 60, amounting to 117 individuals. These are the ones we shall guide in the coming days. Regulus was genuinely taken aback. He had not anticipated the number to exceed his estimations by such a margin. Moreover, the proportion of Muggle-born wizards seemed anomalous. Logically, children born to wizarding families should exhibit a higher propensity for magical surges. Yet, the current situation indicated that Muggle-born children were notably more numerous. Professor, is there a possibility that this list contains inaccuracies? How could the ratio of Muggle-born wizards surpass that of those from wizarding families? McGonagall's expression conveyed a sense of resignation as she began to elucidate. Your reasoning is sound, yet it fails to account for the prevailing circumstances. The Muggle-born wizards who are about to enroll were born during the height of Voldemort's activity. As you are aware, the wizarding community was in turmoil during that period, leaving little room for wizards to consider parenthood. Their energies were consumed by evasion and survival. Consequently, this has resulted in this skewed ratio of young wizards, leading to a decline in their numbers in recent years. Strangely enough, the likelihood of magical surges among Muggle-born children born in those 2 years has been significantly heightened. It is precisely these Muggle-born wizards that have prevented our Hogwarts from experiencing a drastic reduction in new admissions. I believe that in a few years, the situation will improve considerably. Once Voldemort is vanquished and society stabilizes, the number of children from wizarding families will increase. After Professor McGonagall's elucidation, Regulus finally comprehended the underlying reasons. However, this revelation profoundly affected him, leading him to speculate in silence about the number of wizards throughout England based on the small wizarding community. His calculations suggested that the wizard population might be around 50,000, possibly even more. Otherwise, such a multitude of young wizards could not be sustained. This figure of 50,000 is comparable to the population of a town in Huaxia. He pondered what the state of the wizarding world in Huaxia might be like. Thank you for this explanation, Professor. Without your insights, I would have been oblivious to so many matters, Regulus remarked. Upon hearing his words, Professor McGonagall promptly assigned him a task. Very well, since you now understand, could you please assist me by delivering this stack of letters to the Ollery? It is imperative that these admission notices be dispatched promptly. Regulus, lost in thought, did not immediately grasp the situation. By the time he regained his senses, he had already accepted the entire pile of letters. Staring at the thick bundle in his hands, he felt momentarily dazed, as if sitting across from the venerable Dumbledore rather than Professor McGonagall. Yet, having taken them, could he possibly return them? Even after all these years since graduation, Regulus lacked the courage to voice his hesitations to Professor McGonagall. Very well, I shall take care of the mailing. I will ensure it is done properly, he declared, though regret gnawed at him for having accepted Dumbledore's invitation. Given the current circumstances, what else could he do? To borrow a well-known adage, one must finish what one has started, even with tears in one's eyes. Chapter 36. A temporary respite at Hogwarts. After Regulus finished speaking, he fell silent, seated in his place, awaiting Professor McGonagall's subsequent instructions. He was indeed in a state of anticipation. However, across from him, Professor McGonagall wore a perplexed expression. At that moment, she gazed at Regulus with a face full of questions, utterly baffled by his behavior, despite having assigned him a task and clarified all other matters. It was now time for action, yet Regulus remained motionless before her. Is there something else you wish to inquire about? Professor McGonagall finally could not contain herself and posed the question to Regulus. There was simply too much work ahead, and she could not afford to linger in this manner with him. Upon hearing her inquiry, Regulus immediately grasped that Professor McGonagall had no intention of arranging anything for him. With a hint of uncertainty, he followed up, Professor, I will attend to the work shortly, but where shall I reside? In the office or the lounge? Where to reside? Upon hearing this question, Professor McGonagall felt an overwhelming urge to burst into laughter, as suppressing it had become increasingly difficult. With a smile tugging at her lips, she endeavored to contain her mirth. Regulus, you may return home to reside. Regulus's statement left McGonagall utterly bewildered. What do you mean, go home? Isn't it customary for professors to reside on campus? Confusion clouded his understanding. Observing the somewhat naive expression on Regulus's face, McGonagall could no longer suppress her laughter. Oh dear. You truly are something else. I scarcely know how to respond to you. Regulus, you must remember that you are no longer a student attending classes. You are now a professor. Currently, it is the summer vacation period, and as a professor, you are certainly free to return home. Regulus let out a deep sigh, reflecting on how foolish he felt about his previous self. It appears that I have yet to fully embrace my new identity. Nevertheless, I never anticipated being able to return home. When I arrived, I had already packed my belongings with the intention of residing on campus. This truly evokes a sense of nostalgia. Professor McGonagall had managed to regain her composure, yet she felt a twinge of embarrassment, recognizing that the current predicament was partially her responsibility. After all, she had failed to clarify the details in her letter yesterday, leading Regulus to bring his luggage, a consequence of her oversight. It seems that Professor Black was indeed prepared for campus living. Thus, let us arrange your accommodation. Do you have any preferences regarding the classroom, office, or lounge? I have no specific demands, Regulus replied somewhat awkwardly, as long as the office and classroom are not too far apart. Also, I shall forego the previous classroom for defense against the dark arts. Please allocate it to another professor teaching the subject. After he finished speaking, Professor McGonagall pondered where in the castle would be suitable for Regulus's classroom and office. After a brief contemplation, she responded, In that case, the office originally designated for the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor on the 3rd floor will be left for Quirrell. I recall that there is an unoccupied classroom with an adjoining suite on the 4th floor, not far from the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. It has been quite some time since it was last used. Let us designate it as the classroom for 1st to 3rd years in Defense Against the Dark Arts. Near the podium, there is a small door leading to a modest space, which can serve as your office and lounge, though it is not large. I permit you to cast a permanent, undetectable extension charm there. How you arrange the interior is entirely at your discretion. Are you satisfied with this arrangement? If you have any further requests, please voice them, and I shall address them all at once. Regulus contemplated for a moment and realized that Professor McGonagall's arrangements were quite astute, as they seamlessly combined his office, lounge, and classroom in one location. Regarding the internal decoration issue mentioned by Professor McGonagall, it was hardly a significant concern. One must not forget that this is a world of magic. There are myriad solutions available through enchantment, and in terms of decoration, transfiguration serves as an excellent magical remedy. Professor, let us proceed as you suggested. I find it rather suitable. Very well then, let us go. I shall take you to see it. McGonagall nodded and rose, leading Regulus towards the vacant classroom located on the 4th floor. The two exited the office and soon arrived at the castle's 4th floor, not far from the former Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, where they entered an unoccupied classroom. This room was fairly spacious, accommodating approximately 70 to 80 individuals. While it might not suffice, it is a mere matter of a spell to resolve that. At the back of the classroom near the lectern, there was a small door, and Regulus pushed it open to take a look. The room was not overly large, containing some leftover clutter from previous use, and it boasted a sizable window through which one could glimpse a substantial portion of the Black Lake, offering a rather pleasant view. Utilizing this space as an office and lounge would be more than adequate, and after some renovation, living here would undoubtedly be quite comfortable. Professor, this is the place. I find it quite agreeable. The office and classroom are interconnected, which is a splendid layout. As long as you find it suitable, that is what matters. For any missing items, you can always summon a house elf, and for the rest, you may handle it yourself. Should you require anything, feel free to seek me out. I am generally in my office on the 2nd floor. And do not forget to send a letter. Wait a moment, Professor. McGonagall nodded, preparing to leave. But Regulus suddenly recalled something and quickly called her back. With that, he pulled out all his belongings from the pocket of his robe, restoring everything to its original size. He retrieved a beautifully crafted red box where he had stored the gifts he purchased earlier. Holding the box in his hand, he extended it towards Professor McGonagall. Professor, this is a small gift I bought before coming here. I hope you like it. Professor McGonagall was visibly taken aback, not expecting Regulus to present her with a gift. In her moment of surprise, she accepted the box and, almost instinctively, opened it to reveal a pin that gleamed with golden light. I wasn't sure what you would like, so I opted for something practical that you might use often. Initially, I intended to buy a quill, but it felt rather commonplace, so I chose this fountain pen from the Muggle world instead. Professor McGonagall gazed at the open box and the rather fine pin within, smiling as she addressed Regulus. I truly appreciate it. How thoughtful of you, Regulus. Chapter 37. Those who remain at Hogwarts. I'm glad you like it. Oh, by the way, I wonder if my former professors still occupy their original offices. I would like to visit them once I complete my business. Professor McGonagall sighed, realizing that Regulus might not consider that professors have homes outside Hogwarts. Regulus, that notion may be misplaced. It is currently the holiday season, and most professors have returned to their families. If you wish to visit, you will have to wait until they return to school. Presently, only 5 individuals remained in the school: myself, Dumbledore, Sybil Trelawney, Hagrid, and the caretaker, Filch. After listening, Regulus was momentarily defeated by his own thoughts. Only then did he realize that professors also had homes. After all, during the holidays, who would remain at the school? The mindset he held as a student seemed inapplicable at this moment. Understanding this, he expressed his gratitude for the professor's explanation, acknowledging that he would only see the professors again when the term commenced. I have no further matters to discuss, Professor. Please, continue with your work. I shall not disturb you. I will send off the letters shortly, and it will not cause any delay. Once I settle in today, I will begin to welcome the young witches and wizards tomorrow. Professor McGonagall bid him farewell and returned to her office. Once McGonagall departed, Regulus took a brief stroll around the classroom before heading to the Ollery, where he dispatched all 196 letters. As he sent each letter, he glanced at the names and addresses, thus familiarizing himself with the students' details in advance. Among them, he recognized several familiar names: Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville, names that resonated in his mind. Of particular interest to him were Hermione and her two rather ineffectual companions. Upon completing the delivery of the letters, Regulus returned to his designated room. He closed the door securely and summoned his Soul Reaper wand. It was prudent to enhance the classroom's condition. With a gentle lift of his wand, he struck it against the floor, unleashing a radiant, transparent light that emanated from the tip of the wand, spreading throughout the room. All the clutter within the space soared into the air and converged, only to be consumed by flames, leaving nothing but ashes in their wake. With another firm tap of the wand on the ground, the light flickered once more, this time causing the entire area to expand outward. He permanently cast a non-detectable extension charm upon the room. In no time, the classroom, which could originally accommodate only 60 to 70 individuals, transformed into an amphitheater capable of housing nearly 300. Having completed the classroom, Regulus replicated the process in a smaller adjoining room, extending it into a rectangular space of at least 150 square meters. With this spacious classroom in the generously sized room, Regulus was assured a comfortable environment for both living and working. As for the subsequent interior decoration, he felt no urgency. Time was ample, and renovations could not be completed in a mere moment. Furthermore, despite the assistance of magic, one could not conjure materials from thin air. Preparations for supplies were necessary. At that moment, a grumble from his stomach reminded him that he had long since missed lunchtime. Glancing at the clock, he realized that even if he were to head to the dining hall now, there would likely be little left to eat. Regulus promptly exited the room, intending to visit Hagrid's for a meal. Even if Hagrid had no prepared dishes, he surely possessed the necessary ingredients. After all, with raw materials at hand, preparing a delightful lunch would be a simple affair. Let us not forget, his soul hailed from the gastronomic paradise of China, far surpassing the culinary desolation of England. Moreover, after dining at Hagrid's, he could conveniently scout for materials suitable for renovation, achieving two objectives in one endeavor. Upon descending to the first floor from the office, he encountered a figure in the corridor, accompanied by a gaunt old cat. Regulus glanced up and recognized the individual before him as Argus Filch, undoubtedly the most detestable person he had encountered during his school years. Within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts, there was not a single young wizard who harbored any affection for him, and Regulus was no exception. In his mind, Filch was a particularly loathsome yet pitiable figure. His disdain stemmed from Filch's incessant actions, an individual devoid of magical prowess who wielded the rules of Hogwarts as a means to punish young wizards. The pity arose from the cruel reality that this man, from the moment of his birth, was aware that he existed in a vibrant world brimming with magic, yet remained utterly voiceless. Such a fate was indeed harsh. As the two approached each other, Filch halted directly in front of Regulus, momentarily obscuring his recognition of the man. However, once he discerned Regulus's visage, long-buried memories resurfaced in his mind. Regulus gazed at Filch, standing opposite him, with no inclination to engage in conversation. A dullard who failed to comprehend his own position was hardly worthy of his sympathy. Yet, contrary to his expectations, Filch initiated dialogue. "I remember you, Regulus Black, the most detestable brother of Sirius Black. What brings you to Hogwarts? Your memory serves you well. I now hold the position of Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts. A far cry from our previous circumstances, Filch. I trust you can grasp this distinction." Although Regulus had no intention of entertaining the old caretaker, Filch's tone irked him, prompting a curt response. Without so much as a glance at Filch's reaction, he strode purposefully toward the forbidden forest. Filch's countenance darkened at Regulus's words. Yet what recourse did he have, given the shift in their respective statuses? The individual before him was no longer the wayward student he could once reprimand. He was now a professor with authority surpassing Filch's own. Defense against the dark arts? I hope you can withstand the curse of this position and survive. Filch muttered under his breath, venting his frustration before departing. As Regulus exited the castle, his mind was preoccupied with a singular thought, the peculiar cat belonging to Filch, Mrs. Norris. This feline was evidently amiss. He recalled that during his own time at Hogwarts, Filch's cat had already been present, yet here it was, many years later, still alive. The cat's age was undoubtedly abnormal. Such longevity was rare among felines. Moreover, Mrs. Norris appeared unchanged from his school days. As for the possibility of her possessing some magical lineage, such as that of a cat-lynx hybrid, Regulus could assert with certainty that she did not, as he felt no trace of magical energy emanating from her. This implied that Mrs. Norris had likely lived for at least 17 or 18 years, with an unknown span preceding their encounter. It is worth noting that the average lifespan of a common cat ranges between 10 to 12 years, though with proper care. Some may surpass 20. However, judging by her condition, it was evident she had not been particularly well cared for. Regulus was certain that something was amiss with Mrs. Norris. Yet he could not fathom a plausible explanation. Lost in contemplation, he had unknowingly arrived at the edge of the forbidden forest where a quaint cottage stood nearby. Wisps of smoke billowed from its roof, creating a harmonious contrast with the surrounding woods. Regulus, upon catching sight of the cottage, promptly cast aside thoughts of Lady Lorelei. Reassured by the abundance of time that lay ahead to unravel the mysteries surrounding her, he tapped gently on the door, which was soon opened from within, revealing a modest wooden entrance almost entirely filled by the towering figure of Hagrid. Recognizing his visitor immediately, Hagrid welcomed Regulus with exuberant warmth, pulling him into the cozy confines of the cottage. As Regulus stepped through the door, he beheld a kettle perched upon the flames of the fireplace, while on the adjacent table lay an unfinished duster of an indeterminate size. What surprised Regulus, yet somehow made perfect sense, was that the bristles of the duster were entirely composed of pristine unicorn hair, an extravagant sight that bordered on the inhumane. Regulus could not help but exclaim that despite Hagrid's unassuming demeanor, he was undoubtedly a concealed magnate. "Do taste my homebrewed beer. It is exceptionally delightful." The affable Hagrid urged him into a chair and, seizing a large wooden cup, poured a generous measure of beer from a barrel. "Regulus, I never imagined that after all these years, I would have the pleasure of seeing you at Hogwarts again. It is truly wonderful. But let us set the drinking aside for a moment, Hagrid. I came to inquire if you have any food available, for I missed lunch while tidying up my quarters. Additionally, I would appreciate your assistance in sourcing some quality timber. I have completed the lounge in my office, but I am in need of some materials for decoration." Regulus hesitated to touch the cup, for he knew that once he did, both he and Hagrid would find it nearly impossible to regain their sobriety that day. Hadn't he heard Hagrid mention that the beer was homemade, brewed from a colossal wooden barrel? The pace was set for an inebriating experience, one from which there would be no return. Hagrid, with a hearty laugh, downed a full glass of beer in one go, letting out a resounding belch. "Wood? That's easy. There's no shortage of fine timber in the Forbidden Forest. Come, let me show you," Hagrid exclaimed with his characteristic joviality. "Once we gather the wood, I shall prepare a meal for you." His endearing demeanor radiated warmth and generosity as he ushered Regulus out of the small cabin and into the rear yard. They stood before a small hill made of stacked timber, and Hagrid pointed enthusiastically, addressing Regulus directly. "Take a look and see if you can find something suitable. If not, once you've had your meal, I'll take you into the Forbidden Forest to search. We have an abundance of wood here." Regulus could not help but gaze intently at the small hill, where an array of timber lay scattered, some large, some small, some long, some short, some thick, and some slender. Upon closer examination, Regulus discerned that these logs could indeed serve as magical materials. They were either purple wood or holly, and impressively colossal specimens at that. Yet, such valuable lumber was carelessly strewn about by Hagrid, as if it were mere refuse. After a meticulous search, Regulus levitated 2 pieces of wood. One was a magnificent purple wood measuring 17 meters in length and over 60 centimeters in diameter, while the other was a holly tree nearly 20 meters tall with a diameter approaching 70 centimeters. Regulus gazed contentedly at the 2 pieces of wood before him and turned to Hagrid, saying, "These will suffice. They should be ample for my needs. If I find myself lacking, I shall simply come back for more, as these logs are intended for my winter fuel." He then added, "Come, let us return and share a few drinks." Hagrid, eager to lead Regulus inside, was met with resistance, for Regulus could hardly endure Hagrid's culinary skills. "There is no rush for drinks. Let us first take a stroll through your vegetable patch, and I shall procure some food shortly." Hagrid, unfazed, accompanied Regulus as they gathered an abundance of fruits and vegetables from the garden before finally returning to the small cottage. Upon Regulus's arrival, he immediately set to work, and before long, a table laden with Chinese cuisine was prepared. Regulus finally began to satiate his hunger. Hagrid, who had only recently finished his lunch, could not resist the enticing aroma wafting from the dishes on the table and joined in without hesitation. Amidst the clinking of glasses and the lively exchange, the two lost count of the amount of wine they consumed, yet they were acutely aware of the copious quantities of food they devoured, leaving no remnants of the delectable dishes prepared by Regulus. Regulus indulged in a considerable amount of wine, pausing only when he sensed he had reached his limit. After a hazy farewell to Hagrid, he rose and made his way towards the castle. As for Hagrid, once Regulus departed, he rummaged around to find a rock cake, savoring it alongside some vegetable stew and wine, ultimately consuming every last drop of the stew. Regulus returned to his chamber, shaking his head vigorously until a bottle of invigorating potion was consumed, which finally cleared his mind. Once his faculties were restored, he summoned his wand, and 2 pieces of wood emerged from his pocket. The wood, in its diminished form, was carefully divided before being returned to its original size. Subsequently, a myriad of spells began to swirl chaotically within the room. As the magic unfolded, the wooden pieces morphed beyond their original state, while the room itself underwent a transformation. The flame blade meticulously divided the wood while also treating it to a process of carbonization, as various wooden components began to coalesce in the air. In a matter of moments, aided by levitation charms, flame blades, and transfiguration spells, the renovation of his quarters was finally complete. The design exuded a modern minimalism dominated by white, appearing deceptively simple yet remarkably stunning. The bright room, contrasting sharply with the castle's aesthetic, provided Regulus with a sense of comfort. The room was outfitted with a plethora of functionalities, mirroring the design he had encountered in his previous life, encapsulated in the term modern minimalist functional housing. Additionally, he had meticulously delineated a separate workspace, establishing a strict distinction between the work area and the living quarters. Though the decor remained consistent with his lounge, characterized by its simplicity and cleanliness, it harmonized splendidly with the castle's overall ambience. The large timber had been divided into countless fragments, dispersed throughout the room. By the time he completed the renovations, night had already fallen. The transformation of the space had come at a cost. He felt an overwhelming emptiness, not merely physical, but also a void stemming from the excessive expenditure of magical energy. This sensation was akin to enduring prolonged hunger, with his stomach churning as if it were rebelling against the emptiness. At that moment, a small vial of potion appeared in Regulus's hand, its azure hue resembling that of a miniature wine jug. Those familiar with the legendary potion would instantly recognize it as the minor magic elixir. This was, of course, a manifestation conjured from his previous experiences. If he could conjure the soul-reaping wand, producing the elixir was equally feasible. He consumed the blue potion in one gulp, feeling a wave of refreshment wash over him, akin to a parched riverbed suddenly receiving water, revitalizing his entire being. As the elixir coursed through him, the prior sensation of hunger vanished completely. He had intended to visit the dining hall for sustenance but instead succumbed to sleep in his bedroom. Despite the replenishment of his magical reserves and the absence of physical hunger, his mind was still weary. Coupled with the effects of yesterday's indulgence in alcohol and the invigorating potion, he found himself utterly fatigued. Within moments of reclining on his bed, Regulus drifted into slumber. As he slept, the daylight gradually dimmed, while the owls dispatched earlier to deliver messages were still on their return journey. On this particular day, many households received letters of acceptance from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. However, the reactions varied widely. Wizarding families remained unfazed, while the Muggle families receiving the letters exhibited a spectrum of bewilderment, indifference, skepticism, and even incredulity. Yet one household, situated at 4 Yew-Tree Road in the small town of Little Whinging, Surrey, had the most pronounced reaction, starkly contrasting with others. This was the home of Harry Potter's aunt, and upon receiving the letter, they tore it to shreds. In July, the weather at Hogwarts was delightfully pleasant, hovering around 23 to 24 degrees. Regulus awoke at the break of dawn, donned an athletic attire, and jogged around the Black Lake, invigorating his groggy mind and dispelling the fatigue of the previous day. After a brief run, he returned to his room, took a refreshing shower, and changed into a black robe adorned with silver and green accents before making his way to the Grand Hall. Upon his arrival, the dining table was already laden with an array of food, and some professors were already partaking in breakfast. Among them was a disheveled witch with thick glasses, resembling the bottom of a beer bottle. She consumed her meal while simultaneously sipping from a wine bottle, momentarily pausing to regard Regulus with a puzzled expression. This was Sybil Trelawney, the divination professor and a descendant of the Trelawney family. Just then, a voice reached Regulus's ears. He turned to find none other than his superior, Professor Dumbledore. "Good morning, Professor." Dumbledore approached the table and gestured for Regulus to take a seat before continuing the conversation. "Good morning, Regulus. With age comes an early rising. I heard you reported yesterday. How are you finding Hogwarts so far?" While Regulus conversed with Dumbledore, Trelawney remained undisturbed, continuing her breakfast with a glass of wine. After exchanging a few words with Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall entered the Grand Hall with poise. Upon reaching the table, she furrowed her brow in disapproval and addressed Trelawney sternly. "Sybil, you've begun drinking early again. I must remind you that excessive drinking can impair your judgment." After admonishing Trelawney, McGonagall took her seat and began discussing the upcoming arrival of new students with Regulus, sharing a wealth of experience, while Dumbledore interjected occasionally, only to be met with swift rebuttals from the strict professor. Regulus, being a young man, consumed his meal with remarkable speed. While the other three had yet to satiate their appetites, he was already full. After exchanging a few words with each of them, he departed from the grand hall, tidied up in his chamber, and promptly exited the castle to commence his duties of escorting young wizards. In truth, he could have taken his time with his meal. However, the presence of the senior and second-in-command made him quite uneasy. He found it much more preferable to engage in work outside. As for whether he would eventually acclimate, that seemed entirely plausible. Once he managed to shift his mindset and adapt, all would be well. Regulus stepped out of the castle gates and paused only after passing through the barrier of disillusionment. He then produced the list, examining the names of young wizards scattered across various locations in England. Without the inclination to ponder the sequence of their visits, he resolved to follow the list in order, intent on making his way to Professor McGonagall in a straightforward manner. Damon Sharp, Derbyshire, he declared, activating the disapparition charm, and in an instant, Regulus vanished from his original position. In the verdant valleys of Derbyshire, his figure materialized amidst a lush expanse of grass, and he began to survey his surroundings, nodding in satisfaction. Ah, it seems I have chosen correctly this time. I have not strayed from the path. Indeed, my sense of direction has improved. Regulus, consumed by a certain vanity, mused upon his limited acquaintance with England, compounded by his rather poor sense of direction. Throughout his journey, he had utilized apparitions 6 times, only to finally arrive at his destination on the 7th attempt without deviation. Damon Sharp, the young wizard he was about to meet, resided in close proximity, or rather, Regulus had unwittingly stepped onto the very grounds of his abode. This young wizard hailed from a lineage of traditional English farmers, with a sprawling estate encompassing 1,000 acres of land belonging to his family. Regulus transformed a blade of alfalfa from the ground into a plank using transfiguration, upon which he stood, levitating as the spell guided the board into the air. Indeed, the adage that standing high affords a broader view held true. Approximately 1,000 meters away, a quaint wooden cottage, quintessentially British, came into his sight. Chapter 40. A difficult journey executing apparition within visual range was a task of utmost simplicity. In the blink of an eye, Regulus transitioned from a kilometer away to beside the cottage. Encircling the house was a wooden fence, more symbolic than practical, while a stone-paved path meandered gracefully toward the small gate. Regulus approached the gate, having no intention of adhering to the customary knocking procedure, and forcefully entered. He took a few strides to the door and gently rapped twice upon it. The door was swiftly opened from within by a woman in her 30s, who peered at him through the narrow opening with a look of confusion. "Good morning, madam. Might I inquire if this is the residence of Mr. Damon Sharp, and if Mr. Sharp is at home?" Upon hearing this, the woman's perplexity deepened. She could not fathom why this well-dressed yet somewhat peculiar young man sought her son. "I am Damon's mother. May I ask who you are? Is there something concerning my son?" Perhaps due to Regulus' familiar demeanor, she responded without hesitation, albeit with a lingering caution that rendered her demeanor notably conflicted. "Mrs. Sharp, allow me to introduce myself. I am a professor at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, the most esteemed institution in the magical realm. I am also a wizard, and my purpose here is to escort your son to Hogwarts and assist him in completing the necessary preparations prior to his enrollment." Just as Regulus finished articulating his purpose, Mrs. Sharp, upon grasping the gravity of his words, promptly shut the door. Behind the closed door, Mrs. Sharp pressed her hand against her chest, clearly taken aback by Regulus' revelation. It reminded her of the letter she had received the previous day, an archaic yet thoroughly logical missive. Upon receiving the letter, she had presumed it to be merely a meticulous prank, yet here was a self-proclaimed wizard knocking on her door less than 24 hours later. In that moment, a myriad of thoughts flooded Mrs. Sharp's mind, including the notion of child abduction rings, robbing her of any sense of security. She hurried towards the fireplace, where a double-barreled shotgun hung just above. As she reached for the weapon, Regulus stood before the now-closed door, feeling rather exasperated. This task is proving quite arduous. Why the excessive wariness? Just as he pondered this, Mrs. Sharp's voice resounded from within. "It is not a convenient time for visitors. Perhaps you could return another day?" Along with her words, Regulus keenly detected the sound of metal components scraping together. "Mrs. Sharp, might you consider reopening the door? I believe there has been a misunderstanding, and I would like the opportunity to explain myself further." Just as he sought to persuade the woman inside, the distant sound of galloping hooves echoed, growing closer. Meanwhile, Damon, having risen early that morning, was out riding with his father, surveying the pastures. As they completed their circuit and approached their home, Damon's father noticed a figure standing at their doorstep. Mr. Sharp, intrigued, wondered who this person might be, given that their rural locale was far removed from the city. With the nearest neighbor several kilometers away, visitors were a rarity. The father and son, sharing a mount, reached the front of the house, and Mr. Sharp, curiosity piqued, dismounted first. "Good day, sir. May I ask who you are, and what brings you to my doorstep?" Regulus cast a glance at the elderly Sharp before him, and then turned his gaze towards Damon Sharp, who remained seated upon his steed. A sense of elation washed over him as he finally beheld the rightful heir. His certainty regarding the child's identity stemmed, of course, from the magical aura that emanated from him. However, when it came to addressing the matter of the rightful heir's father, Regulus adopted a formal demeanor once more. "Greetings, I am a professor at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, as well as a practitioner of magic. I am the instructor tasked with guiding your son's admission to Hogwarts, leading him on the path of learning to become a proficient wizard." Regulus conveyed his intentions to the other party, and initially, Mr. Sharp listened with keen interest. However, as the narrative unfolded, a distinct unease crept across Mr. Sharp's countenance, reminiscent of the letter from the previous day, which he had dismissed as a mere prank, leaving him with a sense of being mocked. His spirits, which had soared in the early morning, plummeted abruptly. Just as Regulus concluded his discourse, Mrs. Sharp, who had previously barred him from entry, emerged from the house, brandishing a double-barreled shotgun, its dark muzzle ominously directed at him. In that instant, Regulus comprehended the source of his earlier disquiet. Someone intended to confront him with a firearm. With a swift motion, he summoned his wand from the folds of his sleeve, invoking an iron armor charm with remarkable speed. As the incantation took effect, a transparent protective barrier enveloped him. Simultaneously, he unleashed a transfiguration charm, transforming the shotgun in Mrs. Sharp's grasp. Before the astonished onlookers, the weapon's barrels softened and twisted, resembling a knotted rope. The rapid succession of these extraordinary events left the three witnesses utterly astounded. While the phenomena defied scientific explanation, they were undeniably magical. "Mr. Sharp, I believe it would be prudent for us to sit down and converse rather than maintain this standoff," Regulus suggested. However, his words appeared to fall on deaf ears as the three remained in shock. The head of the household, Mr. Sharp, managed to retain his composure, albeit with a stammering inquiry. "What are you?" "I have already addressed that question," Regulus replied. "However, I sense that this is not the appropriate setting for our discussion. Shall we proceed to your residence and converse there?" Regulus responded with calmness, his eyes gazing sincerely at Old Sharp. At that moment, Old Sharp, having taken a series of deep breaths, finally regained his composure. He approached his wife and retrieved the gun, which had lost its intimidating presence. It took considerable effort on Old Sharp's part, as Mrs. Sharp had been quite shaken by his earlier display of magic. Indeed, it was time for a serious conversation. Chapter 41. The Silent Ones and the Quiet Ones. While the adults engaged in dialogue, Damon remained mounted, his eyes fixed on Regulus, as if they were radiating light. The display of magic Regulus had just exhibited was undeniably impressive, igniting a flicker of admiration in the still-maturing boy. Simultaneously, he gleaned an important insight. Wizards existed, and perhaps he too could aspire to become a wizard like Regulus. Old Sharp could hardly believe the events that had transpired, yet they were undeniably real. He could only feign calmness as he initiated conversation with Regulus. With the consent of Old Sharp, Regulus accompanied him to their residence. At that moment, Mrs. Sharp, nearly bereft of her cognitive faculties, sat quietly beside them, listening attentively. As the target of Regulus's mission, Damon Sharp could not be overlooked. He joined them by Mrs. Sharp's side. "Sir, would you kindly reintroduce yourself? Due to our previous circumstances, we are not entirely clear about your identity," Old Sharp said, his voice tinged with apprehension. "Very well, I shall repeat myself," Regulus replied. Regulus once again introduced himself, providing an exceedingly detailed account. "I am Regulus Arcturus Black, currently employed at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and you may address me as Professor. Now let us discuss the purpose of my visit. It is, in fact, to speak about your son, Damon Sharp. Your son possesses a remarkable affinity for magic. If he were to attend this esteemed institution, the only magical school in Britain, and harness his innate powers, he would undoubtedly become a proficient wizard. I trust you have received an acceptance letter containing all pertinent information regarding enrollment and necessary preparations. As soon as Regulus finished speaking, Old Sharp hastily rose from the sofa and hurried to a corner of the room. He retrieved with great reverence the letter from the trash bin, a letter he had dismissed as a prank just the day before. Professor Black, I believe this is the notification letter. Indeed, we received it yesterday, though there was a slight mishap in between. Therefore, Professor, you must understand what transpired. However, I still wish to inquire, do wizards truly exist in this world? Or is there really such a thing as magic? Must my son attend this school? Old Sharp said, feeling rather embarrassed, as he placed the soiled letter on the table before him. Regulus gazed at the soiled admission letter and waved his hand, casting a cleansing charm to restore it to its pristine condition. Having completed this task, he began to elucidate once more for the trio, displaying not a hint of impatience. Mr. Sharp, I shall now address your inquiries one by one. Wizards undoubtedly exist, and magic is indeed real. The evidence lies before you, for I am living proof. Furthermore, Damon Sharp must attend Hogwarts. There is no room for negotiation, as this arrangement is beneficial for both you and the child. Regulus's response left Old Sharp momentarily stunned, caught off guard by the jarring clash of their fundamentally different worldviews, as well as his bewilderment at Regulus's candid affirmation. Why must my son go? I have no desire for him to learn any form of magic. I envision him pursuing a career as a lawyer rather than a wizard, even if magic is indeed wondrous. Regulus let out a sigh, astonished that his father remained so obstinate about forbidding his child from attending Hogwarts, even after learning of the existence of magic. For Old Sharp, notions of sorcery and wizards were not particularly appealing. Despite their allure, he yearned for his child to live a life free from peril. I believe that after hearing what I have to say, you shall no longer harbor such thoughts, Regulus asserted. Speak, I am listening, and I hope you can persuade me. Old Sharp replied, his tone resolute and unyielding. Were it permissible, Regulus would have considered employing the Cruciatus Curse to control the obstinate old man before him. However, as a professor at Hogwarts, such actions were clearly beyond the realm of possibility. Allow me to recount an incident from our past, one that, albeit not extensively documented, has some presence in Muggle history. During the Middle Ages, the Church initiated a campaign against witches, famously known in your history as the witch hunts. I shall not delve into the details of this movement, but as it unfolded, many young witches, similar to Damon, whose magical abilities surged, feared becoming victims of persecution. Consequently, they suppressed their powers and evaded the very existence of magic, which gave rise to a most terrifying breed of dark magic known as the Silent Ones. Those afflicted by this dark force are referred to as silenced. The existence of a Silent One typically shortens the lifespan of the silenced. To my knowledge, the longest lived among them barely reach their 20s. It can be said that the emergence of a Silent One leads the silenced to an inevitable demise. Upon Regulus concluding his account, an extended silence enveloped the room. Observing the prolonged absence of response from the others, he offered further clarification. To express it in terms you might comprehend, the emergence of a Silent One resembles the birth of a second persona within an individual, one that is uncontrollable and possesses a strong destructive urge. Under the prolonged suppression of the primary persona, the desire for rebellion in this secondary persona intensifies, ultimately culminating in chaos. The destructive power of a Silent One is formidable. There was an incident in the 1920s where one nearly obliterated the entirety of New York. As for the host, their fate is seldom fortunate. Typically, when a Silent One goes out of control, it spells doom for the silenced. After Regulus finished his explanation, Old Sharp finally reacted, fervently embracing his son. His face was etched with fear and anxiety, grappling with the incomprehensible reality that such a young child could be subjected to these horrors. Yet they overlooked the fact that Damon, in truth, had not become a Silent One. He was merely frightened by Regulus's narrative. After holding Damon for a moment, Old Sharp turned, his tone tinged with desperation. Is there truly no way for these children to grow up safe without attending a magical school? There are indeed alternatives, but they may not suit your family. Generally, young witches born into magical families have the option to forego Hogwarts. These families, both parents being wizards, can choose to educate their children themselves, akin to the elite education you have in your world. However, such choices are rare, as Hogwarts is the premier institution for magical education, far surpassing any home instruction. Alternatively, if you opt against Hogwarts, there are two other schools in Europe to consider. one in France and another in Germany. However, it is imperative that Damon learns magic, otherwise he risks losing control of his powers. Upon hearing Regulus, the sharp couple deflated like punctured balloons, their spirits waning, yet they ultimately accepted this daunting reality. Meanwhile, young Damon, who had been listening intently, wore a look of sheer delight. At that moment, a singular thought consumed him. He aspired to become a wizard and to learn magic. Each family member harbored divergent thoughts, and after a prolonged silence, Old Sharp finally spoke. "Professor Black, I believe Damon will undoubtedly attend Hogwarts when the school year commences." Upon hearing the concession, Regulus felt a swell of gratitude. His vocation was indeed a challenging one. He pondered how Professor McGonagall had managed to endure such a taxing role for so many years. "Very well, Mr. Sharp, you have made a wise choice. And just to clarify, it is Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." "Understood, Hogwarts. I shall not err again." Old Sharp quickly corrected himself and proceeded to inquire about the essentials for Damon's enrollment. "Might Professor Black enlighten us as to where we can procure the necessary items listed in the admissions letter for my son Damon?" Regulus found himself momentarily taken aback by this dilemma, as it had not crossed his mind before, nor had Professor McGonagall imparted any wisdom on the matter. However, Regulus was no fool. He swiftly devised a plan, conceiving two potential strategies. The first involved persuading all the Muggle-born wizards to gather together under his leadership for a unified trip to Diagon Alley for their shopping. The second option was to divide these Muggle-born wizards into smaller groups and escort them to Diagon Alley in batches. Each strategy bore its own merits and drawbacks. The former would consume considerable time, but would avoid a chaotic scene, while the latter would be expedient, yet risk a particularly troublesome situation with a group of unruly children. The thought of such disorder sent a shiver down Regulus's spine, prompting him to opt for the more cautious approach of separation. After all, it was not just the Muggle-born wizards gathering. Their families were involved as well. The wizarding community was generally unfriendly towards Muggles, so prudence was the better part of valor. "Mr. Sharp, all the essentials Damon requires can be procured in Diagon Alley, the wizarding shopping district in London. Tomorrow, I shall escort you there, and Damon will acquire everything he needs." Upon hearing this, Mr. Sharp felt a sense of reassurance. "Very well, I kindly request Professor Black to provide the exact location of Diagon Alley. Our family will depart for London today, hoping to gather all necessary items swiftly." Regulus couldn't help but think, "Do you truly believe a Muggle could easily locate Diagon Alley? Mr. Sharp, allow me to guide you. Due to certain circumstances, wizards tend to conceal their secrets well, and you would struggle to find the entrance to Diagon Alley. I will come to fetch you tomorrow morning. You need only wait at home, and a single adult's presence will suffice." "Understood, Professor Black. Tomorrow, Damon and I shall remain at home awaiting your arrival." Regulus received a response from Old Sharp, understanding that despite some setbacks, the first task had been accomplished, and it was time for him to proceed to the next one. He rose from the sofa and nodded at Sharp, signaling, "I must take my leave now. Gentlemen, we shall meet again tomorrow." After bidding farewell to the Sharp family, Regulus exited their home, simultaneously marking a check beside Damon Sharp's name with his wand. Subsequently, at a considerable distance, a checkmark appeared next to Damon Sharp's name on the list held by Professor McGonagall. Upon leaving the Sharp residence and surveying his surroundings without detecting any anomalies, he waved goodbye to the Sharp family standing at the door. In an instant, a subtle sonic boom resonated, and Regulus vanished before the eyes of the trio. The manner in which Regulus departed took the Sharp family by surprise, and it was precisely this manner that solidified their belief in the existence of magic and wizards. The Sharp family, through Regulus and a letter, unveiled another hidden facet of the world. Old Mr. Sharp, upon returning home and gazing at the letter still resting on the table, comprehended that this was no mere dream. After persuading the Sharp family, Regulus promptly made his way to the next humble abode of a young wizard. Although this endeavor was not without its challenges, Regulus, having gained insight from his previous success, navigated the situation with greater ease. Nevertheless, the day proved arduous, as he managed to convince only 4 young wizarding families, facing numerous obstacles along the way. Some brandished knives in defiance, while others dismissed him as merely a conjurer of tricks, reflecting a myriad of sentiments. Upon successfully persuading the 4th family, darkness began to settle, and he decided against continuing to the next household, recognizing that this task could not be accomplished in a single day. As twilight lingered, Regulus discreetly executed a disapparition in an inconspicuous location. His figure reappeared in the village of Hogsmeade before he proceeded toward the grandeur of Hogwarts Castle. As Regulus returned to the castle and entered the Grand Hall, he found the professors, still engaged in their conversations, just settling down at the dining table. He had arrived at the perfect moment, coinciding with the evening meal. Much like the morning, the same group of individuals was present, and Professor McGonagall had also returned. The only distinction lay in the variety of dishes adorning the table, which remained rich in quintessential British flavors. Despite possessing magic, Regulus felt an overwhelming fatigue after a day of running about. Famished, he consumed his meal with remarkable speed, yet his demeanor remained refined and dignified, embodying the essence of nobility. After quenching his thirst with a goblet of pumpkin juice, he finally had the opportunity to share the details of his day's endeavors with Professor McGonagall seated beside him. He conveyed his decision to lead the young wizards to Diagon Alley, eager to inform her of his plans. As he spoke animatedly, both McGonagall and Dumbledore nodded in affirmation, acknowledging the merit of his efforts throughout the day. However, Trelawney, seated at the faculty table, paid them no heed, her attention wholly absorbed by the food before her. "You have excelled, Regulus. I had initially thought you might struggle with this role, yet your efficiency is remarkable. Your decision to keep the families separate was astute. Assembling them all together could have resulted in unforeseen chaos. While Diagon Alley is relatively safe, it is undeniable that danger lurks everywhere. And there are indeed many wizards who harbor ill intentions towards muggles. With a multitude of muggles present, it would be exceedingly difficult to manage, and the likelihood of complications would be greatly heightened." McGonagall praised Regulus, while Dumbledore nodded in agreement as she spoke. "I knew I was right about you, Regulus," Dumbledore declared, raising his goblet in a gesture of camaraderie before draining it in one swift motion. As their conversation flowed, time slipped away, and they all finished their dinner. By the time Regulus returned to his quarters, it was nearly 9 o'clock. Upon entering his bedroom, his clothes magically shed from his body and landed in a nearby basket. He then proceeded to the bathroom, conjuring a tub of water with a simple spell and heating it with flames, indulging himself in a comforting hot bath. While bathing, he reflected on the recent events and realized that he had settled into this world, albeit with a position he had not desired. Yet, this teaching role was proving to be quite agreeable, serving as a means for him to integrate into the wizarding community. Beyond his professional duties, his thoughts drifted to the Black family and his troublesome brother, the large black dog. It was time to contemplate how to extricate him from Azkaban. For the continuation of the Black lineage required a stallion. Regulus had no interest in assuming the role of a stallion himself, leaving only Sirius, who shared his bloodline, as a suitable candidate. Extracting Sirius from Azkaban would not be overly complex, but Regulus desired more than mere release. He wished to clear his brother's name. It was only upon Sirius's honorable return that the legacy of the Black family would be secure. The key figure in achieving this redemption was that loathsome rat, Peter Pettigrew, who was currently being hailed as a hero. Regulus had some recollection of this rat, as he had once been a close friend of Sirius. Naturally, he knew where this rat could be found, and he would encounter him after the school term commenced. While Regulus did not have a detailed plan for extracting Sirius, he possessed a general direction. He merely needed to await the opportune moment. Ideally, it would be best to expose the truth in the presence of that fool, Fudge, to achieve the most effective outcome. "Sirius, once I find the right moment, I will bring you out. For now, you may as well remain in Azkaban a little longer. After all, you've already endured so many years there, so what are a few more days?" As Regulus luxuriated in his bath, he pondered these matters. Upon completing his soak, he cast a cleansing charm upon himself, banishing all manner of debris that clung to his form, and a bathrobe gracefully enveloped him. Turning towards the wardrobe, he sought to retrieve the garments he intended to don the following day. However, upon opening a cabinet, he was greeted by an abundance of clothing. A closer inspection revealed that these were the very outfits he had previously commissioned at the tailor's. As for the reason these garments adorned the wardrobe, it was, of course, the work of the house elf within the castle. "Thank you, dear house elf, for tidying up my attire," Regulus called out into the air, fully aware that his gratitude would certainly reach the house elf. "It is an honor for our house elves to serve the professor, and your appreciation has left Goggles feeling quite flustered." Listening to the response that echoed in the air, Regulus chose not to speak further, for he realized that if he continued to be overly courteous with the house elf, it might cause the poor creature undue distress. Regulus reclined upon his bed and soon succumbed to slumber, the night passing in silence until the dawn of a new day. As the morning unfolded, at the same hour as the previous day, he commenced his routine by taking a brisk lap around the Black Lake before returning to his quarters to refresh himself and don a fresh attire, eventually making his way to the Great Hall. Upon his arrival, he discovered that only Professor Trelawney remained, indulging in her meal, while Professor McGonagall was notably absent. And it was likely that Dumbledore was off indulging in some leisurely pursuits. Regulus swiftly consumed his breakfast in the Great Hall before meandering out of Hogwarts. Today, he was tasked with escorting the young wizards to Diagon Alley for a grand shopping expedition. However, as he stepped beyond the castle's threshold, a thought suddenly crossed his mind. He felt an overwhelming desire to see the intellectual pillar of the trio. After all, it was his duty to guide these young sorcerers, and welcoming one more into the fold could only be advantageous. With determination, he resolved to act on this impulse, for Hermione had always been his favorite character. Of course, it was not Emma's beauty that captivated him. Rather, he simply cherished the character herself. Regulus once again performed apparition, this time beyond the restrictions of Hogwarts. Yet he did not venture elsewhere. Instead, he arrived at Grimmauld Place. He had seen Hermione Jane Granger's family address on the list, which was not far from Grimmauld Place. In fact, it was situated within the same neighborhood, a revelation that took Regulus by surprise. Upon reappearing in the small park outside Grimmauld Place, Regulus chose not to return home, but instead made his way towards the nearby Islington district. The residences here were markedly different from those at Grimmauld Place, which consisted of closely knit row houses, albeit his own home being somewhat larger. In contrast, Hermione's abode was characterized by a semi-detached style, indicative of a middle to upper middle class demographic capable of affording such a property. The quality of Hermione's residence further suggested that her family's circumstances were quite favorable, as the profession of a dentist is notably lucrative. Regulus, clad in his wizarding robes, appeared incongruous amidst the surrounding environment, drawing curious glances from passers-by. Soon, he found himself before a two-story residence, approaching the door to knock. Shortly after his rapping resonated, his keen hearing detected the hurried sound of footsteps emanating from within the house. The footsteps were swift and reminiscent of bare feet striking against wooden floorboards, accompanied by the sound of a woman's voice. Just as Regulus was straining to discern the words, the door before him was abruptly flung open. A young girl, sporting a head of tousled brown hair reminiscent of an explosion, stood before him. "Good sir, may I inquire what brings you here?" Regulus, upon hearing the words of the young girl before him, chose not to respond but instead stood at the doorway, meticulously observing her. The visage before him was reminiscent of Emma's childhood, complete with a pair of adorably protruding rabbit teeth. Just as he was captivated by the young girl's presence, a woman's voice resonated from within the room, jolting Regulus back to reality. "Miss Hermione Granger, I believe your household received a letter the day before yesterday. I have come regarding the correspondence." Upon the conclusion of Regulus's words, a look of astonishment graced Hermione's face. "Magic? A wizard? Are you truly a wizard? Akin to those portrayed on television, so wondrous?" Following her initial surprise, a barrage of inquiries erupted from Hermione, her questions cascading towards Regulus in rapid succession. Just as Hermione continued her relentless questioning, a man emerged from within, hastening his steps upon noticing his daughter conversing with Regulus at the doorstep. In a few swift strides, Mr. Granger arrived at the entrance, swiftly drawing Hermione behind him. "Who are you? Why do you stand at my doorstep?" Regulus gazed at the visibly anxious Mr. Granger and felt an unexpected wave of relief wash over him. He had never anticipated that a young girl could possess such formidable prowess. It was truly remarkable. The questions were so abundant and intricate that he had never encountered a young lady with such a plethora of inquiries. "Mr. Granger, your arrival is most fortuitous." Regulus expressed his gratitude as he seized Granger's hand and shook it vigorously a couple of times before proceeding to articulate the purpose of his visit. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Regulus Black, a professor at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, here today to provide guidance for your daughter's forthcoming enrollment." As soon as Regulus finished speaking, a look of incredulity crossed Granger's face, and his immediate reaction was not to engage with Regulus but to shut the door. Granger mirrored this action, and just as Regulus contemplated entering Hermione's home for conversation, the front door was firmly closed by Granger. Staring at the firmly shut door, Regulus felt a profound sense of helplessness, though fortunately he had accumulated ample experience to navigate such situations the day before. "Alohomora," he silently intoned, waving his hand towards the door lock, and the closed door before him swung open effortlessly. Upon entering, Regulus dismissed any intention of persuading the Granger family with the gentleness he had initially contemplated. Instead, he strode into the Granger living room as if it were a realm untouched by others, disregarding the family's reaction entirely. The trio was taken aback by his sudden entrance. Instinctively huddling together, their eyes fixed nervously on Regulus, who now occupied the sofa. However, Hermione, the focal point of his visit, gazed at him with wide eyes, seemingly lost in thought. What do you want? Is it money? As Regulus perceived the situation, he was once again mistaken for a thief, and a deep sigh escaped him. Let us sit down and talk. I am not what you presume me to be. As Regulus spoke, he waved his hand towards the three individuals, and an extraordinary spectacle unfolded before their eyes. A water cup on the coffee table in the living room soared into the air, undergoing a remarkable transformation. What was once merely a water cup morphed into a genuine leather sofa, gliding above their heads before ultimately landing behind them. Shortly thereafter, they felt an invisible force gently propelling them, causing them to fall back onto the sofa that had emerged from the cup. The events transpiring before them shattered their worldview, as they were utterly incongruent with the principles of science, particularly for the Granger couple, who were highly educated. Is this magic? Magic truly exists. You are a wizard. The letter we received the day before yesterday was no mere prank, was it? A barrage of questions bombarded Regulus, relentless in their inquiry. Indeed, Miss Granger. As I have previously mentioned, I am a wizard. The subsequent events became straightforward, for in the presence of undeniable evidence, even the most reluctant of individuals must confront reality. Having honed his persuasive skills through yesterday's practice, Regulus had amassed ample experience in convincing a pair of Muggle parents. A fleeting half-hour passed, and the Granger family, having come to terms with the situation, exhibited a spectrum of emotions. Mrs. Granger was preoccupied with the perils of the wizarding world, while Hermione radiated eager anticipation. The starkest contrast, however, was embodied by Mr. Granger. His demeanor truly exemplified the adage that a man remains a boy at heart until death. After all, which child has not fantasized about possessing superhuman abilities? Although it was not he who wielded such powers, but rather his daughter, it was enough to pique his interest significantly. Well then, I have conveyed all that needs to be said. Next, we shall proceed to Diagon Alley to procure the necessary supplies for Miss Granger's schooling. Accompanying me today are 4 other families. I must first retrieve them, so please await my return at home. Regulus had just turned to leave when he was halted by Mr. Granger. Professor Black, could you kindly divulge the address of Diagon Alley? If it is not too far, we could venture there on our own. After listening attentively, Regulus pondered for a moment and concluded that having them wait at Charing Cross Road was indeed a prudent strategy. After all, there was no need to divulge the existence of the leaky cauldron without knowledge of its role as the entrance to Diagon Alley. They would not recklessly venture into the wizarding world. Mr. Granger, once I depart, please take Miss Granger and wait for me at Charing Cross. All you need to do is await my arrival. Do not concern yourselves with anything else. Mr. Granger nodded vigorously, his face adorned with an expression of curiosity, exhibiting a demeanor reminiscent of a young wizard on the brink of embarking on his academic journey, even more so than Hermione herself. Having resolved this sudden whim, Regulus vanished before the eyes of the Granger family, utilizing a disillusionment charm. The spectacle was once again astonishing, as a living being seemed to evaporate into thin air. Even more breathtaking than before. Hermione's cheeks flushed with excitement, her anticipation for the unknown magical world palpable. After Regulus's departure, Mr. Granger became quite busy, genuinely eager to experience the wonders of the wizarding realm. The figure of Regulus reappeared in Derbyshire, near the residence of the Sharp family. After stabilizing his form, he proceeded towards the Sharp household. Chapter 45. The night bus. Standing before the door of the Sharp family, Regulus knocked twice and soon heard a response from within. Upon opening the door, he found the Sharp family fully prepared, eagerly awaiting his arrival, as their preparations had long been completed. Under ordinary circumstances, Regulus would have taken them along and departed, yet he chose not to do so. Instead, he entered and closed the door behind him. The family's readiness was, indeed, quite overwhelming. Each of the Sharp men had a large suitcase beside them, suggesting they were about to embark on an extended journey. Upon reflection, Regulus realized that their preparations, when viewed through a Muggle lens, were entirely reasonable. The disparity in their perspectives led to a misunderstanding. For Regulus, a trip to London was merely a matter of apparition, while for the Sharp family, London was at least 400 or 500 kilometers away, rendering it a significant journey. Recognizing the source of the confusion, Regulus promptly clarified the situation, leading to the removal of both large suitcases to the safety of their home. with the Sharp family now adequately prepared. Regulus wasted no further time, as the clock was ticking, and he set off towards their next destination. Regulus led the Sharp family outdoors, standing upon a vacant plot, where he proceeded to elucidate the matters that required their attention. Once the Sharp father and son acknowledged their understanding with nods, Regulus raised his wand in his left hand. As he did so, a tremendous roar suddenly erupted, capturing the family's attention as they pondered why Regulus was standing there brandishing a slender stick. In an instant, what had previously been an empty expanse in front of their house transformed dramatically, revealing a towering triple-decker bus in a vibrant shade of purple, a type of vehicle typically seen only in urban settings. The unexpected appearance of this bus filled everyone with a profound sense of wonder, igniting their fascination with the enchanting world of wizards. Regulus gazed at the night bus before him, not lost in thought like the Sharp family, but instead approached the vehicle with curiosity. He had only heard tales of the night bus before, never having had the opportunity to experience it firsthand. Welcome aboard the night bus. Simply extend your wand, and no matter your location, we shall arrive instantly. Step aboard, and we will transport you to any destination of your choosing. My name is Stan Shunpike, your conductor for today. As Regulus reached the entrance, he was greeted by this rehearsed, almost commercial-like announcement emanating from within the bus. Regulus did not board the vehicle. Instead, he turned and waved to the Sharp family. Noticing Regulus's gesture, the Sharp family quickly regained their composure. With a hint of reverence for the bus, they moved their somewhat numbed bodies towards it. Once the Sharps had approached the side of the bus, Regulus stood beneath it and addressed the ticket clerk. Please provide me with 3 tickets, 2 of them to the Broken Kettle Pub, while my destination is first to Swindon Town, followed by the respective stops at Boyce and Grampian District. I intend to pick up 2 individuals at these 3 locations. As Regulus spoke, he had already escorted the Sharp father and son to the bus. Fully aware of the nature of the night bus, he wisely chose to take a seat. Meanwhile, the Sharp duo, filled with curiosity about their surroundings, were experiencing their first encounter with the wizarding world, apart from Regulus. As they boarded, the ticket collector, who was about to engage Regulus in conversation, instead knocked on the driver's glass. "Oh, we're off. Destination, Swindon." The Sharp father and son, engrossed in their observations, were suddenly jolted as the night bus roared to life. The two stumbled awkwardly, a sight that would have been far worse had Regulus not anticipated the sudden movement and employed a levitation charm to catch them. Otherwise, they might have been thrown off balance by the bus's abrupt start. Despite Regulus's foresight, he found the ride more jarring than his own disapparition. As the bus set off, the ticket collector finally had the opportunity to speak with Regulus. The fare totals 311 sickles. If you add 3 sickles per person, you'll receive hot chocolate, and for an additional sickles, we provide hot water and toothbrushes with color options of your choice. I must also remind you that those 2 you brought aboard do not appear to be wizards. I wonder if you might be violating the International Wizarding Secrecy Act. Hey, Sampark, keep it going. Regulus pulled 3 galleons from his pocket and tossed them to the ticket collector. The collector, flustered, attempted to catch the 3 galleons. But despite his best efforts, they seemed to defy gravity, plummeting toward the ground. Just as they were about to hit the floor, the galleons miraculously soared directly into Sampark's hands. Haha, don't mind it, Sampark, just a little jest. You see that child? He is a muggle-born wizard starting school this year, and I'm taking them for a grand shopping spree in Diagon Alley. Upon hearing Regulus's words, the ticket collector's expression shifted to one of realization. Oh, I see. So you must be a professor at Hogwarts. It's an honor to meet you, Professor. I'm a recent graduate from Hogwarts, having come from Hufflepuff. If I were still there, I would have had the pleasure of attending your class this year. What a pity. The loquacious ticket collector continued to chatter away at Regulus like a machine gun. Once he had finished, he turned his attention to young Damon Sharp. Hello, young wizard. Seeing you reminds me of my own past. I too was brought to Diagon Alley by my father, albeit under the guidance of Professor McGonagall. As Sampark spoke, he arranged the 3 galleons Regulus had given him in front of him, placing 17 silver sickles beneath each galleon before taking 11 of them. He then placed those 11 sickles along with the 3 galleons into his wallet, giving it a reassuring pat. Finally, he gathered the remaining silver sickles and returned them to Regulus. Chapter 46. The summoning Regulus gazed at the 18 sickles returned to him by the ticket clerk, momentarily taken aback, as it seemed he had miscalculated. However, the awkwardness quickly dissipated, and he rationalized that the currency system in the wizarding world was rather absurd. Concealing his embarrassment, Regulus confidently addressed Sampark, saying, "You should take this money, 11 sickles are for the Fer de Bois after arriving in Swindon. And the rest is your tip. Upon hearing this, Stan Sampark's face lit up with a radiant smile, as if he had struck a small fortune. Meanwhile, the Sharp father and son were utterly captivated by the bus, as everything around them was so novel, contrasting starkly with the mundane public transport they were accustomed to. The morning bus, known as the night bus, was sparsely populated, with only 2 or 3 passengers remaining in their respective bunks. These wizards chose to use the bus as a makeshift inn, which only deepened Regulus's admiration for them, considering how they could sleep despite the jarring motion. At that moment, Damon, filled with curiosity, could no longer contain himself and turned to Regulus with a question. "Professor, what is this bus? I mean, does the wizarding world have public transportation? I've seen you appear and disappear in an instant during your visits to my home." Noticing the inquiry directed at him, Regulus turned to face Damon Sharp and his father, who were equally eager for an answer. "This bus is called the Night Bus, specifically designed as an emergency transport service for wizards, providing limited assistance to the homeless. It can take wizards anywhere within the United Kingdom, including Ireland, of course, for a fare. The bus travels at an impressive speed of up to 140 miles per hour and also performs jumps, appearing more than 100 miles away with each leap. Although these jumps require a brief moment of buffering, they allow us to reach Swindon in under 10 minutes. Just as Regulus concluded his explanation about the bus's jumps, the vehicle seemed to respond, propelling itself into a leap. This phenomenon left old Sharp in awe of the magic at play. The scenery outside blurred into a stream of colors as the bus continued its journey. After 7 or 8 minutes, they arrived at Swindon, having made 2 leaps along the way, which accounted for their swift arrival at the next small wizard's home. As the bus jumped, Regulus experienced the sensation akin to a dulled form of apparition. However, compared to true apparition, this experience was considerably muted, resulting in fewer side effects. Regulus found himself disliking the subdued feeling, likening it to a blunt knife against flesh, far from satisfying. He preferred a more decisive pain, devoid of hesitation. With a growing suspicion of how the bus operated, Regulus theorized that it had been transformed into an alchemical creation, undoubtedly enchanted with a spell reminiscent of apparition. Upon arriving at Winston Town, at the doorstep of another small wizard's home, Regulus alighted from the bus and approached the door to knock. The scene mirrored that of the Sharp family, as they too had gathered their belongings, albeit with slightly less to carry. Regulus once again expended considerable effort and persuasion, successfully convincing the family to board the night bus. He retrieved 2 gallons, covering their fare, and thus the vehicle set forth towards the next destination, Boise. Once seated anew, the newly boarded family gazed upon their surroundings with eyes brimming with curiosity. However, the abrupt departure of the bus, coupled with its vigorous motion, imparted an unwelcoming sense as they ventured into the realm of wizards. Regulus steadied himself once more and chose to disregard the others. The 2 families he had ushered aboard began to engage in conversation. "Greetings, I am John Sharp. Is your son also set to attend Hogwarts? If so, my son Damon will soon be his classmate." The family that had just boarded, filled with curiosity and keenly observing their surroundings, turned upon hearing the conversation and soon struck up a dialogue with Sharp, who had boarded earlier. Sharing a common circumstance, the 2 families found ample common ground. Hello. I am Kirk Connor, and this is my son, Stephen Connor. Like your son, he has come to greet his future classmate." Thus, the families continued their exchange, growing increasingly familiar with one another. However, before their conversation could reach its zenith, the vehicle suddenly slammed to a halt, coming to an abrupt stop once more. Regulus disembarked from the vehicle once more, this time returning with a father and daughter. As before, the vehicle initiated its familiar cycle of starting and stopping, finally picking up the last young wizard before setting off towards the Leaky Cauldron in London. In less than an hour, Regulus had traversed 4 locations aboard the night bus. A truly exhausting experience. The bus, carrying 4 young wizards and their father, at last arrived outside the Leaky Cauldron. "Professor, we have arrived at the Leaky Cauldron. Wishing you a smooth journey ahead. Farewell." At that moment, the bus conductor opened the door, and Regulus prepared to escort the 8 passengers off the bus. "Goodbye, Mr. Sammark." Just as the 8 of them steadied themselves on the ground, and before Regulus could finish his sentence, the night bus shot away like an arrow released from a bow. This left the 8 standing on the street, exchanging bewildered glances, wondering at the haste of their departure. Regulus, however, paid no heed to it. Instead, he extended his awareness, attuning himself to the whereabouts of Hermione and her father at that moment. As soon as he projected his perception, he was able to pinpoint the location of the Granger duo. Among the 4 families that had just alighted from the vehicle, the adults and children exhibited markedly different reactions. The four adults were clearly perplexed as to why Regulus would disembark in front of a bookstore and a record shop. In contrast, the four children displayed a distinct understanding, for they had noticed the sign of the leaky cauldron hanging between the two establishments. Chapter 47, Diagon Alley. The map of Diagon Alley was sourced, while the Chinese characters were translated by me. Please wait for me here for a moment. I still need to retrieve one last person. I shall return in 2 minutes. So kindly remain in place and do not move. Regulus sensed the location of the Granger father and daughter, briefly relaying the information to the four families before hastening towards their whereabouts. At this moment, Hermione and Mr. Granger were selecting garments in a clothing store not far from the leaky cauldron. However, it was Mr. Granger who was engrossed in examining the apparel, while Hermione was attentively gazing through the display window, observing the world outside. Regulus took a few steps outside the shop where they were, opting not to enter but instead pausing by the window. He was aware that Hermione inside had sensed his arrival. This clever young lady would surely know what to do upon seeing him. As anticipated, upon catching sight of Regulus and exchanging a glance, Hermione promptly approached Mr. Granger to offer her reminder. Consequently, Mr. Granger immediately set down the garments he was holding and turned to accompany Hermione as they exited the shop. Once again, Miss Granger. Mr. Granger, shall we proceed? Of course. The two promptly followed suit. As Regulus led them towards the leaky cauldron, young Hermione spoke up. Professor Black, are we indeed headed to the leaky cauldron? My father and I began observing the peculiarities along this road once we reached Charing Cross. Indeed, I discovered a location visible only to me, one that my father could not see, which was that exceedingly dilapidated storefront. Initially, we intended to wait for you inside, but my father insisted on adhering to your instructions and did not take me into the leaky cauldron to await your arrival. Regulus listened to the incessant chatter that filled his ears, never having anticipated that one day he would be subjected to such relentless bombardment. Hermione's words flowed forth in an overwhelming torrent, evoking a sense of exasperation within him. For a fleeting moment, he genuinely considered casting a silencing charm upon her. While the allure of silence was tempting, the thought of Azkaban was far less enticing. Regulus, accompanied by Hermione and her daughter, arrived at the entrance of the leaky cauldron, where they met the four other families. Following Regulus's instructions, the five children each took hold of their respective guardians' hands, allowing them to behold the leaky cauldron. Regulus pushed open the door before him and stepped inside, followed promptly by the 10 individuals accompanying him. The clock indicated it was just past 10 in the morning, however. For the broken cauldron, it was merely the moment it had opened its doors. The bar was nearly vacant, and it was only at this hour that it appeared desolate. Tom, who was diligently polishing a glass at the counter, immediately greeted the newcomers, though his hands remained busy with their task. Good morning, Mr. Black. Would you like to drink? I don't have the luxury of time for a drink at the moment. I'm currently working for Dumbledore, preparing to teach defense against the dark arts to the younger students at Hogwarts. Right now, I'm assisting Professor McGonagall in welcoming the young wizards. I want to be able to chat today, but I assure you I'll be here more frequently in the near future. I'll take them shopping first, and when I find the time, I'll certainly come by for a drink. Upon hearing this, old Tom understood the implications of his words. Ah, I see it's Professor McGonagall. When you find the time, I'll be sure to treat you to a drink. My granddaughter is also starting this year. I hope you will look after her well. Regulus was taken aback. He had not anticipated that old Tom would utter such words. However, it soon dawned upon him that old Tom was referring to none other than the indomitable Hannah Abbott. Regulus, intrigued, exchanged a few words with old Tom before leading the five families around the bar and into the campus behind. Under the watchful eyes of the five young wizards and their five Muggle guardians, Regulus tapped the wall before him with his wand. As he did so, the wall began to transform, parting in the center to reveal a bustling street. This was Diagon Alley, a warm welcome to all. As the wall opened, the vibrant scene within left the 10 newcomers, who had never encountered such a sight, utterly astonished. However, Regulus was unfazed by the spectacle. He was well aware of his responsibilities and promptly began his introduction. Did you catch my earlier movements? That was the method to enter here. If you missed it, fear not. Allow me to elaborate. Count 3 bricks above the trash bin, then 2 bricks horizontally, and tap it with your wand. Diagon Alley will then unfold before you. Regulus recounted the method, but as he turned to face the crowd, he realized he may have spoken too soon. Everyone was captivated by the spectacle before them. Utterly oblivious to his words, even Hermione, the academic prodigy, was entirely focused on Diagon Alley. Everything in Diagon Alley appeared marvelously novel to them: the bizarre architecture, the owls flying overhead, and the array of peculiar attire worn by passers-by. The sights overwhelmed them, igniting a blend of curiosity and trepidation. "Daddy, look over there. So many cages and birds," exclaimed one child. "The giant pair of scissors is actually moving. How astonishing. And look, isn't that a bat? Why is there a broomstick in that window? It's so exquisitely crafted." The young wizards, being of tender age, had little self-restraint and transformed into a chorus of chatterboxes. Unable to contain their excitement, the adults accompanying them were not faring much better. Although silent, their wide-eyed expression spoke volumes. 5 eager chatterers stood in the bustling street of Diagon Alley, their heads swiveling in every direction, their voices a continuous stream. Meanwhile, Regulus remained quietly at their side, understanding that it was futile to speak while they were still acclimating to their surroundings. Once they became accustomed to the enchanting chaos and regained their composure, a serene silence enveloped the group. At last, the crowd turned to Regulus with sheepish smiles, apologizing for their earlier exuberance. "Excuse us, Professor, what should we do next? Where can my child purchase items from the list? And can we use pounds here? I fear we do not possess the gold you referred to." Mr. Granger was the first to gather his wits, hastily voicing his concerns to avoid further awkwardness. In response to Mr. Granger's inquiries, Regulus began to lead them forward, answering their questions as they walked. "Follow me, everyone. I will address each of your queries." Chapter 48. The first step into Diagon Alley. First and foremost, let me address your most pressing concern. Pounds, the currency of the Muggle world, are not accepted here. For us wizards, pounds hold little value. We primarily utilize 3 types of wizarding currency: nuts, sickles, and galleons, each unique to our realm. As for your lack of these coins and how to acquire the necessary items, you will need to exchange your pounds at Gringotts, our wizarding bank. Officially named Gringotts Wizarding Bank. Furthermore, pounds have no worth in our world. Even if they did, it would be minimal, as wizards do not require such currency. The only reason you are able to exchange your pounds at Gringotts is that the galleons you can acquire are specifically provided for Hogwarts students. Each year, young witches and wizards from Muggle families can exchange pounds at Gringotts for galleons sufficient to purchase their necessities. As Regulus spoke, he guided the group through much of Diagon Alley until they arrived before the most prominent building in the vicinity. With the onlookers absorbing his information, they gradually entered Gringotts. The 10 individuals who followed Regulus were once again struck by awe. From the moment they stepped inside the bank, their senses were overwhelmed. Before them appeared a species they had never encountered, each diligently weighing something at their respective stations. Just as they began to recover from the shock of these beings, they were immediately dazzled by the sight of wealth. A cart passing by contained an array of gemstones, red, pink, blue, and colorless, all reflecting light in a dazzling display that left them breathless. "Professor Black, what are they?" asked Hermione, the first to break the silence, her curiosity piqued. The children, lacking any substantial concept of wealth, were quick to seek answers. "They are a highly intelligent humanoid species, a subrace known as goblins." Regulus explained a statement to Hermione, and fearing that she might not fully grasp it, elaborated further. "You may not be familiar with the term fairy, so let me rephrase it. Are you acquainted with goblins? They can be likened to the goblins you know, those creatures characterized by their extreme greed and cunning, who hold wealth above all else. Furthermore, they are not particularly amiable towards us, whether we be wizards or muggles. Due to historical grievances, the fairies have long harbored animosity towards wizards, and there have even been wars, which you will learn about in history class. Now, stay close to me. I shall guide you to the currency exchange." Upon hearing his words, Hermione's expression turned to one of understanding, clearly having comprehended Regulus's explanation. Meanwhile, the 5 Muggle adults nearby, having overheard his remarks, instinctively positioned themselves protectively in front of their respective children. Regulus briefly explained to the crowd, offering only a cursory overview, and led them to an unoccupied window. Regulus gazed at the indifferent fairy before him, feeling utterly frustrated. With no other options, he rapped his fingers on the counter. The fairy's dismissive demeanor irked Regulus greatly, and inadvertently, as he tapped the counter with his left hand, the tip of his wand peeked out from his sleeve, capturing the fairy's attention. Immediately, the fairy lifted its head, its attitude noticeably softened. "How may I assist you?" Regulus replied, "These 5 are Muggle-born wizards set to enroll in September. They require some galleons to purchase supplies, so I brought them here for an exchange." While the fairy displayed a cordial demeanor towards Regulus, its expression darkened as it turned its gaze towards the 5 young wizards, a hint of disdain flickering in its eyes. It produced a list from seemingly nowhere. "Kindly provide me with your names, young wizards." Hermione Jane Granger, Damon Sharp, Stephen Connor, the 5 young wizards chimed in unison, while the fairy scanned the list. Swiftly locating their names, the fairy raised its head once more, scrutinizing the 5 young wizards before it. Very well, now tell me how many galleons you wish to exchange. Mr. Granger, the quintessential doting father, was determined that his daughter should not face any hardships, even in the matter of purchasing supplies. He promptly produced his substantial wallet and emptied all the pounds within, presenting them to the fairy. Please convert these pounds for me. We are not lacking in funds. The fairy, however, disregarded Mr. Granger's gesture as if it were mere refuse, its gaze shifting back to Regulus. The fairy's haughty demeanor incensed Mr. Granger, who, since attaining a respectable status as a dentist, had never encountered such treatment. Infuriated and powerless against the fairy's indifference, he awkwardly held out the pounds. Turning to Regulus for assistance. Allow me to handle this, Mr. Granger. Regulus stepped forward, taking the pounds from Mr. Granger's grasp. Regulus cast a reassuring glance at Granger before turning to address the goblin behind the counter. He inquired about the exchange limit provided by Hogwarts for Muggle-born wizarding families. Or rather, the maximum amount of galleons that could be exchanged. In the wizarding world, pounds held little significance, serving only a purpose for those wizards who could not find their place within the magical realm and thus resorted to the Muggle world for sustenance. Nevertheless, once a wizard has experienced the wonders of the magical community, none would desire to forsake it. In response to Regulus's query, the goblin lowered his gaze to consult the list before replying, Mr. Black. The exchange limit for Muggle-born wizards at Hogwarts is set at a maximum of 150 galleons, with 5 pounds exchanged for 1 galleon. Regulus politely nodded to the fairy before turning to face the 5 adults behind him. I trust you have also heard the news. The maximum exchange is 150 galleons, equivalent to 750 pounds, for purchasing essential school supplies. Approximately 70 galleons should suffice. The exact amount is left to your discretion. As soon as Regulus finished speaking, Mr. Granger immediately responded, saying, I have made my decision. I shall exchange 150 galleons. After all, it's merely 750 pounds, a sum I can certainly manage. At that moment, Mr. Granger was consumed by a singular thought. His precious daughter was about to embark on her studies in an unfamiliar place. In such circumstances, having extra funds was prudent. After all, certain necessities invariably require financial resources, even in the wizarding world. Upon hearing Mr. Granger's declaration, the other 4 adults standing nearby quickly made the same choice. Since everyone has opted for the maximum exchange, let us proceed to gather 750 pounds, and we shall go one by one. Regulus nodded at the crowd before turning once more to face the goblin behind the counter. Let us exchange according to the maximum quota. 150 galleons for each individual. This shall be for the first person. The goblin's face clearly exhibited a reluctance at his words. Yet he signaled his understanding to Regulus. Chapter 49. Shopping spree. 750 pounds were handed over by Regulus to the goblin at the counter, who, albeit begrudgingly, meticulously counted out 150 galleons and placed them into Regulus's hands. Mr. Granger observed, holding the freshly exchanged wizarding coins, feeling a tumult of emotions. Although he had received the money, the experience of the exchange was utterly abysmal. The goblin's haughty demeanor irked him greatly, yet he felt powerless. For his precious daughter required these funds. Once Mr. Granger's galleons were exchanged, the other 4 families, with Regulus's assistance, completed their exchanges at the maximum allowance. Upon exiting Gringotts, Regulus stood on the bustling street of Diagon Alley, contemplating the most suitable destination for their next endeavor. Meanwhile, the 5 families who had accompanied him gathered together to voice their grievances. If I ever set foot in this place again, I shall consider myself a fool. The experience was horrendous, far worse than the attitude of a supermarket cashier nearing closing time. I cannot fathom how this bank continues to operate. Regulus listened to the incessant complaints echoing in his ears. He chose to remain silent, allowing them to vent their frustrations. After all, these individuals held a certain status in the ordinary world, which contributed to the disparity they now experienced. Regulus mentally reviewed all the essentials required for the new student's enrollment, meticulously planning the optimal purchasing route. 3 plain work robes in black, a daily wear black wizard hat, a pair of protective gloves made of dragon hide or similar material, a winter cloak in black and silver, a wand, a tin cauldron, a pet, be it a cat, owl, or toad, though not obligatory, textbooks for all courses, a set of glass jars, a telescope, and a brass scale. Indeed, the list was extensive. While he was engrossed in his planning, Hermione cast him a puzzled look with her wide eyes. Professor Black, why have we stopped? Is there something we need to address here? Upon hearing Hermione's inquiry, Regulus realized he had lingered in contemplation for quite some time. Hermione, I was merely devising the most efficient purchasing process. Now that I have it all figured out, let us proceed. First, I shall take you to acquire your uniforms, which will be the primary attire you wear at school henceforth. After Regulus answered Hermione's question, he led the 5 families towards Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. As they stood before the shop's entrance, a realization struck him. The robes did not necessarily have to be purchased here, for there were indeed 2 options available. I nearly forgot to mention that there are 2 places where the school uniforms can be acquired, one being the establishment before us, and the other a second-hand robe shop at the end of the alley. One offers brand new wizarding robes, while the other specializes in exquisite pre-owned garments. The choice, dear friends, is entirely yours to make. Upon concluding his remarks, Regulus awaited the choices of the gathered crowd. However, it was evident that his recent suggestion had been somewhat superfluous, as none of the attendees exhibited any interest in the second-hand robes he had mentioned. Upon reflection, this reaction was entirely understandable. As fledgling wizards hailing from Muggle backgrounds, they were about to embark on their studies in an unfamiliar realm. Wearing tattered garments in such a setting would surely invite disdain. After all, one's appearance often dictates the perception of others, and given their financial means, they were eager to step into Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions without hesitation. As they entered the shop, a short and plump witch approached them with eagerness. Regulus recognized her. She was a Hufflepuff graduate, 5 years his senior, and although she had been somewhat shorter in their school days, she had certainly gained considerable weight since then. As Regulus reminisced, Madame Malkin had already begun to warmly welcome 5 young wizards. The enchanted measuring tape flitted about, diligently taking measurements of the quintet. After a series of adjustments, each young wizard procured a suitably fitting robe. Naturally, these robes were merely standard models. Distinguished only by their tailored fit, they had not indulged in the more elaborate styles equipped with numerous enhancements. It was not a matter of desire but rather of means, as they yearned for the finest, yet their finances did not permit such luxuries. After all, adding a single feature to a robe transformed it from mere clothing into an alchemical product. Just as Regulus observed that everyone had acquired their attire and was about to usher them to the next destination, Madame Malkin called out to him, "Regulus Black, might I trouble you for a moment?" Regulus was engulfed in confusion, pondering why his own affairs were entangled in this matter. Uncertain of Madame Malkin's intentions for summoning him, he requested everyone to wait a moment, sensing that the proprietor had something important to discuss. After briefly informing the 5 families, Regulus stepped aside with Madame Malkin. Observing the absence of others nearby, he remained poised for her revelation. However, the lady before him appeared rather hesitant. "Madame Malkin, I apologize for my boldness, but I must inquire if you possess any information regarding Sirius? I mean your brother, specifically." Regulus's eyes widened at Madame Malkin's inquiry, his CPU nearly overheating from the intensity of the moment. Subsequently, a palpable air of gossip enveloped him, hinting at a juicy revelation. You wish to inquire about Sirius, do you? Regrettably, I must confess my ignorance on the matter, as I was on the brink of accompanying Sirius to Azkaban myself, rather than seeking my knowledge. It would be more prudent to wait for Professor Dumbledore to come by for his robes. I believe he would possess the information you seek. Upon hearing his response, a look of disappointment crossed Madame Malkin's face. Regulus offered an apology before departing with his 5 waiting companions. He had yet to fully regain his composure after stepping out of the shop, his thoughts consumed by the delightful gossip he had been pondering, entirely oblivious to the curiosity reflected in the eyes of the 5 young wizards who had become his friends. Meanwhile, the adults were preoccupied with contemplating the prices within the wizarding world. The recently purchased garments, cloaks, and hats had cost them a substantial 20 galleons, which was indeed rather steep. As each person harbored their own thoughts, Regulus led them through various establishments: the Leaky Cauldron bookstore, a stationery shop, and the apothecary, where they procured all necessary textbooks, scales, glass vials, dragonhide gloves, and cauldrons. Upon completing their shopping, their fortunes diminished yet again, with over 40 galleons spent. Most of these items were reasonably priced, yet the textbooks proved exorbitant, consuming nearly half of their budget. After all, in any realm, whether magical or muggle, knowledge remains priceless. Chapter 50. The spectacular Quidditch match. At this juncture, they were merely in need of a wand. Once acquired, they would be adequately equipped for their studies and life at Hogwarts. As for the pets indicated on the acceptance letter, they were not a necessity. Such choices were typically reserved for families of wizards who were financially comfortable. Of course, some muggle-born wizards might opt for an owl, given that owls served as the sole means of communication with their families in the absence of telephones. However, the number opting for owls would be relatively few. At that moment, Regulus emerged from the apothecary with his 10 companions, each bearing various items. Hermione, who had been closely following Regulus, noticed they seemed to have returned to the entrance of the leaky cauldron. "Professor, it appears we have returned to where we started. Are we to leave now?" she inquired. Struggling to hold the books cradled in her arms, her expression tinged with a hint of reluctance as she looked up at Regulus. "Oh, not at all. We cannot leave just yet. The reason we have returned here is that each of you is carrying items. We will set them down first, and then I shall take you to acquire the most essential possessions for a wizard." Regulus provided a brief explanation to Hermione, and as he spoke, the others began to comprehend the situation as well. Regulus, accompanied by the group, returned to the leaky cauldron, where he spoke with old Tom about storing all the items they had purchased. Afterward, he led everyone back to Diagon Alley once more. Upon their return, the group no longer felt the initial unfamiliarity with the alley. They had grown accustomed to the wondrous occurrences surrounding them. As they turned a corner, they noticed a shop window teeming with children, all chattering animatedly. The young wizards recalled this lively establishment. It had been bustling even when they had just bought their books. After exploring Diagon Alley, they found no place more vibrant than this, igniting a profound curiosity within them all. The lively scene prompted the 10 of them to slow their pace, eager to uncover the reason behind such exuberance. At first, Regulus remained oblivious to the peculiar atmosphere surrounding him, but as he continued to walk, an unsettling sensation began to envelop him. Upon turning around, he noticed that the crowd had distanced themselves from him. Indeed, it is human nature to revel in the spectacle, he mused inwardly. Observing the throng gathered at the entrance of the Quidditch shop, with a slight shake of his head, he retraced his steps. Just as the onlookers were poised to delve into the wonders of the Quidditch shop, Regulus seized the opportunity to enlighten them. What you see before you is an establishment dedicated to the sale of Quidditch paraphernalia. Quidditch is a uniquely wizarding sport, akin to a ball game, holding a status comparable to that of the football you are familiar with. However, Quidditch is far more exhilarating than football. Upon hearing this, Mr. Granger's interest piqued instantly. As an ardent football enthusiast, he was filled with curiosity about this magical equivalent of the sport. "Professor Black, might you provide us with a more detailed introduction? We are eager to gain further insights into the world in which our children will be living," he inquired. The other 4 adults, upon hearing Granger's question, also perked up their ears, their gazes fixed intently upon Regulus. Regulus pondered for a moment, realizing that most of the necessary items had been procured, with only a few remaining. Time was still ample, and serving as a guide for them seemed a trivial endeavor. Thus, he decided to share a brief overview. Quidditch is a 3-dimensional sport, and its rules diverge significantly from those of your football. While football features a single ball, Quidditch boasts 3 types of balls, totaling 4. The term 3-dimensional is pertinent as players soar through the skies on enchanted broomsticks. Quidditch also hosts a World Cup, a grand event within the wizarding community. The rules are quite intricate, far too complex to encapsulate in a few sentences. However, it suffices to know that it is played in midair. Upon hearing his explanation, the adult's curiosity about Quidditch intensified, yet a shared thought emerged. How does one play while flying? Very well, let us first proceed to purchase wands, he suggested, noting that this stop was not part of their original shopping itinerary. The Quidditch specialty shop primarily offers flying broomsticks, and the notification letter had explicitly stated that first-year students are not permitted to bring their own brooms. To be candid, observing the items here would be futile. Purchasing them is currently beyond your means. In the wizarding world, flying broomsticks are akin to private cars in the Muggle realm, with prices far exceeding the few galleons you possess. Now, let us be on our way. Regulus, having spoken, strode directly towards the end of Diagon Alley. Those who had heard his words were taken aback, and soon followed in his wake. Although Regulus did not disclose the price of the enchanted broomsticks, they were well aware that private vehicles were far from inexpensive. Moreover, there was another reason. These adults were not yet unhinged. Their offspring were merely 11 years old. Would they truly allow such young children to drive? While the adults pulled the children along, the 5 little ones still turned back reluctantly, their eyes lingering on the flying broomsticks displayed in the shop windows. Regulus led the group from one end of the alley to the other, finally coming to a halt before a modest storefront. The followers, following Regulus's gaze, beheld a rather unassuming fade, adorned with a sign above it accompanied by a slogan. Ollivander's Wand Shop, crafting exquisite wands since 382 B.C. Indeed, this was our destination, Ollivander's Wand Shop, renowned as the finest wand emporium in England. It is said that nearly every young wizard from Hogwarts acquires their wand from this very establishment. The shop's venerable history is evident from the sign that hangs above. Moreover, it is here that I procured my own wand, and I am confident that each of you will find a wand that perfectly suits your desires. Regulus, having concluded his words, led the group through the door. To his surprise, inside the shop, old Ollivander was attending to a customer who happened to be someone Regulus recognized. This individual was none other than his cousin Narcissa and her son Draco. Interestingly, this was the second time he had encountered Draco on both occasions. Draco found himself being measured for various dimensions by others. What a coincidence, Sissy. I never expected to see you here in Diagon Alley twice in such a short span. After greeting Narcissa, Regulus turned his attention to the tormented Draco, who was currently being subjected to the whims of a measuring tape. So, Draco, how does the broom I gifted you perform? Chapter 51. Ollivander's Wand Shop. Upon the utterance of these two sentences by Regulus, he was met with strikingly contrasting expressions from the mother and son. Narcissa cast him a disdainful glance, while Draco, ensnared in the machinations of others, wore an expression of profound melancholy. Regulus observed the situation and quickly deduced that something must have transpired between the mother and son regarding a broomstick. While he was conversing with Narcissa and Draco Malfoy, Hermione and the others, who had entered with him, overheard something remarkable. Professor Black had generously gifted a broom to a young wizard who was nearly the same age as them, akin to presenting someone with a private car. This revelation ignited a flicker of envy among Regulus's companions towards Draco, along with a curiosity about the relationship between the professor and the two before them. At that moment, Narcissa cast Regulus a reproachful glance and began to voice her complaints. You always create trouble for me. Yesterday, neither Lucius nor I were home, and Draco, quite audaciously, decided to play with the broom by himself. By the time we returned, he had been unconscious on the ground for an unknown duration and had broken his right arm. It certainly does not ease my worries. And the house elf is utterly useless, unable to supervise my son, especially that one named Dobby, who is simply the epitome of foolishness. Listening to Narcissa's grievances, Regulus could already envision Draco in a rather pitiful state. Turning to Draco, he offered a smile before continuing his conversation with Narcissa. Sister, boys must be toughened, otherwise they will not amount to anything, will they? Moreover, Sirius and I often broke bones while playing Quidditch in our youth. I dare say you were overly indulgent with him. Once he starts school, entrust him to me, and I will ensure he is thoroughly trained. Narcissa nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Draco, who was attempting to test a wand, remained oblivious to the fact that his mother had just figuratively bartered him to his uncle. After discussing various topics, their conversation shifted towards Regulus's professional endeavors. Leo, what brings you to Ollivander's today? Who are the companions that accompany you? Without a hint of concern, Regulus replied. Am I not working for Dumbledore? I am currently assisting Professor McGonagall in guiding young wizards. In an instant, Narcissa grasped the situation, and anger flashed across her face as she muttered through clenched teeth, that old fool. Upon my return, I shall urge Lucius to expedite the process of reclaiming our family's seat on the board. While they conversed, Draco finally discovered a wand that suited him, a 10-inch wand made of hawthorn with a unicorn hair core. As Draco began testing the wand, Hermione and the others had already shifted their focus entirely onto him, disregarding Regulus's ongoing conversation. It seems my nephew has found his wand. Congratulations, Scorpius. Draco is now a true young wizard. Narcissa shot him an exasperated glance, ignoring him and moving to Draco's side. Thank you, Mr. Ollivander. Not at all, Mrs. Malfoy. It is 7 galleons for this wand, which is a perfect match for your son. The hawthorn indicates that he will be a very talented young wizard, and the unicorn hair ensures loyalty. Old Ollivander rambled on about Draco and the wand in his hand, while Narcissa's impeccable poise allowed her to listen attentively until he finished. At that point, Regulus noticed that Draco had reached the final step and returned to the group, engaging Hermione and the others in a discussion about what to keep in mind. Are you all anxious? Patience is essential. The selection of a wand cannot be rushed. Soon, it will be our turn. You 5 should deliberate on who will go first. Upon hearing this, the 5 children immediately began to negotiate their order, while the adults nearby exchanged warm smiles at Regulus's approach. After a lively debate, Narcissa finally extricated herself from old Ollivander's lengthy discourse. Once finished, she promptly led Draco towards the exit. As mother and son passed by Regulus, they paused. Leo, this is where our paths diverge today. You have your own matters to attend to. I shall take Draco home. When you conclude your tasks, do visit me at Malfoy Manor. Uncle, I await your visit to play, Draco began, but before he could finish, Narcissa, having concluded her farewells with Regulus, whisked him away. Regulus waved goodbye to the pair with a beaming smile. After their departure, old Ollivander approached the remaining group. Vinewood, Dragon Heartstring, 9 3/4 inches. If I recall correctly, Mr. Black, it has been quite some time. Upon hearing the familiar rhetoric, Regulus immediately recognized that the old man was once again showcasing his impressive memory, as he seemed to recite the details of Regulus's wand every time they met. However, this was not the moment for him to voice his grievances. It was crucial to remember that he had not come merely to engage in idle chatter with the elderly gentleman. Indeed, it has been quite some time since we last met, Mr. Ollivander, yet I believe this is not the appropriate occasion for reminiscing. I have come here today for a purpose. Do you see these 5 young wizards behind me? They are about to embark on their magical education, and I believe they require your assistance. Upon hearing this, Ollivander promptly set aside pleasantries with Regulus, prioritizing the acquisition of new clients over idle conversation. As there was little profit to be gained from regular patrons without exceptional circumstances, he approached the 5 young wizards, exhibiting a hint of eccentricity, and addressed them, "Greetings. Young wizards, I believe you are in need of wands, and some of you might be quite eager to begin." The peculiar old man startled the inexperienced young wizards, causing them to instinctively retreat a step. The orderly line disintegrated, with Stephen Connor originally at the front, but as the young wizard stepped back, Hermione took the lead. Remaining steadfast, undoubtedly she would soon be a proud Gryffindor, displaying remarkable courage as she stepped forward. "Yes, sir, I require a wand. Of course, every young wizard who comes to me will need one. Now tell me, which hand do you favor? And please share your name, so I may remember you. And also report to the Ministry of Magic accordingly." Hermione raised her right hand and declared, "My right hand, sir. I am Hermione Jean Granger." As Hermione lifted her hand, the measuring tape on the counter began to autonomously assess her dimensions. "One moment," Ollivander said, disregarding Hermione's reaction as he delved into the shelves in search of a suitable wand. Just as the measuring tape was nearing completion, Ollivander emerged, cradling several boxes. He retrieved a wand from one of the boxes and presented it to Hermione. "Here, give it a try. Made of beech wood, with a serpent's nerve. 9 inches long, wave it about." Regulus observed the wand being offered to Hermione and couldn't help but mutter to himself, the old performer is at it again. How does this old fellow never lose hope? After all these years, he still hasn't sold that wand." Nevertheless, Regulus refrained from interjecting, choosing instead to quietly observe Ollivander's ongoing performance. The moment Hermione grasped the wand, before she could make further movements, it was abruptly withdrawn. No. This one is not suited for you. It seems I must select another. You are a young wizard with grand aspirations and remarkable foresight. Let me think." With that, Ollivander rummaged through the boxes once more, selecting another wand and presenting it to Hermione. "Try this one." Hermione held the wand, her eyes fixed on Ollivander, awaiting his next move. "Give it a wave." Taking Ollivander's cue, Hermione gently waved the wand in her right hand. As she did so, chaos erupted before her, startling her at the unexpected turn of events. "Excellent. It seems the Vinewood was the right choice, though the core of cat hair has a slight flaw. This wand is overly responsive." Ollivander showed no concern for the pandemonium Hermione had caused, swiftly reclaiming the wand from her and diving back into the shelves. Before long, he returned, now holding only one box rather than a multitude. He opened the somewhat worn container and revealed the wand within, offering it once more to Hermione. Vinewood, Dragon Heartstring, 14 inches, a powerful combination. The moment Hermione's fingers brushed against the wand, she felt an unmistakable difference compared to the previous two. It felt as though it had become an extension of her very being. The sensation was exquisite, the wand responded beautifully, and a soft glow emanated from its tip. "Perfect. This wand has chosen you, Miss Granger. I must remind you, it is the wand that chooses the wizard." Ollivander was visibly excited, reiterating his theory. However, to Regulus, it seemed more like a series of trial and error, guiding the young wizards to discover the wand best suited for them. While he did not grasp the underlying theory, he understood the essence of the process, finding the wand that most harmoniously aligned with the young wizard's character, ensuring an ideal combination of both wandwood and core. Wizards chosen by Vine would possess extraordinary foresight, and with the strength of Dragon Heartstring, Miss Granger, You were destined to achieve remarkable feats in the future. One must commend Ollivander, who had devoted his life to the study of wands. He undeniably possessed insight, particularly regarding Hermione, the future Minister of Magic, with her newfound wand. Hermione's face radiated excitement as she eagerly examined her possession. Following her demonstration, the remaining young wizards stepped forward in turn to try their wands. The process was largely uniform. Wands were handed to each young wizard and then reclaimed. However, not everyone was as fortunate as Hermione, who swiftly found her perfect match. In truth, each wizard's personality is unique, and those with distinctive traits tend to find their wands more easily, while the more balanced individuals present a greater challenge. Such as Stephen Connor among the four. Regulus, observing, surmised that when it came time for the sorting hat ceremony, Stephen Connor would likely be placed in Hufflepuff. After a flurry of activity from Ollivander, all 5 young wizards finally secured their own wands. Congratulations, young wizards. You have each acquired your very own wands. The cost is 7 galleons each. As Ollivander congratulated them, he also announced the price. The fathers, responsible for the payments, exchanged knowing glances and handed over the money to Ollivander. Once all the galleons were collected and the transaction completed, Ollivander offered his parting words. I wish you all the best on your magical journeys ahead. May Merlin guide your paths. Furthermore, it is essential to remember to cherish your wand. Each wizard is entitled to the benefits of the Ministry of Magic exclusively with their first wand. Should a wizard encounter issues with their primary wand, only then would they need to procure a second, which would revert to its original price. I trust no one wishes to incur such an expense. We are grateful for your kind wishes, sir. We shall take excellent care of our wands. The 5 young wizards expressed their gratitude to Ollivander by nodding in assurance. A silent vow of commitment. Each of the 5 young sorcerers received their own wand, and Regulus's work was nearing completion, with only the matter of pets left to consider. Whether or not to acquire a pet would depend on individual preferences. Mr. Ollivander, thank you for your assistance to the young wizards. They have received what they desired, and I believe it is time to escort them away. I have other tasks to attend to, and ultimately, I must return them home. So I shall not trouble you further. I look forward to our next meeting. I anticipate we shall see each other frequently this summer. After Regulus spoke to Ollivander, he intended to lead the group away, yet his desire did not come to fruition. Just as he was about to depart, Ollivander called out to him. Please wait, Mr. Black. May I have a moment to inspect your wand? There is something I need to ascertain. Regulus cast a glance at Ollivander, perplexed by the enigmatic intentions of the elderly man. Nevertheless, given Regulus's familiarity with him, he had formed a tentative hypothesis. This old man possesses a remarkably keen perception. Chapter 53. A reunion with Ollivander. I believe it is not the opportune moment for us to discuss matters concerning my wand. I shall first attend to my subsequent tasks and then return to seek your counsel. Regulus was indeed quite curious about what revelations the old man had discerned. However, the individuals accompanying him were not suitable for such a discussion at this moment. Very well then, I shall await you here, Mr. Black, until we meet again. After Regulus spoke, he exited the wand shop accompanied by the 5 families. Once back on the streets of Diagon Alley, the 5 young ones were wholly absorbed in their newly acquired wands. Meanwhile, the 5 adults beside them turned to Regulus to inquire about the subsequent arrangements. Professor Black, what should the children do next? They have procured all the necessary supplies for school. Now, the only remaining item is their pet. Regarding pets, one may choose to purchase one or forego the idea entirely. It is entirely at your discretion. After a brief pause, Regulus decided to impart some knowledge about pets. Not every young wizard attending Hogwarts opts to bring a pet, and even if they do, the school has specific requirements concerning the types of pets allowed. I believe your acceptance letters have already specified that you may choose one among an owl, a cat, or a toad. Toads can typically assist young wizards in potions class. Owls serve as messengers for correspondence, while the exact role of cats remains somewhat unclear to me. Should you decide to bring a pet, I would be delighted to take you on a tour of Elop's Owl Emporium or the Magical Menagerie. Regulus succinctly elaborated on matters pertaining to pets, which prompted a contemplative silence among the 5 adults who, in unison, expressed their desire to acquire an owl. Professor Black, I believe I require an owl for communication. Upon hearing this, Regulus swiftly turned to observe the speaker, only to discover that it was not Mr. Granger, but rather Mr. Sharp, who had remained silent since entering Diagon Alley. As he gazed at the other 4 individuals, it became evident that they too shared a keen interest in acquiring an owl. Very well, let us proceed to visit the Owl Emporium. Should we find nothing suitable there, we may still explore the Magical Menagerie. However, I must inform you in advance that the school does indeed have an orrery, which provides services for young wizards. Therefore, maintaining communication with you after your arrival at Hogwarts will not pose any difficulties. Regulus, having gathered the group, made his way towards the Eiler Owl Emporium. By the time they emerged from the shop, 3 adults found themselves in possession of an owl cage. Perhaps his earlier remarks had influenced their decisions, prompting these families to opt for purchasing an owl. However, Granger and the Connors chose not to buy, instead preferring to save their galleons for their children's future endeavors in the wizarding world. Thus, all the necessary supplies for the young wizard's schooling were now prepared, contrasting sharply with the dwindling amount of galleons they had exchanged earlier. They were left with approximately 50 to 80 galleons each, with the Connors having the most. As for the Grangers, despite not acquiring an owl, Hermione's extensive book purchases had significantly depleted their funds. After a leisurely stroll with the 5 families, it was evident that lunch had long passed, and Regulus felt the pangs of hunger. Yet, for these 10 newcomers to the wizarding realm, the plethora of novel experiences rendered them oblivious to their hunger and thirst. Regulus, accompanied by the group, returned to the leaky cauldron to retrieve their stored belongings from Old Tom. Just as they were about to depart, they finally shook off their initial astonishment. A previously unnoticed pang of hunger struck their hearts. However, due to their unfamiliarity with Diagon Alley, they refrained from seeking sustenance in that place. Regulus emerged from the leaky cauldron, accompanied by 10 individuals adorned with various items. Standing at the entrance, he once more raised his wand. Shortly thereafter, the night bus reappeared before the gathered crowd. Despite the presence of numerous muggles on Charing Cross Road, none expressed any bewilderment at the sudden appearance of the bus. This spectacle left Hermione, who had yet to witness such a phenomenon, wide-eyed with astonishment. Regulus approached Sam Park and discussed the destinations of the 4 families, ensuring their departure from London. Naturally, the fare for this journey was borne by them, and they repaid Regulus for the expenses he had previously covered. Once they had departed, only Hermione and her father remained. Professor Black, it is time for us to take our leave. I am truly delighted to have experienced this enchanting world under your guidance. Mr. Granger extended his hand toward Regulus, expressing his gratitude. Regulus and Mr. Granger exchanged pleasantries once more. Just as Regulus believed he was about to bid farewell to the two, Hermione spoke up from the side. Professor, may I kindly request your contact information? During this period before the school year begins, I intend to engage in some preparatory study, and I would appreciate the opportunity to consult you should I encounter any difficulties. Regulus smiled at the eager young girl and shared his address with her, although it might lead to some complications for himself. How could he possibly refuse this inquisitive young witch? Of course, I shall reside at Hogwarts until the commencement of the term, eagerly anticipating your correspondence, Miss Granger. Regulus gazed at the retreating figure, feeling an involuntary sigh of relief escape his lips, an unusual lightness enveloping him. This day had proven to be overwhelmingly fulfilling, and one must not underestimate the multitude of questions posed by 5 children barely in their teens. Had it not been for the fact that they were still unfamiliar with Regulus and the existing hierarchical divide between students and teachers, he might well have been utterly exasperated by these 5 young wizards. Regulus glanced up at the sun, only to realize that dusk was fast approaching. Turning back towards the leaky cauldron, he allowed old Tom to serve him a modest meal, accompanied, of course, by a generous pint of beer. Once he had satisfied his hunger and thirst, Regulus made his way back to Diagon Alley, remembering that an elderly gentleman was awaiting a conversation with him. Strolling leisurely through the entirety of Diagon Alley, he once again arrived at the entrance of Ollivander's wand shop. As Regulus pushed the door open and stepped inside, he was greeted by Mr. Ollivander, who exclaimed, "Ah, Regulus, I did not expect your return so soon. Indeed, it is good to see you once more." Regulus replied. Regulus simply responded with a brief remark, then drew forth his wand, extending it towards Ollivander. The latter was taken aback by Regulus's directness. Before he could utter a word, the wand was already being offered. However, Ollivander quickly regained his composure and accepted the wand from Regulus. Odd, very odd indeed. This was not how it was supposed to be. Why did it differ so significantly from his expectations? Chapter 54, The Wandmaker's Dilemma at this moment. Ollivander exhibited behavior reminiscent of a lunatic, revealing his eccentricity in full measure, akin to the very essence of Stoneleshi himself. Meanwhile, his mind raced, sifting through a lifetime of knowledge regarding wands. He was certain he had not erred in his assessment of Regulus's situation, yet it contradicted everything he had anticipated. From his observations, regardless of what had transpired within Regulus, it was evident that he had undergone a transformation. The alteration in his character, perhaps even at the soul level, should have rendered his previous wand incompatible. Yet, the current scenario revealed that Regulus's wand exhibited no signs of such discordance, which was precisely what perplexed Ollivander. He had previously encountered wizards seeking a second wand, typically after experiencing significant events or profound shifts in their magical studies that altered their temperament, rendering their original wands less responsive. However, under Ollivander's scrutiny, Regulus's wand showed none of these signs. Despite his confidence in his judgment regarding Regulus, he found himself questioning the validity of his prior experiences. Ollivander had indeed perceived the changes in Regulus, a transformation that might elude others, yet was unmistakable to him. Logically, the bond between a wand and its wielder should not remain as harmonious as it presently seemed. Yet, this very phenomenon unfolded before his eyes, casting doubt upon the reliability of his past knowledge. Regulus was also continuously observing Ollivander's condition, and he had already confirmed the suspicions in his own heart. Indeed, one must not underestimate any old fellow. This old man has truly noticed some changes in me. If he can perceive my transformation, could it be that old Dumbledore has also discovered it? Yet, even if you see through it, what does it matter? I am now Regulus Arcturus Black. Regulus found himself lost in thought, yet he swiftly adjusted his mindset. Regardless of others' opinions, he had become Regulus. In this world, he was undeniably Regulus. While he pondered this, Ollivander, unable to grasp the situation, turned his gaze towards Regulus. Mr. Black, could you kindly demonstrate a Lumos charm with your wand for me? Upon receiving his wand back, Regulus hesitated not for a moment, effortlessly casting the spell. With practiced ease, he conjured a brilliant sphere of light at the tip of his wand. Meanwhile, Ollivander's eyes remained fixed on Regulus, observing the entirety of his spell-casting process with keen interest. Regulus, however, began to feel the strain of holding his arm aloft for too long. He waved his wand, allowing the luminous orb to float away from it, before retracting his wand, leaving the sphere hovering in place. His action seemed to have no effect on Ollivander, who was lost in deep contemplation, as if his mind were racing at an extraordinary pace. Bored, Regulus glanced at the engrossed Ollivander and, disregarding his approval, began to explore the shop. Soon, he spotted a box on the counter containing a familiar wand made of yew, a staple for nearly every young wizard. As he lifted the wand from its box, Regulus grasped it, savoring the sensations it imparted. Upon acquiring this wand, he began to understand his own circumstances. It became evident that regardless of the wand he held, it could unleash approximately 95 to 100 of its potential in his hands. Clearly, Ollivander had not erred. He was indeed correct. Logically, one's former wand would not be entirely suited to a new wielder. Yet, an unexpected twist lay in wait. He had traversed through time, accompanied by the legendary Soul Reaper's wand. The mere presence of the Soul Reaper's wand, whether he had summoned it or not, lingered with him. Thus, with a wand of such formidable power by his side, Regulus felt assured that no conflicting thoughts would arise concerning his wand. Furthermore, the dominance of the wand by the staff ensured that the former's allegiance would be wholly pledged to the current Regulus. With clarity on this matter, Regulus felt no trepidation about his circumstances. As he continued his exploration, Ollivander finally emerged from his reverie. Had he reached a conclusion? Certainly not. He had merely abandoned his intricate analysis, demonstrating a remarkable adaptability. After all, existence justifies itself. Otherwise, he would not have remained relatively unscathed during Voldemort's reign of terror. Mr. Black, I appreciate your cooperation, which has allowed me to witness a situation entirely divergent from my theoretical understanding, thus broadening my horizons. Regulus feigned ignorance, casting a perplexed glance at Ollivander. Could you elaborate, Mr. Ollivander? I must confess, I do not comprehend your words at all. Might you provide further clarification? Upon hearing his inquiry, Ollivander proceeded to elucidate for Regulus. You see, the relationship between a wizard and their wand is one of mutual enhancement. Each wand selects the wizard with whom it resonates most harmoniously. This is the very concept I have consistently conveyed. The wand chooses the wizard. However, in your case, though I am unaware of the events that have transpired in your life, it appears to me that your wand and you do not share an ideal connection. Thus, I invited you back, for I wish to discuss this matter with you. Regulus understood clearly. Indeed, this old fellow had discerned the changes within him. No wonder people often say that those who do not die with age are akin to thieves. So, this is how it is. What you mentioned about the matter. I truly do not feel any difference. My wand remains as effective as ever, devoid of the sluggishness you described. I wonder if you have other matters to discuss. If not, I must take my leave, for today's work has been quite taxing. Ollivander did not insist on keeping him any longer, as he had gleaned all that he wished to know. Whether Regulus comprehended it or not was his own affair. Very well, Mr. Black, let us conclude here. I extend my gratitude for your cooperation, and as a token of my appreciation, I offer you 10 complimentary Deep One maintenance sessions. As Ollivander spoke, he escorted Regulus out. Once Regulus had departed some distance, Ollivander seemed to address the air, uttering a solitary phrase. Chapter 55. Scheming. As soon as Ollivander finished his statement, the flamboyantly dressed old Dumbledore emerged from the depths of the shelves. Thank you, Garrick. What is your opinion of Regulus? Dumbledore stepped forth, the various trinkets adorning his attire jingling with each movement, reminiscent of a wind chime. Dumbledore, how do you perceive him? To be frank, I cannot see through him. I can only offer a superficial interpretation from the perspective of a wandmaker. It seems to me that something must have transpired in his past, causing shifts in his temperament and in certain aspects that I cannot quite articulate. This has rendered the wand he wields less compatible with his essence. Yet, curiously, despite this apparent incongruence, Regulus is capable of extracting the wand's full potential. In fact, it seems to me that the effectiveness of this wand in his hands may even surpass its inherent capacity. This perplexes me, which is why I profess my inability to understand him. Dumbledore listened intently to Ollivander's insights, nodding occasionally, clearly in agreement with his observations. I grasp your meaning. Allow me to clarify further. Do you suggest that Regulus's soul has undergone some transformation? Ollivander, confronted with Dumbledore's question, fell into contemplation. After a moment of serious reflection, he shook his head rapidly. No, Dumbledore, I comprehend your implication. Are you suggesting that the soul residing within Regulus's body is not the same as the Regulus of yore? What I wish to convey is that this distinction is unnecessary. To my mind, he remains Regulus, for his wand speaks volumes. It serves as his identification. Even though they may not appear especially harmonious, Regulus is still Regulus. Dumbledore pondered Ollivander's perspective, leading to a growing sense of agreement within him. The truth lies in the fact that a wand can only resonate with a wizard confirmed by the wand maker, with ample evidence in their lineage. Otherwise, Phineas would not have been so invested, even in his current state as a portrait. Coupled with the Horcrux that Regulus entrusted to him, Dumbledore became increasingly certain that, despite any anomalies in the present Regulus, his character and observation would not be deeply flawed. Yet, despite this conviction, Dumbledore harbored a lingering curiosity about Regulus. However, he was now assured of one thing. Regulus did not exhibit any latent sense of danger. I understand, Ollivander. Thank you for your assistance regarding the study of the Elder Wand. Once you have completed your summer engagements, feel free to visit me at Hogwarts. Actually, I have not been of much help to you. Once this period is past, I shall await you at the Hog's Head. Ollivander replied joyfully to Dumbledore's words. Their conversation did not linger for long. Dumbledore soon took his leave, vanishing directly from Ollivander's shop. Regulus emerged from Ollivander's and made his way directly to the Leaky Cauldron, pausing momentarily at Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor to indulge in a delightful cone. As he savored the sweet treat, he sought to relax his weary mind. The day had indeed felt interminable. The presence of the young wizard had drained him mentally, and feeling somewhat fatigued, he opted against using apparition to return directly. Instead, he chose to walk back to the Leaky Cauldron. After greeting old Tom and tossing him a couple of sickles, he grabbed a handful of flue powder from the small bowl by the fireplace. Hogsmeade, the 3 broomsticks. Regulus stood within the confines of the fireplace, tossing the flue powder at his feet. In an instant, a vivid green flame ignited, and as the fire surged, his figure vanished entirely into the hearth. Regulus emerged from the fireplace of the 3 broomsticks and greeted Madame Rosmerta before stepping out of the pub and making his way towards Hogwarts. Upon entering the grand gates of Hogwarts, he strode directly towards the castle. After only a few steps, he spotted Professor McGonagall walking ahead of him, evidently having just returned from outside as well. He quickened his pace to catch up with her and initiated a conversation. Good evening, Professor. I didn't expect to encounter you here. Have you just returned from outside as well? Having noticed Regulus approaching, McGonagall engaged in conversation with him as well. Good evening, Regulus. How are you? Was today's work satisfactory? Taking 4 young wizards to Diagon Alley must have been quite a challenge. In response to Professor McGonagall's inquiry, Regulus chuckled lightly. It went relatively smoothly, I suppose. Indeed, as you mentioned, this task is no easy feat, especially with a muggle accompanying the young wizards. The experience was exceedingly challenging. Fortunately, the 5 families I assisted today were not impoverished. Otherwise, I suspect returning would have been quite difficult. The two continued to discuss their work, with Professor McGonagall imparting some of her wisdom until they reached the second floor, at which point they parted ways, and she returned to her office. Regulus ascended the stairs, arriving at the fourth floor and entering his office. Upon his return, he directly made his way to the lounge and reclined on his bed, utterly unwilling to move. Although his mind resisted movement, his stomach voiced its discontent once more, clearly indicating that the meager sustenance consumed earlier at the broken cauldron had been fully digested. With his stomach protesting, he was reluctant to deny himself. Thus, he laboriously rose from his bed, unwilling to settle for a meager dinner at the school after an exhausting day. Regulus entered the cloakroom and donned a comfortable sports outfit before promptly departing the castle, making his way towards the Forbidden Forest. It is worth mentioning that he had a fondness for alcoholic beverages, a trait inherited from his former self, and thus he intended to visit Hagrid for a drink and to satisfy his evening meal. As he ventured towards the Forbidden Forest, the Great Hall had just begun its dinner service. Old Dumbledore observed the mere two occupants in the Great Hall, feeling a twinge of curiosity as to why only Minerva and Sybil remained. Where had Regulus wandered off to? Notably, he had returned later than Regulus, so it was puzzling that Regulus had yet to arrive. Minerva, have you seen Regulus? I have. We returned around the same time. He is likely too exhausted to join us for dinner tonight, Minerva replied. Upon hearing her response, Dumbledore felt reassured and began his meal, though what occupied his thoughts remained known only to him. As Regulus stepped out of the castle, he noticed wisps of smoke rising from Hagrid's hut in the distance. It appears I have arrived just in time. Chapter 56. The Second Encounter. Regulus approached Hagrid's hut and knocked gently on the door, which was swiftly opened by Hagrid himself, as if the grand entrance had been more of a threshold than a mere door. Hagrid, ever as warm-hearted as before, enveloped Regulus in his massive embrace, drawing him inside. You arrived just in time. The beef is nearly cooked, he exclaimed. I prepared it using the method you taught me, and it smells delightful. Come in and have a taste. Regulus found himself pressed against the table by Hagrid, who promptly placed a large iron pot upon its surface. The arrangement on the table momentarily entranced Regulus, evoking memories of a classic northeastern iron pot stew, albeit missing the requisite hole for the pot. Amidst his reverie, Hagrid unexpectedly produced an oak barrel, which he set upon a tree stump, treating it as a makeshift seat. It appeared that the evening was destined for indulgence. Regulus gazed at the sizable barrel, recognizing it as the very cask of red currant rum he had previously gifted to Hagrid. As they savored potato and tomato braised beef, the two engaged in a continuous flow of drinks, and under the influence of alcohol, their conversation flourished. Hagrid incessantly inquired about the nuances of guiding young witches and wizards, making it evident that keeping a secret from this gentle giant posed a significant challenge. Hagrid, with his boisterous demeanor and the effects of drink, often found his thoughts and words betraying the very confidences he sought to uphold. Regulus discerned the reason behind Hagrid's inquiries, as the latter had received a task from Dumbledore. He was to serve as Harry Potter's guide, tasked with ushering Harry back into the magical realm. Regulus was, of course, aware of Harry's impending return, having just completed his guidance duties for Hermione of the Iron Triangle earlier that day. As they dined and conversed, the rum flowed freely until Regulus eventually bid Hagrid farewell. Upon returning to his own lounge at Hogwarts, he revitalized himself with a potion to dispel the effects of the alcohol, followed by a soothing bath before surrendering to slumber. The subsequent days unfolded in a monotonous rhythm. He either persuaded Muggle-born wizards or escorted Muggle-born families through Diagon Alley. Each evening, he would return to Hogwarts, making adjustments to his lounge, his first solo renovation, which inevitably had its imperfections. As his experience grew, tasks that once consumed an entire day were now accomplished in mere half-days, granting him a modicum of free time. Regulus seized this opportunity, becoming a frequent visitor to the library's restricted section. Day by day passed, and the list of Muggle-born young wizards requiring guidance approached its conclusion. Out of 117, he and Professor McGonagall had divided the responsibilities evenly, with Regulus overseeing 59. This endeavor consumed over 30 days of his time. By the time he completed these tasks, it was mid-August, with only a little over 10 days remaining before the school year commenced. During this interval, aside from the initial 10 days, he received nearly daily correspondence from Hermione. Her letters consisted solely of questions, mundane inquiries regarding the magical world and the nature of wizards. This barrage of simplistic queries became a source of exasperation for Regulus. Yet he had promised to assist her, and despite his mounting annoyance, he felt compelled to respond patiently. Following their drinking session, he and Hagrid occasionally gathered for more libations, with Hagrid nearly turning into his personal chef. On August 1st, Regulus intentionally scheduled the task of accompanying young wizards for shopping on this day. It was during this outing in Diagon Alley that he encountered Harry, who was shadowing Hagrid, the latter being his somewhat estranged brother's godson. At that moment, Hagrid had just emerged from Gringotts with Harry in tow, while Regulus was arriving with 4 young wizards. Upon seeing the diminutive Harry, whose face bore an uncanny resemblance to Regulus's recollections, an exceedingly vexing visage, Regulus felt a twinge of sentiment. More intriguing was his curiosity about Harry, particularly the fragment of a soul that clung to him. This curiosity prompted Regulus to employ his reconnaissance abilities on Harry, leading to the acquisition of some insights about this fated child. Harry James Potter, 11 years old, with a meager magical capacity of 49. The information was scant, and his magical potential was similarly disheartening. In strict comparison, he paled in comparison to Regulus's nephew. At least Draco had mastered a spell or two and possessed a somewhat higher magical capacity. From a purely magical perspective, Harry appeared indistinguishable from those young wizards hailing from Muggle families. Typically, one would expect mixed-blood and pure-blood wizards to exhibit superior magical prowess compared to their Muggle-born counterparts, owing to both lineage and environmental factors. Yet, in Harry's case, his inherent advantages were diminished by his upbringing, although he retained a slight edge over Muggle-born wizards. It was hardly noteworthy. After encountering Hagrid, the unreliable giant succumbed to his fondness for drink and entrusted Harry to Regulus's guidance. Hagrid reasoned that since Regulus was already tasked with escorting young wizards, adding Harry Potter to the mix would be inconsequential. Thus, on that fateful August 1st, what began as a routine outing for 4 young wizards transformed into an expedition involving 5 young wizards and 4 adults, all while remaining vigilant against the unpredictable antics of a certain giant, which threatened to complicate his otherwise uneventful duties. That day, as he interacted with Harry, Regulus found himself feeling a measure of sympathy for the unfortunate boy. Observing Harry's frail frame, it became evident that his circumstances were even more dismal than Ronald's. At least the unfortunate lad who slept with a rat could find sustenance and avoid the scorn of his kin. It was indeed remarkable that, prior to the start of the school year, he had encountered 2 members of the Iron Triangle, along with Draco, while the sole individual he had yet to meet was Ron Weasley, the one burdened by the weight of a cursed hat. Regulus, upon contemplating this, felt a profound sympathy for his plight. However, he could not help but wonder whether his existence in this world might precipitate a butterfly effect, causing Ron's head to turn green once more. Regulus shook his head, dispelling the absurd notion from his mind. It was indeed too wicked. Ron was already suffering enough, and there was no need for him to add such a vivid stroke to his misfortunes. In Chapter 57, Kerwealth, Regulus became a witness to Harry Potter's entrance into Hogwarts. Naturally, he also observed the events transpiring at Gringotts that day, yet he refrained from intervening, merely playing the role of a bystander. It was also the first time he truly beheld the unfortunate soul afflicted by the basilisk, the esteemed Ravenclaw graduate, Quirinus Quirrell. The admission of Harry and Quirrell's audacious foray into Gringotts heralded a tumultuous 7 years ahead, and Regulus understood that the wizarding world was on the brink of a tumultuous era. Regulus was acutely aware that he must augment his strength promptly. Otherwise, in the impending turmoil, how could he secure his existence? During his time here, he had gradually adapted to this world, and his mindset had evolved from the one he held upon his arrival. The thoughts he once sought to evade had undergone a transformation over time. He realized that as long as his power was sufficiently formidable, he could thrive and lead a vibrant life in this realm, for evasion was the most inferior choice. With this understanding, Regulus began to formulate plans for his future, with the primary focus being the enhancement of his abilities and the elevation of his combat skills. Ever since he had facilitated Harry's arrival, he dedicated every spare moment to immersing himself in the restricted section of the library, diligently practicing spells. The advantage of his unique circumstances, particularly the way they had digitized his physical data, allowed him to witness his progress daily, fueling his determination. As days passed, however, a week before the start of the new term, Regulus found himself slipping into a state of fatigue. Recognizing that this was a matter of mindset, he thoughtfully resolved to grant himself a respite during the week leading up to the school year. Balancing work and rest would undoubtedly yield greater results, and he had compelling reasons to return home. One fine morning, Regulus arose early, adhering to his usual routine of circling the Black Lake before enjoying breakfast in the Great Hall. Afterwards, he sought out Professor McGonagall. Upon arriving at her office and knocking, he received a response and entered when invited, taking a seat at her behest. "Good morning, Regulus. Are you finding your time at Hogwarts to be satisfactory?" she inquired. I must express my gratitude for your assistance during this busy period. Without you, I would have been overwhelmed. However, is there a specific matter you wish to discuss today? Your appreciation is unwarranted. It is my privilege to assist you, Regulus replied with a smile, engaging in a bit of courteous banter before transitioning to other topics. I have indeed adapted well to life at Hogwarts, particularly with Hagrid as my drinking companion, he remarked. I have come to inform you that I intend to leave school for a few days to return home. Upon hearing this, a look of awkward regret crossed McGonagall's face. She hesitated before responding, I apologize, Regulus. I have been preoccupied and neglected to mention that there is little happening at the school now. You are free to manage your own time. At this juncture, McGonagall paused, reflecting on her previous perceptions of Regulus. Her ongoing interactions with him had significantly altered her view. Regulus, there is something you must understand. Hogwarts is a school, and you are no longer the young wizard you once were. This is not Azkaban. Regulus was momentarily taken aback upon hearing these words. It was only at this juncture that he realized, after arriving at Hogwarts, he had unconsciously reverted to viewing himself as a young wizard in need of guidance, never truly perceiving himself as an adult wizard. Professor. It was from this moment that his mindset began to shift. Thank you, Professor. I understand now. I shall take my leave later today and return when the term begins. Farewell, Professor. I look forward to seeing you at the start of the term. Professor McGonagall smiled and nodded at him, bidding him goodbye. However, just as Regulus was about to step out of the office, McGonagall called him back once more. Wait, Regulus, before you go. There is something I would like to ask of you. Hearing Professor McGonagall's words, Regulus halted in his tracks and turned to her with a hint of curiosity. You see. As you know, the young wizards arrive at Hogwarts via the Hogwarts Express, which is filled with an entire carriage of rather restless little wizards. Therefore, I would like to request that when the term commences, you take the Hogwarts Express back to school and keep an eye on those unruly children. This way, we won't need to arrange for a secret professor to accompany them. Regulus pondered for a moment and then nodded at Professor McGonagall. After all, he was returning to school, and the method of travel held little significance for him. However, her words enlightened him to the fact that there had always been professors aboard the Hogwarts Express, a detail he had previously overlooked. After bidding farewell to Professor McGonagall once more, he turned and returned to his common room, where he quickly packed a few garments and pinned a note for Kreacher to deliver to Hagrid. Once he had completed these tasks, he locked his door and departed from Hogwarts. Beyond the protective wards of the castle against apparition, Regulus promptly activated his magical transport. After more than a month, he found himself once again standing at his doorstep, feeling a twinge of nostalgia as he stepped inside. Welcome home, Master. He heard Kreacher's voice greet him upon entry, to which Regulus nodded gently, taking in the sight of his abode after their prolonged separation. The house had remained largely unchanged, still reflecting the restoration he had previously enacted with his wand, and notably free of dust. It appeared that during his absence, Kreacher had diligently fulfilled his duties as a house elf. Well done, Kreacher, Regulus praised, causing the elf to become so moved he was on the brink of tears. Ignoring Kreacher's emotional response, Regulus ascended the stairs and found solitude in his room. A week passed swiftly, during which Regulus remained at home, venturing nowhere. The place he occupied the most was the basement, a space not to be underestimated, as it represented the very heart of number 12, Grimmauld Place. Here lay the essence of the Black family's legacy, housing their extensive explorations of magic throughout the ages. A plethora of tomes, both readily available and long vanished from the market, filled the shelves, encompassing both dark arts and light magic. This basement contained knowledge unparalleled even by that of the Hogwarts Library. This was one of the reasons he had returned home. Chapter 58. Organization. The basement was far from ordinary. It held records of the Black family's unique magical practices and their exclusive insights into spellcasting. While this assertion might seem unconvincing, the artifacts birthed from this knowledge were renowned. For instance, Hagrid's flying motorcycle was crafted by Sirius in this very basement, as was the Marauders' map they had created during their time at Hogwarts. Moreover, the basement contained documented techniques and experiences regarding the high success rate of the Animagus transformation, particularly among the 4 members of the Marauders. Without the insights contained within these walls, it would have been impossible for the rat currently hiding in the Weasley household to complete the Animagus ritual. Regulus returned with the intention of integrating the knowledge acquired from his family and Hogwarts to reorganize his own system of understanding. Although he had access to a data dashboard, he recognized that this restructured body of knowledge would significantly enhance his prowess. If the sacred 28 families lacked unique legacies, they would not have persisted through so many generations. For a week, Regulus spent most of his time in the basement, and while refining his knowledge system, he developed a profound interest in animagi and flying motorcycles. Despite having been a Quidditch player in a former life, he found little allure in the flying broomsticks. Even the newly released Nimbus 2000, capable of reaching speeds of 200 kilometers per hour, failed to pique his enthusiasm. Primarily, he found the experience of riding a broomstick rather uncomfortable, although a cushioning charm existed. It still left much to be desired. It is often said that interest is the best teacher, which held true for Regulus as he absorbed the magical heritage of the Black family while conducting extensive research into these two captivating subjects. Over the course of the week, his gains were substantial, yet the vastness of his family's legacy meant he had not fully assimilated it. On August 30th, Regulus arose early, donning a well-tailored suit before stepping out of his home. He planned to utilize the final 2 days before the school year commenced to explore the libraries of various polytechnic universities in London, particularly targeting practical disciplines such as aerodynamics and fluid mechanics. His aim was to see if he could fuse magic with technology, igniting potential sparks of innovation. While technological products could not be employed in the magical realm, the scientific principles remained applicable. By harnessing mature scientific theories through magical means, he believed he could carve out a unique and prosperous path. With this thought in mind, Regulus spent 2 days visiting all the universities and several laboratories in London. His efforts bore fruit, as he meticulously copied cutting-edge text from every place he visited using duplication charms, amassing sufficient material to occupy him for an extended period. The 2 days swiftly passed, and before he knew it, it was time for the start of the school year, September 1st, the day the Hogwarts Express departed. It was also the day when many young witches and wizards set off for Hogwarts, and as a traveling professor, he rose early. He packed all his belongings and donned a custom-made wizarding robe from the tailor's shop, adorned with exquisite embroidery in green and silver, enhancing the robe's elegance and further elevating his own presence. Regulus styled his hair into a bun, his attire exuding an air of understated elegance. The youthful visage paired with the bun lent him an unconventional rebellious charm. In this ensemble, one might mistake him for a distinguished professor, however. Anyone would find it hard to believe. He carefully stowed away his belongings in his pockets and, dressed impeccably, exited his home with purpose. By 9 o'clock in the morning, he arrived at King's Cross Station. Although there remained 2 hours until the official departure, his role as the accompanying professor necessitated an early arrival to preempt any unforeseen circumstances. Additionally, he was eager to visit the birthplace of the Harry Potter saga, a place he felt compelled to check off his list. As he wandered through King's Cross Station, clad in wizarding robes, he appeared strikingly out of place amidst the bustling muggles, yet none of them seemed to take notice of him. He ambled slowly to the pillar at platform 9, and with a determined stride, he stepped forward, disappearing into the column. The muggles around him remained oblivious to this extraordinary occurrence, a phenomenon made possible by the vigilant Aurors maintaining order with their enchantments. Regulus emerged from the pillar, beside which a crimson steam locomotive stood at the platform. The train exuded an exceedingly vintage aura, as if time had momentarily rewound to the 19th century, inducing a profound sense of temporal dislocation. Regulus approached the familiar yet strange train from his memories, finding a compartment near the front to settle into. Now, he awaited the train's departure, pulling a book from his pocket to pass the time before the journey began. As moments slipped away, the atmosphere outside grew increasingly lively as departure time drew near. The cacophony from outside infiltrated the compartment, pulling Regulus from his reverie amidst the sea of knowledge. Gazing through the window, he noticed the platform bustling with an ever-growing crowd, and a sudden desire to step outside for a stroll arose within him, such as the essence of tranquility giving way to movement. Regulus cast a defensive charm around the compartment before stepping down from the train. As he stood once more on the platform, the once tranquil locomotive began to exhale plumes of white steam. The emergence of the steam ignited a sense of urgency among the surrounding crowd, while Regulus remained quietly observant, feeling distinctly out of place amidst the bustling scene. As he was lost in thought, a throng of individuals with vibrant red hair came into view not far from him. At first, he spotted a group of children, followed closely by 2 adults. Upon recognizing the adults in their signature hair, Regulus immediately discerned their identities. It was none other than the Weasley family, with Arthur being a distant cousin of his. Observing the red-haired little wizards encircling Arthur and Molly, Regulus couldn't help but marvel at their prolific nature. Even in the midst of turbulent times, they had not been deterred from expanding their family. Amidst these reflections, Regulus's gaze settled upon the youngest boy. Although this child appeared unassuming at the moment, he would undoubtedly emerge as a victor in the grand tapestry of life. In fact, The entire Weasley clan could be deemed the greatest beneficiaries of the wizarding world. For who could have predicted that their youngest daughter-in-law would ascend to the position of Minister of Magic? Regulus mused that while Ron often donned green in the realms of fantasy, in this reality, he was still very much a redhead. As these thoughts occupied his mind, his eyes frequently darted toward Ron. What was he searching for? Certainly, it was the repugnant rat. Once he confirmed the rodent's presence, he could set his plans in motion when school commenced. If he could unearth the rat, the burden of the Black family's legacy would finally find a willing successor. Regulus's gaze lingered upon Ron's pocket, where the ill-fitting garment clung to him, accentuating the bulging pouch. It was evident that something resided within that swollen pocket, something alive. As it perpetually wriggled, upon noticing the protruding pocket, Regulus averted his gaze. Even transformed into a mouse, a wizard's instincts remain acute. It was not yet the time to stir the hornet's nest, thus he redirected his attention elsewhere. As he shifted his focus, he caught sight of a figure amidst a sea of red hair, strikingly reminiscent of someone he knew. No wonder, he mused, reflecting on his perplexity while reading the original text as to why Harry ultimately chose Ginny over Hermione. Now, the clarity dawned upon him. One must concede that Ginny bore an uncanny resemblance to Lily in certain aspects. Regulus observed Ginny, and a sudden clarity washed over him, resolving one of his lingering doubts. The platform buzzed with activity, teeming with people, while Regulus stood there, absorbing the scene before him. Just as he shifted his gaze away from the Weasley family, a cacophony erupted from their direction. Look at who it is. With that fiery hair, that vacant expression, and clad entirely in second-hand attire. This must be the Weasley family, the so-called refugees of the wizarding world. We should have set off later, sissy. Lucius Malfoy sneered. And though I had not provoked you today, Lucius, since you have chosen to strike first, do not expect me to hold back. Following his taunts, chaos ensued as Arthur's fist made intimate contact with Lucius's face. This behavior was quintessential Gryffindor, known for their recklessness, always opting for action over words. Lucius reacted swiftly, retaliating against Arthur, and their familiarity with this exchange indicated it was not the first time such a confrontation had occurred. Two adults engaged in a brawl on Platform 9. Amidst a crowd of onlookers. Stop it, Lucius, you are making a fool of yourself. Go, Dad. Hit him in the stomach. Arthur, stop. Two adult wizards, opting for physical combat rather than magic, seemed to possess an unspoken understanding of their situation. Regulus gazed upon the chaotic scene, even if he wished to ignore it. He found himself compelled to intervene, petrify them all. Regulus, silent and wandless, conjured two beams of crimson light that swiftly soared towards the entangled figures of Lucius and Arthur. Before the onlookers could fully comprehend the situation, the two combatants suddenly collapsed to the ground, motionless. At that moment, Arthur was astride Lucius, clutching his throat with both hands, while Lucius, pinned beneath him, pressed his right knee against Arthur's lower abdomen, equally gripping Arthur's throat. From their positions, it was evident that neither had gained the upper hand. They were, in essence, evenly matched. As both were struck by the petrifying spell, their respective families turned their gazes towards the source of the incantation, only to behold Regulus approaching them. The reactions of the families varied. Narcissa, Draco, along with Molly and Percy, wished fervently to vanish into the ground. The humiliation was palpable, particularly given Regulus's demeanor juxtaposed with the two petrified individuals. The contrast was truly hard to bear. I genuinely wish to organize a boxing match in the magical realm when time permits, as I can only imagine that Mr. Malfoy and Mr. Weasley would eagerly participate. Amidst the array of expressions on the faces surrounding him, Regulus couldn't help but voice his discontent. Leo, swiftly separate them. This is utterly embarrassing. Narcissa, upon noticing Regulus's approach, disregarded his lament and promptly issued her command. Regulus listened to Narcissa's words and deemed it rather unseemly for the two to remain in their current positions. With a swift motion, his wand materialized in his hand, and he cast the levitation charm to separate the two individuals. However, he did not revoke their petrification spell. They remained in their frozen state. Let us first assist the children onto the train, he urged. The Hogwarts Express does not wait for anyone, and we must ensure the children do not miss their journey to Hogwarts. After Regulus finished speaking, he turned his gaze towards the young wizard standing beside him. His imposing demeanor, coupled with the remarkable display of magic he had just exhibited, commanded the obedience of all the young wizards present. Remaining in place, Regulus observed the group of Weasleys who were almost dragging Draco away, and he couldn't help but shake his head in disapproval. Draco, wait for me at the compartment marked with the Black family crest at the front of the train. Upon hearing Regulus' command from behind, Draco felt as if he had found a beacon of hope. he struggled through the throng of Weasleys and hastened towards the front. Once the young wizards departed, those who had been spectators, both young and adult wizards alike, saw that the commotion had subsided and chose not to linger any longer. When only Narcissa, Molly, and little Ginny, who had come to see her brothers off, remained, Regulus finally engaged them in conversation. "It's been quite a while, dear Molly," he exclaimed. "Sissy, once we return, you must impose some discipline on Lucius. He hardly resembles a Slytherin at present, bearing more resemblance to a Gryffindor." Regulus addressed the two individuals before him, and with a swift flick of his wand, he lifted the petrification spell that had ensnared them. The two boisterous men, momentarily restored to mobility, exchanged a glance, ready to engage in another scuffle. At that moment, however, Narcissa and Molly, standing nearby, moved in unison, their mutual understanding palpable. The fury radiating from these two formidable women was unmistakable, prompting Regulus to instinctively retreat a step, inadvertently positioning himself beside Ginny. "What is your name, child? I believe you should turn and face me," he inquired. Chapter 60. Conflict revisited. Upon hearing Regulus's question, Ginny visibly froze, quickly succumbing to anxiety. The presence of Regulus, who exuded an undeniable aura of pressure, was overwhelming. This striking young man had effortlessly toppled her seemingly invincible father with a mere glance, an event that had left an indelible mark on her memory, lingering long after it had occurred. Hello, sir. My name is Ginny Molly Weasley," she stammered, nervously gesturing towards Molly and Arthur. "Those are my parents." Regulus, observing the flustered Ginny before him, broke into a warm smile. "Then I shall call you Ginny. There is no need to be so anxious. My name is Regulus Black. If you have perused the recent editions of the Daily Prophet, you may have heard of me. I have known your parents for quite some time, long before your arrival. In fact, I visited your humble abode to present gifts for each of your brothers' births, with the exception of your youngest. Remarkably, we are somewhat related, albeit distantly." Regulus engaged in a gentle conversation with Ginny, while merely 2 meters away, a scene of unimaginable tragedy unfolded. Two witches, of similar age, were incessantly exercising control over their husbands, their methods proving remarkably effective, as evidenced by the sounds that echoed forth. With her back turned to the commotion, Ginny felt the weight of Regulus's earlier words, which compelled her to refrain from looking back, even as cries of anguish filled the air. Brutal, far too brutal, though Ginny remained oblivious to the scene. Regulus bore witness to the harrowing events that transpired before him. The cacophony did not endure for long. It was evident that the two troublemakers had succumbed to the control of their respective wives. Regulus did not engage in lengthy conversation with Ginny, for two remarkably formidable women soon returned to his side. "Leo, the circumstances are rather unusual today. Draco has also boarded the carriage, so I shall take my leave now. I entrust Draco to your care. Do visit my sister's home when you have the chance." Narcissa's countenance was as dark as the bottom of a cauldron, clearly still reeling from Lucius's disgraceful actions. Regulus watched Narcissa, who, after a brief exchange, could hardly contain her eagerness to depart, as she nodded at him before escorting Lucius away, much like a mother guiding her son. Once Narcissa had left with her elder son, Molly found herself in a similar predicament. She too wished to leave this embarrassing place. However, her youngest daughter remained by Regulus's side, compelling her to muster her courage and approach him. "My apologies, Regulus, for the awkwardness," she began. "It has been many years since we last met, and I never anticipated our reunion would unfold in such a manner. I have matters to attend to at home, so I must take my leave. Nonetheless, I would like to extend a warm welcome back to you, although perhaps I should retract that sentiment. Let us simply say farewell for now, and I hope to see you again soon." Regulus bestowed a faint smile, serving as his response to Molly. After hearing the words spoken behind him, he surmised what remained unspoken. "Until next time, Sister Molly, I understand your meaning. I shall keep an eye on the children at Hogwarts." Molly nodded in acknowledgement before departing with Arthur and Ginny, who was playfully making faces at Regulus. As he watched their party leave the platform, the Hogwarts Express timely sounded its whistle. At the sound of the whistle, Regulus opted not to linger on the platform any longer, turning instead towards the train. Just as he boarded, before he could reach his former compartment, the train began to move slowly. The train's departure quickened his pace back to the compartment, as his gaze fell upon the compartment he had previously occupied. His brow furrowed slightly. It was in disarray, and two factions stood in opposition. Striding closer, Regulus soon discerned the identities of those confronting each other. On one side stood 3 individuals, while the other side comprised merely a lone girl. One of the trio was none other than his troublesome nephew. As Regulus drew nearer, he could clearly hear the exchange of heated words. How dare you block my entry into the compartment? Your feeble tactics cannot deter me. Were it not for the rules against using magic, I would have already thrown you off the train, exclaimed a girl with vibrant pink hair. Her annoyance directed at Draco and his companions. Ha! You dare to lay a finger on me? I am of noble pure blood. I shall inform my father and have you expelled from Hogwarts, you unrecognized witch. My father is a governor at Hogwarts. Crabbe, Goyle, keep an eye on her. If she dares to strike, you are to join me. Regulus listened intently to Draco's words, his brow furrowing even more deeply. After many years, he once again heard the term pure blood from the lips of a young wizard, which inevitably brought to mind the nauseating rhetoric of blood purity from the past. Regulus furrowed his brow as he approached the standoff between the two parties. Draco, it seems Lucius has taught you well. You continually have pure blood on your lips. Regulus's tone was unmistakably amiss. At first, Draco believed that someone had arrived to bolster his confidence, and his posture reflected this newfound bravado. However, as the true meaning of Regulus's words dawned upon him, his composure swiftly diminished, leaving him silent and hesitant. Draco stood there like a remorseful child, exhibiting an unusual meekness. While the two brutish companions at his side, oblivious to the reality of the situation, began to voice their objections to Regulus. Who are you? That you dare speak to the heir of a noble pureblood family in such a manner? Though I may not know your identity, I command you to show some courtesy when addressing members of our esteemed lineage. It would serve you well. Regulus was truly amused by the foolishness of these two individuals. He could not discern whether their stupidity was genuine or hopelessly ingrained. Meanwhile, Draco, who had just lowered his head, now felt a surge of indignation, leading him to harbor significant discontent towards his two dim-witted companions. Ever since Regulus had gifted him a Nimbus broomstick, Draco had relentlessly inquired about his uncle's background from Narcissa. Once he had gathered sufficient knowledge, he developed a clear understanding of Regulus, realizing that he was not merely his uncle, but also a professor at Hogwarts. These revelations ignited a strong desire in Draco to rid himself of these two imbeciles. Uncle, could you spare them? After all, my father has informed me that the Crabbe and Goyle families are our allies. Silence. Turn away and face the wall. From now on, you shall address me as Professor. Regulus sternly reprimanded Draco before turning his gaze to the girl standing nearby. Could you enlighten me about the recent occurrences? He inquired of the upperclassman. Chapter 61. A gathering of relatives, huh? The girl was momentarily taken aback by Regulus's question, but after a moment of recollection, she regained her composure. Hello, Professor. Upon boarding the train, I overheard my classmates mentioning a rather peculiar compartment near the front. No matter the method employed, no one could seem to open it. So my curiosity compelled me to investigate. Upon seeing the compartment, my intrigue only deepened, for I noticed a rather familiar crest adorning it. Just as I was about to enter for a closer look, this boy intervened, speaking rather disrespectfully. I wished to enter, but he barred my way. And thus a quarrel ensued. Listening to the girl's account, and observing the soft pink hue of her hair, Regulus felt a stir of interest within. I understand what you've conveyed. I shall seek further clarification on this matter. Regulus nodded, then continued with an unchanging expression. You mentioned earlier that the family crest on the door of the box looks familiar to you. Where have you seen such a crest? Upon receiving his response, the girl felt a sense of relief. After all, she was merely speaking the truth and had no fear of verification. However, upon hearing his subsequent question, she found herself at a loss for words. It was evident that there was more to the story that left her hesitant to answer, causing her to fidget awkwardly. Meanwhile, the events unfolding here quickly attracted the attention of other young wizards in the carriage, who, emboldened by curiosity, began to gravitate towards them. Clearly, the human penchant for spectacle transcends even the realm of wizards. Regulus gazed at the small gathering of young wizards not far away. Feeling that conversing from outside the box was not appropriate, he then waved his hand to dispel the defensive enchantments on the door, pulled it open, and addressed the four individuals involved. You are the children of the Goyle and Crabbe families, correct? At present, this matter does not concern you. It pertains to family affairs. So you may take your leave. Ah, and once the sorting at Hogwarts has concluded, I would appreciate it if you could wait for me in my office. The location is on the 4th floor, in the classroom for defense against the dark arts for 1st to 3rd years. Regulus, with a tone that brooked no dissent, addressed the two fools before turning to Draco and the girl. Draco, stand against the wall in the box. We shall discuss your matters shortly. Draco, ever obedient, complied and entered the box, positioning himself dutifully against the wall. My dear classmate, Regulus continued, let us converse within the confines of the box. I believe this is not a suitable venue for discussion. The girl with pink hair, clearly unable to refuse Regulus's words, merely nodded in acquiescence. She entered the box and seated herself, while Regulus casually closed the door behind them, casting a defensive spell in the process. The previously transparent windows of the box transformed into an opaque barrier, ensuring that not even a whisper of their proceedings would escape. Regulus settled back into his seat after completing his tasks. At last, tranquility enveloped the atmosphere. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Regulus Black, a scion of one of the Sacred 28, the illustrious Black family. Currently, I hold the esteemed position of Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts at Hogwarts, which is why I find myself aboard the Hogwarts Express. What is your name? Although I already harbor a suspicion regarding your identity, if you would be so kind, please share any insights about the Black family crest that you may have encountered previously. Regulus reclined lazily against the back of his chair, in stark contrast to Draco, who stood beside him, embodying the essence of a beleaguered soul. Although Draco faced the wall, he remained alert, straining to hear the conversation unfolding between the two. The girl, upon being questioned, paused in contemplation before finally mustering the courage to speak. Professor Black, greetings. I am Nymphadora Tonks, a 7th-year student at Hufflepuff. Upon hearing her name, Regulus's heart swelled with recognition. Indeed, as he had surmised, the young lady before him was the child of his elder sister, making her, like Draco, his niece. However, he refrained from interrupting Nymphadora, choosing instead to remain silent and listen intently as she continued her tale. Regarding your family crest, I first encountered it at home. I was quite young then, often indulging in treasure hunting games, and it was during one of those adventures that I discovered a ring bearing the Black family crest, cleverly hidden in a box by my mother. Thus, upon catching sight of the emblem in the box earlier, my curiosity was piqued. Regulus nodded in response, while Nymphadora remained silent after her speech. Following her narration, a brief silence enveloped the box, with neither of the half-bloods uttering a word. How is your mother? I mean, has she been well over the years? Regulus inquired, catching Nymphadora off guard. Clearly, she had not anticipated that this remarkably youthful professor would inquire about her mother's well-being. Observing her reaction, Regulus surmised that Andromeda had not discussed the Black family with her daughter in all these years. Otherwise, Nymphadora would not appear so bewildered and lost at that moment. It seems your mother has not spoken to you about her family. Your mother, Andromeda Tonks, was originally a Black. In truth, her full name should be Andromeda Black Tonks. She is my second cousin. We grew up in the Black ancestral home, alongside the mother of that platinum-haired boy with whom you recently clashed. His mother is your mother's sister, making her your aunt. In fact, your connection to him is even closer than mine. Upon hearing Regulus's words, Nymphadora appeared even more dazed. The realization of these obscure familial ties stirred a tumult of emotions within her. Dora, if I may call you that, I must admit, I have great admiration for your mother. She is truly remarkable. She was the first among our generation of Blacks to courageously rebel against her family, ultimately being disowned for marrying a Muggle-born wizard. At that moment, Nymphadora had never fathomed that her mother possessed such a background. Simultaneously, she began to comprehend the relationships between herself, the professor before her, and the young wizard still facing the wall. One was her uncle, while the other was her cousin, an unexpectedly close connection. Chapter 62. Instruction. Noticing that Nymphadora had fallen into deep contemplation, Regulus refrained from disturbing her. Recognizing that the information he had just shared was rather substantial, internally, he began to voice his grievances about Lupin, who had audaciously pursued a relationship with Nymphadora, despite their significant age difference. Although he had previously held a favorable impression of Lupin, he was now Regulus, and given the less-than-ideal relationship his predecessor had with Lupin, he found himself harboring a modicum of discontent. However, he allowed those thoughts to dissipate as his gaze shifted to Draco, who remained lost in thought. As a former proponent of blood purity, now a skeptic of such ideologies, Regulus was keenly aware of what Lucius had imparted to Draco. Was the doctrine of blood purity truly valid? From various perspectives, it was evidently a narrow viewpoint. The prevalence of blood purity in the wizarding world stemmed from pure-blood families wielding significant control over its resources. For these families to maintain their status, blood purity served as their most effective tool. Even the Weasley family, despite their public stance, could not deny that they benefited from this ideology. Take Percy, for instance. While his personal achievements played a role, his immediate entry into the Ministry of Magic upon graduation was undoubtedly aided by the Weasley family's influence behind the scenes. No one could dismiss the resources that pure-blood families commanded within the wizarding community. Numerous examples abound, such as the second Minister of Magic after the war, Hermione, whom Regulus had brought into the fold. Her ascent to the position was likely not without the Weasley family's support. The fact that Draco, at such a young age, espoused blood purity was certainly tied to Lucius's teachings. In Regulus's view, one could regard blood purity as a tool, but it should never be mistaken for truth. Even the Dark Lord did not consider blood purity an absolute. It was merely a captivating rhetoric for his quest for domination. Draco, turn around. Let us discuss your concerns. Regulus addressed Draco, who was still lost in thought, while facing the wall. Startled by Regulus's sudden call, Draco snapped back to reality, quickly turning to face him like a dutiful child. Professor, Draco began to speak, only to be interrupted by Regulus. I am aware of what you wish to convey, so I shall spare you the trouble of articulating it. Draco, I would like to pose a question. Do you believe the ideology of blood purity is justified? Draco felt a surge of frustration as he swallowed the myriad of explanations that had been bubbling within him, and he heard Regulus's inquiry. Without a moment's hesitation, he regurgitated the beliefs instilled in him by Lucius. Professor, of course, blood purity is correct. My father often tells me that the magical world should be untainted, rather than overrun by half-bloods and mudbloods. Silence. Regulus, who had intended to engage Draco in a thoughtful discussion, found himself momentarily flustered by those 3 words. Mr. Malfoy, I must earnestly caution you. Do not let those words pass your lips again. As the heir of the pure-blood Malfoy lineage, regardless of your personal thoughts, those words should never escape your mouth. It appears that Lucius has not instilled in you the values you ought to possess. Regulus reprimanded Draco without the slightest concern for Nymphadora, whom he regarded as his own kin. Nymphadora, jolted from her reverie by his admonition, perked up her ears to listen intently. Draco, do you comprehend why Lucius insists that the wizarding world ought to remain pure? It is because, as time progresses, the number of half-bloods and muggle-born wizards will inevitably increase. The entrance of these wizards into the magical realm will challenge the established families and inevitably exert pressure on the old pure-blood lineages. This is the essence of Lucius's grievance, not merely the ideology of blood purity. Allow me to impart a lesson. It is not weakness or ignorance that jeopardizes survival, but rather arrogance. At this moment, Regulus immersed himself in the role of an uncle, meticulously unraveling the essence of the matter for Draco. After hearing his words, Draco found himself reflecting on the past conversations he had with Lucius. Memories flooded his mind, confirming the past, and he realized that Regulus's assertions were indeed accurate. It was not that his father had never imparted similar thoughts. Rather, he had unconsciously filtered out such notions. Draco, being quite astute, may not have grasped the deeper implications, but the clarity with which Regulus articulated his points allowed him to comprehend the situation effortlessly. He came to understand that the pureblood ideology he had always believed in was, in fact, a manifestation of a far more complex reality. Meanwhile, seated beside him, Nymphadora trembled, astounded to discover that the magical world harbored such obscure truths. After Regulus finished speaking, he said nothing more, merely sitting quietly, awaiting the 2 before him to fully absorb his words. After a span of over 10 minutes, observing that they had begun to comprehend, he continued his discourse. Draco, do you truly grasp the essence of blood purity? It is akin to a pet, in my view. Bloodlines hold significance only in that realm. When it comes to wizards, lineage does not equate to innate talent. It is only when you regard yourself as equals that you can attain a clearer understanding of your own identity, thereby liberating yourself from arrogance. Not only Draco, but Nymphadora, who was listening intently beside him, was also deep in thought at that moment. Regulus articulated concepts that had never been conveyed to them before. These theories fundamentally undermined their previous understanding. As Draco pondered these revelations, he gradually developed a clearer comprehension of the wizarding world. Thank you, Professor. I now grasp your meaning. The beliefs instilled in me by my father are not necessarily erroneous, but rather, my interpretation of them was limited. The notion of blood purity can only serve as a tool for me, not as a truth. Regulus listened to Draco's response, and a smile finally graced his face. He had managed to shift Draco's shallow perspective. Well, it's good you can think this way. At your age, you shouldn't really know these things. But given your lineage in a pure-blood family, it's better for you to grasp these truths sooner. After hearing his words, both Draco and Nymphadora felt a profound sense of agreement with Regulus. Even Nymphadora understood the significance of these insights for her own journey. Chapter 63, The Fateful Encounter. As Regulus was dissecting the rhetoric of pure-blood supremacy in conversation with Draco and Nymphadora, the Hogwarts Express had long since departed. Once the train set off, destiny was bound to orchestrate encounters among certain individuals. In one of the compartments, Harry Potter was busily stuffing his mouth with snacks alongside Ron. Both boys, who had seldom indulged in such treats, were discovering the delightful world of sweets. The reasons for their previous abstinence varied. One was due to financial constraints at home, while the other, though not impoverished, was blissfully unaware of his family's wealth before entering the magical realm. As Harry and Ron continued their animated chatter, a figure suddenly appeared at the compartment door. "Have you seen a toad? Neville's toad is missing." Hermione stood at the entrance, addressing the two as they gorged themselves on snacks. Upon noticing that one of them was holding a wand, Hermione's interest was piqued. She was eager to see how her summer study and guidance from professors had prepared her. "Are you going to perform a spell?" "Let me see." What transpired next mirrored the original narrative. Ron's spell clearly failed, which was hardly surprising. A spell of uncertain efficacy, combined with an unconventional rat, yielded predictable results. Hermione, eager to showcase her own burgeoning skills, had been practicing simple spells over the summer. This clearly isn't working. "Are you sure this spell is effective?" "I've experimented with several spells, and the results have been quite different. More reliable," Hermione remarked, casting a scrutinizing glance at Harry, who was wearing his broken glasses. She then stepped into the compartment and seated herself across from Harry, reaching out towards his glasses. "What are you doing?" Harry asked nervously as he watched her extend her hand. His question seemed to have little effect on Hermione, who seized the glasses. "I think your glasses need some repair." Setting them on the seat, she deftly summoned her wand from the sleeve of her robe, executing a quick and elegant maneuver. This skill had been acquired during her correspondence with Regulus prior to the school year and had given her a preliminary understanding of the magical world she was about to enter. However, this learning came at a cost, as she had spent quite a few galleons on outpost. With a flick of her wand directed at the glasses resting on the chair, the broken frames began to transform before the watchful eyes of the trio, restoring them to their original condition. "Oh, this is incredible! How did you do that?" Harry exclaimed, his eyes wide with amazement as he gazed at Hermione. "I mean, how did you learn this practical spell? Are you from a family of wizards like Ron?" Hermione rolled her eyes at the question, casting a disdainful glance at the red-haired boy who was too busy eating. "My parents are muggles. They don't know magic. I owe my ability to learn spells to Professor Black, who has been immensely helpful and taught me a great deal." Harry's eyes widened in surprise. "You know Professor Black? He was my guide when I enrolled." "You were guided by Professor Black? Regulus Arcturus Black?" Hermione nodded, her face lighting up with excitement as she began to converse about Regulus with Harry. Meanwhile, Ron, who had been mindlessly munching, felt a wave of disbelief wash over him as he listened to their conversation. He could not comprehend why they held such a favorable impression of a powerful wizard who had once been a Death Eater. "Are you sure you're talking about Regulus Arcturus Black? Your perceptions seem quite skewed. They don't align with what I know." Ron's objections arose from his recent encounter with Professor Black, the young wizard who had petrified his father at first sight. Initially, Ron harbored some gratitude towards Regulus for halting the ridiculous altercation between his father and old Malfoy. However, on his way to the train, George, Fred, and even Percy had been sharing their opinions about Regulus, which shaped Ron's understanding of him as a quintessential dark wizard, especially considering his past affiliations. The two, engrossed in their discussion about Regulus, turned their attention to Ron's unexpected interjection. "What do you mean? Do you have a differing opinion about Professor Black?" Hermione inquired, her tone sharp, for she regarded Regulus as her guide into this wondrous magical realm. Harry, who had been accompanied by Regulus while shopping in Diagon Alley, also fixed his gaze on Ron, as he too viewed Regulus positively. Ron had not anticipated that his mere descent would provoke such a strong reaction from them. Feeling the weight of their scrutiny, he faltered and timidly responded, "Have you ever heard of the Death Eaters?" As he posed the question, his voice dropped to a whisper, cautious not to let others overhear their conversation. The inquiry made both Harry and Hermione tense up, unsure of the source of their own discomfort. Chapter 64. Harry's response. The two individuals, who had only just ventured into the magical realm, were on the brink of discovering a remarkable secret that rendered them somewhat anxious. In truth, they were not entirely alike. Hermione, having devoted considerable time to her studies, possessed a rudimentary understanding of the magical world. Conversely, Harry was devoid of any such knowledge, his only exposure being the brief encounter with the magical realm that Hagrid had facilitated. And even the prospect of perusing a textbook felt like an unattainable luxury. Observing their demeanor, Ron leaned in and whispered to them. "The Death Eaters are an organization established by the Dark Lord, comprised entirely of his supporters and followers. Regulus was once a member of the Death Eaters, a fact well known to many. You must be aware of who the Dark Lord is, the very individual responsible for the scar upon Harry's forehead." Upon Ron's utterance, A bead of sweat unexpectedly trickled down his forehead, revealing the immense pressure the mention of the Dark Lord inflicted upon him. After hearing Ron's words, both Harry and Hermione exhibited contrasting reactions. Harry appeared to be lost in thought, reflecting on the limited knowledge he possessed regarding his parents' demise and his own heritage, which inevitably altered his perception of Regulus. In contrast, Ron's comments did not sway Hermione. She was inherently wise and capable of independent thought. What she had gleaned from newspapers or other sources paled in comparison to her personal experiences. Consequently, Ron's statements led her to develop a significant divergence in opinion. Ron, I must disagree with you. During my interactions with the professor, he did not align with the portrayal presented in the papers. We ought to place our trust in the professor and in the integrity of Hogwarts' system, rather than entertain hearsay that casts doubt upon an educator. Such views are evidently biased. Having expressed her thoughts, Hermione was no longer inclined to engage in further dialogue with the young wizard. She rose from her seat and headed towards the box door. Just as she was about to exit, she paused, recalling something. Harry Potter, I hope you cultivate your own judgment rather than solely heed the opinions of others. By the way, I am Hermione Granger. It is a pleasure to meet you. Farewell. With that, Hermione departed, dismissing any inclination to argue with Ron. After her exit, Harry, prompted by Hermione's reminder, began to ponder his own thoughts. Recognizing the vast discrepancies between what he heard from Ron and what he had witnessed himself. Nonetheless, Ron's comments regarding the Death Eaters stirred a shift in Harry's attitude towards Regulus, as the events that transpired in his life were fundamentally rooted in the absence of his parents. If not for Harry, he might have shared Hermione's stance. Yet he was who he was, Harry. As the saying goes, one cannot advise another to be virtuous without having experienced their suffering. Harry remained ensnared in conflicting thoughts, while Ron's expression was anything but pleasant. Look at her haughty demeanor, Harry. Surely, you cannot find her arguments compelling. Ron's perspective on Regulus remained firmly entrenched in his subjective experience, heavily influenced by the indelible impression Regulus had left upon their initial encounter. After all, he was the one capable of subduing Ron's father with ease, a feat that left little room for favorable impressions. Ron continued his attempts to persuade Harry, but Harry furrowed his brow, contemplating the various viewpoints presented by Hermione and Ron. After much reflection, he ultimately aligned with Hermione's perspective. Ron, I believe Hermione is correct. Regardless of others' opinions, I will trust my own judgment. Harry replied resolutely, brandishing the Dumbledore card he had acquired from the chocolate frog. Even if my judgment falters, we should still place our faith in Dumbledore. Did you not claim he is the greatest wizard of our time? Upon hearing Harry's declaration, Ron initially prepared to counter, but the steadfastness in Harry's expression compelled him to swallow his retorts. Observing Ron's discontent, Harry chose not to prolong the discussion and swiftly redirected the conversation. Ron, let us not dwell on this any longer. I suggest we indulge in some snacks. Look at all these treats we have yet to sample. With that, the two set aside their earlier serious discourse and launched an assault on the array of snacks before them. What each truly thought remained known only to themselves. Meanwhile, Regulus, who was imparting wisdom to Draco, remained blissfully unaware that not far away on the same train, a young wizard had already branded him as a dark wizard. After Regulus's enlightening discourse, both Draco and Nymphadora underwent notable transformations. Once Regulus had finished with Draco, he turned his attention to Nymphadora. Dora, although Andromeda has not shared much about your family, it is undeniable that I am your cousin. This year, I will be at Hogwarts. Should you encounter any uncertainties in your studies, feel free to seek me out. Additionally, I would appreciate it if you could assist me by delivering a letter to your mother. Upon hearing Regulus's words, Nymphadora, though not genuinely perceiving him as family given their recent acquaintance, exhibited a marked shift in her demeanor. All right, if I have any questions, I will certainly come to you for guidance, she declared, finally mustering the courage to address him as cousin, albeit in a hushed tone. Immediately after, she cast a fierce glance at Draco. And you, my dear little cousin, I hope you remember the lessons imparted today. From now on, you shall treat me with the respect I deserve as your cousin. Previously, I refrained from reprimanding you simply because you were just another ordinary young wizard to me. However, the situation has clearly changed. It is only right for a sister to discipline her brother. Regulus observed the interaction between Nymphadora and Draco with great delight, akin to a spectator reveling in the unfolding drama. Dora, you are absolutely correct. I wholeheartedly endorse your notion. Remember, one must seize the moment to discipline a younger sibling. And do not forget to include my share in the endeavor. In my youth, I certainly endured my fair share of reprimands from your dear auntie. This tradition must not be forsaken." Regulus smiled with such joy, his presence transforming certain matters. Chapter 65, Departing First. Upon hearing Regulus's words, Nymphodora's mouth nearly stretched to her ears, in stark contrast to Draco's face, which resembled a bitter melon. "I understand, dear cousin," Nymphodora replied to Regulus with great delight, then glanced out of the carriage window before standing up. "I must return to my compartment. I still need to change into my robes." Regulus cast a glance at Nymphodora's attire, smiling as he nodded at her. "You may go. Feel free to seek me out whenever there is something at school." After bidding farewell to Regulus once more, Nymphodora exited his compartment. Once she departed, only Draco and Regulus remained in the compartment. Regulus, however, felt no particular discomfort, yet Draco, who had just endured a scolding, felt an overwhelming sense of unease. The compartment fell into a sudden silence, with Draco sitting there obediently, genuinely at a loss for what further conversation he could have with Regulus. Regulus gazed at Draco across from him, who fidgeted restlessly as if his backside were adorned with teeth. It was clear that keeping him here was unnecessary, since the child felt uncomfortable in his presence, and he himself could not relish a moment of tranquility. It would be best to allow Draco to depart as well. "Look at you, so unable to settle. You should return to the Slytherin common room. However, before you leave, there is something I must impart. Refrain from casually speaking of my father in such a manner, for it will only make you appear exceedingly inept. Only an infant would behave as you do, perpetually crying out for their father. You must learn to accomplish tasks independently and not rely on others. Remember, in this life, the only person you can truly depend upon is yourself. Now, you may go. I wish to rest for a while." Upon hearing Regulus's words, a smile instantly spread across Draco's face, clearly delighted by the news of his departure. Yet, after absorbing the latter part of Regulus's remarks, Draco's demeanor grew serious once more. In such a brief span of time today, Draco had grasped more than he had in the previous 11 years. "I understand, uncle. It shall not happen again. I will take my leave now." Regulus waved to Draco, and upon noticing his gesture, Draco promptly exited the compartment. The compartment was left with Regulus alone, finally granting him a moment of tranquility. However, just as he contemplated resting, he realized he had overlooked something significant. He must not forget that he currently held the position of the traveling professor. Although there would likely be no issues aboard the vehicle, the necessary inspection duties still required his attention. Regulus promptly cast the disillusionment charm and the silencing charm upon himself before taking a leisurely stroll through the Hogwarts Express. Upon completing his circuit, he found no security threats, aside from some rambunctious young wizards. Otherwise, all was tranquil. This excursion allowed him to encounter numerous characters from the original narrative, such as the Hat King, the Swordmaster, and the Exploding Genius, thus marking a small personal milestone. Having accomplished this, he could finally retreat to his compartment for a moment of respite. The train continued its journey, filled with the incessant chatter of young wizards, creating a vibrant atmosphere brimming with laughter and joy. The Hogwarts Express, as it was dubbed, operated at a pace that might more aptly be described as leisurely. Given that Hogwarts lay in the far reaches of the Scottish Highlands, merely over 600 miles from London. Yet, on this steam locomotive, the distance felt considerable, as its maximum speed hovered around 80 miles per hour. Consequently, the journey from London to Hogwarts stretched into at least 8 hours, a pace that could hardly be deemed swift, hence the encroaching darkness. Inside his compartment, Regulus transformed the modest seat into a comfortable bed and, after completing his patrol, succumbed to slumber. Just as he drifted into a deep sleep, the train emitted a thunderous whistle, the sound penetrating the soundproof barrier he had created. This abrupt cacophony roused him from his dreams, and he groggily sat up, tidied himself, and restored the compartment to its previous state. The whistle served as a reminder to passengers that they were merely 30 miles from their destination, with subsequent signals to follow at 20, 10, and 5 miles. At this juncture, only 15 minutes remained until arrival, marking the conclusion of his assigned task on this journey. Regulus had no desire to disembark the train alongside the young wizard. Consequently, he activated his legendary teleportation skill, allowing him to alight from the moving Hogwarts Express. Standing beside the train tracks, he cast a glance at the still advancing Hogwarts Express before employing disapparition. With a soft pop, his figure vanished from its original position. The reason he opted for teleportation rather than directly using disapparition was not without significance. Teleportation, a skill ranked at level 3, is an exceedingly practical combat ability that can be utilized during rapid movement. In contrast, the disapparition spell, as reflected in his data panel, is rated at level 2, indicating that his mastery of it does not surpass that of teleportation. It is undeniable that disapparition, when mastered to a higher degree, can also be employed effectively in combat and during movement. However, his proficiency was regrettably insufficient. Regulus had previously categorized the two similar skills. He designated disapparition for long-distance travel, while he reserved teleportation for use in battles characterized by significant positional uncertainty. Regulus appeared in the village of Hogsmeade, withdrawing a single galleon from his pocket. With the application of the enlargement charm and the transfiguration charm, he transformed it into an object resembling a skateboard in size and shape. Under the influence of the levitation charm, the galleon morphed into this floating object before Regulus, who then stepped onto it. After orienting himself, he skillfully maneuvered the enchanted object beneath his feet, propelled by several enhancements of his own design, as he soared towards the Hogsmeade platform. Were it not for the fact that the object beneath him did not resemble a sword, Regulus, clad in his robes, would have appeared strikingly like a master swordsman. Regulus swiftly soared to the platform, casting a glance downward, where he immediately spotted the towering figure of Hagrid. "Look up, it's me. I've returned," he called out. "The Hogwarts Express is less than 20 kilometers from the station, so I won't be joining you here. I'll head back to the castle first." With that, Regulus soared above Hagrid, exchanging a brief farewell before accelerating toward Hogwarts. Chapter 66. The Professors as Hagrid waved him off. Regulus quickly made his way back into the grand castle of Hogwarts. Passing by the entrance to the Great Hall on the first floor, he peered inside and observed that the staff table was nearly full, with only a few seats remaining unoccupied. Regulus did not enter. Instead, he returned to his lounge on the 4th floor. After a long journey by train, he felt the need to tidy up first. On his way back to the lounge, he passed by the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, the same one that had been used for 1st to 7th year lessons. The classroom, which had remained closed for some time, now stood ajar, indicating that the professor had arrived. The unfortunate soul sharing his position in teaching different grades had returned, though it remained uncertain whether, like in the original story, he bore a large scarf wrapped around his head. Upon reaching the lounge, Regulus unpacked his belongings and organized himself, ensuring he had all the gifts he had purchased before stepping out toward the Great Hall. As he made his way, he caught sight of the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor, which would soon be prohibited by old Dumbledore. Presumably, the Philosopher's Stone had already been secured. After all, it had not been arranged before his departure from school. Lost in thought, he continued onward and soon arrived in the Great Hall. Upon entering, Regulus recognized many familiar faces at the staff table: Severus Snape, Kettleburn, Pomona Sprout, Filius Flitwick, Rolanda Hooch, Aurora Sinistra, Sybil Trelawney, Septima Vector, Parvati Patil, Carrie McGonagall, and Quirinus Quirrell. Among them were both the headmaster and the deputy headmaster. Some of these professors he knew personally and had taught him, while others were merely names to him. For instance, the 3 house heads, aside from Slytherin, and Madame Hooch were all instructors he had encountered during his time at school. Regulus approached the faculty table with a smile. "Good evening, esteemed professors. I believe some of you are already acquainted with me, as you have all once been my instructors. However, there may be others who have merely heard my name. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Regulus Black, and I will be teaching Defense Against the Dark Arts to the 1st through 3rd years. It is a privilege to collaborate with all of you, and I sincerely hope that our future endeavors together will be pleasant." Regulus first introduced himself, and then greeted the familiar professors. At that moment, all the professors who saw him smiled warmly, with the notable exception of Severus Snape, who sat at one end with a scowl fixed upon his face. Glaring at him incessantly, Regulus certainly noticed Snape's gaze directed at him, and he met it with an equally defiant stare. However, he soon found himself unable to maintain his composure. The very sight of Snape's face inevitably reminded him of Shuntung's comically expressive visage, rendering him unable to contain his amusement. It was simply too humorous. He feared that if he continued to look, he would burst into laughter. Upon noticing Regulus's averted gaze, Snape's expression remained inscrutable, yet internally he began to harbor doubts regarding Regulus's demeanor. To him, the act of shifting one's gaze was a clear indication of guilt, solidifying his resolve to keep a close watch on both Regulus and the nearby Chilo. At that moment, Dumbledore, in his capacity as headmaster, addressed Regulus and the assembled crowd. Let us extend a warm welcome to Professor Regulus Black, who has joined the ranks of our esteemed Hogwarts faculty. Regulus is an amiable individual, and I am certain that everyone will find great joy in their interactions with him in the future. Regulus, come and take a seat. I believe the students shall arrive shortly. Very well, Headmaster. Regulus gazed at the vacant seat beside Snape, an air of reluctance accompanying his steps as he approached. Before he could settle, Madame Hooch, seated next to Quirrell, interjected, "Excuse me, Quirinius, might you kindly take a seat over there? It has been far too long since I last conversed with Regulus, and I wish to engage him in meaningful dialogue." "Of course, Professor Hooch. It matters not where one sits," Quirrell replied, rising with apparent ease, though internally, a torrent of expletives cascaded through his thoughts. This foolish old fool. His mind filled with nothing but muscle. Is he solely fixated on Quidditch? To displace me from my servant. How utterly infuriating. As Regulus approached Snape, he overheard Madame Hooch's remarks. "Oh, dear child, come hither and sit beside me." Poor Regulus. I had not anticipated the extent of your tribulations. I once believed that upon your graduation, you would pursue a career as a professional Quidditch player, for your talent and skill surely warranted success in that arena. Regulus listened attentively to Madame Hooch, offering her a warm smile before making his way to the seat recently vacated by Chilo. Approaching Madame Hooch, she rose from her seat, and they embraced, savoring a long-awaited reunion. "It has been quite some time, Madame Hooch. The years have treated you well. You remain as enchanting as ever. Are you still serving in the International Quidditch Association?" Regulus spoke as he was pulled down into a seat by Madame Hooch, and the two eagerly engaged in a conversation about Quidditch. After a few minutes, Regulus finally found a moment to retrieve a book from his pocket and handed it to Madame Hooch. "Ever since I learned I would be teaching at Hogwarts and have the pleasure of seeing you again, I pondered over what would be an appropriate gift for you. After much searching, I found this book, which I believe you will surely appreciate." Madame Hooch accepted the book. It was a thick volume, exquisitely bound, with the title Football Tactics and the Principles of Mathematical Models emblazoned on the cover. Although she had heard of Muggle football, given her yearly interactions with new Muggle-born students, her understanding of the sport was rather limited. While somewhat puzzled as to why Regulus chose to gift her such a book, she surmised there must be a reason behind it. "Thank you, Regulus. I truly appreciate it. I am glad you like it. I also have gifts for other professors. So please allow me to excuse myself for a moment." Beside Regulus sat Severus Snape, observing his actions with a silent disdain, inwardly cursing him as a sycophantic opportunist. Chapter 67. Disgusting to the core. After conversing with Madame Hooch, Regulus rose from his seat, maneuvered past Dumbledore, and approached Professor Flitwick, who was seated to the left of the venerable headmaster, alongside Professor Sprout and others. He once again retrieved a book from his pocket and presented it to Professor Flitwick with a warm smile. "Professor Flitwick, it has been years, yet you remain unchanged. I hope you will enjoy this book, which I specifically acquired in light of your status as a dueling champion." The tome featured an unmistakably Muggle aesthetic, adorned with an illustration of a quick-draw revolver holster, titled Quick Draw Revolver Techniques. This was the sort of marksmanship frequently showcased in films, and Regulus believed that some principles within it could prove valuable in magical dueling as well. Professor Flitwick, much like Madame Hooch, appeared perplexed, yet he graciously accepted the gift from his former student. Throughout the evening, he was not particularly enjoying the fare and found himself eager for the dinner to conclude, so he could ponder the reason behind such an unusual gift. Subsequently, Regulus gifted Professor Sprout a pair of ancient dragonhide gloves, which he had personally enchanted. Much to her delight, he then presented another book, Postpartum Care for Sows, to Kettleburn. Although it focused on ordinary animals, it contained insights that were relevant to the care of magical creatures as well. Regulus meandered gracefully among the faculty, bestowing the gifts he had procured upon each professor in turn. Seizing this opportunity, he endeavored to familiarize himself with those educators with whom he was previously unacquainted, presenting each with a modest token of appreciation. These small gifts, thoughtfully prepared in anticipation of such occasions, were trinkets acquired from the Muggle world, insignificant in weight but rich in sentiment. This act of socializing endowed him with a favorable impression among both familiar and unfamiliar professors alike. Once he had completed his circuit and distributed all his offerings, he returned to his previous seat. Notably, this round did not include Severus Snape, who sat beside him, nor the unfortunate soul nearby. Additionally, he had yet to present the magical cloth intended for Mrs. Pants and the small blue potion meant for Madame Pomfrey. As soon as Regulus settled down and was about to take a sip of wine to soothe his throat, Snape, seated beside him, began to mock him. "Oh dear, is this not the illustrious Regulus Black? Have you finished flattering the professors? A social butterfly." Regulus thought to himself, "Goodness, what a cantankerous old bat. I don't believe I've provoked him." Regulus could not simply tolerate Snape's mockery. After all, they had never been on good terms during their time at school. Wasn't he famously known as the snotty one? It seems that moniker has not been uttered in years. Just look at your face, as lifeless as a corpse. And those greasy locks atop your head, so unrefined. I wonder if you Haven Tea washed your hair since discovering that the Wizarding World's shampoos all belong to the Potter family. Truly, how absurd. The two exchanged barbs with reckless abandon, deliberately targeting each other's vulnerabilities, creating an atmosphere rife with discomfort. Their relationship was characterized by mutual disdain, yet devoid of any profound enmity. Whenever they crossed paths, a verbal skirmish was inevitable, largely due to Sirius being Regulus's brother. Absent this familial connection, given their personalities and attributes, they might have been the best of friends. Do refrain from mentioning the Potter's surname in my presence. You must make a hasty escape, lest I lose my composure and inflict serious harm upon you once the banquet concludes. Snape seethed, casting a venomous glare at Regulus, wishing he could unleash a powerful curse at that very moment. "Oh, making threats? Who cannot do that? Do you think I fear you? Just wait and see who truly prevails." They continued their verbal sparring, oblivious to the professors around them, who had taken note of the unfolding drama. The faculty members were divided in their understanding of the relationship between the two. Some, like Flitwick, who had taught both, were well aware of their past conflicts and chose not to intervene, while others, unfamiliar with their history, were captivated by the spectacle. At that moment, Dumbledore, seated at the head of the table, observed the imminent confrontation with a sense of exasperation. It seemed he had miscalculated, having overlooked the nature of their relationship. Ultimately, he would need to remind Snape not to expend all his energy on Regulus, as the pressing matter at hand was still the incident on the fourth floor. However, it was imperative to prevent an actual altercation, and he must intervene. "Severus, Regulus, I implore you to cease this quarrel. The students are about to enter. Surely you do not intend to stage a duel before them?" The two, caught in their spirited exchange, abruptly halted at Dumbledore's words. Snape turned away, choosing to ignore Regulus entirely, and sat in silence. Meanwhile, Regulus, upon hearing Dumbledore, smiled and feigned camaraderie with Snape, casually draping an arm over his shoulder. "Dear Headmaster, I was merely catching up with an old friend whom I have not seen in ages. This is simply our way of communicating. We harbor no intention of fighting. Observe how well we get along," Regulus shamelessly proclaimed, casting an innocent gaze towards Dumbledore, as if questioning why the old man would regard him in such a manner, tarnishing the bond he purportedly shared with Snape. Was there truly a friendship between them? It seemed to exist, albeit in a rather tenuous form. At that moment, Snape, who was ensnared by Regulus's embrace, felt as though he had been force-fed something utterly repugnant, a sensation most distressing. However, with Dumbledore's words resonating in the air, he found himself unable to retort, left to endure the discomfort. Observing the two of them, Dumbledore's lips quirked in a faint smile, shaking his head in quiet disapproval. Chapter 68. Administering eye drops. Regulus observed Dumbledore's expression, clearly sensing his disbelief in the words spoken, yet he had no intention of convincing him otherwise. While the attention of those present remained focused on him, Regulus released Severus from his embrace and proceeded to rummage through his pockets. What had initially been a table adorned with mere cutlery was soon transformed into a veritable display of glass apparatuses. One by one, he extracted various items: a beaker, measuring tools, a distillation apparatus, an extractor, and alcohol lamps, until the entire table was filled. Upon emptying his pockets of glassware, he revealed a remarkably modern mechanical balance. Once finished, Regulus met Dumbledore's gaze once more and, with unwavering eyes, declared, "Look, these are all gifts I have brought for the snot-nosed brat." At that moment, Dumbledore found himself at a loss for words, his face reflecting a silent incredulity. He was profoundly perplexed by Regulus's current demeanor, based on his understanding of the two. Such a situation was far from what he had anticipated. To everyone's astonishment, Regulus presented Severus with a rather substantial gift, leaving him utterly perplexed by Regulus's actions. Meanwhile, the individual most bewildered, even more than Dumbledore, was Severus himself, who could not recall a time when he and Regulus had been so amicably inclined toward one another. Amidst their shared confusion, Regulus forcefully placed a thick manual upon Severus's chest. "Here, you snotty little creature, take this. I hope it aids you in concocting a potion to manage your greasy hair." After Regulus completed his tasks, he ceased his erratic movements, instead fixating on the array of utensils before him, lost in a trance. At that moment, Snape was not faring much better. A forceful slap to his chest left him acutely aware of the vibrations within his very organs. Coupled with the stinging pain on his skin and the oppressive atmosphere surrounding him, he found himself at a loss for words, enduring a dual assault on both body and spirit that left him in considerable discomfort. The intensity of his own pain distracted him from retaliating against Regulus, and it took a considerable time for him to regain his composure. Meanwhile, Regulus, still gazing vacantly at the utensils, pondered the motives behind his desire to present something to Snape. Given the nature of their relationship, it was perplexing. Their encounters typically ended in confrontation, and the notion of gifting seemed utterly nonsensical. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that it was the present Regulus who intended to give, rather than the past Regulus. Snape had always commanded Regulus's respect. Despite his past missteps, he had dedicated his life to atoning for those errors, ultimately sacrificing everything for them. Such a figure had drawn Regulus's admiration, which prompted him, during his wanderings through London's esteemed universities, to acquire a set of these items. As for whether their relationship would soften in the aftermath, Regulus remained uncertain. In truth, he found a certain satisfaction in their mutual disdain. A tranquil existence often necessitates a touch of amusement. Just as the peculiar atmosphere enveloped them, a cacophony of voices began to filter in. The chatter of numerous young wizards converging, their clamorous banter echoing from the doorway of the grand hall. Regulus lifted his head and gazed towards the source of the noise. Accompanied by an overwhelming cacophony, the grand doors of the great hall were soon flung open from the outside. In swarmed a throng of young wizards, both large and small, diverse in appearance, filling the hall with a sense of excitement that made Regulus feel a sense of relief. Among the influx of these young sorcerers was Filch, along with his peculiar cat, standing in the hall, keeping an eye out for any mischief makers. However, Filch's intentions were destined to be thwarted, as this was the beginning of the school year, and even the Weasley twins had no desire to be confined right from the start. The students, though somewhat boisterous, adhered to rules and promptly made their way to their respective house tables. Seeing the students enter, Professor McGonagall, who had been seated beside Dumbledore, stood up. "It appears I should go and greet our new first-year wizards." With that, she walked towards the Great Hall's exit. Regulus watched McGonagall depart, and then glanced back at Dumbledore, who remained seated, embodying the complexities of his role as headmaster. The teachers and all the gathered young wizards were engaged in animated conversations, clearly eager to share stories after the long summer break. Meanwhile, the first-year students, led by Hagrid, were navigating the dark waters of the lake, approaching Hogwarts in boats. While the scene sounded enchanting, Regulus could not grasp the beauty of this nighttime voyage. The pitch-black night and the tranquil, seemingly endless lake surely left an impression on the young wizards. In Regulus's memory, that experience did not belong to any fond recollection. At that moment, Harry Potter and Ron were seated in a boat, their eyes fixed on the magnificent castle at the lake's end. Soon, the fleet of boats traversed a dark tunnel and arrived at what appeared to be an underground dock. Under Hagrid's guidance, Harry and the other young wizards disembarked onto a surface paved with gravel. After ascending a flight of stone steps, they halted before a massive oak door. Hagrid turned around, holding an oil lamp that seemed like a toy in his large hands, and called out to the group, "Is everyone here? If not, please raise your hand." After scanning the crowd expectantly for raised hands and receiving none, Hagrid turned back, raised his enormous fist, and knocked 3 times on the oak door. The door swung open, revealing a long stone staircase that wound upwards. Hagrid led the young wizards up the steps, and they soon reached the top, where Professor McGonagall was waiting. Evidently anticipating their arrival, Hagrid approached her, gesturing to the first-year students. "Professor McGonagall, these are the new students." "Thank you, Hagrid. I shall take it from here," she replied. And Hagrid nodded his large head before heading towards the Great Hall. For the young wizards, the experience since stepping off the train had been a wondrous adventure, encountering things they had never experienced before, especially for those from Muggle backgrounds. Following Professor McGonagall, they climbed the stairs and soon found themselves before another enormous door. The young wizards could hear a buzzing murmur emanating from within, and, filled with curiosity, they peered towards the door, as if they could see the scenes inside. Welcome to Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall greeted them before explaining the forthcoming process, including the sorting ceremony, although she withheld the specifics of the ceremony's proceedings. This tradition of playful mischief among young wizards was one even McGonagall did not escape. After her introduction, the young wizards fell into a state of nervous anticipation. Newly acquainted, they huddled together to speculate on how the sorting would unfold. In the Great Hall, since McGonagall's departure and Hagrid's subsequent entrance, all eyes were fixed on the door, awaiting the impending ceremony. Even the older students were eager for the sorting to commence. As the door was slowly pushed open by Professor McGonagall, she entered, leading a line of 196 young wizards behind her. The moment the first years stepped into the Great Hall, they were awestruck by the spectacle before them. They had never witnessed such a magical place. Even those from wizarding families had only ever heard tales of Hogwarts without truly seeing it. The floating candles in the sky, the enchanted ceilings simulating the weather, and the immense space of the hall were all breathtaking. For long tables, each distinct in character and filled with people, at least 1,400, added to the wonder. As the young wizards quieted down, they began to whisper amongst themselves once more. Captivated by the grandeur surrounding them, Professor McGonagall swiftly turned to survey the students, and the once noisy group fell silent. In the Great Hall, not a sound could be heard. Everyone awaited the ceremony with bated breath. Soon, McGonagall had arranged the sorting ceremony, placing a high stool in front of the staff table, upon which an old, tattered sorting hat was placed. Regulus's gaze remained fixed on the unfolding scene, fully absorbed in the moment. Once prepared, McGonagall stood beside the stool, unfurling a parchment that listed the names of all the young wizards. When I call your name, please come up, sit on the stool, and wear the hat. The sorting hat will determine the house to which you belong. As soon as she finished speaking, the young wizards began to chatter once more, some even muttering complaints to their neighbors. Regulus observed the scene before him, finding amusement in the unfolding events, and he understood well the origins of such a mischievous tradition. Having once experienced the drenching rain himself, he felt a peculiar desire to tear others' umbrellas, wishing to impart upon them the taste of being soaked, just as he had been. Silence. The cacophony of chatter immediately dissipated. Then, a little girl with braided golden hair stepped forth, taking her place before Professor McGonagall and donning her hat. Here she comes. Here she comes. The Queen is about to ascend. Regulus mused silently, his gaze fixated, fearful of missing this iconic moment. Hufflepuff. Ha ha ha. Just right, just right. A quintessential flavor. Regardless of Regulus's thoughts, the sorting ceremony proceeded in an orderly manner. Regulus, having observed the Queen's ascension, felt a deep sense of satisfaction and subsequently diverted his gaze. After all, he was already aware of the outcomes concerning the division of the young wizards, and there was no need to concern himself with those he had no interest in. His attention returned to the plate before him. Truth be told, he was genuinely hungry, having not partaken of any sustenance since breakfast that morning. As he lowered his head, Regulus noticed that all the utensils he had previously placed before Severus had mysteriously vanished. A thought flickered in his mind, prompting him to glance at Severus, who was seated beside him. In that fleeting moment, he beheld Severus, lost in thought as he gazed at Harry, and on the other side, Quirrell, with his back turned to the young wizards, was animatedly chattering to Severus, his head directed towards the group of students. Regulus was undoubtedly aware of the nature of their engagement. Snape, in his simplicity, merely observed Harry as he became lost in thought, the contents of which were known solely to himself. Even Regulus, a natural at gentlemen's, could not penetrate the depths of Snape's mind. As for Quirrell, his incessant chatter with Snape was of little consequence. What truly mattered was that he faced the young wizard with the back of his head. More precisely, it was the madness residing at the nape of his neck that scrutinized Harry Potter, the one entwined with his fate. Understanding all of this, how could Regulus allow Voldemort to gaze at Harry in silence? For him, creating chaos for Voldemort was the greatest source of joy. With this thought, Regulus once again lifted his hand and delivered a playful slap to the back of Snape's head. The sound echoed far and wide, capturing the attention of Dumbledore, who was engrossed in the sorting ceremony. As he discerned the situation, the corners of his mouth involuntarily twitched. This time, Regulus did not exert much force. He merely applied a fraction of his strength, causing Snape, who was intently watching Harry, to nearly plunge face first into the plate before him. Snotty, rise and switch places with me. I wish to converse with Professor Quirrell. We both share a theoretical approach to the defense against the dark arts. Pray tell, how can you be so oblivious? You, a mere chef accustomed to water and pots, have seated yourself between us. Truly, You are unaware of your own position." Upon uttering these words, Regulus rendered Snape utterly flabbergasted once more. Just moments ago, he had been left breathless, and now he found himself on the verge of losing all capacity for rational thought. Before he could fully grasp the situation, Regulus seized him by the collar and unceremoniously tossed him into the very spot he had just vacated, now occupying the position with an air of triumph. Regulus wore a smile as he directed his attention toward Quirrell. At that moment, Quirrell's eyes reflected sheer incredulity. He had never anticipated that Snape, seated beside him, would be so abruptly displaced in such a manner. The unfolding scene was nothing short of fantastical, starkly contrasting with Snape's usual demeanor. It was akin to a once mighty individual suddenly being subdued by an acquaintance who possessed intimate knowledge of his vulnerabilities. Before Quirrell could fully comprehend the bewildering turn of events, Regulus, with an expression of feigned innocence, placed both hands firmly upon his shoulders. Quirrell was immediately struck by an intense agony, as if someone were ruthlessly squeezing his bones. Simultaneously, his body was forced into alignment by Regulus, flipping from a position where the back of his head faced the young wizard to one where his face was now directed towards him. "Oh, Professor Black, what are you intending to do?" Regulus listened to Chilo's question, gazing at him with an expression of innocent sincerity. "Oh, I was just observing your seating posture. It seemed rather uncomfortable. Look how much more pleasing it is now that you're sitting properly." "My apologies, Professor Chilo. I may possess a slight inclination towards perfectionism. But let us set aside such trivialities and discuss how we shall educate the students once the term commences." After briefly explaining, he deftly steered the conversation towards teaching, leaving Chilo, who had a wealth of thoughts pent up inside, at a loss for words. With no other recourse, Chilo found himself indulging Regulus, beginning his performance. However, at that moment, Voldemort, who resided within Chilo's mind, erupted in a fit of impotent rage, his vitriolic remarks echoing relentlessly in Chilo's consciousness. Chilo felt as though his head might explode. He was not only enduring Voldemort's mental torment but also had to partition his thoughts to comfort Voldemort while simultaneously managing Regulus's incessant inquiries. The typically astute Chilo found himself teetering on the precipice of collapse, overwhelmed by the demands of multitasking. Meanwhile, the overlooked Draco, cast aside by Regulus, observed the lively exchange between the two, his eyes betraying a distinct emotion. Snape, too, had sensed the subtle undercurrents, having been colleagues with Chilo for some time. He had a fair understanding of him. However, since Chilo's return, he had transformed. The once annoyingly luscious hair was now concealed beneath a large scarf. As a master of potions, Snape could discern the state of living beings. Chilo now exuded a sense of decay, reminiscent of a rotting corpse. A stench he knew all too well. Having formed some hypotheses about Chilo, Snape refrained from interrupting the conversation between Regulus and Chilo. Despite his simmering resentment towards Regulus for his outrageous behavior, the antics of the three had not gone unnoticed by the other professors. Yet due to the previous discord between Regulus and Snape, they remained oblivious to any impropriety, their attention fixed on the ongoing sorting ceremony. The commotion drew the attention of the nearby young witches and wizards, a quarter of whom were guided by Regulus. As they entered the hall, their gazes instinctively gravitated towards their familiar Professor Black. Among them, Harry spotted Regulus engrossed in conversation with Chilo, but his attention was soon diverted to Snape, seated beside Regulus. Snape, having ceased to focus on Regulus, resumed his previous demeanor, his gaze never leaving Harry Potter's eyes. While awaiting the sorting, Harry conversed with Ron, gesturing towards Regulus. "Look over there," he exclaimed, pointing at Regulus chatting animatedly with Chilo. He then continued in a hushed tone, "Professor Black has a wonderful rapport with his colleagues. I believe his kind and gentle nature is not as you perceive." Ron, listening to Harry, merely pursed his lips, noncommittally replying, "Perhaps, but I shall maintain my stance. Time will reveal the truth." With that, Ron ceased further conversation, turning his attention to the sorting hat, only to notice Snape, who was fixated on Harry. Gently nudging Harry with his shoulder, Ron whispered, "Harry, Snape is watching you." Newly acquainted with the magical world, Harry was unaware of Snape's identity and turned to Ron with confusion. He asked Professor Black, the one sitting next to him, the one resembling a bat, is Snape. Upon Ron's clarification, Harry shifted his gaze to Snape, and an indescribable feeling welled up within him. Yet, it was merely a fleeting glance before both he and Ron redirected their focus to the sorting hat. A young wizard was sorted into Hufflepuff as Professor McGonagall continued to call out names. Hermione Jane Granger. Upon hearing her name, Hermione hurriedly dashed to the stool. Her face flushed from both anxiety and exertion. The hat was placed upon Hermione's head, and it promptly declared, Gryffindor. At that moment, Ron, Seeing the girl he disdained join the very house he aspired to, let out a huff in discontent. Meanwhile, Draco, after receiving a lecture from Regulus, did not approach the illustrious Harry Potter. Unlike the original narrative where Harry sought Draco on the train or conversed with him before the sorting, such encounters remained absent. Their relationship had not yet evolved into the fan-favorite pairing. The sorting ceremony continued, and it was finally Draco's turn. Excitedly, he stepped forward from the line, swiftly approaching the sorting hat. Chilo, now numb to the onslaught of Voldemort's vitriol and Regulus's incessant chatter, felt overwhelmed. Queerness, look. The young wizard coming for sorting is my cousin's child. My little nephew Regulus is now a chatterbox, incessantly engaging in conversation to soothe Chilo. Chapter 71. Dragon riding. Chilo had never anticipated that an evening banquet could be so torturous. Oh dear. I've rambled on so much that I completely forgot you teach students from 4th to 7th year. I had hoped you would keep a closer eye on my little nephew, but it seems I can manage that myself. Nevertheless, I also have a niece in 7th grade. Conveniently within your teaching range. Regulus spoke, raising his hand to point towards the Hufflepuff table near the entrance. Following the direction of his finger, one could see at the far end of the Hufflepuff table a girl with a head of pink hair. She is my niece, Nymphadora Tonks. Henceforth, I would greatly appreciate your assistance in looking after her should any matters arise. Regulus now exemplifies what it means to be loquacious. His incessant chatter is more cacophonous than 100 ducks quacking in one's ear. What can Chilo do in such a situation? When a colleague engages him in conversation, he cannot simply ignore them, so he must respond in kind, though, truth be told, he is quite oblivious to the substance of the discourse. As Slytherin is being heralded amidst Regulus's relentless prattle, the hat perched upon Draco's head audibly announces his affiliation with Slytherin. Upon hearing his house called, a smile instantly graces Draco's face, and he joyfully joins Crabbe and Goyle, leading his two companions towards Slytherin. The sorting ceremony continues, with several young wizards being allocated to their houses, some of whom Regulus has the honor of guiding as a professor. This provides him with ample material to share. As he enthusiastically relays the intricate details of the young wizards he knows to Chilo beside him, Regulus's unwavering mission at this moment is to keep his mouth engaged and ensure that Chilo's ears are never at rest, although it may be somewhat tiresome. He derives great pleasure from the endeavor. Meanwhile, Severus, seated beside Regulus, finds himself rather uncomfortable, for proximity to Regulus means he cannot escape hearing the incessant stream of words. Regulus's intense remarks constituted a minor assault, with Snape merely caught in the crossfire. At last, Professor McGonagall called out Harry Potter's name, and the atmosphere shifted dramatically as all eyes turned toward him. Draco, seated at the Slytherin table, momentarily ceased his conversation to direct his gaze at Harry, who was just donning the sorting hat. Quirrell exhibited a similar reaction. However, Regulus was determined to disrupt the moment with his incessant chatter. Quirrell, look. Our little savior's turn has finally arrived. I must tell you, our current state of stability is largely due to Harry and his parents. We ought to show him our gratitude. It's essential to appreciate those who have helped us. And did you know? Harry is the godson of my brother, making him my junior. By the way, do you understand why we owe Harry our thanks? It is, of course, because that foolish, noseless lunatic, Voldemort, was defeated by Harry. Although Regulus rambled on, awkwardly intertwining his connection to Harry, Quirrell initially listened. Yet, as Regulus unleashed a torrent of derogatory remarks, Quirrell sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Regulus Black. When Voldemort's name slipped from Regulus's lips, Quirrell's expression morphed into one of sheer terror, abruptly interrupting Regulus's unfinished thoughts. What? Did I say something wrong, Quirrell? Regulus, feigning innocence, retorted, appearing blissfully unaware of his faux pas. In truth, Regulus was reveling in the moment. Such an opportunity to openly berate Voldemort in his presence was rare. The exhilaration surged within him, as his previously evasive mindset began to dissolve. As for why Regulus felt emboldened to utter Voldemort's name, it was simply that, at this juncture, it made little difference. He was effectively speaking before Voldemort himself. Fear dissipated, as he no longer needed to worry about being detected for saying Voldemort's name. Snape, in this moment, was equally astonished. He had never anticipated Regulus would possess such audacity to insult Voldemort to someone he had only recently met. His initial intention to quietly observe the sorting ceremony was now overshadowed by his shock at Regulus's boldness. As Regulus's tirade continued, the corners of Snape's mouth twitched in discomfort, reminiscent of the infamous Nicholas Flamel. Quirrell, on the other hand, was enduring an excruciating ordeal, feeling as though time had come to a standstill. Regretting his earlier vocalization of Regulus's name, His visible distress mirrored the turmoil within his mind. At that moment, Voldemort, who was latched onto Quirrell's consciousness, seethed with a desire to eliminate Regulus on the spot. Voldemort's emotions were a tempest of anger, frustration, and helpless rage. Were it not for the inappropriateness of the situation, he would have relished torturing Regulus with the Cruciatus curse. Yet, such fantasies were futile, for they were within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts, where Dumbledore, that old wizard, was seated nearby. Should he dare to emerge, Dumbledore would swiftly demonstrate why his reputation was so formidable. Quirrell's loud exclamation startled Dumbledore, who then turned his attention toward Regulus and Quirrell. Regulus had anticipated that Quirrell would rise to the occasion, but under Dumbledore's scrutinizing gaze, Quirrell quickly wilted, reverting to his timid self. You must smooth over this situation and prevent Dumbledore from suspecting anything. Quirrell's thoughts shifted from the earlier insults to this urgent directive, providing him with a newfound resolve. My apologies, Regulus. I spoke too loudly just now. I was merely startled by your boldness in uttering the Dark Lord's name. You must understand, the fear that Voldemort instills is immense. I believe you should exercise caution and refrain from mentioning that name in the future, for your own sake. Oh, Quirrell, who would have thought you could be so clever, concocting an excuse in mere moments? Truly a commendable Ravenclaw student, Regulus mused, savoring the moment. However, do you really think I would let you off that easily? Clearly, you are mistaken, Quirrell. Chapter 72, Gentle Coercion. Oh, I see now. I thought I had said something wrong. Regulus wore a look of sudden realization as he responded to Chilo, then adopted a sympathetic demeanor and continued speaking to him. Chilo, to be honest, after all these years, Voldemort, that old wretch, has long since vanished. We ought to look forward. We cannot perpetually dwell in the shadows. Do you not see where we are? We are at Hogwarts. This place is far safer than the Ministry of Magic or Gringotts. Regulus spoke, gesturing towards the central position of the staff table where old Dumbledore sat, and continued to extol the virtues of Chilo. Do you see that old man? He is our assurance of safety, so there is truly nothing to fear at Hogwarts. Come. Allow me to teach you how to liberate yourself from the terror instilled by Voldemort. Regulus, with a gentle demeanor, smiled at Quirrell and said, Come, Quirinus. Read along with me. Voldemort is a madman, that wretched, noseless creature. After speaking, Regulus gazed expectantly at Quirrell, anticipating the repetition of his words from the other's lips. However, at that moment, Quirrell could only stammer in silence, his mouth refusing to open. He was acutely aware that Voldemort resided just behind his head. Should he echo Regulus's insults, he would surely face dire consequences when they were alone. Quirrell felt utterly distressed, yet Regulus was employing the gentlest of methods to compel him to speak. In that moment, Quirrell would have preferred Regulus to be more forceful in his demands, but alas, fate had other plans. Regulus gazed at him with eager anticipation, while Chilo, already trapped, found himself at a loss for words. Though he was unable to utter any insults, he could only repeat the first syllable over and over again. If Chilo were capable of tears, he would have been wailing uncontrollably by now. It was simply too overwhelming, truly too overwhelming. Yet Regulus stood there, fixated on him, leaving Chilo with no avenue for escape. Voldemort was a madman, a vile creature devoid of a nose. With immense resolve, Chilo finally managed to voice these words cautiously, only to find himself in his mind, fervently pleading for mercy from the Dark Lord looming behind him. Regulus, upon hearing the words of reproach from Chilo, gave him a thumbs up. Well done, Quirinus. Have faith in yourself. You are truly remarkable. Have you overcome many challenges? Now, let us continue reading together. That little rascal Voldemort. At that moment, Regulus seemed to have discovered the most delightful toy, relishing the sound of Voldemort's curses. However, just then, Snape delivered a sharp elbow to the intersection of Regulus's abdomen and chest, effectively silencing his words. Regulus felt a sharp pain in his chest, his eyes wide with fury as he glared at Snape. What is your problem? Why are you bothering me? Snape regarded Regulus with calm indifference, his face betraying no emotion. Could you possibly keep your mouth shut? I have endured your incessant chatter for an entire evening. No one else has spoken as much as you. It is truly unbearable. Regulus, of course, could not place his trust in Snape's words. Instead, he lifted his gaze to meet Snape's eyes, a moment often described as a mutual understanding. Before long, Regulus found himself at a disadvantage, and as he reflected upon Snape's history, he began to piece together some insights. Snape was not merely pitying Quirrell, rather, his past as a Death Eater made him exceedingly cautious following his awareness of the existence of Horcruxes. Just as he had sensed something amiss with Quirrell, who was still nearby, he had to maintain his cover to approach Voldemort. At that moment, having overheard this conversation, especially near someone of such dubious character. It would be perilous for him to remain silent while Quirrell spoke ill of Voldemort. Failure to act would surely expose his true intentions when he sought to infiltrate Voldemort's ranks. Regulus also speculated on Snape's thoughts. Recognizing that since the situation could not continue as it was, he must contemplate how to conclude it. Am I being too verbose? What choice do I have? Are you going to silence me? Snape responded, his expression one of irritation. Oh, I certainly can. Have you forgotten the silencing charm? Enough of your incessant chatter. Even if your intention is to assist Professor Quirrell in overcoming his fears, this is hardly the appropriate setting among so many young witches and wizards. Do you truly believe this is a fitting occasion? With a growing understanding of Snape's intentions, Regulus wisely decided to withdraw. Realizing he could not corner the old bat into a corner here, Regulus feigned contemplation before responding. Indeed, there are not many suitable options. I shall heed your advice and refrain from joining Quirinus and cursing Voldemort. Upon hearing this, Snape inexplicably felt a sense of relief wash over him. Meanwhile, on the other side, Quirrell also felt a sense of calm, grateful that he would no longer have to endure such torment. After Regulus responded to Snape, he disregarded him and turned his gaze towards Quirinus. Quirinus, Snape is indeed correct. This situation is rather unsuitable. However, rest assured, once I have streamlined the teaching responsibilities, I shall take you directly to the headmaster. At that time, we shall vent our frustrations to our heart's content. Quirinus stared blankly at Regulus, pondering whether such a plan could truly originate from the human mind. Was there no end to this? Yet, what could he say? After all, Regulus was genuinely attempting to help him conquer his fears, which only deepened his discomfort. All right then. Regulus gazed at the timid Chilo responding to him, his heart brimming with joy. Subsequently, the two, like old friends, gradually redirected their focus to the unfinished sorting ceremony. As Severus Snape's ears welcomed a moment of tranquility following Regulus's cessation of speech, he managed to catch the final moments of Harry's sorting. Gryffindor, Harry S. House, was finally proclaimed by the sorting hat, and a resounding applause erupted from the Gryffindor table, accompanied by the excited chatter of students exclaiming, "We have Potter! We have Potter!" Notably, Regulus turned his gaze towards the source of the loudest cheers, quickly discerning the identity of those who were so fervently shouting. His eyes fell upon the embracing twins at the Gryffindor table. These two were indeed brave souls, warriors bold enough to confront Voldemort, the only ones capable of delivering a snowball to him. Chapter 73. The feast. As the twins continued their exuberant calls, the sorting ceremony pressed onward, nearing its conclusion. One by one, the young witches and wizards were assigned to their respective houses amidst the ritual of donning and removing hats. During this period, Regulus refrained from further conversation, only interjecting when particularly remarkable young wizards caught his attention. At that moment, Professor McGonagall stood before three remaining unassigned young wizards, including Ron Weasley, whom Regulus had seen while intervening with Arthur and Lucius. One young wizard was sorted into Ravenclaw, and Professor McGonagall called out the next name, Ronald Bilius Weasley. Ron emerged from the dwindling duo, approaching the sorting hat while taking deep breaths. Before the hat even touched his head, it began to speak. "Oh, look, another redhead. Another Weasley. I know precisely where to place you." As the hat settled atop his head, it eagerly declared, "Gryffindor." Upon hearing the announcement, Ron's initial anxiety transformed instantly into joy. He removed the hat and, with great enthusiasm, dashed towards the Gryffindor table. Regulus sat at the faculty table, watching Ron scurry away, and once again whispered quietly to Quirrell beside him, "Quirinus, you see that red-haired boy? He's actually distantly related to my family. His father is a very distant cousin of mine. It's quite overwhelming." Suddenly realizing how many relatives seemed to populate this entire school, Quirrell offered him a faint smile in response. But within his mind, the voice of Voldemort seethed with fury. "Damn these purebloods, damn the blacks. Just wait until I regain my strength. The first thing I'll do upon my restoration is eradicate every last one of Regulus' wretched relatives." Why did Regulus utter such a remark to Quirrell? It is undoubtedly because he comprehends Voldemort and the ideals he espouses regarding pure blood supremacy. Thus, at this moment, speaking such words to Quirrell would inevitably lead Voldemort to contemplate purity of blood, despite the fact that he himself is not of pure blood. Regulus, in essence, was indulging in Voldemort's mindset, delivering yet another piercing blow to his already fractured psyche, relishing the moment. Just as he concluded his statement, the sorting ceremony came to a definitive end, and the young wizards, engrossed in conversation, were blissfully unaware of any hunger. However, while the young wizards felt no pangs of hunger, Regulus had long been ravenous, and the multitude of words he had just spoken only exacerbated his appetite. After the sorting, Dumbledore rose from his seat. "Welcome, welcome, everyone," he exclaimed, extending his arms wide to greet the throng of students. The new academic year at Hogwarts was about to commence, and he hoped everyone would enjoy a delightful year ahead. Before the feast began, a few announcements were in order. First, let us welcome Professors Regulus Black and Charity Burbage. Professor Black will teach defense against the dark arts for 1st to 3rd years, while Professor Burbage will be guiding you in Muggle studies. Additionally, let us extend our welcome to Professor Quirrell, who will instruct 4th to 7th years in defense against the dark arts. As Dumbledore finished speaking, polite applause erupted from the young wizards, with some, particularly those Regulus had escorted, clapping with great enthusiasm. Dumbledore raised a hand to quell the applause, which quickly faded. Now, a few final words for all present. Fools. Crybabies. Dregs. Twist. Upon finishing, no one reacted. They simply stared at him in bewilderment. Thank you, everyone. Now, let the feast commence. With this proclamation, an exuberant applause filled the great hall, resonating as if it might lift the very roof. As he spoke, the long tables, which had previously been bare save for utensils, were suddenly adorned with a cornucopia of sumptuous dishes, eliciting joyous reactions from the young wizards. The arrival of the food signified the beginning of the banquet, and before Regulus lay an array of delectable dishes, prominently featuring beef Wellington. This was a dish he had frequently enjoyed prior to the school year, noticed by the house elves, who had made the thoughtful addition. After enduring hunger for so long, Regulus finally ceased his conversation with Quirrell, voluntarily halting his mental barrage. Quirrell, feeling a wave of relief, had never realized how verbose one individual could be. Nearby, Snape observed Regulus devouring his meal with gusto, then glanced at Quirrell, who wore a woeful expression, and inexplicably felt a twinge of sympathy for him, albeit only for a fleeting second, as he could not afford to squander time away from observing Lily's son. As the food on the long table dwindled, the young wizard's stomach swelled. At that moment, at the Gryffindor table, Harry, having never encountered such a lavish feast, was diligently eating. Maintaining his customary eating habits, unlike Ron, who sat opposite him, carelessly devouring a chicken leg, oblivious to the grease smeared across his face, while the young wizards feasted. The ghost of Hogwarts also joined the merriment. Time passed swiftly in this joyful atmosphere, and as the young wizards grew less ravenous, they began to converse. A development noted by Dumbledore at the staff table. Just as Dumbledore prepared to rise, the remnants of the banquet vanished, reverting to the table's original state. As the table restored itself, the young wizards fell silent once more, turning their gaze toward the staff table. Dumbledore stood and addressed the gathering. Now that everyone should be sufficiently sated, it is time to return to your respective common rooms. However, before you leave, I must impart a few important reminders. All students, take heed. The Forbidden Forest is off limits to all students. This is imperative to remember. Furthermore, Mr. Filch, the caretaker, as requested, I remind everyone not to cast spells in the corridors during breaks. Trials for the Quidditch team will occur in the 2nd week of term. You may seek out Madam Hooch for details. Lastly, and most importantly, anyone wishing to avoid unexpected accidents and a painful demise should refrain from entering the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. As Dumbledore concluded his remarks, a wave of astonishment swept through the room. The newly arrived young wizards, unfamiliar with the circumstances, turned to their older peers for verification. However, the upperclassmen expressed skepticism about Dumbledore's words. Aside from the final warning, everything else seemed quite normal. Yet, that last statement sparked particular confusion, for having mentioned death. The older students knew he was not jesting. Having satisfied his hunger, Regulus cast a glance at the venerable old man as Dumbledore spoke. He had not anticipated the old man's unwavering resolve. Even now, with the knowledge of the Horcrux's existence, he still sought to ensnare Voldemort within Hogwarts using the Philosopher's Stone. Regulus could not help but marvel at the unwavering determination of old Dumbledore. Despite knowing full well that this trap would not eradicate Voldemort, he persisted in executing his original plan. As Regulus pondered this, a sudden thought struck him, one that increasingly felt like the undeniable truth. Goodness! This old codger not only seeks to use the Philosopher's Stone as bait, but he also intends to seize this opportunity to validate the authenticity and efficacy of the Horcruxes. You cunning old man, truly incorrigible. Regulus cast a glance towards Dumbledore, and in that moment, a subtle change flickered in his expression. Being in the presence of this old fool truly was an incessant exercise for the mind. Just then, Dumbledore concluded his speech and abruptly turned to face Regulus, winking at him. Goodness, what a shock. Please don't flirt with me. You may not fear the headmaster, but I certainly do. Dumbledore, unfazed by Regulus's thoughts, turned back to address the assembly once more. Now, before we retire for the night, let us all join together in singing the Hogwarts school song. With that, Dumbledore waved his wand, and a series of golden ribbons materialized in the air before the staff table, forming lines of text. Choose your preferred melody. Ready, sing. At that moment, Regulus understood the chaos of a disordered assembly. It was even worse than he remembered from his 7 years here, at least during that time. The Slytherin tune had been somewhat unified for a few years, whereas now, all the houses were akin to scattered grains of sand. Among the cacophony, Regulus distinctly heard the Weasley twins' melody, reminiscent of a dirge, truly fitting for a funeral. Fortunately, the lyrics of the school song were few. And under Dumbledore's whimsical direction with his ancient wand as a baton, they finally completed the song. Well, now it is time for bed, everyone. Please return to your dormitories, and house prefects, kindly guide your fellow students. Dumbledore announced, and as he finished speaking, he was the first to depart. Only after his exit did the assembled faculty and students begin to leave. It was a pleasure meeting you today, Professor Black. I, too, am weary and shall take my leave early. Undoubtedly, at that moment, Quirrell was the most eager to depart. He never wished to endure such a banquet again in his lifetime. Regulus did not cause any trouble this time. After noticing his response, he swiftly departed. Subsequently, several professors exchanged farewells with Regulus, who merely acknowledged them and remained seated in his place. Beside him, Severus Snape mirrored his behavior, also choosing not to leave. As they awaited the heads of the houses to escort the first-year students away, the two exchanged a glance, each letting out a slight huff and turning away, seemingly unwilling to acknowledge one another. Eventually, the heads of houses gathered their respective first-year students and led them out of the great hall towards their common rooms. Just as the groups were about to exit through the doors, Regulus called out to the departing crowd, "Draco, I will be waiting for you by the Black Lake at 7 tomorrow morning. Don't be late. And Crabbe and Goyle, starting tomorrow evening. You are to assist Filch in cleaning the trophy room daily. Make sure to use your hands." As he spoke, all the remaining first-year students and the 4 heads of houses turned their attention to him, including Snape. His words seemed to press a pause button on the hall's atmosphere until the heads regained their composure and continued guiding the first-years away. Once the young wizards had exited the Great Hall, they began seeking out the 3 individuals mentioned by the professor. If even one person recognized them, it wouldn't take long for the entire group to discover the identities of those 3. At that moment, Draco and his companions became the focal point of attention, as everyone was eager to understand the situation. Draco, accustomed to being in the presence of Lucius and having experienced many such scenarios, remained unfazed by the scrutiny. However, Regulus's insistence on meeting him by the Black Lake troubled him. In contrast, Crabbe and Goyle were feeling desperate. They had almost forgotten the events that transpired on the train after the banquet, but unfortunately, someone had not forgotten. With their differing sentiments, the trio followed their housemates toward their respective common rooms. Once the houses separated, the students from the other 3 houses could no longer contain their curiosity and immediately began discussing the recent occurrences. Likewise, the Gryffindor group, led by Percy, engaged in lively conversation about the names and stories behind those 3 individuals. "Harry, did you know? I think that Draco must have really upset Black. More so than Crabbe and Goyle." Ron, with his characteristic bias, eagerly shared his opinion. As he spoke, the other students nearby shot him disapproving glares, including Harry. "It's Professor Black, Ron." Harry's voice was firm, and the surrounding students' expressions grew even more hostile, especially Hermione's. Ron could not comprehend why the notorious former Death Eater he viewed so negatively was regarded as a good professor by his classmates. But the urgency of the situation dawned on him. If he did not relent and continued to hold his stance, he could foresee a future devoid of friends. "All right, Harry." I misspoke. It's Professor Black. Once Ron amended his address, the others ceased their scrutiny, allowing him a moment of relief. Harry, however, did not linger on the matter but began to contemplate Ron's earlier comment. Just then, he heard a girl's voice beside him. Turning to look, he discovered it was Hermione. "I want to inform you that the Draco Professor Black mentioned today is actually his nephew. When the professor took us to buy wands, we happened to encounter him there, and he was ahead of us in line." Hermione recounted the incident calmly. Just after she finished, Damon Sharp, who had been present that day, confirmed her statement. "Hermione is right. I was there too." With confirmation from others, Hermione proudly lifted her chin and strode ahead, leaving the 2 boys behind. This revelation extinguished Ron's interest in further gossip. The news had effectively stifled any opportunity for him to elaborate, and having already been countered twice, his enthusiasm for discussion waned. The group fell silent, all following Percy Weasley in quiet anticipation as they continued toward the Gryffindor common room. Returning to the Great Hall, now devoid of students, only Regulus and Severus remained. "Why haven't you left yet, Snivellus?" Regulus inquired. "Aren't you still here either?" Severus retorted. "I have my reasons for staying." "So do I," Regulus replied. They exchanged barbs, their repartee filled with an uncanny synchronicity, both huffing in unison and turning their heads away from each other. Regulus gazed upon the now desolate Great Hall, disregarding Snape, and made his way towards the headmaster's office on the 8th floor. As he ascended, he pondered the reason why old Dumbledore had summoned him to the office after all the students had vacated the hall. Following closely behind him, Snape trailed in silence, both of them proceeding towards the 8th floor in tandem. Regulus sensed Snape trailing behind him, and he had come to understand that they were kindred spirits, both mere pawns in the game of the old headmaster. Regulus slowed his pace, waiting for Snape to take a step, ensuring they maintained a synchronized rhythm. "Half-Blood Prince? I have a question for you." Snape, who had been brooding, suddenly widened his eyes in disbelief, as if he had heard something utterly astonishing. Following this surge of emotion, an awkward feeling washed over him. He could not fathom how Regulus had come to know of this moniker. However, as a master of occlumency, he was adept at external control, completely disregarding Regulus's words. Noticing Snape's silence, Regulus realized that Snape was likely employing a tactic of denial to sidestep the embarrassment associated with such an eccentric nickname. Yet, to Regulus, Snape's discomfort was nothing short of delightful. Another point of amusement regarding Snape: how utterly satisfying. "Do not think that your silence erases the title of Half-Blood Prince, my lord." The atmosphere thickened with tension, but to Regulus, Snape's embarrassment hardly constituted true awkwardness. Did it even concern him? As they continued their ascent, Regulus occasionally cast glances at Snape, who, feeling increasingly uncomfortable, finally could no longer contain himself. "How did you come to know this?" "Ah, there you go, admitting it. Who would have thought that beneath that stoic fade, you two could exhibit such whimsicality?" Regulus, with a teasing tone, observed that Snape's left hand had slipped into his sleeve, prompting him to respond directly. Well, I discovered it during my 6th year in Professor Slughorn's advanced potions class." Upon glancing at the records, the handwriting and style immediately revealed the author. "I never anticipated your arrogance, Your Highness." Were it not for Snape's remarkable ability to maintain his composure, Regulus's face would have undoubtedly flushed with embarrassment. Meanwhile, Snape understood why Regulus had knowledge of such a name. After all, it was a part of his own past, inescapable and undeniable. Accepting this reality, Snape chose to abandon any pretense and quickened his pace, ignoring Regulus entirely. Observing Snape's noticeably hurried steps and his silence, Regulus followed suit, undeterred by Snape's reaction. He continued speaking to himself. "Your Highness, I must say, Harry's eyes bear a striking resemblance to Lily's. What do you think accounts for such similar pairs of eyes in this world?" As Regulus uttered those words, he abruptly halted his brisk stride, standing still with an expression of deep anger directed at Severus Snape behind him. "Regulus Black, do not let the name Lily escape your lips. You, bearing the Black surname, are unworthy to utter her name. Hearing it from your mouth only fills me with revulsion." Snape's voice grew more fervent, his eyes now shimmering with a furious intensity. Yet, beyond the anger, they brimmed with tears, an expression that caught Regulus completely off guard. However, it soon dawned on him that his previous remarks had indeed struck a nerve with Snape, piercing the most vulnerable part of his heart. This realization left Regulus feeling somewhat embarrassed, yet who could clarify the muddled circumstances of the past? It remains an incomprehensible tangle. For the sake of this entangled history, Snape dedicated his life to protecting Harry, striving to atone for Lily, while his foolish brother, too, had sacrificed himself for Harry. Chapter 76. The headmaster's office. Regulus gazed at the tear-streaked face of Snape, his heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. Yet, one must ponder, what profound enmity truly existed among them. The root of their discord stemmed from the initial bullying, inevitably bringing to mind that rascal Potter, despite his demise. In Regulus's eyes, James Potter was indeed a scoundrel, though it must be said, he was not devoid of virtue. Both Snape and Potter, in Regulus's estimation, possessed goodness within them, albeit they occasionally behaved in a rather despicable manner. Everyone has their moments of folly. Take Sirius, for instance, who relentlessly pursued Pettigrew. preferring to languish in Azkaban as penance for his guilt rather than reveal the grim truth. Snape too has erred. His misjudgments were instrumental in the eventual demise of Lily. Yet, how can one untangle such a convoluted web? Snape, I implore you not to elevate this to familial grievances, although you are aware of Sirius's betrayal. I wish to convey that anything not born of personal experience cannot be deemed authentic. Moreover, Lily treated me with kindness in the past as a former acquaintance of hers. I find no hesitation in speaking of our shared history. The Regulus felt a twinge of embarrassment. He was also engulfed in a conflict. For this matter pertained to his family, compelling him to respond with unwavering resolve. However, upon hearing his exclamation, Snape's eyes widened even further, yet reason soon prevailed, allowing him to regain his composure. He chose to disregard Regulus and continued his ascent upstairs. Observing Snape's retreating figure, Regulus once again summoned his courage to follow. Well then, since we cannot speak of the senior, how about we join forces to disparage James? That scoundrel is certainly beneath my disdain. He is nothing short of a complete rogue. Had it not been for someone intervening back then, one of us would surely have met our end. As Snape listened to the incessant barrage of words, he finally comprehended Quirrell's torment. The sheer density of one person's speech was astonishing. With Regulus relentlessly denouncing James Potter, an inexplicable surge of satisfaction welled up within Snape. The two made their way to the entrance of the headmaster's office, pausing before the stone guardian. Snape turned his head to regard Regulus, stating, "We have arrived, Black. Would you be so kind as to silence your incessant prattle?" Regulus gazed at the stone creature before him, promptly shutting his mouth, for there was no alternative. His thirst was unbearable. At last, tranquility enveloped him, but you were entirely correct. James Potter was indeed a complete scoundrel. The password is Icoline. Upon uttering this, Snape turned swiftly to address the stone beast with the password to the headmaster's office. Upon hearing the correct phrase, the creature immediately revealed the passageway leading to the headmaster's domain. The scene unfolding before Regulus left him in a state of astonishment. For Snape had unexpectedly concurred with his sentiments, and the password had morphed into one of the candy brands he had previously gifted to old Dumbledore. While he remained in a daze, Snape did not wait for him and entered without hesitation. It was only after Snape had walked quite a distance that Regulus snapped back to reality and hurried to catch up. Soon, he was once again beside Snape. And at that moment, the many portraits adorning the walls of the headmaster's office took notice of the two newcomers. Among the portraits was Phineas, who, upon seeing Regulus, began to boast about his little great-grandson to the familiar figures nearby. The two men strode directly into the headmaster's office, where Dumbledore had already changed into a nightgown, having swapped his splendid wizarding robe from the earlier banquet. At that moment, he stood before a bird perch, feeding the phoenix fox with nuts. As Regulus observed the phoenix, his keen eyes caught sight of a locket box entwined around Fox Talon. "Albus, I have arrived. What is the purpose of summoning me at such a late hour?" Snape wasted no time, addressing Dumbledore directly. "Good evening, esteemed headmaster. I too wish to know the reason for my summons." Regulus, feeling quite fatigued, echoed Snape's inquiry, eager to return to the common room for some much-needed rest. Dumbledore, however, remained unperturbed, leisurely continuing to feed Fox's nuts. "Why this pretentious demeanor? You truly treat Fox, the immortal phoenix, as if he were a mere parrot. Fox has truly lost his dignity, eating nuts like this," Regulus mused internally. Feeling a twinge of sympathy for the phoenix, Dumbledore remained steadfast, and neither he nor Snape could expedite matters. Regulus, having come to terms with the situation, resigned himself to the wait, curious to see who would succumb first. Gradually, the small handful of nuts in Dumbledore's hand was finally fed to Fox, after which he turned and settled into his chair at his desk. "Severus, Regulus, come, have a seat. Would either of you care for some candy? I have only just realized how delightful Muggle sweets can be, thanks to Regulus." Regulus listened attentively to Dumbledore's words before decisively taking a seat. His gaze fell upon the plate of confectionaries before him, a gift he had previously bestowed upon Dumbledore. "Thank you, Albus. However, I believe it is prudent to address the matter at hand first. I apologize for the trouble, headmaster. I shall forego the sweets, as indulging in too much sugar might jeopardize my health. If it is not too much to ask, could I trouble you for a glass of water? It seems I have been rather loquacious today, and my throat feels somewhat parched." The two responded to Dumbledore in turn, while Snape once again inquired about the reason. Yet, Regulus was intent on quenching his thirst. Upon hearing his words, both Dumbledore and Snape exchanged knowing glances, and Snape, with unyielding candor, posed a pointed question. "Are you truly certain that you have spoken excessively?" I had no idea you possessed such a penchant for verbosity. Regulus listened to Snape's inquiry and replied nonchalantly. Recently, he had indeed been rather talkative. Perhaps it was due to the fact that he had been isolated for over a decade. For so many years, he had been alone without anyone to converse with, and now, suddenly having someone to communicate with, it was only natural that he would express himself more freely. Regulus spread his hands before the two, offering what appeared to be a reasonable explanation. Meanwhile, Dumbledore listened attentively, discreetly conjuring a large cup of water before Regulus. He also observed the two individuals, noting the signs that they were on the verge of another confrontation, and promptly interrupted them. It is getting late. Let us discuss the purpose of your visit. Chapter 77. The half-dead. Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, Regulus and Snape straightened their postures instinctively, their attention fully captured. At that moment, Dumbledore directed his gaze towards Regulus. I assume you noticed some peculiarities regarding Quirrell at today's gathering. Would you be so kind as to share your observations? Regulus, having grasped the essence of Dumbledore's inquiry, shrugged nonchalantly. Headmaster, I believe I shall be the last to speak. I am quite curious to ascertain whether your discoveries align with my own. In light of Regulus's ambiguous response, Dumbledore regarded him intently for an extended moment before relinquishing the notion of allowing him to speak first. Instead, Dumbledore shifted his gaze to Severus Snape, who was seated directly opposite him. Severus, why don't you share your findings? As a master of potions, I trust you can discern the peculiarities surrounding Quirrell. Snape, initially eager to observe the unfolding drama, found himself gazing at Dumbledore in bewilderment. What is this? Regulus refrains from speaking, and you expect me to go first? Am I so easily trifled with? Though he felt a twinge of annoyance, Snape, under Dumbledore's watchful eye, proceeded to articulate his observations. Very well, I shall share my findings. Firstly, I detected the unmistakable scent of decay emanating from Quirrell. His prolonged exposure to certain dark potions has left an indelible mark, even if Quirrell's explanations seem plausible. The stench of garlic cannot mask the underlying odor of corruption. Additionally, there is the matter of the large scarf draped around his neck. As Snape spoke, Dumbledore nodded in agreement, while Regulus's mind raced with clarity. It was evident that these two had long since recognized Quirrell's anomalies. After all, their magical prowess was not to be underestimated. Severus, your insights are invaluable. They corroborate some of my own hypotheses, Dumbledore remarked. Allow me to outline my arrangements. And I hope that once I conclude, Regulus will be inclined to share his findings with us. As Dumbledore spoke, his right hand delved into his pocket, retrieving a blood-red gemstone. The moment the gem appeared, Regulus felt a surge of potent magical energy, instantly recognizing it as the Philosopher's Stone held by Nicholas Flamel. Though you may not have encountered this stone before, I am certain you have heard of it. This is indeed the Philosopher's Stone in Nicholas's possession. It also serves as the bait for the trap I have meticulously set. I had a premonition that Tom would return before Regulus's return, particularly this year, when Harry begins his studies. I even made a trip to Nurmengard, coupled with Sybil's intermittent prophetic insights, which solidified my belief that this term at Hogwarts would be anything but tranquil. In the prophecy, this Philosopher's Stone is the most crucial object. Thus, I orchestrated a series of arrangements surrounding it. Dumbledore recounted the events concerning the Philosopher's Stone to Snape and Regulus, though he refrained from divulging every detail. Having said all this, I suspect that Quirrell has fallen under the thrall of some dark magic wielded by Tom. His objective is undoubtedly the Philosopher's Stone in my possession, which is likely tied to Tom's desire to regain his powers. Dumbledore finally articulated his conjecture, albeit with several pieces of information still left unspoken. Regulus, upon hearing this, gave a thumbs up to old Dumbledore and began to flatter him. The headmaster is truly remarkable, indeed deserving of his title. However, Regulus's insipid remarks evidently failed to satisfy Dumbledore, who continued to gaze intently at him. At the same time, Snape mirrored Dumbledore's unwavering focus, fixating his eyes on Regulus as well. Faced with the penetrating stares of both individuals, even Regulus's thick skin could hardly withstand the weight of their scrutiny. Under the watchful gaze of the two, Regulus, unable to endure the silence any longer, finally spoke up after what felt like an eternity. Very well, I shall share my perspective. Regulus paused for a moment, contemplating how to broach the subject of Quirrell with the two of them. After much deliberation, he concluded that it would be best to lay everything bare. After all, they would inevitably learn of Voldemort's possession in due course. As for the direction his revelation might lead them, that was beyond his capacity to predict. Nevertheless, he presumed it could hardly be worse than the current predicament. To begin with, he would mention the mucus, specifically the insights shared by Snape. Snape had remarked upon detecting a foul stench of decay emanating from Quirrell, which was quite easily explained. Presently, Quirrell was nearly in a state akin to that of a wraith. He was perilously close to existing as one with the undead. As Regulus uttered these words, not only did Snape grow serious, but so too did Dumbledore. Regulus, it appears you are aware of Quirrell's condition, Snape inquired directly, betraying no hint of their apparent discord. Regulus turned his gaze towards Snape for a fleeting moment before redirecting his attention back to Dumbledore. I find myself at a loss for an appropriate term to encapsulate Quirrell's current state, yet I shall endeavor to elucidate it for you. It appears that he has been subjected to a dark magic akin to that which creates ghasts, but unlike those creatures, Quirrell is still very much alive. He is in the midst of a transformation into a ghast. Yet he still belongs to the realm of the living, the kind of living being whose time is all but spent. In truth, Regulus had already discerned this when he first laid eyes on Quirrell. While he may not be well versed in other matters, his familiarity with ghasts is profound, for he once was one himself. Thus, upon seeing Quirrell, Regulus immediately recognized him as a ghast in the throes of incomplete transformation. This also elucidates why Voldemort could inhabit Quirrell's body. A single body cannot harbor two souls if the state of Quirrell's soul were robust. Voldemort's residual essence would not be able to attach itself to him. It is precisely because Quirrell's soul and body are no longer in harmony that Voldemort's spirit can coexist with Quirrell's. The revelations Regulus shared plunged the two listeners into contemplation. Once Regulus had expounded upon Quirrell's condition, they comprehended the gravity of his state. Particularly Dumbledore, whose eyes reflected an intricate tapestry of emotions, within which Regulus perceived a hint of regret. Chapter 78. Playing house. After Regulus articulated Quirrell's condition, the trio found themselves at a loss for words. For the topic they broached was anything but light, regardless of how Quirrell had descended into this half-ghast state. They understood they were about to witness the extinguishing of a life. Discussions surrounding life are invariably heavy and warrant profound consideration. Since Regulus had discerned Quirrell's state, he pondered what had caused it, whether it was treatable, and if restoration was possible. Dumbledore remained silent for an extended period before finally posing a question to Regulus. Though he had already arrived at his own conclusion, Quirrell, his student, had indeed become a half-ghast and was steadily progressing toward full transformation. The notion of reversing such a state was undoubtedly fanciful, particularly given the limitations of the knowledge at his disposal. Even one as learned as Dumbledore feared the potential gaps in his understanding, hence his inquiry directed at Regulus. Snape too was ruminating deeply, searching for a remedy for this condition, yet regrettably found none. As Dumbledore questioned Regulus, Snape simultaneously cast his gaze upon him, hoping to glean new insights from Regulus's response. Observing their reactions, Regulus felt a twinge of helplessness, recalling the adage about desperate measures. I fear I lack the capability to salvage Quirrell from this state. Even with my command of certain specialized spells, they would prove ineffectual against his plight. As for your inquiry regarding the cause of Quirrell's transformation, I do possess some knowledge. And the root of the matter lies with Voldemort. Tom? The Dark Lord? The two exclaimed in unison, their expressions a mixture of surprise and suspicion. While they had surmised that Voldemort was involved, they had believed it to be merely a matter of his remnants. However, Regulus's assertion that it was Voldemort himself who was responsible shifted their perspective entirely. Regulus, do you have any basis for this claim? Dumbledore pressed immediately after Regulus finished speaking. Basis, you ask? Voldemort is particularly adept at creating ghasts. Might that serve as a foundation for my assertion? And I would also ask Severus to roll up his sleeve and closely examine his dark mark. I believe you may find the answers you seek within that mark. Snape promptly rolled up his sleeve, revealing the dark mark on his forearm, which appeared somewhat faded, yet the serpent's eyes were markedly clearer than before. Indeed, the changes in the dark mark indicated something significant. Voldemort was truly not dead. Furthermore, I can unequivocally inform you that Voldemort is currently residing at Hogwarts. Upon concluding his words, Regulus felt an inexplicable sense of relief wash over him. He had finally articulated the events surrounding Voldemort at Hogwarts. No longer would he be compelled to harbor these thoughts in solitude. In the future, he could seek counsel from others regarding related matters. Regulus's statement did not evoke any surprise in the two individuals, as the prior incident involving Quirrell rendered such a situation entirely reasonable. Regulus, do elaborate. Where is Voldemort? Dumbledore inquired of Regulus, only to be interrupted by Snape's slightly unusual tone. Could it possibly be residing within Quirrell? Upon hearing Snape's words, Regulus immediately gave him a thumbs up. Snape was indeed correct. Voldemort was clinging to Quirrell, drawing sustenance. You must be aware of how fiercely I berated Voldemort in Quirrell's presence at the banquet. In truth, I only dared to scold him because I had detected Voldemort's presence. The exhilaration of chastising him, knowing he could not retaliate, must have infuriated Voldemort to no end. Regulus, in the midst of his speech, could not help but burst into laughter. After finishing, he recalled something and promptly added, "Mr. Headmaster, when you find a moment, I shall bring Chilo along to visit you. At that time, I will stand guard while teaching Chilo to curse Voldemort once more." Upon hearing Regulus's words, Snape finally comprehended why Regulus had so vehemently berated Voldemort in front of Quirrell. A sense of relief washed over him, had he not intervened at that moment. The favorable impression he had previously cultivated before Voldemort would have been irrevocably shattered. His timely interruption had safeguarded his undercover identity, allowing him to continue his covert operations without exposure. It seemed that the trap I devised, luring with the Philosopher's Stone as bait, had indeed proven effective. Dumbledore sighed, astonished at the unexpected outcome. He had never anticipated drawing Voldemort out. Initially, he had only expected to attract a seasoned Death Eater. Yet the reality was that the Dark Lord himself had taken the bait. This revelation illuminated for Dumbledore the precarious state Voldemort found himself in. Otherwise, he would not have risked venturing to Hogwarts for the stone. Dumbledore's gaze fell upon Fawkes, who bore a Horcrux belonging to Voldemort upon his leg. Engaging in contemplation regarding this newfound information, Dumbledore recognized that the arrangements he had initially set for Voldemort would require significant modification. "Regulus," he stated, "the reason I summoned you today is to discuss the creation of a test, which I would like you to place in the corridor on the 4th floor. It will serve to diversify my trap. At the very least, Snape's challenge is quite ingenious. As for your proposed pairing of Quirrell and Tom, I must deliberate carefully on how best to proceed. Until we eradicate all the Horcruxes, it is impossible to ensure Tom reaches his rightful destination." Regulus, upon hearing this, shrugged nonchalantly, having roughly surmised Dumbledore's thoughts. It seemed inevitable that he would become merely an NPC in Dumbledore's grand game. However, upon further reflection, this arrangement did not appear so unfavorable. Allowing the young wizards to confront Voldemort directly was indeed a commendable strategy. It felt as though Dumbledore was subtly conveying to Voldemort that employing excessive force against such fledgling wizards was unnecessary. After all, he could not even contend with 3 first-year students. Chapter 79, The Sleeper and the Awakened. Now that Voldemort's secrets had been unveiled by Regulus, Dumbledore could make his plans accordingly. Given Dumbledore's remarkable calculative prowess, it was unlikely that Voldemort could stir any significant turmoil, even within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts. Moreover, there is a saying, the greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. Only amidst intermittent waves can the significance of certain individuals truly emerge. Regulus then nodded towards old Dumbledore and continued, "No problem. But I need to confirm one thing. What level of difficulty should we maintain?" "First-year level, of course," Dumbledore replied without hesitation. "All right, understood. It seems you truly believe in the prophecy, starting to nurture Harry from this very moment." Regulus spoke directly, and upon uttering those words, Severus Snape visibly became agitated. "Dumbledore, I demand an explanation. Lily has left only one son in this world. You cannot allow this." Snape, rarely losing his composure, found even the most potent mental shields ineffective in that moment. "Calm yourself, Severus," Dumbledore admonished Snape, then turned to Regulus beside him. "Regulus, I must trouble you with the matter of the barriers. Severus and I have some pressing matters to discuss. You have also been weary for quite some time today, so I shall not keep you longer. Good night." Regulus rose directly from his seat and strode towards the door. "Good night, Headmaster. I truly must return to rest, for I have my classes tomorrow." With that, Regulus exited the headmaster's office, briefly exchanging a few words with the portrait of Phineas before making his way back to his common room. As for how old Dumbledore would go about persuading Snape after his departure, that was of no concern to him. It was merely the same old rhetoric, after all. Regulus returned to his quarters, glancing at the time and realizing it was nearly 11 o'clock. He hastened his movements, taking a quick bath before tidying up and then retreating to bed with his pet bird. Just as he was drifting into a deep slumber, there were several individuals in the castle who remained wide awake. First and foremost was Harry, who sat by the window in his pajamas, gazing up at the tranquil night sky. Alongside him, Severus Snape wrestled with his own tumultuous thoughts, reflecting on the words Dumbledore had just shared with him. His inner conflict raged. Although he acknowledged the validity of Dumbledore's reasoning, all he wished for was the safety of Lily's son. Even though Harry bore the visage of James Potter, which he found profoundly irritating, He remained steadfast in his desire for Lily's legacy to endure through her son's emerald eyes. While they were restless due to their own contemplations, on the third floor in the defense against the dark arts professor's office, another soul was suffering acutely, a certain unfortunate Quirrell. Why was he unable to sleep? The answer lay with Regulus. Due to the actions of a certain slumbering individual, Quirrell was currently enduring Voldemort's merciless punishment for his earlier insults. The nature of this punishment? The Cruciatus Curse, of course. Quirrell's body could hardly withstand other forms of dark magic, and the Cruciatus Curse, one of the 3 unforgivable curses, primarily affected the soul. Thus, it was perfectly suited to torment Quirrell for his transgressions. That night, Quirrell was tormented by Voldemort's Cruciatus Curse for an extensive duration, leaving him looking as pale as a vampire when he arrived for class the following day. His complexion was far from improved, rendering any notion of mental clarity utterly unattainable. As dawn broke, with the sun yet to rise, Regulus climbed out of bed. After a brief visit to the washroom, he changed into a comfortable tracksuit and donned a matching ensemble before humming a tune as he made his way toward the Black Lake. You cross, sing of the sunrise. Poor haha, sing of the sunset. Harry Potter rides his broom. Upon reaching the Black Lake, he noted that he had 10 minutes to spare before his rendezvous with Draco. Observing the desolate surroundings, he then turned his attention to the lake, selecting a small clearing by its edge to commence his magical construction. A wand appeared in his hand, and he cast a non-verbal extension charm on the modest 4 square meter area. Under the influence of his magic, the space began to expand in less than a minute, transforming from a mere 2-meter square into a full-fledged athletic field covering 15 acres. After all, Hogwarts was a school, and every school deserved a sports field. Even a magical institution like Hogwarts required such a facility. The field would feature a standard 400-meter track, but rather than a soccer pitch or traditional athletic field at its center, there would be a large pit. Before long, the interior walls of this pit began to solidify under Regulus's relentless wand movements, morphing from a dark earth color to a solid granite hue. He then pointed his wand toward the Black Lake, summoning a colossal jet of water that surged into the pit. Within 5 minutes, the pit was completely filled with water, which now could no longer be referred to as merely a pit, but rather as an immense swimming pool, spanning 100 meters from one end to the other and an impressive 63 meters wide. This pool was sourced from the Black Lake, with any aquatic life having been meticulously removed by Regulus. Dissatisfied with the water quality, Regulus employed a heating charm to bring the water to a boil as it filled the pool. Frankly, it could be called a swimming pool or a gigantic cauldron. In any case, the water was still steaming hot. Having completed the construction of the expansive pool, Regulus then turned his attention to the surrounding track, transforming it into a rubberized surface and solidifying its magical properties. After his diligent efforts, the newly crafted area would remain intact for over a month. Just as he finished the pool and track, Draco approached, yawning and slowly making his way from the castle. Chapter 80. The forged Draco, filled with curiosity, rubbed his sleepy eyes as he ambled toward their agreed-upon meeting spot. He found it utterly perplexing that he had to rise so early to meet Regulus by the Black Lake, especially since classes didn't commence until 9 o'clock. Upon arriving at the lake, a quaint wooden cabin appeared before him, oddly resembling an oversized telephone booth, standing abruptly by the water's edge. As Draco drew nearer, he scanned the lakeshore for any sign of his uncle Regulus. Inside the tiny cabin, Regulus wiped the sweat from his brow and stowed away his wand. After completing these tasks, he pushed open the small door and stepped outside. The moment Regulus emerged, Draco, who was already approaching the lake, spotted him, prompting him to quicken his pace. Upon reaching Regulus, the latter greeted him with a warm smile. "Good morning, Draco. You seem rather lackluster. It appears we ought to start moving soon. How can one squander such a beautiful morning?" Regulus spoke as he placed his hand on Draco's shoulder, subsequently thrusting him into the small wooden cabin that had just appeared. Before Draco could fully comprehend the situation, he found himself enveloped in an entirely different environment. As he took in his surroundings, his mouth fell slightly agape in astonishment. Growing up in a pureblood family, he had certainly witnessed the effects of the undetectable extension charm. Yet he had never encountered anything quite like this. Previously, he had only observed a small tent being magically expanded to several hundred square meters. However, what lay before him now was merely a modest wooden cabin, yet its interior astonishingly resembled the size of a Quidditch pitch. This revelation undoubtedly left him in a state of bewilderment. "Uncle, what is happening?" Regulus gazed at Draco, whose expression was one of disbelief, and with a sense of pride, began to explain. Haha, what do you think? This venue I've created is quite expansive, isn't it? From now on, you must make good use of this place. Only then will my efforts not be in vain. Regulus patted Draco on the shoulder and then led him on to the freshly laid rubber track. Behold this track. From now on, it shall be your place for morning exercises. He exclaimed. I designed this track based on Muggle sports fields. It mirrors theirs precisely. This is what we call a rubber track. It is constructed to prevent falls and other sports-related injuries, while also alleviating various burdens for the athletes. With such splendid conditions for exercise, Draco, let us commence our activities post-haste. Regulus thrust the sports attire he had brought, along with the running shoes, directly into Draco's arms, gesturing towards a nearby enclosure by the track. Hurry, take the clothes I've given you and change over there. Then your uncle will accompany you to begin your training. In a state of utter confusion, Draco, bewildered and dazed, complied with Regulus's commanding instructions and changed out of his clothing. Upon rejoining Regulus, he groggily began the various warm-up exercises under Regulus' guidance. Once the warm-ups were completed, before he could even inquire about the situation, Regulus had already led him onto the standard 400-meter track to commence running. It was evident that Draco had never engaged in running, barely completing a single lap. He was already panting heavily. Meanwhile, Regulus jogged alongside him, attentively monitoring his physical condition. Upon finishing the lap, Regulus finally addressed Draco. Are you perplexed as to why I have you running? At that moment, Draco, exhausted, could barely articulate a coherent response, merely repeating Regulus' name. Hold your tongue for now, and allow me to explain. Regulus continued, in my view, for a wizard to possess formidable combat abilities, one must first cultivate a strong physique. Regardless of the endeavor, the body remains the cornerstone of all revolutionary pursuits. You may dismiss this notion, believing that sheer magical prowess and the potency of spells are paramount, rendering all else insignificant. However, I must inform you that while this perspective is not entirely erroneous, it is somewhat myopic. For instance, imagine a spell hurtling toward you, about to strike, and you find yourself unable to conjure a counterspell in time. In such a scenario, possessing a robust physique becomes crucial, enabling you to swiftly evade the impending danger. Thus, to ensure you develop a sound body, we shall commence your training immediately. Regulus provided Draco with a general explanation and, observing Draco's fatigued breaths, refrained from further elaboration, instead focusing on the fundamentals of running. Now, all that we discussed earlier is of little consequence. Let us begin to run in sync with my rhythm. Maintain your breathing at a one-step inhale and one-step exhale, and keep your mouth closed, breathing primarily through your nose. Under Regulus's guidance and demonstration, Draco swiftly mastered the technique of breathing, and his running stride began to adopt a more rhythmic quality. As Draco continued to run, Regulus diligently corrected a series of issues that arose in his form. Good, maintain this pace. We are nearly finished, with just 2.5 laps remaining. As they continued to circle the track, Draco, under Regulus's leadership, had unknowingly completed 10 laps, with merely 2.5 laps left to reach 5 kilometers. After 10 laps, Draco felt as though he was on the brink of exhaustion. His sole desire was to finish swiftly, dismissing all other thoughts. The initial complaints he had voiced had long since vanished from his mind. Regulus gazed upon the nearly exhausted Draco and sensed his physical state. Recognizing that this moment presented the perfect opportunity, Draco, listen to me closely and with utmost seriousness. He urged, channel the magical energy at your disposal, consciously directing it to permeate every fiber of your being. I shall now begin to guide you. Be sure to attune yourself to the experience. As Regulus spoke, he had already placed his hand on Draco's back. Chapter 81. Draco became a golden-haired boy. With Regulus's movement, Draco felt an indescribable sensation coursing through his body. This sensation, while bewildering, was surprisingly pleasant. The legs that had previously felt achingly weary suddenly surged with newfound strength. Just as Draco was about to lose himself in this delightful feeling, Regulus's voice echoed in his ear once more. Focus your mind, do not be distracted, earnestly perceive your magical power, and actively summon it to aid in your physical recovery. With that, Draco steeled himself, following Regulus's guidance, struggling to run forward while attuning to the magic within him. With Regulus's direction, Draco swiftly grasped this essential principle, allowing him to sense the presence of magic within himself. However, merely sensing the magic was but the beginning. He needed to be able to summon it as well. At that moment, Draco was so engrossed in his thoughts that he hardly paid attention to his still running body. Yet, unbeknownst to him, with the infusion of magic, His body began to recover rapidly, which explained why he had yet to collapse from exhaustion. As he ran, feeling and controlling his magic in accordance with Regulus's guidance, his own magical energy became invigorated, presenting a stark contrast to his earlier state of lethargy. It was under these circumstances that Draco gradually learned the method Regulus had imparted to him during the last 2.5 laps. Once Regulus and Draco completed the 12.5 laps and slowed down for half a lap, they finally returned to the starting point. Upon successfully arriving back, Draco was elated. To him, the recent training had been sufficiently exhausting, and he hoped there were no further activities planned. Regulus glanced at his watch before turning his gaze towards Draco. Just as Draco was feeling relieved, Regulus's voice echoed once more in his ears. "Draco, let us take a brief respite for now. I shall make a few preparations, and then we shall commence with the next endeavor." Regulus took a few deep breaths, restoring his nearly untouched stamina. Without paying any heed to Draco's reaction, he strode confidently to the edge of the grand swimming pool. With a swift flick of his right hand, his wand materialized in his grasp, and he directed it toward the water within the pool, casting a levitation charm. This vast expanse of water, weighing at least over 10,000 tons, was effortlessly suspended above the surface by his magic. With the levitation charm, he expertly dispersed the colossal volume of water, allowing it to dance gracefully in the air. Soon, the water that Regulus had previously brought to a boil was under his magical command, and, amidst the gentle breeze, its temperature began to finally cool down. Regulus reached out to gauge the temperature of the water, finding it less scalding than before. He then deftly controlled the immense volume of water, returning it to the grand pool. Throughout this process, Draco observed in awe. He had never witnessed such profound magic. Among all those he knew, not a single individual had demonstrated such formidable spells. Even in his mind, his seemingly omnipotent ally, Lucius, could not accomplish what Regulus had just achieved. At that moment, he had completely forgotten his physical fatigue, his gaze solely focused on the astonishment of Regulus's power and his unwavering admiration for him. There exists a universal truth. Wherever one may be, it holds true that to be human is to revere the strong. Just as Draco was lost in his thoughts, Regulus once more reached to assess the temperature of the water in the grand pool, satisfied that it was just right before stowing away his wand. After putting away his wand, while Draco remained in a daze, Regulus had already approached him. "What do you think? My levitation charm is quite effective, isn't it? But I must confess, this still does not harness the spell's full potential. Though my execution appears graceful, I am still far from mastering the finer control. Once you strengthen your physique, I shall teach you this spell." Though Regulus spoke thus, an expression of immense pride illuminated his countenance. Just as Draco was taken aback by the news he had just received, Regulus had no intention of granting him any time for contemplation. "Well, these matters are of concern for you later. For now, let us focus on your practice. What awaits you next is swimming. Your uncle has informed you that mastering the art of swimming will render you fearless in any corner of the world. Therefore, in the ensuing 20 minutes, you are expected to swim at least 500 meters in this pool. Now, prepare to dive in." Regulus remarked that one need not fear traversing the world, as he had previously braved the icy depths that had imprisoned him. Draco, upon hearing Regulus's words, found himself inexplicably reduced to nothing more than a pair of shorts serving as swimwear. Observing Draco hesitating at the water's edge, Regulus promptly delivered a swift kick to his backside. A great splash erupted from the pool, and soon Draco's head emerged from the water, casting a resentful glance at Regulus. Indeed, it was true. The indecisive Draco had been unceremoniously propelled into the water by Regulus. "Come on, Draco, stop dawdling and swim. 500 meters is merely 2.5 laps. Hurry up so we can return to the castle and perhaps still catch breakfast. If you swim too slowly, you'll miss your meal and go hungry in class this morning." At that moment, Regulus resembled a relentless coach, incessantly urging Draco to swim faster. In truth, an average adult would typically complete 100 meters in just over 2 minutes. Considering Draco's youth, Regulus had set the standard at 3 minutes, which explained his continuous encouragement from the shore. Under this relentless motivation, Draco swam remarkably well, ultimately finishing his first 100 meters in 2 minutes and 46 seconds. With such a strong start, the remaining 4 laps soon felt manageable to him. However, he soon regretted his earlier bravado, for swimming proved to be even more exhausting than other forms of exercise. "Draco, remember to breathe." "Excellent, well done. Also, don't forget the recovery techniques I taught you. Even while swimming, they will aid in your body's recuperation. Speed up, push yourself further." Chapter 82, The Great Hall in the Morning in the Expansive Pool. Draco tirelessly propelled himself forward under Regulus's relentless encouragement. Simultaneously, he focused on channeling his magical energy to rejuvenate every weary inch of his body. In this fervent state, Draco eventually completed the 500 meters Regulus had mentioned, taking nearly 20 minutes to do so. Meanwhile, the intensity of the workout left him utterly exhausted, panting heavily. And looking more pitiful than a dog, Regulus gazed at Draco, who was utterly drained of energy, and reached out to lift him from the pool. He then retrieved a small blue potion from his cloak, a relic of legend. Before Draco could comprehend the situation, Regulus uncorked the vial and, pinching Draco's mouth, forced the liquid down his throat. Draco was momentarily unresponsive, but soon felt the potion's effects coursing through him. He had never experienced such a surge of magical energy within himself. The power he had previously expended was rapidly replenished by the potion's potency, as his magic revitalized. His body, having endured rigorous training, seemed to have developed muscle memory. This continuous channeling of magic also accelerated the restoration of his physical stamina. Within mere minutes, Draco realized he no longer felt as fatigued as before and regained his ability to move. The time of his arrival was just past 7 o'clock. And now it was 8:06. It was the perfect moment for breakfast. Rise, Draco, we shall return to the castle for our meal. If you eat swiftly, you may still have a moment to tidy up your dormitory. Regulus addressed Draco, who had regained his strength, while simultaneously making his way toward the entrance. The two then proceeded together toward the castle, enveloped in silence. Draco was too fatigued to speak, and Regulus found himself at a loss for words. Thus, the two kept their quietude as they arrived at the grand hall on the first floor. At that moment, the long tables in the hall were already occupied by young wizards who had come for breakfast. Among them were several first-year students, evidently eager to leave a favorable impression on their professors on the very first day of classes. Upon entering the grand hall, Regulus did not exchange further words with Draco and made his way directly to the staff table. There were only a few professors present for breakfast, notably Sybil, who taught Muggle studies, and the divination instructor. Regulus settled into his seat from the previous night, at the opposite end of the long table, where he found Sybil, that inebriate, already indulging in her morning drink. After exchanging a brief greeting with the professor who was enjoying his meal, Regulus fell into silence, savoring a delightful breakfast. At that moment, Draco returned to the Slytherin table under the watchful gaze of familiar young wizards. As soon as Draco sat down, his two lackeys hurried over to his side. Draco, where have you been so early? You didn't really follow Professor Black's orders and head to the Black Lake, did you? He didn't punish you, did he? Goyle, the dim-witted one, queried without a hint of thought. The saying goes that where a cunning dragon appears, a phoenix chick is sure to follow. This is equally applicable in the magical realm. Just as Goyle finished his inquiry, Crabbe chimed in, did Professor Black punish you? You look rather pale. Draco, engrossed in his meal, had no inclination to entertain their foolishness and continued to eat. Only when he felt his belly was full did he finally pause, turning to address his two companions. Goyle, Crabbe, I must remind you that Professor Black is my uncle. Do not presume to understand his thoughts. Even if you offended him on the train, it is unwise to speculate about a professor. After speaking, Draco felt a sudden thirst, likely from the morning's exertions, and downed his glass of pumpkin juice in one go. I'm full now. I'll head back to the common room. You two can wait for class in the potions classroom. Having satiated his hunger, Draco glanced at the time, realizing he had some to spare, and stood up to leave, offering a parting remark to his lackeys. Clad in the sportswear Regulus had given him, he made his way back to the common room. Draco's actions dashed the hopes of Goyle and Crabbe, who had been eager to glean some news. Vincent, what do you think is wrong with Draco? He seems different toward us now. Also, should we follow Professor Black's instructions to clean tonight? Goyle asked Crabbe after Draco had departed. I don't know what's wrong with young Malfoy, but I suspect if we don't go tonight, the punishment will be even worse. Crabbe replied, finally activating his long-dormant brain to offer a suitable response. Indeed, we should obediently attend to the trophy room. The two dimwits exchanged glances, both feeling a profound sense of frustration at their predicament. Meanwhile, at the Gryffindor table, merely an aisle away, Harry and Ron were also partaking in breakfast. Harry, I bet that Malfoy got a severe scolding from Professor Black. Don't be fooled by his refined demeanor while eating. I can tell he is devouring his food without pause since he sat down. Ron chattered on, though Harry found his incessant talking rather bothersome. Ron, we should hurry up and eat. We can't be late on the first day of class. It would be a disaster. As for Draco being summoned by Professor Black, I don't think that concerns us. With that, Harry quickened his pace, swallowing a mouthful of mashed potatoes and washing it down with pumpkin juice, feeling satisfied. Ron, hearing Harry's somewhat admonishing tone, noted that Harry seemed different from when they first met on the train. This prompted him to glance over at Hermione, seated directly across from them, engrossed in her book. Humph, it's all your fault, Hermione. If you hadn't talked to Harry about Black, he wouldn't have such a rift with me, Ron thought, casting a disapproving glance at Hermione, who was oblivious to his scrutiny, feeling someone's gaze upon her. Hermione looked up and met Ron's eyes, immediately understanding the situation and returning the glare. Ronald, if you have something to say, please say it directly. If not, kindly refrain from staring at me. Ron was taken aback by Hermione's forthrightness, causing him to momentarily pause his chewing. Before he could utter another word, Hermione continued. You should pick up the pace. Even if you're not worried about being late, you shouldn't make Harry wait. Without another word, she gathered her books and departed the great hall, heading towards the potions classroom. The continuous admonitions from both Hermione and Harry left Ron in a foul mood, one he had never experienced before, even when teased by the twins. He found little interest in the beef sandwich before him. Harry, I'm done. Let us go. You're right. It's best not to be late for the first class. Harry smiled at Ron's concession, and together they left the great hall. At that moment, Regulus, observing the departure of Draco, Hermione, Harry, and Ron from his position at the staff table, wore a subtle smile. Although he was unaware of the precise dynamics between the four, his observations suggested that no conflicts had yet arisen among them. Regulus, contemplating this, shifted his gaze towards Goyle and Crabbe. This duo, akin to a dragon and a phoenix, had struck him as rather dim-witted since his initial encounter with the original text. After meeting them in person, his opinion was solidified. Observing the two imbeciles indulging in their gluttony at that moment, Regulus suddenly thought it more prudent to have Draco associate with Harry and his steadfast trio rather than remain in the company of these fools. After all, Harry and his companions were destined for notable achievements. For Draco, who was bound to inherit the Malfoy estate, this arrangement would preclude his involvement with the Ministry of Magic. Maintaining a distinguished rapport with the Minister of Magic and the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement would be of paramount importance for any aspiring capitalist. Regulus contemplated extensively for Draco, realizing how crucial it would be for him to maintain a harmonious relationship with Harry and the other two in the future. With this thought in mind, Regulus began to ponder the most effective approach to unite the four, who had yet to experience any conflict. As he mused, he continued to eat, and gradually, the great hall emptied, leaving only Sybil, who remained, pouring herself another drink from the wine jug. Regulus gazed at Trelawney, who appeared as disheveled as a drunken fool early in the morning, and he found himself reluctant to remain in her company any longer. Exiting the grand hall, Regulus made his way directly to the dungeons where potions class was held. With no classes scheduled for the morning on the first day of the term, he found himself quite unencumbered. The forthcoming potions lesson promised to be a memorable spectacle, as it would subtly serve as Snape's apology to Harry. And Regulus was genuinely curious to witness the unfolding scene. Furthermore, he harbored a desire to effect some change. The relationship between Harry and Snape ought not to be so fraught with tension. He was also profoundly averse to Snape's excessively restrained emotions. After all, why not address matters openly amongst one another? Of course, such discussions were entirely off limits with a rogue, much like that insufferable James from his memories. As Regulus pondered, he found himself unknowingly standing before the entrance of the potions classroom in the basement. Observing the half-open door, he discreetly cast a disillusionment charm upon himself. Cautiously, he stepped inside through the slightly ajar door. Within the classroom, students from Slytherin and Gryffindor were distinctly seated apart from one another. The combined presence of nearly 100 students rendered the atmosphere particularly boisterous. However, due to Regulus's charm, the young wizards remained blissfully unaware of his entrance. Casting a glance around the room, Regulus made his way to a corner. There, he conjured a sofa using transfiguration and settled onto it. Resembling a quintessential bystander, save for the absence of peanuts and melon seeds. Just as Regulus lamented his lack of preparation, the half-open door was suddenly thrust open with considerable force, slamming against the adjacent wall. With a resounding crash, a figure clad entirely in black robes, resembling a grand bat, strode confidently to the podium. Regulus surveyed the scene before him, feeling an undeniable sense of discomfort. You have come here to immerse yourselves in the intricate science and rigorous craft of potion making. In my classroom, frivolously brandishing your wands and reciting spells at random is strictly prohibited, given the absence of aimless wand waving here. Many of you may find it hard to believe that this is indeed magic. I do not expect you to fully grasp the exquisite essence of the simmering cauldron, releasing wisps of fragrant steam. You will not truly comprehend the enchanting power of the liquid that courses through human veins, stirring hearts and clouding minds. I can teach you how to elevate your reputation, concoct glory, and even stave off death. But one condition must be met. You must not be the kind of foolish buffoons I often encounter. Regulus could not help but acknowledge that Snape indeed possessed a remarkable talent for theatricality. The aura of mystery he conjured was simply exquisite. After delivering such an extensive monologue, Snape resembled a bat, enveloping himself in his cloak with an air of sophistication that perfectly embodied the archetype of a wizard. It was this very performance that compelled the multitude of young wizards present to regard him with utmost seriousness. Chapter 84. 3 questions. Regulus managed to endure it. Otherwise, he would have burst into laughter long ago. After witnessing the first half of Snape's performance, he turned to Draco, only to find the corners of Draco's mouth curving upward. Regulus contemplated for a moment and soon discerned the thought swirling in Draco's mind. It was merely a reflection of his own perception of excellence, particularly in light of Snape's recent remarks about outstanding individuals. It appears that education is imperative. One cannot continue in such arrogance. Does he not realize that humility fosters progress while pride leads to decline? Regulus contemplated inwardly and formulated a rough plan for Draco's future studies. As a complete product of 9 years of compulsory education and a successor of socialism, he held a certain disdain for the so-called joyful education prevalent in this realm. Thus, Regulus resolved to embark on an experiment with Draco, seeking to transpose the educational model he had previously encountered into the magical world to observe whether it would yield any distinct outcomes. Regulus was meticulously refining his plans. Seated below and gazing up at Draco, who was listening to Snape speak, utterly oblivious to the trials that awaited him in the days to come. At that moment, Snape, tightening his robe, cast a sweeping glance around the classroom, which revealed Harry Potter, who was diligently scribbling notes with his head bowed. However, it must be noted that some of you may have arrived at Hogwarts with an already illustrious reputation and an overwhelming confidence that allowed you to disregard my lecture. At this point, all the students in the classroom followed Snape's gaze and indeed spotted Harry, who was engrossed in his writing. Hermione, seated beside Harry, noticed that everyone's attention had shifted to him and, without hesitation, nudged him with her elbow to bring him back to reality. Feeling the nudge, Harry looked up at Hermione, only to see her executing a classic gesture reminiscent of Pan Jodan. Prompted by Hermione's indication, Harry glanced in the direction she suggested, which made him set down his quill and obediently fold his hands on the desk. Potter, if I were to mix powdered daffodil with wormwood juice, what would be the outcome? Harry, bewildered by Snape's inquiry, was at a complete loss, unable to comprehend the professor's words from the podium. Meanwhile, Hermione, upon hearing the question, raised her hand high in the air. Confused, Harry quickly turned to Ron beside him, who was equally stunned and merely shrugged, signaling his inability to assist. I don't know. Professor, Harry stammered, feeling quite flustered. Snape regarded Harry's face, which bore an uncanny resemblance to James's, and disdainfully curled his lip. It seemed that Harry's extraordinary reputation did not grant him omniscience. Snape's focus remained solely on Harry, disregarding Hermione, who had her hand raised high. Shall we try again, Potter? If I were in search of a piece of bezoar, where would you suggest I find it? Clearly still unprepared. Harry had not previously engaged with or reviewed the course material, leaving him unable to answer. I don't know, Professor. I believe our esteemed Mr. Potter hasn't cracked open a single book before the term began, has he, Potter? As Harry met Snape's gaze, filled with cold indifference, a shiver ran down his spine. Prior to arriving at school, during his time at Aunt Petunia's, he had not had the opportunity to access his textbooks. Although the books had been purchased by the end of July, upon returning to Aunt Petunia's, all were locked away by Vernon. As Harry pondered these thoughts, Snape, observing Harry's continued inability to respond, posed yet another question. Potter, please enlighten me on the distinction between aconite and wolfsbane. Professor, I still do not know. All my books were locked away by Uncle Vernon before term began, and I haven't read a single one. In the corner, Regulus, listening intently, cast a curious glance toward the ongoing exchange between Harry and Snape. For in his memory, the original text had never indicated that Harry would respond in such a manner. Was it his presence that altered the course of events? Regulus continued to observe the unfolding events, eager to ascertain whether any changes had occurred from what he had previously understood. At that moment, upon hearing Harry's response, Snape was inexplicably filled with rage. He had not anticipated that the muggle whom Petunia married would obstruct Harry Potter from accessing the tomes of the magical realm. This ignited a silent ire within him directed at Petunia, a neighbor he had known since childhood, who had always yearned for magic and was acutely aware of its existence. How could she treat Lily's son in such a manner? Snape found himself utterly perplexed by Petunia's treatment of Harry, the last remnant of Lily in this world. However, being in the midst of a lesson, he managed to maintain his composure, refraining from any overt displays of emotion. Yet, he now understood the reason behind Harry's inability to answer his question. Faced with this new knowledge, he felt somewhat trapped, but fortuitously he noticed Hermione raising her hand high, almost touching the ceiling. Since Miss Granger was evidently well prepared, he invited her to enlighten Mr. Potter. As he concluded, all the young witches and wizards turned their gazes toward Hermione, who was just about to lower her hand. The first question posed by the professor pertained to the combination of daffodil root powder and mugwort, which could be concocted into a potent sleeping potion known as the Draught of Death. Furthermore, he explained that bezoar, a stone extracted from a cow's stomach, possessed remarkable detoxifying properties. The plant known as aconite or wolfsbane referred to the same species but by different names based on its growth location. "I have answered the professor," Hermione declared confidently. Snape, observing the brown-haired witch, was taken aback by her comprehensive response. Her knowledge evoked memories of the ever-curious Lily, as she exhibited the same scholarly fervor and unyielding Gryffindor spirit, making him feel as if he had traversed time to witness Lily once more. At that moment, Snape's expression softened, yet he maintained a cold demeanor as he remarked, "Excellent, Miss Granger. Your answer is entirely correct. Gryffindor loses 2 points for Potter's failure to respond, yet gains 1 for Granger's commendable answer." With that, Snape turned away, reluctant to face the scrutiny of the young wizards, aware that his emotions had been too transparent. It was in this very moment of retreat that he noticed an unusual trace of magic in the corner of the podium, reminiscent of the disillusionment charm. Chapter 85, Hermione's Inquiry. Realizing something, Snape's pupils constricted, although he uttered no words, merely allowing the corners of his mouth to curve upward in a concealed smile. Standing at the podium, Snape turned to the still-seated students, feeling a surge of irritation. "Have you all comprehended what Miss Granger just articulated? If not, why haven't you taken diligent notes?" His thunderous voice startled the young witches and wizards, making it abundantly clear that their potions professor was not one to be trifled with. As they realized the gravity of the situation, they obediently grasped their quills and began recording the material discussed. While the students diligently transcribed the key points, Snape roamed the classroom, speaking as he moved. "Many of you may believe that potions hold little significance, but I must assert that your perspective is misguided. Potions are an essential facet of a wizard's existence within the magical sphere, and certain advanced potions are of utmost importance. Take the Polyjuice potion, which aids in covertly gathering intelligence. Consider the Felix Felicis, which bestows extraordinary luck, or the Wolfsbane potion, which allows a frenzied werewolf to retain its human rationality during transformation. In summary, mastery of potions is a skill every wizard must possess. While you may not excel in it, you cannot afford to ignore it. For in the future, the ability to brew potions will spare you numerous troubles. In this class, I do not require you to brandish your wands chaotically. This is not defense against the dark arts, where one like Black can merely flail a wand and teach without substance." At that moment, Regulus, who was seated in the corner and observing quietly, felt that Snape's remarks were directed at him, sensing that he had been singled out. Instantly, he realized that Snape must have become aware of his presence, for otherwise, he would not have alluded to him. Regulus was uncertain whether his current predicament could be deemed an undeserved calamity. Yet he couldn't help but feel that the mention of Snape never failed to evoke a sense of disdain. The potions class proceeded as usual, and Regulus remained present, eager to observe what disparaging remarks Snape might utter regarding him. As the lesson continued, Snape began his customary teaching duties, pairing students in twos and instructing them on the preparation of a simple potion capable of curing scabies. True to his nickname of the Old Bat, Snape, clad in an exceptionally long black cloak, resembled a large bat active during the day. He flitted between the groups of young wizards, guiding them on how to weigh dried nettles, crush serpent fangs, and discern when to employ gentle heat versus a roaring flame for brewing. During his lecture, Snape meticulously detailed the potion's recipe, diverging from the textbook in several respects. This inconsistency led Hermione, who had memorized the textbook, to question Snape's expertise. As Snape approached Hermione's vicinity, intent on gauging whether this clever young witch, reminiscent of the late Lily, possessed any similar talent in potions, she raised her hand. With an unyielding expression, Snape approached her desk, casting a perplexed glance in her direction. "Professor Snape, I have a question regarding the scabies potion. Might you elucidate?" "State your question, though I harbor little expectation of profound insight," he retorted, his words dripping with sarcasm. Hermione, momentarily taken aback, had anticipated Snape's unapproachable demeanor but had not expected such acerbic wit. However, she pressed on to voice her concerns. "I noted that many procedural steps you outlined diverge significantly from those in our textbook. For instance, the timing for adding porcupine quills, our textbook states to use the lowest gentle heat, while you instructed to add them when the cauldron is removed from the heat but still retains warmth. Could you clarify such discrepancies?" "Ah, I was not mistaken. You have not presented any noteworthy insights, Miss Granger. I would advise you to place your trust in a professor's teachings rather than question them. Even if you possess such doubts, it would be prudent to explore the intricacies independently rather than directly inquire of me. Perhaps conducting an experiment for comparison would yield the answers you seek. Conversing with you is a waste of time. Ponder it yourself." With that, Snape turned away, yet in the depths of his heart, he harbored a certain fondness for Hermione, the Gryffindor. To pose such a question at her age, having just begun her foray into the study of potions, was a clear testament to her intelligence. This very brilliance occasionally evoked memories of a certain unforgettable figure from his past. Damn it, why must a clever little witch like Lily be a Gryffindor? How splendid it would have been if she had been sorted into Slytherin. As he walked, Snape found himself mulling over his evolving attitude towards Hermione. A subconscious shift akin to his protective instincts towards Harry, despite the latter sharing the visage of his loathed father. Amidst his wandering thoughts and critiques of the young wizard's efforts, an acrid green smoke suddenly billowed from the basement, accompanied by a distinct hissing sound. Snape swiftly turned towards the source of the noise, only to discover that Neville had somehow reduced Seamus's cauldron to a state of disrepair, the potion within splattering wildly and marking the surroundings. The potion's contact left mottled burns on the floor, and the unfortunate students caught in the fallout were unable to escape its effects. Within mere seconds, those affected were hopping about as if their feet were scalded, further complicating the already chaotic scene. The tumult escalated as young wizards accidentally overturned their cauldrons, spilling unfinished potions everywhere. Some hapless students were drenched in the scalding liquid, resulting in a dire predicament. Soon, red, swollen welts began to appear on their arms and legs, as the potion intended to cure scabies transformed into a toxic brew, leaving each afflicted student in excruciating pain. The cacophony of their cries filled the potions classroom, provoking Snape's ire to an unprecedented level. Strictly speaking, Snape was a competent professor, yet his demeanor was often misleading. To the multitude of young wizards present, it seemed he was on the brink of an explosive outburst, and they believed he might even resort to violence. "Fool! Imbecile!" Snape roared at the culprit, Neville, while adeptly conjuring his wand, having ample experience in managing such situations. With a flick of his wand, he gathered the chaos, both the spilled potion and the distressed students, and, in one swift motion, disposed of the remnants into a waste bin. Having restored a semblance of order, Snape turned his steely gaze upon Neville, who wore an expression of innocent bewilderment. "I believe you neglected to adhere to my instruction to wait until removing the cauldron from the heat before adding porcupine quills. You did not follow the textbook's guidelines and instead added them directly while the potion was still on the flame." Observing the remnants of Neville's cauldron, Snape deduced the sequence of his actions. Meanwhile, Neville appeared utterly dejected, his face swollen and puffy. Scanning the now disheveled classroom, Snape cast a wide-range repairing charm, restoring everything damaged by the potion to its prior state. Then, from within his robes, he began producing vials of potion. "All those affected by the potion, come forth to receive your antidote." As soon as Snape finished speaking, the small wizards, still in a wretched state, approached him one by one to receive a vial of master-level scabies treatment potion. Among them, Neville, in the direst condition, brought up the rear, sighing deeply within himself. Snape was aware of Neville's plight. After all, Neville's current state had some ties to him. It stemmed from an old debt, and also related to the fragment of prophecy he had shared with Voldemort. However, Snape displayed no signs of this understanding, merely turning away from Neville to address Seamus, who was in the same group as Neville. "You, although I am unaware of how you two managed to collaborate, the end result is, nonetheless, a consequence of your actions. Now, take him to the hospital wing above and inform Madame Pomfrey that the potions I left with her are at his disposal." After issuing his instructions, Seamus quickly assisted Neville out of the potions classroom, as if fleeing from a den of horrors. The reason Snape refrained from administering the potion to Neville was due to the extent of Neville's exposure to various potions. The highly targeted scabies remedy would be of little efficacy. He understood that professional matters should be handled by professionals. And Madame Pomfrey would undoubtedly be able to treat Neville more effectively and swiftly. Once the ruckus caused by Seamus escorting Neville had subsided, Snape turned his gaze towards Harry and Ron, who sat beside Neville and Seamus. Approaching Harry, he peered into the cauldron shared by him and Ron, quickly discerning the quality of Harry's potion. Clearly, Harry had not fully inherited Lily's remarkable talent in potion-making, as the quality of his concoction was only above average. Mr. Potter, renowned for your illustrious lineage, may I inquire why you did not intervene to prevent Neville's error? Why did you not instruct him to add the porcupine quills as I taught? Due to your lack of willingness to assist, Gryffindor loses a point. Regulus, who had been watching from the corner, found the unfolding events rather exasperating. He had expected a different outcome, yet it reverted to the usual pattern. Nonetheless, Regulus did not wish for Harry to be the target of Snape's tirade. After all, Harry was the godson of his foolish brother. Thus, while the small wizards were distracted, he made a subtle noise. Since Snape had already acknowledged his presence, there was no need for him to remain hidden. This action served as a reminder to Snape not to overstep his bounds, for Regulus was still observing the classroom, urging Snape to exhibit a more professorial demeanor. Professor, your actions are decidedly unfair. Upon hearing Harry's words, Snape widened his eyes, staring at him as if he were a ghost. Fair? What constitutes fairness? If you desire fairness, allow me to explain why points are being deducted. Due to your insolent retort to a professor, 1 point is deducted. And for failing to prevent a classmate from making an error, another point is deducted. However, considering your potion was somewhat acceptable, Gryffindor will receive an additional point. Now, I have decreed a deduction of 1 point. Do you have any objections? Harry was left bewildered by Snape's words, completely oblivious to the inconsistencies embedded in the statements. Regulus listened intently from the corner, fully aware that Snape was engaging in a clever manipulation of the sequence of events. According to Snape, points had already been deducted before Harry even had the chance to voice his doubts. It was entirely unexpected that Snape could award Harry points for his potion-making. Was it merely to offset the point lost for defying a teacher? Such a notion seemed implausible. Thus, only one explanation remained. Harry's potion must have been commendable. Moreover, Regulus speculated whether Harry's concoction had once again stirred memories of Lily and Snape. Snape, in this manner, bore a striking resemblance to a certain villain, fixated on another man's wife. In a tranquil lakebed, ripples began to emerge. Amidst the surrounding corpses, one had inexplicably revived. This world, both familiar and alien, ignited a profound curiosity within him. Having been granted a second chance at life, who he was in his previous existence mattered little. In this new life, he was Regulus,